You were reincarnated as the weakest little tiger cub, unable to even compete with little bro for milk. Just as you thought you were going to starve, a voice echoed in your mind. The moment you landed, a bone-chilling cold made you shiver. You could hardly open your eyes, only feeling that the sturdy little bro beside you had already taken the first sip of milk. As for you, weak to the point that crawling over felt like being weighed down with lead, your lungs were burning. Just when you exhausted the last bit of your strength, on the brink of death and despair, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP +1. You shuddered all over. Wait. Is this the system? As long as I grind, I can live? Chapter 1, Can I survive being hit by an 80-mile-per-hour dump truck? In a cave in the northeast snow mountains of Dragon Country. So dark, so warm, where am I? Song twisted his body, still a bit confused. I remember looking at my phone while crossing the street and accidentally got hit by a dump truck. Can I really survive being hit by an 80-mile-per-hour dump truck? Am I some kind of Superman? Song wondered in disbelief. But then, he felt a rolling sensation around him, as if he were convulsing, and suddenly the pressure from something heavy on top of him vanished, widening the space that enveloped him. Before he could stretch his body, another convulsion-like roll hit him, and he felt a strong squeezing sensation all around. He felt like a sausage in a packaging bag, suddenly squeezed out. Splash! The next second, he felt himself hitting the ground. The air around him suddenly turned cool, but thankfully it was still bearable. But right after that, a gentle yet unresisting force surged towards him, playing with him, which allowed the layer of binding around his body to loosen as he landed. And that heavy, warm breath, along with some sticky liquid, made him suddenly realize that a huge creature was licking his body. This made him instantly freeze in place, trembling in fear. At this moment, he wanted to open his eyes to observe the surroundings, but he found that his eyes seemed to be glued shut. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open them. And the licking force on his body hadn't stopped after licking away the bindings on him. It gave his body a thorough cleaning. Roar! Roar! Just as Song was trembling in place, a cute babyish roar echoed in his ears, the baby roar skill. Wait! The warm, narrow space, being squeezed out, the bindings licked away. I didn't die. I've been reincarnated as an animal. The gentle, milk-like call suddenly flickered through Song's mind, connecting all the feelings he had before. Thinking about it, the strange presence that had just pressed down on his head and then vanished must be this nearby cub. However, due to the similar cries of mammal cubs, he couldn't distinguish which of his siblings, little bro, was which animal. Sizzle! Just as he was puzzled, a rustling sound came from outside the cave. Ayo-oh-oh! But in the next moment, the large tongue licking him suddenly stopped, letting out a soul-stirring roar towards the outside of the cave. This sound made Song feel as if his heart was being ripped apart. He could even hear it echo far into the distance. It's a tiger. It's a tiger. That roar confirmed Song's certainty that the giant licking him was definitely a tiger. He had been to the zoo before and heard the roar of tigers and lions. The tiger's roar was louder and more piercing, while the lion's roar was deeper. And this giant was undoubtedly his mother in this life, a tiger mom. Even though I didn't get reborn as a human, being reborn as a tiger is still quite lucky. It's certainly better than turning into a rabbit or rat. At least I don't have to worry about being hunted by creatures other than humans. Such reasoning gave Song a bit more reassurance. Being able to live again is already quite lucky, and being a tiger at the top of the food chain, what more could he possibly be dissatisfied with? Ah! At that moment, little bro nearby started his baby roar skill again. Then, Sang felt the giant before him lying down, while little bro slowly approached and soon a sucking sound was heard. Though just born and unable to open his eyes, his eyelids had only a thin layer, allowing him to sense changes in light. That one little bro went suckle skill away. His limited 5 senses allowed Song to reconstruct what had just happened, but due to his human psyche, he found it hard to accept drinking tiger's milk. Yet listening to the sound of desperate sucking, the physiological instinct of hunger came over him, stirring him into action. Forget it. If I don't use suckle skill, I'm definitely going to starve. I've already reborn as a tiger, so why be so pretentious? After hesitating for a moment, Sang cast aside his human shame and staggered toward the source of the sucking sound. But as he crawled, he felt incredibly weak. Every step forward was like his whole body was filled with lead, making it incredibly difficult. But having died once, and out of appreciation for the precious chance to live again, Sang fought with all his strength and crawled to Tiger Mom's side. At this point, he already felt out of breath, as if his lungs were on fire. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP plus 100. At that moment, an emotionless voice rang in Sang's mind. What the hell? Wait, is it the system? Sang was startled by this, and then he shifted from shock to joy. It turns out that reincarnation comes standard with the system. The system. Please introduce what functions you have. Then, Sang urged excitedly in his heart. However, the earlier voice did not sound again. The system? The system. Say something. This left Sang in a panic, and he quickly shouted in his mind. Sure enough, the previous voice did not respond, as if it was just Sang's illusion. Am I going crazy thinking about the system and imagining things? To this, Sang could only mumble in frustration and unwillingness in his heart. But the hunger in his stomach was unbearable, so he could only set this question aside for now and lay on Tiger Mom's soft belly, using his sense of smell to find the nipple. Without hesitating any longer, he steeled his heart, opened his mouth, and bit down on the nipple, trying to suckle. Ah, it's so delicious! What he thought would be a very fishy tiger milk erupted into unparalleled sweetness in his tender mouth. He felt that it must be because the taste of tigers is different from humans, which made him perceive the tiger milk as exceptionally sweet. Immediately, Sang no longer felt any shame and began to suck enthusiastically. Before he knew it, he felt his stomach swell, the hunger alleviated, and with it came a sensation of power filling his entire body. Ding! Suckle skill 100 milliliters, suckle skill EXP plus 100. Just as Sang felt utterly satisfied, even thinking of lazily rubbing his swollen belly, an emotionless voice rang out again. Not an illusion? There really is the system? Just no intelligence, no human-machine interaction? At this point, Sang no longer doubted, but instead, began to analyze in his mind. However, if crawl skill counts as a skill, then suckle skill can also count as a skill, right? Then, he twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. However, it was not the time to complain about the system. Feeling the power filling him after eating his fill, Sang nervously began to use crawl skill again. This time, though it was still just as strenuous, it felt slightly more stable than before. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP plus 100. Hearing the timely prompt sound from the system, Sang couldn't help but smile. Chapter 2. Can suckle skill also be considered a skill? So, the system is this the system, and when corresponding actions are taken, the data will be reflected, along with immediate feedback on improvements. After experimenting for a bit, Sang nodded his little head, feeling that he had initially unearthed the functions of the system. Although it looks like just a recording board, a useless thing, upon closer thought, it's not that simple. I just clearly sensed that during the second crawl skill at a 1 meter distance, even though it was still quite exhausting, it became more stable. Therefore, as long as I complete a phase of tasks, I can gain corresponding improvements. Doesn't that mean, as long as I keep completing tasks, I can steadily enhance myself? Now I've only accumulated 2 meters of crawl skill, and it stabilized quite a bit during the crawl, so when I complete 100 meters of crawl skill, will the system's nodes trigger a skill evolution? Likewise, since both crawl skill and suckle skill can be classified as skills, what about claw swiping? What about pouncing? There's a high probability that these can also be classified as skills. This means that as long as I keep completing the skills I want to enhance, their corresponding skills can be steadily improved. If there's no limit to this, as long as I have enough determination, I will surely be able to grow rapidly. Although tigers are apex predators in the food chain, even adult Siberian tigers have opponents. Large individuals of brown bears, for instance, can be significantly larger than Siberian tigers, and while they may lack agility, they are undoubtedly formidable adversaries for tigers. Moreover, I am still just a cub. After giving birth, tiger mom will definitely need to go out hunting for nutrition, otherwise, the two of us won't have milk to drink. Although as an adult tiger, tiger mom is certainly the ruler of the surrounding area, her scent will instinctively make most creatures avoid her. But what if? What if some daring creature tries to sneak in and eat me while tiger mom is out hunting? This is not Sung being overly anxious, it's a real concern that needs to be addressed. After all, if I remember correctly, the survival rate for tiger cubs to grow up successfully is around 30 to 50%, and for Siberian tigers, it's the lowest among them, only 30%. Of those, many are eaten by other creatures while tiger mom is out hunting. So, in order to survive, Sung decided he had to make good use of the system to quickly become stronger, lest he end up as just another cold statistic of those outside the survival rate. Moreover, looking back now, the tiger cub that was born just before him spent much less time nursing from tiger mom than he did. While nursing, Sang also encountered other tiger cubs nearby, and he could clearly feel that their frames were considerably larger than his. No wonder he felt so weak. It turned out all the nutrition was being drained by those guys next door. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little fearful. He had exhausted himself just to crawl up to tiger mom for milk, and if he had been even a little farther away, he would never have been able to get it. He had seen a documentary before that said some particularly proud tiger moms let their cubs crawl to them to nurse after giving birth, instead of picking them up to feed them. This was to test whether the cubs were healthy. If they were too weak to manage even a little distance in their crawl skill, the tiger mom would abandon such a sickly one. Such cubs, even with careful care, could still perish. It was better to discard them before any bond was formed, to avoid wasting milk. The weak do not deserve to survive. It's cruel, but it's also a survival wisdom carved deep within their genes, accumulated over countless years of tiger evolution. Otherwise, a weak cub dragging down the tiger mom could very likely lead to even healthy cubs failing to survive. Since that's the case, I'll work hard and utilize the system to become strong. Otherwise, if tiger mom sees me still so weak, looking like I could drop dead any moment, she might just think about abandoning me. With this thought in mind, Sung made up his mind. Even though he had just finished nursing and felt warm and sleepy, he forced himself to continue crawling on the ground. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill, skill EXP +1, 3100. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill, skill EXP +1, 4100. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill, skill EXP +1, 5100. He didn't know how long had passed, but Sung felt utterly exhausted, while the system displayed that his crawl skill EXP had also accumulated to 5. At this point, he could clearly feel that his crawl skill was no longer as shaky. Although he was still dragging his belly along the ground slowly, he was moving a bit faster than when he first started. However, such a workout had depleted even the stamina he had regained from nursing. Though it was only a short distance of 4 meters, it was already a significant amount of exercise for a newborn little bro. Fortunately, when he felt his strength was about to give out, he crawled toward tiger mom, and the natural keen sense of smell of the tiger cub allowed him to achieve this effortlessly even without the vision skill. Without thinking, he bit down on a nipple and began to suck vigorously. Having already had a suckle skill experience, he no longer had any resistance and comfortably engaged in the suckle skill. Watching Sung, who was noticeably smaller than the other cub, manage the suckle skill for the second time so quickly, tiger mom felt some confusion but was also relieved. It seems this little guy, looking so skinny and likely to face extinction, possesses a strong survival instinct. Perhaps he can be saved. As a first-time mother, tiger mom had made up her mind that as long as this little one didn't lose the desire to live, she would do her utmost to keep him alive. At worst, she would just have to hunt a few more times and stock up on milk. After all, she is at the top of the food chain in this forest, the undisputed queen. The young tiger mom has her own pride. With only 2 cubs in her first litter, she is confident she can support them all. Ding! Suckle skill 100 milliliters, suckle skill EXP +1, 3100. At that moment, the system notification tone echoed in Sung's mind, making him nod in realization. He had been thinking about how to increase the suckle skill. It now seems that it was about increasing the volume of food. When he first used the suckle skill, he was so hungry he was almost desperate, but after drinking 100 milliliters, he was already full. On this second use of the suckle skill, the system notification indicated he had consumed 100 milliliters, but he wasn't completely full yet and could still suck a bit more. How long has it been? It must not just be a normal increase in appetite, but an enhancement brought by the system. Thinking of this, he felt even more satisfied. The larger the appetite, the more energy he can store, and the faster he grows. This truly counts as a useful skill. When he can eat meat later, he will be able to eat even more. But Sung is confident that by then, all his skills will have improved to far exceed that of ordinary tigers, and he won't have to worry about food. He is sure he will grow into a tiger king unparalleled in history. Chapter 3 Defecate Skill. Is farting like shooting an arrow, and does it thunder? Ding! Digest Skill 100G Food, Digest Skill EXP plus 1. 100. After the second suckle skill ended, another new system notification tone echoed in Song's mind. If digest skill is also a skill, will I be able to digest food faster in the future? Not bad, not bad. Once I strengthen this skill, I can eat and digest food, and my growth speed will surely be astonishing. Another new skill discovery left Song pleasantly surprised, nodding in satisfaction. However, right after he finished eating and drinking, as Song was getting ready to farm skill EXP for the crawl skill, he suddenly felt an urge coming from his lower body. He thought defecate skill about it. This was a normal physiological reaction, and he wouldn't feel embarrassed. However, when he crawled to the side and started to exert himself, he found he just couldn't get it out. This made him a bit anxious. What's going on? Could it be that I developed incompletely in Tiger Mom's belly, and my anus isn't open? Song thought, wanting to cry but having no tears. But just as he was feeling troubled, a tender ah came from not far away. It was that little bro who was born earlier than him. Then, Song noticed through his perception of light and sound that Tiger Mom, who had been resting at the side, was getting up and walking towards that little bro. Immediately, Song heard a sound of licking, little bro's comfortable whimpers, and a barely discernible rustling sound. Wait, is Tiger Mom assisting little bro with his bowel movement? I remember, many animal infants can't defecate on their own for the first month or two and need their mother's help. This commotion made Sung suddenly have an epiphany. This was actually knowledge he had seen in videos in his previous life. Now there's an example, and he recalled it right away. Thinking this, Sang began to use his baby roar skill. On the other side, Tiger Mom, who had just assisted a little bro with his bowel movement, quickly came to Song's side. Immediately, Sang felt a lightness in his body, feeling incredibly relieved. Ding! Defecate skill once, defecate skill EXP plus 100. Ding! Urinate skill once, urinate skill EXP plus 100. At that moment, a notification sound from the system rang out, causing Song to involuntarily twitch the corner of his mouth. Suckle skill can be considered a skill, but does defecate skill and urinate skill count as skills too? What good will practicing these two skills do? Defecate skill is like shooting an arrow, and farting sounds like thunder? Song couldn't help but grumble inwardly. However, after a while, he felt that perhaps there really is some usefulness to this. After all, he couldn't even defecate on his own right now, and without external intervention, it would likely take at least a month or two. And if this could be considered a skill, it would mean that it could be trained. As his frequency of defecation increased, he should be able to master the ability to do it independently faster. Though being a little bro, it's only natural for Tiger Mom to help him with this, but if it could relieve Tiger Mom of some trouble and make him feel less embarrassed, that would also be good. Shaking his head, no longer entangled in this issue, Sung finished his milk, defecated, and urinated, achieving his best state, and once again started crawling. The more effort he puts in now, the stronger he will become in the future. With the system at his side, every bit of effort he makes will not be wasted, but faithfully converted into his own strength. Innately, he was already quite different from the others born at the same time. He wasn't sure if little bro or the sister's little bro was bigger, but his size had fallen short significantly. In that case, then the early bird catches the worm. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill skill EXP plus 1, 6 100. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP plus 1, 7 100. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP plus 1, 8 100. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Sang began to hear successive notification sounds from the system in his mind. With every skill EXP achieved, Sang felt his crawl skill stabilize a bit, and his limbs seemed to have gained a bit more strength. This made him even more excited. Training not only hones the body but is also a test of the spirit. High-intensity workouts reaching the fatigue stage make every movement feel like torment. Therefore, if a person with a weak will reach this phase, there would be a voice in their heart tempting them to stop and rest. Sang was enduring this torment and test now, his body trembling, breathing rapidly, muscles sore. However, the feedback from the system did not let him crumble under such difficulties, rather, it transformed the pain into an exhilarating stimulant for his spirit, urging him to push forward. Roar! But just as he was immersed in exercising, a low growl came from behind, startling him. Then, a warm breath wafted from the back of his neck, and he felt a gentle yet overwhelming force securely restraining his neck. In the next moment, a wave of weakness washed over him. He instinctively curled his limbs and little tail, feeling as if he had lost all sensation, and then his whole body was lifted off the ground. Whoosh! After a refreshing breeze brushed by, Sang regained his senses and felt himself land safely. When he moved slightly, Sang noticed the short-haired little body beside him, and through his still-closed eyelids, he could see a massive figure lying down. Did I climb too vigorously just now and went a bit too far, so Tiger Mom brought me back? Sang thought as he recalled a series of sensations from just now. He had no choice. He still didn't have vision skill, so his way of perceiving the world relied mainly on hearing, combined with the light that penetrated through his unopened eyes, allowing him to perceive the surroundings vaguely. However, upon looking at the system, he saw that the skill EXP for crawl skill had already reached 10 100, and he nodded in satisfaction. During his first use of crawl skill after birth, he only managed to crawl 2 meters before exhausting his energy. For the second use of crawl skill, he crawled 3 meters and had his second meal. Now, for his third use of crawl skill, he crawled a full 5 meters. Without a doubt, this noticeable progress was a change brought about by the system. At this rate, I can crawl 10 meters on the first day, and within a week or even sooner, I can max out the skill EXP for crawl skill to 100. I just wonder what will happen after I max it out. Will I be able to walk immediately? Sang thought with some anticipation. But feeling his weary body and extreme drowsiness, Sang decided not to continue exercising. He was still quite weak and his stamina was very limited. Moreover, he could sense that the light outside the cave was dimming, likely indicating that it would soon be dark. Little bro still needed to look like little bro. It was time to sleep well once it got dark. With this thought in mind, Sang moved closer to Tiger Mom, skillfully picked up the nipple, and started sucking vigorously. Before sleeping, he should fill his belly first. Chapter 4, Tiger Mom is hungry. Ding! Rest skill 12H, rest skill EXP plus 4, 100. The next day, as soon as Sang woke up, he heard the system's notification sound in his mind. With the previous examples of defecate skill and urinate skill being counted as skills, he wasn't surprised that sleeping was also considered a skill. Every 3 hours counts as a layer of skill EXP. The rest skill's ability to gain skill EXP should be about the same as the suckle skill, but I wonder what effects it will have when improved. Is the quality of the rest skill even higher? Sang calculated for a moment and then habitually thought about what new skills could be used for. Gurgle. However, at that moment, a noticeable gurgling sound came from his stomach, reminding him that he was hungry again. This was quite normal. Not only was he currently in the stage of growth as a little bro, but even in his past life as a human, sleeping for 12 hours would leave him feeling just as hungry. So, without a second thought, he approached Tiger Mom and took the nipple in his mouth to suck eagerly. Ding! Suckle skill 100 milliliters, suckle skill EXP plus 1, 100. Because just before going to sleep last night, he had another drink of milk, Sang's suckle skill had now reached 100. At this point, a nearby sibling little bro sister seemed to be awakened by the sound of Sang drinking milk, grunting as they got up and hurried over to suck earnestly as well. Song, after drinking 400 milliliters, didn't stop and continued to suck. After several rounds of using the suckle skill, his maximum capacity was increasing. Although the increase wasn't very pronounced, he was drinking more each time, and now, after accumulating 400 milliliters, he drank almost another 50 milliliters before finally stopping. After having his fill, Sang began to practice self-discipline. The morning is crucial for the day. He needed to make the most of every minute during the early stages of growth to become stronger. Otherwise, with his weak little body being significantly smaller than his little bro sister siblings at birth, Tiger Mom might someday think she can't support him and abandon him. Right now, he is just a little bro. Without the protection of Tiger Mom, he would certainly die. So, he must be disciplined. He must train. Only by becoming strong can he live securely in the dangerous jungle. With these thoughts, Sang felt full of motivation and continued to practice the crawl skill. After a night of rest, combined with the previous progress of his crawl skill reaching 10-100, he found himself crawling with more strength and stability. At this time, the brother cub beside him was already full, but because it had just been born a day ago and was still far from being able to open its eyes, it couldn't perceive what Sang was doing. The newly born little bro doesn't think about the significance of the changes in sounds, smells, and light around it. So, it just gets enough to eat and then falls asleep right where it is. Tigers have a high demand for rest, with adult tigers sleeping or dozing for 14 to 16 hours a day, while little bro has an even greater demand for rest, sleeping up to 20 hours a day. Oof. So, seeing Sang finish drinking and then crawl around, Tiger Mom felt a bit puzzled. This little cub is being a bit too active. However, it's a good sign that the tiger baby can move. When Sang was just born yesterday, Tiger Mom was worried that he might not survive because he was clearly smaller than the first cub. Now looking at him, since he can eat and crawl, there shouldn't be any problem. As long as he doesn't crawl out of the cave, Tiger Mom won't interfere. Last night, it was because Sang got too excited crawling and didn't pay attention to where he was going. He had crawled all the way to the mouth of the cave, which was why Tiger Mom had to carry him back. Gurgle. At this moment, a gurgling sound came from Tiger Mom's belly, making Sang look back curiously. However, with his eyes still closed, he could only see a bit of light filtering through in a red and white color, unable to make out the situation. But the gurgling from Tiger Mom's belly made him feel a bit worried. Is Tiger Mom hungry? That makes sense. Although giving birth for tigers isn't as difficult as for humans, they can't hunt for 3 days before giving birth. It's been 4 or 5 days since she last ate. If I remember correctly, wild tigers usually eat once a week, but their hunting success rate is only 30 to 50%. They can't wait until they're starving to try and hunt. If Tiger Mom doesn't go hunting now, she will miss the prime state of her physical strength. If she fails twice, she will completely lose the chance of successful hunting. Sang thought with concern. There is no doubt that Tiger Mom needs to eat now. If she doesn't eat, the three of them will starve together. But right now, having just been born for a day, he hasn't even opened his eyes yet and doesn't have any ability to protect himself. If any predator with a slightly larger size invades the tiger den, he will undoubtedly die. And in the wild, there are too many such animals. Foxes, wild wolves, bobcats, leopards, wild boars. These carnivores or omnivores can only whimper and flee in the face of an adult tiger, yet they can easily kill their own kind, like this little bro. Moreover, these animals all have the same reason for killing tiger cubs. Although tigers generally do not prey on carnivores, the mere existence of tigers represents a predation on the resources of a given area. Compared to other carnivores, tigers are larger and require more nutrients. If a tiger occupies an area, the available food for other carnivores is noticeably reduced. Thus, the consensus among these carnivores is to eliminate tiger cubs in their cradles. Thinking about this, Sang begins to feel scared. As soon as Tiger Mom leaves the den to hunt, little bro becomes vulnerable. Any medium-sized carnivore that wanders in could pose a deadly threat. But he can't stop Tiger Mom from hunting, or else she would grow hungrier and weaker, and all three of them would die. Besides, how could he possibly stop Tiger Mom from hunting right now? With countless thoughts rushing through his mind, Sang glimpses Tiger Mom's massive body rising. Sure enough, Tiger Mom is going to hunt. But then, Song was taken aback. Tiger Mom didn't walk towards the cave entrance where the light was coming from. Listening to her barely audible footsteps, she actually walked deeper into the cave. After a few steps, Tiger Mom came to a stop, and then Song heard the sound of splashing water. It turns out she is just drinking water. Song breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he didn't completely relax. Though Tiger Mom is drinking water now, it doesn't mean she won't go hunting. Hunger will accumulate over time, and eventually, Tiger Mom will have to hunt, the only difference being whether she goes today or tomorrow. But right after that, Sang felt a sense of unease. Splash! There was a violent splash of water, followed by the sound of flowing water trickling down, hitting the stone floor of the cave. After a few seconds, a strong smell of blood wafted in, and Song was completely stunned. Chapter 5: The Clever Tiger Mom. Turtle, this is way too clever. Is Tiger Mom becoming a genius? With such commotion, how could Song not know what exactly happened? Clearly, this Tiger Mom meticulously chose the cave to give birth to her cubs, which not only has a suitable temperature and good ventilation, but there is also a pond deep inside it. And Tiger Mom has just pulled a carcass of prey out of the pond. The strong smell of blood is emanating from the carcass. Without a doubt, this is the preparation Tiger Mom is making before giving birth. She knows she won't be able to hunt for a while, and even if she gives birth and regains her strength, the still helpless little bro cannot ease her worries. So, before giving birth, Tiger Mom not only caught prey to sustain herself during the birthing period, but also specifically went hunting again to store uneaten prey in the pond within the cave. Song can roughly judge that it should be around May or June based on the temperature. Although it's not yet hot, fresh meat cannot last a week without spoiling when exposed to the air. By submerging the carcass in the pond, the cold water isolates it from heat and air, greatly extending the preservation time of the prey. Even if this causes the surface of the meat to turn pale and stiff, it is definitely better than letting it rot. With such a smart mom, my growth should go much smoother. Thinking of this, Sang felt a sense of relief. At this stage, he is still very weak. His survival depends entirely on Tiger Mom. But since Tiger Mom is so intelligent, there is really nothing to worry about. Knowing that after giving birth, caring for the cubs will be difficult to do alone, so hunting extra in advance to store food for emergencies is a kind of intelligence that is rare among animals. And Tiger Mom's actions directly extend the time before she leaves the cave for her first hunt after the birth of her cubs by about a week. Calculating like this, by then my crawl skill will definitely be able to max out the skill EXP, and I might even have my eyes open. Not that I'll be able to protect myself, but at least I'll be able to sense danger earlier, allowing me to use my baby roar skill to call Tiger Mom back from nearby hunts. Tiger Mom's smart arrangements made Song rethink his plan. By the way, my safety now depends on whether Tiger Mom can come to my rescue in time. Since that's the case, I need to practice my baby roar skill to ask for help. Following this line of thought, an inspiration flashed through Song's mind. And the more he thought about it, the more sensible it seemed. Given the current incremental increase of the crawl skill experience with each layer of the skill, it seems that maxing out this skill would mean I can barely use the crawl skill without having to crawl on the ground. In this case, during Tiger Mom's first hunting expedition out of the cave, if any predators come to threaten their lives, I wouldn't even be able to escape, let alone resist. Therefore, being able to summon Tiger Mom's assistance with the baby roar skill is naturally a top priority. The louder and more penetrating the baby roar skill is, the more likely it is that nearby hunting Tiger Moms will hear it, and the chances of being rescued will increase. If my baby roar skill only makes the sound of a meowing kitten, I might as well wait to die. Thinking this, Song opened his delicate little mouth and allowed his soft throat to produce a sound. However, after 2 seconds, no familiar alert sound from the system came to his mind. Could it be that the sound was too quiet? Song wondered doubtfully. Then he mustered all his strength, opened his mouth wide, and tried hard to make the loudest sound possible. Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP plus 1. 100. Finally, just as Song was about to run out of breath, the alert sound from the system finally arrived. Cough cough. Baby roar skill? Although my baby roar skill doesn't have the majesty of a king of beasts, was it really necessary to give it such a shameful name like baby roar skill? This ridiculous skill name almost gave Song a backache, and he couldn't help but complain internally. However, he now understood that compared to skills like crawl skill with 1 meter, suckle skill with 100 milliliters, and sleeping for 3 hours, the baby roar skill is clearly much easier to gain skill EXP. Therefore, the system likely made it so that I couldn't easily level up the skill EXP for the baby roar skill, which is why the conditions for leveling it up became more challenging. Otherwise, if simply howling the baby roar skill counted, I could max out the skill EXP for the baby roar skill in just 2.5 minutes. Thinking back to yesterday, I realized that I used my baby roar skill quite a few times, yet I didn't trigger the system's notification sound. Clearly, the volume wasn't enough. But even if I put in all my might to meet the criteria, the difficulty of the baby roar skill in gaining skill EXP is much lower than that of other skills. Song swallowed hard, preparing to rest for a moment before letting out another roar. If he didn't take a break, he felt that using his baby roar skill with all his strength could damage his throat, which would be a loss. But just then, he suddenly felt a huge figure approaching through the light filtering through his heavy eyelids. Song was already accustomed to this. It was Tiger Mom. But the next moment, it was the enormous head of Tiger Mom. After a night of digest skill, all the nutrients from the milk he drank yesterday had been absorbed, leaving only impurities, which were expelled with Tiger Mom's help. Ding! Defecate skill once, defecate skill, skill EXP +1 to 100. Ding! Urinate skill once, urinate skill EXP +1 to 100. The system's notification sound arrived just as expected, making Song feel quite embarrassed. It seems that my recent baby roar skill made Tiger Mom think I needed help with urgent matters and came to assist. With this thought, Sang felt both embarrassed and touched. In his past life, he was an orphan without family, so he never experienced what motherly love was. And although animals cannot speak, their expressions of emotion are more direct, and this meticulous motherly love made Song feel warm inside. When I grow up, when Tiger Mom gets old and can't hunt anymore, I will definitely provide her with prey all the time. Song thought with determination. For animals, prey is the best reward. With this in mind, after resolving the expulsion issue, Song continued to practice self-discipline. Since Tiger Mom didn't need to hunt for the time being, he could train his body with peace of mind. Set a small goal, max out the skill EXP of crawl skill to 100 within 5 days. Thus, Song stopped wasting time and started to work hard on his crawl skill. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP +1, 11,100. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP +1, 12,100. Listening to the repeated notification sounds in his mind and feeling his body grow stronger little by little, Song had to push himself even more with crawl skill. Chapter 6 Skill Evolution of Skill Evolution. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP +1, 99,100. Ding! Crawl skill 1M, crawl skill EXP +1, 100. Ding! Congratulations host, the crawl skill EXP has reached its maximum value, and this skill evolution is crawl skill. Hoo-hoo, finally maxed out the skill EXP. Is this what skill evolution is? Song was panting, feeling a surge of power rising from within, making his weak limbs stronger, and a sense of exhilaration swept over him. Today marks the 5th day since birth, and despite his constant effort, he managed to max out the crawl skill EXP in just 5 days. This isn't actually hard to achieve. After all, the enhancement mechanism of the system does not require skill EXP to be filled completely in order to strengthen it once. Instead, each time he achieved a prompt from the system, there would be a slight increase. Therefore, on the first day he could only crawl skill for 10 meters, on the second day, Song could crawl skill for 15 meters, and on the third day, he could crawl skill for 20 meters. As a result, today is the 5th day since birth, and he has finally maxed out the crawl skill EXP. Indeed, there will be a skill evolution. Although I'm still just a cub, the strength in my limbs now allows me to keep my belly off the ground and truly achieve the crawl skill with all fours. After resting for a moment, Sang got up again and for the first time stood up to crawl skill. Although he was still a bit shaky, for a little bro at this stage, it was already quite an achievement. After all, a typical little bro would take nearly a month to crawl skill with all fours, while he achieved it in less than a week. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom watched as this energetic baby stood up and walked, a proud smile blooming on her beautiful face. She couldn't remember how long it took her to walk when she was young, but the bigger baby beside her still couldn't walk, and instead, the little one who looked frail at birth learned to walk first, which delighted Tiger Mom. Sure enough, her own baby would definitely not be inferior. She must have been able to walk this early too. With this thought, Tiger Mom couldn't help but use her large paw to give a playful nudge to the bigger tiger baby beside her. Oof! The larger tiger cub woke up from its sleep, murmuring in confusion, wiggled its bottom, and curled up to go back to sleep. Looking at this inactive tiger cub, Tiger Mom felt a bit frustrated. If this little one were as active as Song, it would have surely learned to walk much sooner. It's not like there isn't enough milk to feed the little bros. However, thinking about this, Tiger Mom couldn't help but glance at the waterhole. The food she prepared, which was sufficient for herself for half a month, now only lasted 5 days, and after eating it all, she was already feeling a bit hungry. It seems like the 2 tiger cubs eat a lot, so she needs to head out hunting earlier. Nevertheless, she wasn't overly worried after all. She is the queen of this forest, and now that her body has fully recovered post-labor, hunting should be a piece of cake. She planned to go out hunting tonight when it gets dark. Although tigers are not completely nocturnal, they have excellent night vision. Based on her past experiences, Tiger Mom concluded that the success rate of hunting at night would be higher. Meanwhile, Song was feeling quite puzzled. Why haven't I heard the system's notification even after crawling several meters? Is the system broken? Song wondered. Even though he didn't have a ruler and hadn't opened his eyes, making it hard to accurately gauge the distance, the intervals of the system's notifications allowed him to roughly sense how far he had crawled. After his crawl skill reached the evolution level, he felt like he had crawled about 7 to 8 meters, yet he still hadn't heard the system's notification? With doubts in mind, Song continued to use his crawl skill. After maxing out his crawl skill EXP and evolving the skill, his limbs felt much stronger. Previously, crawling a distance of 10 meters took about 2.5 hours, which was roughly a third of his daily exercise. Now, that same distance only took about 10 minutes, a significant improvement. Ding! Crawl skill 10M, crawl skill EXP plus 100. At this moment, a system notification finally arrived, lifting Song's spirits. I see. Crawling just 1 meter is too easy now. If the experience bar is still this length, I'll max out this advanced skill in no time. So now, to gain 1 point of skill EXP in crawl skill, I need to crawl 10 meters. To max it out, I'll need 1,000 meters. For me at this moment, it's not too easy, but not too difficult either. Song nodded, analyzing the situation. Even though the experience bar has lengthened, Song was not discouraged in the least. The evolution of the crawl skill indicates that my potential for growth goes far beyond this. As long as I put in enough effort, I can grow stronger. If after maxing out the crawl skill SEXP, I find nothing left, that would really tick me off. Right now, everything is going according to my wishes. Maxing out the skill EXP for crawl skill and evolving it has made my limbs stronger. I wonder what kind of evolution other skills would have once their EXP is maxed out. Then, while maintaining the crawl skill and grinding its EXP, Song dreamily envisioned the skill evolution of other skills. The suckle skill has now reached an EXP of 7100. Since daily exercise has been increasing, so has his appetite. With 8 servings of milk a day, he was close to maxing it out. However, Sang felt that maxing out this skill would only lead to a significant increase in appetite, but wouldn't allow him to eat solid food. The EXP for the digest skill aligns with the suckle skill because you need to digest what you eat. As for this skill's evolution, it could significantly enhance the digest skill, allowing energy conversion to happen faster. The defecate skill and urinate skill are lagging slightly behind, only at 5100. After all, even if Song wanted to defecate 100 times daily, he would need something to process first. Song is most looking forward to the evolution of these 2 skills. He has a feeling that after their evolution, he will be able to excrete voluntarily. This way, I won't have to rely on Tiger Mom to help me with my business as often. Although I've long since gotten used to it and feel no shame, it's still good to ease Tiger Mom's workload a bit. Additionally, following the crawl skill, the skill that is closest to skill evolution is the baby roar skill, which has now reached 9100. Before nightfall today, I should be able to max out my skill EXP. It's estimated that after this skill evolves, my voice will sound much clearer. With that thought in mind, Song opened his mouth wide, ready to continue grinding for baby roar skill EXP. But just then, he suddenly felt his eyelids twitch, and a blinding light seep through a gap in his eyelids. Noticing this change, Song was first taken aback, then filled with ecstatic joy, and made an effort to open his eyelids. Oh whoa! Then, he unleashed another baby roar skill with all his might. Hearing the commotion, Tiger Mom quickly trotted over, lowered her head, and began to lick Song's rear. This little rascal has a habit of using the defecate skill quite often. However, before Tiger Mom could lick his rear, Song turned around to face her and lifted his little head. Through the gap in his eyelids, he could vaguely see a hint of orange and white on Tiger Mom. Seeing this, Tiger Mom was initially stunned, then upon noticing the glistening moisture peeking through the slit of Song's eyelids. The little one is about to use the vision skill. This thought flashed through Tiger Mom's mind, and connecting it with Song's strange behavior, she lowered her big head, extended her long tongue, and gently licked Song's little face. As Tiger Mom licked, the layer of sticky, half-dried and half-moist gel between Song's eyelids loosened, and Song instantly felt a bright light before him. Chapter 7-1 Vision Skill. I've finally opened my eyes. That was Song's first thought. As the gel between his eyelids was licked away, Song opened his damp, dark eyes. In the next moment, a strong and elegant tiger, adorned with a striking coat of black, orange, and white, appeared before Song. Having been mentally prepared, Song wasn't afraid of the tiger before him. Instead, he felt a strong attachment and couldn't help but get closer. Of course, it was Tiger Mom. Tiger Mom looks even more beautiful than Song imagined. Her fur is brilliantly colored, showcasing her excellent health. Her fur is relatively short and close to her body, highlighting the prominent muscles underneath. While not overly robust, they have clear lines and a strong sense of power. As Song observed Tiger Mom's appearance, Tiger Mom was also looking at Song. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Little bro looks adorable with his eyes closed, but the eyes are the windows to the soul. When he opens them and reveals those glistening, moist eyes, Tiger Mom is extremely happy. This is her child, who appeared weak at birth, but now is being raised in very good health. Thinking of this, Tiger Mom couldn't help but turn her head to look at the other little bro still sound asleep. Then, she leaned closer to that little bro, disregarding that he was still asleep, and began to lick his face with her big tongue. Phoo phew. Awoken by Tiger Mom's licking, little bro groaned sleepily, completely unaware of what was happening. However, when Tiger Mom saw that this little bro had been licked for quite a while and still didn't have the vision skill, she decided to stop bothering him. Sigh. He was definitely stronger at birth. Why hasn't he developed the vision skill yet? Tiger Mom lay on the ground, gazing at little bro with worry. Meanwhile, Sang opened his eyes and first surveyed the environment around him. However, it was then he realized that something was off with his vision. What is going on? Why am I nearsighted right after being born? Sang thought with great concern. At this moment, he could only see clearly about 3 meters in front of him. Beyond that, everything became very blurry. After contemplating without finding any answers, Sang could only suppress his worries and look at Tiger Mom not far away, as well as the little bro who was born alongside him. Regardless of birth order or size, I should be the younger brother, but since I'm the first to develop the vision skill, who is the older brother is up to me now. Glancing at the little bro who had fallen asleep again, Sang thought mischievously. However, the other one's body is indeed much larger than his. Looking at himself, he realized he is only about half that size. After training for 5 days, I evolved my crawl skill to its final state, which is why I'm in this condition. If we think back to 5 days ago when we were just born, the difference in size between the two of us was even greater. It must be this guy sucking all the nutrients in Tiger Mom's belly, that's why I'm so small. Sang muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Sang felt even more urgency. Being born with disadvantages means I have to work even harder afterward. Right now, little bro doesn't even have the vision skill and has no awareness of training himself. This is the perfect opportunity for me to surpass him. That's right. Song has already started to see the other as his little brother. Who's to blame? His IQ is lower than mine and he got the vision skill later. After feeling a moment of envy and jealousy, Sang stood up again and vigorously practiced his crawl skill. If I want to get stronger, I need to work hard to earn skill EXP for my skills. As the older brother, I should definitely be stronger than my little brother. Ding! Crawl skill 10M, crawl skill, skill EXP +1, 5/100. As the sky darkened, Song, panting, finally stopped his actions. In less than half a day, apart from eating, drinking, and other necessities, he dedicated all his time to earning skill EXP for his crawl skill. During this time, whenever his throat felt rested, he would also wholeheartedly use his baby roar skill to earn skill EXP for that skill. In just a short while, his crawl skill had earned 5 levels of skill EXP, and his baby roar skill was close to 98 levels. He would soon see a skill evolution. However, now his stamina was running low, his throat felt a bit hoarse, and since it was already dark, it was time to sleep. Thinking of this, Song moved close to Tiger Mom and skillfully grasped onto the nipple to suckle. Meanwhile, little bro, being very imitative, came over to the sound of Song smacking his lips and also began to use his suckle skill. Ding! Suckle skill 100 milliliters, suckle skill EXP +1, 82/100. When Song's belly was filled out, he heard a notification sound from the system in his mind. Now, the amount he could consume was significantly higher than when he was newly born, able to drink over 200 milliliters of milk at once, hence earning skill EXP for this skill was much faster. But looking at little bro beside him, Sang felt a bit defeated. This big guy has a larger body and a bigger appetite than I do. I hope that after I evolve my suckle skill, I can have a larger appetite than little bro, or else I'll never catch up in size. Watching this scene, Song thought expectantly. Ding! Vision skill 3H, vision skill EXP +1, 1/100. Just then, another notification from the system echoed in Song's mind. So that's how it is. Little bro's vision right after the vision skill wasn't fully developed. It improves over time, gaining about 3 hours of skill express on the same level, which is similar to the enhancement rate of sleep skills. Hearing this, Song analyzed thoughtfully. He felt that his vision had improved slightly. He could see clearly up to about 4 meters, but anything beyond that was gradually getting blurry. At that moment, the larger little bro finally stopped sucking, comfortably curling up again, preparing to fall asleep. In fact, the duration of little bro's rest skill is just what a newborn little bro should have. Generally, at this stage, a little bro can spend nearly 20 hours a day sleeping. Someone like Song, who divides his time equally between sleeping and being active, is quite a rare case. Wow! Just as Song was pondering, Tiger Mom suddenly stood up beside him. Then, it bent down, lowered its head, and assisted little bro with its needs. Afterward, it moved behind Song and performed the same action. Ding! Defecate skill once, defecate skill EXP +1, 56/100. Ding! Urinate skill once, urinate skill EXP +1, 56/100. Immediately, 2 notifications from the system rang in Song's mind. Wait a minute. I didn't call, and little bro didn't either. Why is Tiger Mom proactively helping us with this? What seemed like a normal action became suspicious at this unusual moment, making Song furrow his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Roar! Song saw Tiger Mom circle in front of him, gently letting out a low growl, as if warning him about something. Then, Tiger Mom stood tall, exuding a fierce aura, looking towards the cave entrance. Seeing this, Song instantly understood. Tiger Mom is going out to hunt. Chapter 8, Tiger Mom's Hunt, the First Crisis. Ah! Watching Tiger Mom walk step by step towards the cave entrance, Song instinctively took a couple of steps forward and shouted with the baby roar skill. Hearing the noise, Tiger Mom turned around, her sharp gaze softened for a few seconds before she sprinted away without looking back. Seeing this, Song could only stop in his tracks. His appetite had been increasing with the enhancement of the suckle skill, and the daily exercise he did far exceeded that of a typical little bro, leading him to consume more energy and thus needing more milk every day. As for little bro, with its surprisingly large size, it can eat and sleep, likely consuming an amount equivalent to his own. So, although there are only two little brothers, both brothers are big eaters, and their consumption is truly frightening. Even if Tiger Mom prepared a prey in advance for emergencies, by the time the brothers were 5 days old, the stored energy was nearly depleted. Thinking about this, Sang recalled the last instance of using the suckle skill. Tiger Mom's abdomen was already quite flat, and when he was full, he couldn't draw any more milk. Clearly, to ensure the healthy growth of the brothers, Tiger Mom must go out hunting tonight. That means I can't sleep tonight, at least not until Tiger Mom returns. Otherwise, if something dangerous happens, I would definitely perish in my sleep. Faced with this unexpected situation, Sang could only make temporary plans. He also didn't dare to refresh any skills for skill EXP. With Tiger Mom not around, his previously full strength from drinking milk was now his only means of self-protection. Thinking like this, Sang nestled up next to little bro, leaning against it. Though it should be around May or June, Tiger Mom is likely a Siberian tiger, situated at a higher latitude, so the temperature difference between day and night is quite significant, making it a little chilly at night. Thus, snuggling against little bro would help keep warm. Woo! Noticing Sang lean over, little bro squeaked twice, then fell soundly asleep again. Not knowing anything is so comfortable, and there's no need to be anxious. Looking at little bro, who was utterly oblivious to the potential danger of Tiger Mom leaving, Sang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then, he quietly gazed outside the cave, letting his thoughts wander. After being disciplined all day, Sang's body was quite weary, but he couldn't expend any energy and couldn't close his eyes to sleep. It was not an easy task. Simply daydreaming, Sang was sure he would unintentionally fall asleep. However, every little breeze or movement outside the cave would suddenly wake the increasingly heavy-eyed Sang. Ding! Vision Skill 3H, Vision Skill Skill EXP +1, to 100. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed, and the skill EXP for the vision skill has advanced a level. I wonder how long Tiger Mom will take to hunt. What kind of prey will she find? I hope she can catch something larger so that her next hunt can be delayed a bit longer. By then, I should be able to max out the skill EXP for the crawl skill to reach skill evolution, which should grant me the ability to run, significantly improving my self-defense capabilities. Sang was wrestling with various thoughts in his mind, battling against his physiological exhaustion. However, now that the skill EXP for the vision skill has increased by a level, his eyesight had improved a bit, allowing him to clearly see a distance of 5 meters, making the situation at the cave entrance visible. Additionally, he could basically see clearly into the depths of the cave. His guesses before opening his eyes were not far off. There was a small pool of water in the depths of the cave, not very large, just a few square meters in size. But it's enough to provide daily drinking water for Tiger Mom and to store excess prey underwater. Ding! Vision Skill 3H, Vision Skill EXP +1, 3100. After another round of pointless thoughts, the system notification sound rang again, prompting Sang to furrow his brow. Tiger Mom has been out hunting for 6 hours. Although he didn't know how long a tiger takes to hunt, Sang felt that after 6 hours, she should be done, right? Could it be that Tiger Mom ran into some trouble? Sang was unable to suppress his anxiety. However, thinking that the Siberian tiger is the absolute dominant species in its ecological environment, and that hardly any animals can threaten it, Sang felt somewhat reassured. If she encounters danger, Tiger Mom would surely be able to escape. Moreover, even if she really encounters danger, as long as she lets out a roar, the tiger's roar would echo through the mountains and forests, alerting all creatures within a 3-kilometer radius. To protect herself and little bro, Tiger Mom wouldn't venture too far during her hunt. Since there have been no roars, it likely means there is no danger. Sang could only comfort himself with this thought. At that moment, he truly felt how tormenting his own weakness was. Once the protective Tiger Mom is gone, I feel uneasy every day. This made him determined to work harder, be more disciplined, and become stronger as soon as possible. Next time Tiger Mom goes out hunting, I won't be so helpless. Worrying. At this moment, Song heard a rustling sound coming from outside the cave. Then, an orange figure came closer. Since Song's vision only clearly extends about 5 meters, anything beyond that starts to blur, so he couldn't clearly see what was coming. However, that iconic orange color made him breathe a sigh of relief. It must be Tiger Mom returning. So, he quickly stood up and hurriedly took a couple of steps toward the cave entrance. But just after a couple of steps, he sensed something was off. The orange figure was getting closer, but as it came nearer, Song realized it wasn't as huge as he remembered. Then, he saw that the orange figure was also trotting towards him, and when it came within his 5-meter line of sight, he was instantly shocked. Damn! It's not Tiger Mom. It's a fox. Song couldn't help but curse in his mind, his legs almost giving way as he hurriedly stepped back. The orange figure became clearer. It was a scruffy-looking fox, its eyes glowing green as it charged at him. Its orange fur mixed with black and white made Song mistake it for Tiger Mom. Ayo! While retreating, Song shouted loudly, "Baby roar skill!" Right now, all he could do was slowly tremble and use the crawl skill. He couldn't run, certainly not faster than an adult fox. The only hope now was to bet on Tiger Mom being nearby, and that his call could bring her back. A tender voice rang out. Song shouted with all his might, but he was still too young, and it probably wouldn't carry very far. But he didn't give up, continuing to shout loudly, "Baby roar skill!" Ayo! Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP +1. 99-100. Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP +1. 100-100. Ding! Congratulations, host, the baby roar skill EXP has reached its maximum value. This skill evolution is baby roar skill. Suddenly, it felt as though Song's baby roar skill broke through a thick barrier in his throat, instantly becoming piercing and remarkably clear. Chapter 9, Life and Death Crisis. Knowing the fox was behind him, Song shouted loudly with the baby roar skill, trying to call Tiger Mom back while desperately fleeing. However, he had just recently learned the crawl skill and wasn't very steady on his feet, let alone running. Consequently, after wobbling a few steps, Song fell to the ground with a thud. No way. I have to keep my distance from this guy, or I'm definitely a goner. Song, who had fallen, didn't stop. Driven by survival instincts, even while on the ground, he used his crawl skill to drag himself deeper into the cave. Whoa! But at that moment, as Song was focused on escaping, he heard a chilling yet babyish baby roar skill coming from behind. Turning his head, he realized that under the adrenaline's push, he had crawled to the edge of the water pool deep inside the cave, while little bro, who hadn't activated vision skill, was completely oblivious. By running to the edge of the water pool, he had inadvertently exposed little bro to the hungry fox. Moreover, perhaps because little bro was larger and appeared plumper, the already starving fox, with eyes glinting green, had now set its sights on little bro. It opened its short mouth and started to bite at little bro. How could little bro, who still hadn't activated vision skill, resist under the jaws of an adult fox? He could only let out terrified baby roar skills. Watching this scene, Song felt a chill overcome him, and even his baby roar skill fell silent. At this rate, little bro was going to die. Song instinctively raised a paw to step forward, but his paw hung in the air. Right now, he had no offensive capabilities, not even a complete set of teeth. Whether it was pouncing or biting, it would just feel like tickling to the fox in front of him. Even if he stepped forward, he wouldn't be able to help little bro escape danger. Instead, he would just drag himself into it. Just wait a little longer, just wait a little longer. Tiger Mom will be back. I just need to stay here. I still have a chance at survival. The fear of death left Song frozen in place, unable to move, forced to watch as little bro was bitten by the fox. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have no strength. I can't save you. I'm sorry. Song watched this painful scene, feeling guilty as he murmured in his heart. Ow! But just then, not far from the cave, a soul-stirring tiger roar echoed, invigorating Song. It was Tiger Mom. Hearing that tiger's roar, the fox, which had been gnawing at little bro, immediately shuddered, its greed-fueled eyes clearing as fear crawled into its pupils. Without a moment's thought, it quickly released its sharp teeth from Little Bro and fled toward the cave entrance. The queen of the jungle has returned. If I don't run now, I'm done for. Ow! But in the next second, a massive figure rushed into Song's view, also black, white, and orange, but far more imposing and domineering than the fox. It was Tiger Mom. At this moment, Tiger Mom's eyes were filled with rage, her previous gentleness toward Song and Little Bro completely gone, replaced by a surging brutality. Bang! Tiger Mom's paw swung heavily, accurately striking the fox that was trying to escape from the air. Woo! The fox let out a chilling whimper, then crashed hard against the cave wall. Song could see fresh red blood splattering in a radial pattern on the cave wall, like a ripe grape slamming into the wall. Immediately, the fox's mournful whimper ceased abruptly, its body slowly sliding down, leaving a trail of blood. Tiger Mom's terrifying strength killed the fox with just one paw. Seeing this scene, Song's earlier fear, guilt, and the joy of surviving all surged up within him. These emotions caused him, already exhausted from staying up for over 6 hours and in a state of complete fatigue, to suddenly black out and lose consciousness. I'm alive again. He didn't know how long had passed, but when the sun was shining brightly outside the cave, Song slowly woke up. Then, he turned his head to look at the cave wall beside him, where the dark red bloodstains indicated that yesterday's crisis was not a nightmare, but reality. Thinking of this, he quickly looked around and noticed the sleek, strong Tiger Mom lounging elegantly in the cave while licking her fur, which gave him a sense of safety. Yesterday's experience made him even more dependent on Tiger Mom. Without Tiger Mom, he would be utterly powerless in the face of any crisis, unable to do anything but fearfully use the baby roar skill. He could only watch as Little Bro was torn apart by the fox. Wait. Where's Little Bro? Could it be? Thinking of this, Song stood up and stretched his neck in search of Little Bro's figure. But after looking around, he couldn't find Little Bro, and his heart sank. Although Little Bro died at the hands of the fox, even if he had rushed to help, the outcome would have not changed at all. However, in the end, it was himself who ran deep into the cave, causing Little Bro to be exposed to the fox. If he had grown normally, he would now be just like Little Bro, unable to open his eyes or crawl quickly. He would probably be the one that died, right? Little Bro died in his place. Song felt increasingly guilty. Woo! But just then, a soft baby voice suddenly came from Tiger Mom's arm. Hearing the sound, Sang perked up and hurriedly crawled towards Tiger Mom. In his excitement, Sang stumbled and fell, but he didn't mind, quickly getting back up to crawl towards Tiger Mom again. Finally, when he reached Tiger Mom, she skillfully shifted from a prone position to lying on her side, making it easier for Song to use suckle skill. This change in movement happened just as Tiger Mom's arm exposed Little Bro. Wah! Then, Song saw Little Bro crawling up to Tiger Mom's belly, drinking milk. Little Bro, he didn't die. This dramatic scene filled Song with excitement, and he quickly moved closer to Little Bro. Song used his claws to gently scratch around Little Bro's neck, carefully examining. Finally, he found 2 symmetrical holes on either side of Little Bro's throat. They were hard to notice unless specifically looking for them. The fox didn't kill Little Bro? That shouldn't have happened. This result left Song utterly stunned. An adult fox attacking a newborn Little Bro, less than a week old, would definitely be able to kill it, if not instantly, then at least quite easily. But the result is that Little Bro not only survived but also appears to have no serious injuries. Could it be that I'm not the only special one? Little Bro is also an extraordinary Little Bro? Song wondered doubtfully. This thought arose, and he then realized that Little Bro is indeed unusual. It's way too big. Little Bro, 5 days old, is already twice the size of himself, who has the system and is extremely disciplined, almost as big as a Little Bro over a month old. Whatever, as long as Little Bro is alive. Shaking his head, Song thought with relief. If Little Bro really died, it would likely become a nightmare for the rest of my life, living forever in guilt. Feeling Song nudging him, Little Bro wiggled his butt and shifted to the other side, as if giving Song room for the suckle skill. Looking at the adorable Little Bro, Song's mouth curled up slightly. This time I hesitated out of weakness and fear, but from now on, I will work even harder to hone myself. Next time, I will definitely be able to protect little bro. Chapter 10:1. Little bro vision skill away. Huff, huff. On the 8th day after birth, and the 3rd day since encountering a fox attack, Song was panting as he practiced crawl skill. However, despite being tired, the results were quite encouraging. Ding! Crawl skill 10M, crawl skill EXP +1, 5100. In just 3 short days, he had leveled his crawl skill EXP to halfway. This was all thanks to the encounter 3 days ago, which intensified his sense of urgency to get stronger. Therefore, during these days, he has been training the most noticeable skill, crawl skill, with utmost diligence. As the skill EXP of crawl skill increased, his limbs gradually became stronger, and now when he crawls, he hardly shakes, moving steadily. Additionally, other skills that had been unlocked were also growing steadily. For instance, the suckle skill accumulated enough skill EXP yesterday for a skill evolution, though the skill name didn't change. The required volume for each level of skill EXP increased from 100 milliliters to 500 milliliters. However, that is not much of a problem, as after the skill evolution of suckle skill, Song's appetite surprisingly increased significantly, and now he can drink almost 400 milliliters of milk at once. In this way, when he levels the skill EXP of suckle skill to about 50 layers, he will be able to drink 500 milliliters of milk at once, and the increase in skill EXP won't be much slower than before. As for the digest skill, which upgrades simultaneously with the suckle skill, a skill evolution has occurred. The changes in this skill aren't as straightforward as those in the suckle skill's evolution, but Song can definitely feel that he gets hungry faster. Previously, he had to drink milk 8 times a day, but now he needs it 12 times, and it seems that the digest skill has improved the efficiency of converting energy from food. Drinking the same amount of milk now supports a greater level of activity. Song is glad that the improvement of both the suckle skill and the digest skill has boosted the skill EXP refresh rates for the defecate skill and urinate skill. After all, eating more means needing to relieve himself more. Now, Song's skill EXP for both the defecate skill and the urinate skill has reached level 80. It won't be long before they undergo skill evolution. Additionally, Song has also made progress on the baby roar skill, evolving it from baby roar skill to just baby roar. As long as his throat is well rested, he will roar at the top of his lungs with all his might. As a result, the baby roar skill EXP has also reached level 30. However, the rest skill, which has little presence, cannot be accelerated through effort. It accumulates 1 layer every 3 hours, and now there are only 32 layers. Similarly, the vision skill also accumulates 1 layer every 3 hours, and because its unlocking time was relatively late, there are only 12 layers now. However, the improvement in the vision skill is quite noticeable now. Song can clearly see within a range of 15 meters. While exercising and reflecting on today's gains, Song walks towards Tiger Mom. He has been living this way for the past few days. When he gets tired from exercising, he uses suckle skill. When he drinks his fill from suckle skill, he exercises again. Whenever he feels something, he cries out to let Tiger Mom assist with expulsion. It's a bit monotonous but feels fulfilling. Ha! Just then, he suddenly sees a shiny dark flash. Following the reflection, he spots little bro. After observing for a while, Song finally realizes what the source of the reflection is. It's the slit of little bro's eyes. Little bro's originally tightly closed eyes have 2 narrow slits, and between them, one can see its glistening eyes. Ah! Seeing this, Song called out to Tiger Mom. Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP +1. 31,100. To gain skill EXP, Sang put in his all every time he used baby roar skill, not only grabbing Tiger Mom's attention but also waking up little bro who was soundly asleep. Little bro, awakened, let out a few grumbles and wiggled his rear. When Tiger Mom heard Song's baby roar skill, she came over, ready to lick Song's backside. However, Song was ready, dodging Tiger Mom by twisting his rear, then used his paw to give little bro a playful pat on his big face. During this time, Song finally confirmed that little bro was truly unusual. The suckle skill and digest skill he had previously leveled up were no match for little bro. He could eat so much. Before obtaining vision skill, Sang could only vaguely sense that little bro could eat a lot, but after getting the vision skill, he realized that little bro was truly a glutton. Having been alive for less than 10 days, Sang estimated that little bro weighed around 5 or 6 kilograms. Meanwhile, after working so hard to eat every day, he guessed he was only about 3 kilograms. Little bro was almost catching up to Song, but in comparison, he didn't stand a chance. At that moment, Tiger Mom, following Song's movements, looked over at little bro and finally noticed that little bro was close to acquiring vision skill. Seeing this, Tiger Mom happily leaned in front of little bro, bent down, and gently licked little bro's plump little face with her long tongue. To Song, little bro's face seemed big, but to Tiger Mom, little bro's face was incredibly tiny. As Tiger Mom licked little bro's face, he let out a comfortable little hum. Before long, the sticky gel in the corners of little bro's eyes was licked away, revealing his bewildered, wet eyes, as if he had just woken up. However, he really hadn't woken up. The sudden appearance of a strange perception method caused little bro's brain to crash for a few seconds, then it gazed at Tiger Mom's whiskers, curiously wanting to catch them with its paws. However, it hasn't been very active since birth. As soon as it lifted its front paws, its half-crouched hindquarters lost stability, resulting in it collapsing awkwardly onto the ground. Looking at the adorably clumsy little bro, Tiger Mom's face softened into a human-like smile as she affectionately licked the fur on little bro's belly. 3 days ago, when she went out hunting, a fox took the opportunity to sneak attack the nest, almost leading to little bro getting into trouble, leaving the proud Tiger Mom feeling anxious. Fortunately, her little one was quite resilient and didn't face any life-threatening danger. Otherwise, she didn't know how heartbroken she would be. This also made her determined that next time she hunts, it must be quick and decisive, and in order to minimize the time spent outside, she should drag the prey back to the nest to eat, rather than indulging outside and then returning. 3 days ago, she had been lying in ambush for a long time, and after a successful hunt, she feasted on the spot, only to hear Song's terrified cries for help on the way back to the nest. However, it was precisely that hearty meal at the time that replenished her nutrition, which was necessary to sustain the terrifying consumption of Song and little bro. With the system's help, Song's growth speed already exceeded that of the ordinarily extraordinary little bro. And little bro can eat and sleep like there's no tomorrow. Together, these two make Tiger Mom feel like she's trying to nurture 8 little brothers at the same time. Although this is still Tiger Mom's first litter, she has no prior experience in raising multiple little brothers. Thinking of this, the smile on Tiger Mom's face turned into sorrow. It's only been 3 days since she last hunted and ate, and now she feels that the nutrients in her body can only nourish the 2 of them for another 2 days. The kids can't eat too much, fearing they'd starve and not grow properly. But the kids eat too well, and she worries about the family's food supply being insufficient. So worrisome. Chapter 11. Training Little Bro. Little bro has learned the vision skill, which is a small celebration, but this doesn't affect Song's continued discipline training. Ding! Crawl skill 10M, crawl skill, skill EXP +1, 51,100. With every layer of skill EXP accumulated, her body becomes a bit sturdier, making Song feel that her efforts are not in vain. Woo! When little bro opened its eyes, perhaps it was a new way of perceiving things that made it feel curious and interesting, so it was not dozing off like usual, its little head following Song as it turned this way and that. However, it had no intention of getting up. The usually lazy little bro thought it was fun watching Song crawl around, but if it were to do the same, it would surely find it exhausting. It didn't want to tire itself out, it just wanted to drink milk and sleep. At this moment, hearing little bro's meaningless hums and seeing it look at Song with enthusiasm, Song began to ponder. Little bro must be special to grow so fast, otherwise, it wouldn't have survived the fox's bites. Before, it was fine to just eat and sleep every day, but now that I've gained this vision skill, I can't be so lazy anymore. I need to get it to exercise with me, otherwise, the next time it encounters danger, it will suffer. This time, it was only because the fox's bite force was weak, and that fox was in poor condition too, that it managed to survive. If it were a more ferocious beast, the outcome would be dire. I can't just train on my own for a long while to come, my strength won't be enough to confront those adult beasts head on. So the main way to deal with danger is still to run. If I run fast, little bro will end up suffering, so I need to make sure little bro can run fast too, in order to buy time until Tiger Mom can rescue us. Sang mulled over this and felt more convinced the more it thought about it. Although it was determined to protect little bro, at least until little bro grew to a medium or large dog size, there would still be many animals in the wild that Sang couldn't handle. So, before that, the only way for Sang and little bro to deal with crises is to run away and call for help. Therefore, getting little bro to run as well is crucial to avoid repeating past mistakes. Thinking this, Sang stepped closer to little bro. Ah! Sang instinctively let out a baby roar skill, hoping to urge little bro to move. But the result was quite reasonable. Little bro couldn't understand what Sang was roaring about, and Sang didn't even know what it was expressing with its baby roar skill. Seeing this, Sang tilted its head in thought for a moment, then went around to stand behind little bro. It squatted down slightly, stretching out its front paws to push little bro's rear. Since language wasn't getting through, it would just have to rely on body language. However, little bro's weight is truly outrageous. At just 8 days old, he already weighs around 6 kilograms. For Sang now, he feels impossibly heavy and can't move him at all. Fortunately, being pushed by Sang, little bro doesn't feel too comfortable. His limbs tremble as he struggles to support his round body, managing to move a couple of steps forward. Seeing this was effective, Sang pushed forward with more force, and little bro cooperatively shuffled forward 2 more steps. However, after 2.5 minutes, Sang was exhausted, having moved little bro only about a meter. This guy has a great temperament. No matter how you handle him, he isn't annoyed, but he is incredibly lazy. Unless you give him a push, he absolutely won't budge an inch. But Sang isn't one to give up halfway, so he decided to change his strategy. He walked in front of little bro, gradually taking 1 step at a time. He wanted to show little bro how to walk. At the very least, could you crawl a bit with your belly on the ground? Yet, little bro still just stared with his big, bell-like eyes, following Sang but refusing to lift his bottom. This really frustrated Sang. He wished he could speak human language right now, so little bro could understand and hear him scold it properly. Taking a deep breath, the more Sang thought about it, the angrier he got, so he lifted his paw and swiped at little bro's big face. Since you don't want to move, let's make you angry, and then maybe you'll run along with me. Bang! Since he was still quite young, Sang's swipe didn't have much power. However, it was delivered with all his strength and was undoubtedly a big blow to little bro, who had just been born 8 days ago. Moreover, he took it right on the face. Ding! 1 swipe delivered. Swipe skill EXP +1, 100. At that moment, a notification sound from the system came, which caught Sang off guard, but then he suddenly felt overwhelming joy. Great! I've finally unlocked an attack skill. Since crossing over and acquiring the system, all the skills he'd unlocked so far had been rather bizarre. Aside from crawl skill, the others were either suckle skill or defecate skill, urinate skill, all of them pretty useless. At least, at this stage, they really feel useless. And this swipe, clearly, is an attack skill. Importantly, the requirements to accumulate skill EXP for this skill are quite easy to meet. It seems that just using all your strength to swipe your claws is enough for a layer of skill EXP. That means I should be able to fill up the progress bar for this initial skill very soon. Although the skill's power is undoubtedly based on my physical strength, Sang believes that by continuously honing this skill and accumulating skill EXP, I will undoubtedly become formidable in the future. Moreover, this also means that even during my juvenile stage, I will have a certain ability to retaliate instead of just running away. Of course, Sang won't get overly inflated just because I have an attack skill, running recklessly into danger. I'm still very weak, so it's best to run away when faced with danger. If I really can't escape, I will try to attack the opponent to buy some time and let Tiger Mom come to help. Ah! However, just as Sang was feeling delighted, little bro, who was nearby, suddenly began to mournfully baby roar skill. He felt wronged, wondering why Sang was attacking him even though he cooperated so well while playing together. At that moment, Tiger Mom, who had been resting on the ground, heard the sound and came over to little bro's backside. Tiger Mom thought little bro was about to relieve himself. However, little bro turned his rear away and then looked at Tiger Mom, whimpering and waving his paws as if to accuse Sang of bullying him. Seeing this, Sang suddenly felt a bit guilty. Even though my intentions were good, wanting little bro to also get some exercise to avoid being unable to run away during a crisis next time. My current actions are indeed bullying little bro. Thinking of this, Sung shrank his neck, fearing that Tiger Mom would seek justice and teach him a lesson. However, after hearing little bro's complaint, Tiger Mom didn't care at all and, after confirming that the two little ones weren't hungry or needed to relieve themselves, gracefully wagged her tail and went to the water pool deep in the cave to drink. After the crisis encountered during their first hunt, Tiger Mom paid more attention to them, watching carefully what the two little ones were doing. But everything that just happened, in Tiger Mom's eyes, was merely playful roughhousing between brother and sister. This is completely normal, and Tiger Mom is also happy to see it, as it not only deepens the bond between little bro and the others but also allows them to unconsciously hone their hunting skills. Upon seeing this, little bro's baby roar skill abruptly halted, leaving him stunned. After a moment of thought, Sung understood Tiger Mom's hands-off parenting strategy, and then approached little bro with a broad smile. Hee, since Tiger Mom doesn't mind, does that mean I can freely practice with little bro? Roar! Seeing Sung's wicked grin, little bro anxiously let out a baby roar skill. Chapter 12, The Gifted Monster. Ding! Crawl skill 10M, crawl skill EXP +1, 6100. Ding! Scratch once, scratch skill EXP +1, 15100. Listening to the notification sound from the system in his mind, along with little bro's pitiful whiny sounds beside him, Sang felt incredibly pleased. On the 9th day since birth, when little bro opened his eyes yesterday, Sang began practicing with him. Other methods had minimal effects, but scratching and attacking the tiger proved to be quite effective. Little bro is quite timid even when he gets hit, he doesn't dare chase after Tsang or retaliate. But the good thing is, this kind of beating made him realize that he has to follow Tsang's instructions, or he would get hit again. Thus, with Tsang's persistent body movements combined with the scratching, little bro finally understood that if he followed Tsang's tail and used crawl skill, he wouldn't get hit, but if he didn't, he would. Therefore, little bro could only pathetically follow Tsang's tail, huffing and puffing with crawl skill. What surprised Tsang was that little bro ate a lot and grew fast, and it definitely wasn't for nothing. Previously, he had no exercise at all, so little bro found it tough to crawl even a couple of steps, but ultimately, his terrifying physique allowed him to improve rapidly under Tsang's pressure. In just half a day, while Tsang crawled with all fours crawl skill, little bro crawled with his belly on the ground behind him, covering nearly 100 meters. Although little bro didn't manage to keep up the whole way, he must have done about half the distance, crawling 50 meters. This was much stronger than Tsang's crawl skill before it evolved into crawl skill. It can only be said that talent is unmatched. However, with the system on him, Tsang could only feel a little envy. Lacking innate talent, but as long as he was disciplined enough to strengthen himself little by little, his future potential would definitely surpass that of little bro. Meanwhile, in the cave, Tiger Mom watched the interaction between the two little ones with a smile on her face. This was her first litter, and at first, when Tsang and little bro were born, it felt quite mundane, especially since she was clearly the queen of the jungle, yet now she had to stay in the cave and do nothing to nurture her cubs. However, now that the two little ones had gained vision skill, it was much more interesting. The interactions between the brothers could alleviate Tiger Mom's boredom. Moreover, what puzzled Tiger Mom was, despite little bro being larger, why was he being suppressed by Tsang, who was much smaller? Between siblings, there would always be one who was stronger and has more leadership qualities, becoming the king of their little group. Tiger Mom remembered that when she was young, she was the queen among her litter. As a female tiger, when she was younger, she was stronger than both little bro and constantly kept them in check. However, the genetic disadvantage as a female tiger still made Tiger Mom unable to withstand both little brothers when she was 6 months old. But the memories of being suppressed by her older sister made the two little brothers greatly respect their sister. Unfortunately, the three young tigers left their mother and went their separate ways to find territory when they reached sub-adulthood, and they never met again. To reduce the chances of close interbreeding, siblings would subconsciously spread out when seeking territory, integrating with more distant inheritors of the same species to produce healthy cubs. Additionally, this also ensures sufficient food supply. If several adult tigers congregate, they could easily overpower their prey, but there wouldn't be enough to share in the territory. Moreover, this could cause a devastating impact on the population of large creatures in a region, leading to large-scale migrations of big herbivores. Thus, it is an unspoken rule and understanding among tigers to disperse evenly across the wild. Recalling the happy times of her youth, Tiger Mom felt a slight confusion. Is my brain working better now? It remembers that the memories from before adulthood were quite scattered and vague, making them hard to recall. As a result, today while watching Song and Little Bro playfully tussle, the scenes from my childhood seemed much clearer. Shaking her head, Tiger Mom pushed those incomprehensible thoughts out of her mind. Then, she looked outside the cave. Although the last time she returned from hunting, she saw a fox dash out of its den, and Little Bro whimpered in fear and pain, leaving Tiger Mom feeling uneasy. But there was no choice, hunting had to continue to feed the two little ones. Otherwise, they would face death together as a trio. Feeling the scarce nutrients in her body and still having ample strength, Tiger Mom approached the two little ones who had already worn themselves out from playing and lay down beside them. Roar! Then, she let out a soft growl. At the sound, both Song and Little Bro turned to look at Tiger Mom. Little Bro paused for a moment, then wiggled his little behind and crawled onto Tiger Mom's soft belly, happily using his suckle skill. Song, on the other hand, sensed that things weren't simple. Tiger Mom's strategy for raising the cubs emphasizes free range. If they don't cry, they're not hungry and don't want to use Defecate skill. Tiger Mom will never proactively come to feed. And it proactively breastfeeds. There is only one possibility. It is ready to go hunting, making sure to feed both cubs enough and clean out their waste before heading out, to avoid them feeling hungry or uncomfortable while it is away. Roar! Seeing that Song is still not coming to suckle, Tiger Mom gently growls again to urge it on. Hearing the sound, Song obediently moves forward to suckle, but is actually thinking about Tiger Mom's hunting. Outside, it is now noon. Although it is probably only June, it feels quite hot today. Tigers are nocturnal animals, preferring to hunt after night falls, yet Tiger Mom has chosen this time. Clearly, this is not due to a lack of nutrition nor a shortage of strength for Tiger Mom. These issues shouldn't make Tiger Mom unable to wait even 8 hours. Tiger Mom learned from the last hunting experience when a fox raided her den, and is prepared to hunt now that the weather is quite hot, when many predators are reluctant to be active. In this way, Song and Little Bro, who stayed in the cave, greatly reduced their risk of encountering danger. Thinking of this, Song felt a warmth in his heart. For their safety, Tiger Mom went to great lengths, even willing to go against her own hunting instincts, defying her species' natural behavior. Such is a mother's love. It knows no reason, expects no rewards, and gives everything. If one had to give a reason, it would be that Song and Little Bro are Tiger Mom's cubs. I must become stronger. Now, Tiger Mom protects me and hunts for me, but in the future, I will protect Tiger Mom so she won't need to hunt and will have an endless supply of prey. Song fought with determination. Soon, after Song and Little Bro had their fill of milk, Tiger Mom needed to lick the two little ones' bottoms to assist with their bowel movements. However, when it came to Song's turn, he turned his backside. Because, an hour ago, after Tiger Mom assisted with his bowel movement, he had already maxed out his defecate skill and urinate skill. Although the names of the skills hadn't changed, he could now defecate on his own after the skill evolution. In front of Tiger Mom, he successfully defecated without assistance, and Tiger Mom immediately showed a delighted smile. Soon after, it no longer lingered and swiftly ran out of the cave. Chapter 13, Tiger Mom's Second Hunt. It's only been 4 days since the first hunt. Could it be that my appetite and Little Bro's are too large? As Tiger Mom went out hunting again, Song couldn't help but mutter to himself. But after thinking about it, it does seem that way. Little Bro and I have only been born for 9 days, but one weighs about 3 kilograms and the other around 6 kilograms. This has far exceeded the normal growth rate of a little bro. And growing requires nutrition, so both Little Bro and I have astonishing appetites every day. As both little ones grow larger, their food intake increases daily. It's no wonder that Tiger Mom went hunting for the second time in just over a week. Tiger Mom goes hunting specifically at noon, so the animals coming to the den during this time should be few. However, I shouldn't let my guard down. I need to maintain good condition by stopping my exercises at the moment, ready to respond to any potential danger. Although it lacks any ability to resist, at least it can conserve its strength for a quick getaway when danger strikes. Then, Tsang thought for a moment and got prepared. So, he faced the cave entrance, lay on the ground, widened his eyes, and looked outside. Beside him, Little Bro saw that Tsang had stopped using the crawl skill and plopped down on the ground as well, glancing occasionally at Tsang to make sure it was okay to rest. It had been training with Tsang for half the day and had taken quite a beating. Although not very smart, it still remembered the hits and now was experiencing a bit of PTSD. Huff hiss huff hiss. After a short while, Tsang heard a long, gentle snoring sound behind him. Turning around, he saw that Little Bro had already fallen asleep on the ground, drooling slightly and occasionally moving its mouth as if dreaming about the suckle skill. Seeing this, Tsang stood up and walked in front of Little Bro, lifting his right paw. Bang! Ding! Swung paw once, swing paw skill EXP +1, 16100. A powerful paw swipe was delivered, accompanied by the sound notification from the system. Roar! Immediately, Little Bro, who had been hit by the paw, jolted awake from its dream, looking around in a daze. When it saw Tsang's familiar face, it suddenly panicked, crawling on its belly in a hurry. This was the stress response that Tsang had instilled in it over half a day. Upon getting hit, it would immediately start obeying. However, this wasn't what Tsang wanted right now. So, Tsang raised his paw towards Little Bro. Noticing Tsang lifting his paw again, Little Bro shrank its head fearfully and even closed its eyes, as if that would lessen the pain. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Tsang's paw did indeed touch its body, but it was only a firm press, not a swipe. Roar! Tsang growled softly, signaling Little Bro not to move, ignoring whether Little Bro understood. Under Tsang's forceful control, Little Bro stopped its crawl skill, though it still kept its head down, observing Tsang's expression, confusion clearly written on its face. Little Bro, still quite young, didn't understand the meaning behind this different action. Seeing Little Bro stop moving around, Tsang felt relieved. His meaning was very simple. Now, Tiger Mom goes out hunting, choosing specifically the noon hour when predators are rarely around the den. But this doesn't mean it's completely safe. That why Tsang would stop exercising to conserve energy. And to be alert for any impending danger, Tsang also needed to ensure he stayed awake. Similarly, Little Bro also had to stay awake. Otherwise, when danger approaches and Little Bro is still asleep, even if he goes to wake him up right away, he might just end up like before, dazed for a moment before realizing he needs to run. Last time, he encountered a weak fox, which allowed Little Bro, thanks to his tough skin, to avoid serious injury, suffering only a row of tooth marks on his neck. But next time, or rather today, if he faces a stronger predator, this moment of distraction could cost him his life. Therefore, even if exercising isn't necessary now, Little Bro cannot be allowed to fall asleep. However, Little Bro could not understand Tsang's intentions. Seeing that Tsang wasn't making him continue his crawl skill exercises, Little Bro let out a sigh of relief, but soon his eyelids began to droop again. Seeing this, Tsang raised his paw again and gave Little Bro a pat. Roar! Immediately, Little Bro woke up again like the first time, dazed for a moment before instinctively starting his crawl skill. And Tsang, tirelessly, held him down, keeping him in place. After going back and forth like this 5 times, Little Bro finally understood what Tsang wanted him to do. So, Little Bro lay behind Tsang, obediently wide-eyed, afraid to move or close his eyes. Ding! Vision Skill 3H, Vision Skill Skill EXP +1, 15100. With this repetitive cycle, a notification sound from the system came through, indicating that Tiger Mom had been gone for 3 hours. Whirring! At that moment, Tsang suddenly heard something pass through the bushes outside. Ding! Listen once, Listening Skill EXP +1, 1100. Then, another new skill was unlocked, but Tsang didn't have time to pay attention to that and remained tense, looking towards the cave entrance. Is an enemy approaching? But after 2 seconds, Tsang spotted 2 not very large hooves stretching out from the bushes outside the cave. Then, a familiar blend of black, white, and orange colors caught my eye, clearly visible to Tsang within a 20-meter range. It was Tiger Mom. I saw Tiger Mom slowly returning to the den where Tsang and Little Bro were, with a foolish roe deer in her mouth. Roar! Only when Tiger Mom entered the cave did little bro, who had just opened his eyes, clearly see what she looked like. He crawled joyfully and happily called out, as if welcoming Tiger Mom back from a successful hunt. Sang also got up and approached Tiger Mom, letting out a baby roar skill. For tiger mothers who brave the blazing sun to hunt only to nourish their young, Sang felt no hesitation in expressing his respect. Seeing her cubs so excited, Tiger Mom softened her fierce demeanor a bit and placed the foolish roe deer on the ground. This roe deer was quite large, weighing around 40 kilograms. However, the usable meat that could be directly consumed was probably only about 25 kilograms. After placing down her prey, Tiger Mom did not rush to eat but instead lay on her side to nurse Song and Little Bro. Seeing this, Little Bro excitedly crawled over to Tiger Mom's belly and happily began to drink milk. Tiger Mom only spent 3 hours on this hunting trip, but for Little Bro, when he wasn't sleeping, 3 hours was basically the time interval between meals. Seeing Little Bro already devouring the food, Song hurriedly moved closer. He was starting to feel a bit hungry himself. Chapter 14, Tiger Mom's Long-Term Vision. After returning from the hunt, Tiger Mom made sure Song and Little Bro were well fed with milk, then helped Little Bro with his waist before feeling at ease to eat. And since Tiger Mom wouldn't be going out in the next few days, Song naturally had to take Little Bro to practice. Tiger Mom's presence gave Song the confidence to train, otherwise, in the treacherous wilderness, exhausting his strength would be an extremely foolish act. But with Tiger Mom around, there was much less to worry about. Under Tiger Mom's protection, there was no threat to himself, so regardless of his stamina, he wouldn't have any ability to resist. However, Little Bro is not stupid, he remembers things without forgetting. He has understood that when Song beats himself while Tiger Mom is away, it is to train his crawl skill, and when he beats himself while Tiger Mom is there, it is to keep himself awake. So, Song took Little Bro and practiced hard, disregarding the cost. Additionally, he began to study the newly unlocked skill listening. By common sense, since I was born, except when I am in deep sleep, I have been listening to the sounds of the outside world every moment. Why is it only now that it has been unlocked? Song wondered a bit. Could it be that I need to consciously listen to distant sounds to unlock it? And to increase the skill EXP of this skill, I also need to deliberately listen? Song thought for a moment and began to have some clarity. Previously, his listening to the outside world was all passive reception. This time, however, because of the lesson learned from the first hunt when Tiger Mom was robbed by a fox, he had been on guard against the sounds from outside. But in this case, there was no chance to verify it for a while, so Song was too lazy to continue wasting time on it. If he could improve the skill of listening, it would indeed be a good skill for keeping watch against enemies. However, for now, enhancing his escape ability and combat counterattack ability seems more important to Song. On the other side of the cave, Tiger Mom was quickly feeding. This was actually the first time Song had seen Tiger Mom eat. In fact, counting this time, Tiger Mom has only eaten 3 times since Song's arrival. The first time was pulling up the prey prepared for delivery from the water pool deep within the cave. However, that time, Song had not yet acquired the vision skill, he only heard the sounds and imagined it in his mind. The second time was during Tiger Mom's first hunt. However, that time, Tiger Mom returned to the den after finishing eating outside, and Song could see her slightly bulging belly, suggesting that she had successfully hunted and feasted. This time, it might be because she returned late after eating outside last time. The scent of a mature tiger in the cave had faded, which allowed that starving fox to dare to attack Song and Little Bro. Precisely for this reason, Tiger Mom decided to return as quickly as possible after the subsequent hunt. And this time, it seems Tiger Mom successfully hunted close to their den, with the prey being a silly roe deer, which is a mid-sized target, easy for an adult tiger like Tiger Mom to drag. That SY Tiger Mom was eating in the den. Watching the silly roe deer that Tiger Mom had opened up, and smelling the strong odor of blood, Sang felt a bit restless. This was the deep-seated craving for fresh meat from within the tiger's bloodline. However, he still couldn't eat meat now with his current weak digest skill. He probably couldn't digest raw meat. Also, he had just begun to grow his milk teeth, having done so much faster than an ordinary tiger cub, which usually takes 2 weeks, but there was still quite a distance before he could eat meat. However, now that the suckle skill had built up 10 levels of skill EXP after the skill evolution, it would be another 90 levels to the next skill evolution, expected to be around 10 more days. Song estimated that the next time the suckle skill evolves, it should transform into a meat-eating skill. By then, he would be less than a month old, which is much faster than the usual little brothers that take 2 months to tentative eat meat. And compared to the liquid tiger milk, the nutritional value of solid blood and flesh is undoubtedly much higher, so his growth speed would also accelerate. Swallowing his saliva, Song encouraged himself, then swelled with determination to engage crawl skill. The crawl skill is now close to 70 levels. The next skill evolution is not far off. By then, his limbs would be much stronger, and he wouldn't drag his feet like this anymore. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom was eating at an astonishing speed, allowing Song to witness firsthand what it meant to wolf down food. A silly roe deer weighing nearly 40 kilograms was reduced to just bones in 2.5 minutes. Tiger Mom was quite clever when finished eating. She first exited the den, brought back a pile of dry grass, and then wiped down the leftover bones and the blood spilled during eating. Immediately after, Tiger Mom wrapped the bones in the dry grass and tossed them out of the den. After quite a while, Song saw Tiger Mom return. Clearly, Tiger Mom had thrown the trash quite a distance. Finally, Tiger Mom arrived at the pool in the den, dipped her claws in, and then returned to the spot where she had been eating. Carefully, she wiped her wet claws on the surface to ensure no bloodstains remained before going back to wash her paws in the pool. Song watched the series of actions in a daze. Is this to eliminate the source of the scent so that when the smell dissipates, predators won't be lured here? Song thought in amazement. In his past life, he didn't know much about tigers, but he felt that a tiger capable of actions like Tiger Mom must be among the smarter ones of her kind. Thinking this way, Sang felt even more at ease. With a capable and meticulous hunter like Tiger Mom around, his growth should be much smoother. However, behind Song, little bro was loudly complaining and practicing his baby roar skill. He was naturally lazy, and being forced to exercise by Song was truly uncomfortable. Seeing this, Sang went up behind little bro, gave him a light smack on the backside, urging him to push harder and not slack off. Ding! Swung claws once, claw skill EXP +1, 17,100. The system faithfully recorded Song's full power strike, converting it into claw skill EXP. Roar! Now, little bro's baby roar skill was sounding even more pitiful, but under Song's urging, he could only crawl faster with his crawl skill. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom, who was watching the interaction between little bro and Song, smiled in satisfaction after her meal. She understood now that Song was not just playing with little bro, but was purposefully honing his skills. Of course, she was very happy about this. She knew very well that becoming stronger was essential for survival in this jungle. For male tigers, merely surviving is not enough. Among wild Siberian tigers, a vast majority of males do not get the opportunity to mate with females, thus preventing the continuation of their bloodline. Only the tiger king in a certain area can win the right to mate with females. As long as both cubs continue to practice, their eventual strength will grow. If they ever separate, they must become the tiger kings of different territories to ensure their bloodline. Song was unaware that while he was simply engaging in self-discipline for survival, Tiger Mom was already thinking so far ahead. Chapter 15, The Progress Bar Growing to a Daze. Ding! Crawl skill 10M, crawl skill EXP +1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, the crawl skill EXP has reached its maximum value, and this skill evolution is jogging. On the 12th day of his birth, a prompt sound from the system resonated in Song's mind, filling him with exhilaration. From crawl skill to crawl skill, now to jogging, this is the first skill he has undergone 2 skill evolutions with. And with the crawl skill's skill evolution into jogging, Sang felt a noticeable enhancement in his limbs, making them stronger and bulkier. Feeling his body change, Song couldn't wait to try running, and immediately felt a difference compared to before. Before, he could only crawl skill slowly, and if he tried to go a bit faster, his limbs would struggle to stabilize his body, making it easy to fall. But now, he could jog quite nimbly, covering about 1 body length per second. Now that my body length, excluding the tail, is 30 centimeters, if calculated like this, I can run 1 meter in 3 seconds, 20 meters in a minute, and over a kilometer in an hour. Song calculated happily. However, he also knew that the actual situation couldn't be calculated this way. Tigers are not endurance beasts, and his current maximum speed can reach over 1 kilometer per hour, but he can't maintain it for long. To train for an extended period, if measured by the hour, he would need to slow his speed to about a third of his maximum. At that speed, he would only be able to run about 400 meters in an hour. But that is already quite good. According to the previous pattern, for the initial skill crawl skill, each meter of crawl skill counts as 1 layer of skill EXP, while for the first advanced skill crawl skill, every 10 meters counts as 1 layer of skill EXP. So for the current second advanced skill jogging, it should be that every 100 meters jogged counts as 1 layer of skill EXP, right? In that case, the experience bar for this skill would be 100 times 100, which equals 10,000 meters. If I can run 400 meters in an hour, then gaining the skill EXP will just be a matter of 20 hours. You don't need to do too much in a day, just run 5 hours and cover 2 kilometers each day, and you'll have enough in 5 days. Moreover, as your skill EXP increases, your speed will only get faster, and you might finish in just 3 or 4 days. Thinking this way, Song has already imagined a future where he can run quickly. However, he won't just dream, he is very action-oriented. With that thought, Song once again moved his limbs, maintaining a slow jogging speed of 400 meters per hour. However, after running for a while, he realized that the expected prompt sound from the system did not come. This startled him for a moment, but recalling his previous experience, he gritted his teeth and continued to run. Ding! Jogging 1000 m, jogging skill EXP plus 100. Finally, after 2.5 hours, Song was panting with exhaustion, and the system's prompt sound arrived late. Ha! I need to run 1000 meters to gain 1 level of skill EXP? So the entire progress bar is 100,000 meters? Am I going to be running to the ends of the earth? The belated system prompt left Song astonished. If it weren't for the fact that this system only responds after he completes a certain amount of training with no interaction at all, Song would have been cursing up a storm by now. He feels that at his current physical condition, even if Tiger Mom supplied unlimited milk, he could only run about 3,000 meters in a day. Tigers are not endurance animals, so running 1,000 meters is a huge test for a cub like Sang. Such training needs to be completed 100 times before the skill can advance again. This means that under his current physical condition, the skill will take him a month to complete. He has only been alive for 12 days. Wait, does such a long progress bar mean that once I complete the jogging skill training, I can run freely without any worries? After venting for a while, Song suddenly felt a spark in his mind and began to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He can already jog now. As long as his limbs become stronger, he can run without hesitation. And in a month, he will be less than 1.5 months old. Typically, a little brother would need to grow for 3 to 4 months before they could run at full speed. By comparison, he isn't too slow. Moreover, this is just the initial speed. Once he raises his jogging skill EXP, he will be even faster, and he might complete the 100,000 meters task in just 20 days. No way, the cave is still too small. Running in circles is making my head spin. Should I go outside and take a look? Determined to quickly accumulate skill EXP for the jogging skill, Song felt an impulse to go outside. The cave where Tiger Mom nurtures her cubs isn't small. It's over 10 meters deep and 4 to 5 meters wide, comparable to a standard 1-bedroom apartment. But for Song, who needs to run thousands of meters now, it feels a bit restrictive. Plus, he now weighs around 4 to 5 kilograms, so aside from large predators, there shouldn't be many animals daring to attack him. But it's still better to master certain attack abilities before going outside. After some thought, out of caution, Song decided to wait until he is a bit stronger before venturing out. And that won't take too long. These days, he occasionally uses his claw skill, actively accumulating skill EXP for this ability. Now, this skill EXP has already reached over 90 levels. Thinking this way, Song turned around and saw Little Bro lounging on the ground again. So, he slowly walked up behind Little Bro and gave his backside a swat. Ding! Swatted once, claw skill EXP plus 1, 93 100. Roar. This sudden action startled little bro awake, and with a roar of baby roar skill, he reflexively began using crawl skill. That's right, at just 12 days old, little bro has already mastered the crawl skill and is no longer just crawling on his belly. He indeed has great innate conditions, being much heavier than Sung at birth, plus he eats a lot, absorbing through digest skill, so he's now heading towards 10 kilograms. As his body has grown stronger, his strength has naturally increased, allowing little bro to crawl so early. This made Sung quite frustrated at this rate of growth. It would be tough for him to surpass little bro in size. Unless, by the time both of them have grown up, little bro can no longer grow, perhaps he could rely on the system's unlimited growth characteristics to surpass him. However, little bro's strong talent is also good news for Sung. At the very least, during his own growth process, little bro can keep up with him and won't fall too far behind too easily. It's just that this guy is so lazy. If he isn't watched for a moment, he lies down and slacks off. But this is good news for Sung, as he now has a legitimate reason to spank little bro. Roar. Ding. Swatted once, claw skill EXP plus 1, 94 100. Little bro again emitted a pitiful baby roar skill. Chapter 16, Causing Trouble. Ding. Swatted once, claw skill EXP plus 1, 100 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, claw skill EXP has reached maximum value. This skill evolution is claw strike. Ah. Sung proudly unleashed his baby roar skill. Ding. Baby roar skill plus 1 this time. Baby roar skill EXP plus 1, 45 100. I've finally maxed out the claw skills EXP. With the sound cue from the system, Sang felt his once soft claws becoming tougher, and even a bit longer. Clang! As he controlled his claws to extend, Sang sensed that these were no longer just for show, they were true claws capable of drawing blood. Now, going out for some exercise should be much safer, at least when encountering smaller predators of the same size. I should be able to hold my own. Thinking this, he walked towards the cave entrance. Splash! However, just as he reached the entrance, a massive figure rushed in front of him like a lightning bolt and pinned him down with a paw. Sung was a bit dizzy from the impact, but wasn't he hurt? Looking up, he saw Tiger Mom gazing at him with a serious expression, as if warning him not to wander off. Clearly, Tiger Mom was worried for his safety and didn't want a little bro who had just been born 12 days ago to run out of the cave. This would be far too dangerous for such a tiny tiger cub. Regardless of Sung's willingness, Tiger Mom opened her jaws wide, gently grasped the back of Sung's neck, and carried him back to the center of the cave. Driven by instinct, Sang curled his limbs and tucked his tail close to his legs, obediently allowing himself to be carried by Tiger Mom. A few seconds later, Tiger Mom finally set Sung down. But how could that possibly quell Sung's determination to go outside? The cave was far too small, it was completely insufficient for him now. However, he wouldn't act recklessly. Instead, it seemed like he was giving in as he got up and started jogging around in circles inside the cave. As he jogged near the cave entrance, Tiger Mom slightly crouched, as if ready to spring up and arrest Sang at any moment. But Sung didn't dart out of the cave. Instead, he circled back obediently, as if he had already given up on escaping. Yet Tiger Mom still didn't completely relax, continuing to watch him as he ran circles in the cave. Finally, after Sung had run more than 20 laps, Tiger Mom felt reassured, thinking he now understood her intent and wouldn't run off again. She yawned widely and lay down to sleep. It was the early afternoon, the time when felines are the most lethargic, making it the perfect time for a nap. At that moment, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Tiger Mom was getting sleepy, Sang felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet he still didn't dare to move. After jogging for more than a dozen laps, when Tiger Mom's breathing became long and flowing, Sang continued running without revealing any emotion, but when he reached the cave's entrance, he did not change direction but instead charged straight out. Bursting out of the cave, a sense of indescribable freedom surged from the depths of his heart. Outside the cave where the tiger was hiding, there was a lush expanse of bushes, with no obvious path directly leading to the cave, only a passage squeezed out by Tiger Mom among the shrubs. The ground outside was not the hard blue stone slabs of the cave, nor the damp or dry soil dust, but thick fallen leaves that felt like a soft carpet beneath his feet, springing and making a crunching sound. Above the bushes were tall, lush trees, with patches of light filtering through the gaps. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, rustling softly, brushing against Song's fur, refreshing and pleasant. This is the true wilderness. Seeing this scene, Song marveled inwardly. He didn't spot any animals for the time being, but he could hear the chaotic chirping of insects among the bushes. Not being captivated by the scenery for too long, Song lifted his paw, ready to pass through the gap squeezed by Tiger Mom, to explore further. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the patch of light that had been next to him vanished in an instant, replaced by a complete shadow outlining a familiar silhouette. Turning his head, he found that Tiger Mom had quietly appeared behind him, making no sound even on the leaf-strewn ground. This is what gives Tiger Mom the confidence to hunt. Song couldn't help but admire inwardly. Hunting for tigers essentially consists of 3 steps. The first step is to spot the prey. This requires keen observation skills and sufficient patience, as almost every creature in the jungle will cover itself with a layer of camouflage to defend against predators. The second step is to approach the prey. A tiger's stamina is limited, its explosive speed can only be maintained for at most half a minute. Although it can reach a speed of 20 meters per second in short bursts, the actual running distance during a hunt is only a few hundred meters. Therefore, this requires the tiger to have excellent ambush capabilities, sneaking closer to the prey. The closer it gets, the greater the chances of a successful hunt. The third step is, of course, to chase and kill the prey. Unbeknownst to Tiger Mom, Song is right behind her, showcasing a remarkable ambush ability. However, while Song is admiring Tiger Mom in its heart, Tiger Mom's expression is not very pleasant. Song is very disciplined and smart, requiring almost no supervision, which saved him a lot of trouble. However, although he is usually a well-behaved cub, he just wouldn't listen now, giving Tiger Mom quite a headache. Having just caught him back to the cave, he slipped out while she took a nap. This time, he must be properly taught a lesson so that he remembers not to wander around. Tiger Mom resolved in her mind. First, she stared sternly at Song for a dozen seconds, before lowering her head to grab him. Seeing this, Song hurriedly rolled over, laying on his back and exposing his belly while hiding his neck. He wants to play outside. He can't be caught by Tiger Mom again. Seeing Song so determined, Tiger Mom did not relent, lowering her head and continuing to try to grab Song. Clang! Unable to do anything else, Song could only swipe out his claws to defend against Tiger Mom's attack. Amidst his wild pawing, Song's little paw brushed against Tiger Mom's nose. This caused Tiger Mom to pause slightly and then raise her head. Not long after, Tiger Mom saw a drop of blood fall onto Song's snowy white neck, spreading out. Oh no, oh no! I've scratched Tiger Mom. This unexpected change made Song feel guilty. He could see that on Tiger Mom's pinkish nose was a small scratch, now seeping a few drops of blood. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom extended her tongue to lick the sore spot on her nose, a familiar metallic taste of blood blossoming on her taste buds. Then, she lowered her head, looking into Song's eyes that sparkled with intensity. Little Bro, after more than 10 days, had grown sharp claws capable of scratching even an adult tiger. My little cub is definitely a genius. At this moment, that single thought occupied Tiger Mom's mind. Chapter 17, The Enlightened Tiger Mom. Just when Song thought he had angered Tiger Mom, she wore a human-like smile on her tiger face and gently pressed her paw on him, signaling him not to move. Then, Tiger Mom jogged away and soon returned holding Little Bro. Little Bro was growing too fast. In just 12 days, he was already approaching 10 kilograms. Tiger Mom found it a bit strenuous to carry him. Then, Tiger Mom placed the bewildered Little Bro beside Song, then took the lead, squeezing through the thicket she often passed. Roar! After walking a few steps, Tiger Mom turned around, let out a low growl, and shook her head. Then, Tiger Mom lowered her body and weaved through the bushes, heading into the distance. Is Tiger Mom going to take us out for a walk? As Song repeatedly pondered Tiger Mom's series of actions in his mind, he suddenly realized. So, he trotted to catch up with Tiger Mom. However, after just a couple of steps, he turned back and gave Little Bro a paw swat on the backside. Ding! Paw strike once, paw strike skill exp plus 100. Ah! Song mimicked Tiger Mom's tone, letting out a low growl to urge little bro not to slack off and to hurry up. Woo! Feeling inexplicably scolded again, little bro let out a pitiful whimper, sensing that Song's hits hurt even more. As it grows, Song's claw strikes inflict less damage, but after a skill evolution, they are now quite powerful. Even without showing its claws, little bro still winces in pain. For this reason, it dared not slack off and quickly got up to follow Song, step by step using crawl skill. Since little bro is much larger in size, its strides are also longer. Therefore, Song doesn't have to push too much speed. Little bro can keep up with his pace. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom isn't neglecting the two little ones. She simply keeps about 2 meters ahead, leading the way. After about half an hour, the three of them pass through the bushes and jungle, arriving at a clearing with no tall trees overhead, where a clear stream flowed by, making a crisp tinkling sound. The stream was only about 4 or 5 meters wide and didn't seem very deep. The water flowed quite slowly, and there were a few scattered animals drinking nearby. The most conspicuous were a group of deer, around 40 or 50 of them, among which one particularly large stag stood out with its imposing antlers. When Song saw the herd of deer, the deer also noticed the presence of Tiger Mom, and those that were drinking immediately stood up, looking towards Tiger Mom with vigilance. Faced with the queen of this jungle, even the stag dared not let its guard down. However, the sheer number of the herd prevented them from fleeing immediately. Tiger Mom, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned about the deer herd. She wasn't hungry yet and wasn't there to hunt, so she didn't want to conflict with the deer. As a large female tiger weighing nearly 200 kilograms, Tiger Mom certainly had the capability to hunt such large creatures, but she currently had 2 cubs to nurture and didn't want to risk getting injured. Moreover, an adult male deer weighs over 200 kilograms, with more than 100 kilograms of meat. Tiger Mom couldn't finish it in one meal. With the weather warming up, it wouldn't keep long even in the water, and hunting it would only benefit other predators. Once the 2 cubs grow up and need a lot of nutrition, the feeding requirement for 3 adult tigers would be just right for one deer, making it a perfect hunting target for the 3 of them. Ow! However, in the next moment, Tiger Mom opened her mouth wide and let out a long howl. The astonishing roar of the tiger shattered the afternoon jungle, startling the birds and causing all the animals that were drinking by the stream to flee in panic. Even the numerous deer, under the chilling roar of the tiger, did not dare to linger and quickly darted into the dense forest. What a magnificent sight! Watching Tiger Mom thunderously roar and command the forest, making all beasts retreat, Song couldn't help but feel envious. However, this also made him quite pleased. As long as I grow up healthy, the future will surely follow suit. Moreover, I am a strong tiger, and with the system, when I grow up, I will undoubtedly become an unparalleled tiger king, certainly more impressive than a Tiger Mom. Ah! Inspired by Tiger Mom, Song instinctively opened his mouth and let out a loud baby roar skill. Ding! Baby roar skill plus 1 this time. Baby roar skill exp plus 100. Although it was still a bit babyish, it was an upgraded skill, and compared to the initial baby roar skill, it was much more resonant, showcasing a hint of the might of a young beast king. Roar! Seeing Tiger Mom and Sang both roaring baby roar skill, little bro felt that if he didn't join in, he might seem a bit out of place, so he lazily let out a couple of roars. Upon seeing this, Tiger Mom showed a strange expression on her face and then shook her head. Then, she walked to a shaded area, stretched out comfortably, and finally lay down. Roar! Then she looked at Song and little bro on the grass and let out a low growl. Was Tiger Mom just scaring off other animals? Now are we free to roam? Noticing this, Song skeptically interpreted Tiger Mom's thoughts. Looking at Tiger Mom again, although she was resting, her eyes were still open, watching over him and little bro, which made Song even more certain of his assumptions. Tiger Mom couldn't resist his desire to go out and play, so she simply brought the 2 brothers to this open space where they could run freely. The earlier tiger roar scared off the other animals, eliminating most of the dangers at the source. And here, being so open, Tiger Mom could watch over them at all times, providing a solid safety insurance. Thinking of this, Song instantly felt at ease. This open space isn't too big or too small without tall vegetation covering the area. it measures about 300 meters long and 200 meters wide. With an area of 60,000 square meters, it's comparable to some small to medium-sized school campuses, more than enough for the two little ones who are only 12 days old to play. Bang! Ding! 1 claw strike skill EXP plus 1, to 100. With this in mind, Sang spiritedly gave Little Bro's backside a swat with his paw and then ran wildly on the grass. And Little Bro, having been trained for so long, naturally understood that Song wanted him to move, so he reluctantly got up and followed Song, using crawl skill. Ding! Jogging 1000 m, jogging skill EXP plus 1, to 100. As time went by, Song heard a notification sound from the system in his mind. 1,000 meters is a considerable amount of exercise for someone like Little Bro at that moment. He was already out of breath and hurried to Tiger Mom, panting. After a short rest, Sang continued to dash out, consistently pushing himself with disciplined training. Meanwhile, Little Bro, while Song was busy with suckle skill, also took a drink but was so exhausted that he sprawled beside Tiger Mom and fell fast asleep. Bang! But the next second, he felt a paw swat at his butt, waking him from his dream. Little Bro looked around and saw Song jogging on the grass. How strange! Little Bro was filled with confusion. Song wasn't beside him, so who hit him? But then, he felt a force pushing him from behind. When he looked up, he saw Tiger Mom smiling at him. Roar! Little Bro cried out sadly. It's bad enough that Song wouldn't let him rest, but why wouldn't Tiger Mom let him rest either? Chapter 18, Tiger Mom's Hunt. As the sun set, Song and Little Bro, after an afternoon of exercise, returned to their cave following Tiger Mom's call. Although the two were at a growth stage, sleeping outdoors wouldn't be an issue. However, having a sheltered place to shield them from wind and rain would enhance their comfort. It's better to be comfortable than to suffer unnecessarily. My plan is right on schedule. After unlocking the jogging skill, I should be able to run about 3,000 meters a day, accumulating 3 layers of skill EXP. If it gets light tomorrow, I'll head out and should be able to manage 4,000 meters if I push myself. On the way home, Song calculated his gains and felt quite satisfied. Every drop of sweat he produced wouldn't go to waste. However, tigers don't seem to sweat, so when Song was overheating from jogging, he could only open his mouth to cool off. Little Bro, on the other hand, was exhausted. Because today it wasn't just Song pushing him to get exercise, even Tiger Mom was urging him on. Aside from necessary suckle skill, relieving himself, and resting, there was no way he could slack off. The reason Tiger Mom did this was partly influenced by Song seeing that Song was so disciplined, Little Bro couldn't fall behind. Additionally, there was another reason that involved Little Bro himself. Tiger Mom had finally noticed that Little Bro's growth rate was astonishing. Although Tiger Mom couldn't recall how fast she grew as a cub, Little Bro's growth rate was unbelievable. Just 12 days in, he's almost 10 kilograms, even wobbling when Tiger Mom carries him. Moreover, this little cub is not just good at eating and growing, he is also extremely lazy. If this continues, he might end up getting so fat that he can't hunt and starve. Thus, Tiger Mom is very supportive of Song urging Little Bro to exercise. Born on the 13th day. There was no need for Song to plead, as Tiger Mom took Song and Little Bro out early in the morning, heading again towards that vast open area. This time, the herd of deer that drank from the stream yesterday was gone, but a group of spotted deer had appeared. Unlike yesterday, Tiger Mom did not boldly burst out from the dense forest, but gently placed her paw on Song and Little Bro's little heads, signaling them not to move. Then, Tiger Mom crouched low, using the cover of the dense forest to slowly approach the stream. With each step, the muscles under Tiger Mom's beautiful fur flowed gently, and despite the ground being layered with fallen leaves, there was not a single extraneous sound, as if the mute button had been pressed. Seeing this, Song's eyes lit up. Tiger Mom is going to hunt. Calculating the days, it has been nearly 4 days since Tiger Mom last ate. A silly young deer only weighs a little over 20 kilograms of meat. Even if Tiger Mom does not need to care for her cubs, she can only last a week at most. Now, after exercising for a while, he and Little Bro need to suckle, at least 8 times a day, and sometimes up to 12, which greatly depletes Tiger Mom's nutrients. Not to mention, the brother's growth rate far exceeds that of an ordinary Little Bro, which further increases the demand on Tiger Mom. So, it seems that the nutrients consumed by Tiger Mom have mostly been used up, so it would be wise to eat quickly before hunger sets in. It's too late to try hunting only when you're really hungry. Seeing Little Bro fidgeting nearby, Song quickly pressed his paw over its mouth. Little Bro isn't stupid, it realizes that Tiger Mom is about to hunt, but it still has the nature of a child and excitedly wags its tail. Song is afraid it will get too excited and make noise, disrupting Tiger Mom's hunt. Pushed by Song, Little Bro is puzzled but, out of respect for Song's authority, can only obediently stay put. As long as I don't get hit, that's good. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom has patiently crouched down to within 100 meters of the stream. At this moment, the deer have not yet sensed the approaching danger. However, Tiger Mom does not have the intention to leap out just yet. Instead, she slows her pace and continues to move closer. After all, the closer she gets during the stalking phase, the shorter the distance she needs to chase in the sprinting phase, which increases the probability of a successful hunt. Step by step, Tiger Mom is now just 30 meters away from the nearest deer, and she has started to regulate her breathing, ready to spring into action. At this distance, she is 70% sure of a successful hunt. Swish! However, just then, from the flank of the deer herd, a remarkably agile figure suddenly bursts out, pouncing on an adult female deer. Thud thud thud. This sudden commotion sent the entire deer herd into a frenzy, causing them to quickly scatter and flee into the dense jungle on the opposite bank of the stream. Tiger Mom, caught off guard by this scene, lagged for a second before bursting out and charging towards her original target. However, being a second late is enough to allow the deer, which are proficient at sprinting, to gain dozens of meters of distance. Tiger Mom ran with all her might in pursuit, but ultimately lacked stamina and slowed down after sprinting for 300 meters, unable to keep up with her prey. Ow! Initially, she wanted to showcase her hunting skills in front of her two cubs, letting them see just how powerful their mother is, but instead, because of that unexpected guest, she wasted time and energy. Tiger Mom was immediately infuriated, and a roar shook the entire jungle. Then, she scanned her surroundings with her fierce eyes and suddenly her gaze brightened. Not far away, a large cat with round spots all over its body and slick fur was gnawing at the neck of a hornless deer, while the deer's four legs were still struggling. Upon seeing this, Tiger Mom felt quite pleased and gracefully walked towards the large cat with an elegant stride. As for that big cat, it looked both alert and fearful, dragging the still living spotted deer backward. But after 2 steps, its eyes cleared up. Then, feeling frustrated, it released the spotted deer and quickly fled in the opposite direction of Tiger Mom. As for the spotted deer, driven by its survival instinct, it immediately got up, but having just been knocked down by the big cat and bitten on the throat, it couldn't accelerate explosively and was instantly brought down by the already prepared Tiger Mom. Snap! As an adult tiger, Tiger Mom had a tremendous biting force, easily breaking the throat of this prey she had snatched, allowing it to die without much suffering. Although the hunt wasn't successful, being lucky enough to steal a prey made Tiger Mom quite pleased, as she dragged her catch toward the hiding spot of Song and Little Bro. Hunting ability is a survival skill, and so is the ability to rob. As a fierce tiger in this jungle, aside from needing to be a bit cautious of adult brown bears, other predators must obediently offer up their prey. She is the queen of this jungle. Seeing Tiger Mom succeed in her hunt, Song and Little Bro hurried out to welcome her. Meanwhile, from the bushes on the opposite shore, a pair of eyes quietly watched the scene. Chapter 19, Angry Little Bro. When Song reached Tiger Mom, he rubbed his cheek against hers to express his admiration for her successful hunt before he began to discipline Little Bro. Although Tiger Mom couldn't catch the prey herself, it was due to the interference from that leopard. Otherwise, with Tiger Mom's rich hunting experience, she wouldn't have failed when lurking so close to her prey. Based on Song's understanding of the surrounding environment over the past 2 days, if this lifetime is still on Earth, it can almost be certain that this should be within the northeastern snowy mountains of Dragon Country. If that's the case, then that leopard should be a subspecies of the cat family that is even rarer than the national treasure panda, the far eastern leopard, also known as the northeast leopard. After witnessing Tiger Mom's stunning hunting skills, Sang felt an even more urgent desire to become stronger. If only I could hunt so impressively. Song jogged while thinking enviously. The more he thought about it, the more his enthusiasm for training surged. With the system's presence, every effort he put in would not be in vain. Perhaps he wouldn't even have to wait until adulthood to easily achieve such hunting skills as Tiger Mom. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom was voraciously devouring the body of a sick deer under the shade of the tree. This sick deer was a female, weighing around 70 kilograms. After all, given the size of the northeast leopard, it would be quite difficult to hunt an adult male sick deer that weighs over 100 kilograms. However, such prey is just about right for Tiger Mom. With a weight of 70 kilograms, the net meat is around 40 kilograms, allowing Tiger Mom to have a hearty meal, lasting longer than the previous silly roe deer that only weighed 40 kilograms. However, seeing Song, who was training, and Little Bro, who wanted to slack off but dared not, Tiger Mom felt that it might not last much longer. After all, Song and Little Bro were growing too fast, changing every single day. And growth comes at a cost, which is nutrition. Currently, Song and Little Bro can only get their nutrition from Tiger Mom's milk, so how long Tiger Mom's meal can last totally depends on how much Song and Little Bro eat. As their bodies grow, Song and Little Bro's appetites will only increase. But after worrying for a moment, Tiger Mom stopped fretting. Now that the two little ones can walk freely, a faster growth rate means an increase in consumption, and also implies that they can acquire self-defense capabilities more swiftly. For instance, right now, although they should be crawling slowly in their den and spending most of the day sleeping, the two little ones can now run around with her, being quiet and not making a fuss, and they can even go hunting together for protection. Perhaps in no time, the two little ones will be able to hunt for themselves, and it won't be too hard for them to take care of themselves. Tiger Mom thought optimistically, then savored a mouthful of deer leg meat, feeling immensely satisfied. Ding! Jogging 1000 m, jogging skill EXP +1. For 100. Huff, huff. Now that I'm accustomed to this jogging rhythm, I feel like my speed has increased quite a bit. This 1000 meters probably took me only about 2 hours. Listening to the notification sound from the system in his mind, Sun thought joyfully. It should be June now, close to the summer solstice, and the weather is getting hotter, but at the same time, the days are becoming longer. Now, from sunrise to sunset, there are about 16 hours, minus eating, drinking, and necessary rest. Roughly 12 hours in a day can be used for exercise. In 2 hours, I can accumulate 1 layer of skill EXP. On that day, I could gather 6 layers. The higher the skill EXP, the faster I get results. By calculation, I might have enough for 100 layers in half a month, allowing the slow run skill to evolve. Sun thought optimistically. Before long, it was noon. The sun was high in the sky and the weather was hot. Even if Song wanted to run, his young body couldn't take such a toll, so he could only bring Little Bro to the shade by Tiger Mom's side, panting as he took a break. I accumulated over 2 layers in the morning. I just need a little more for the 3rd kilometer. If I work hard this afternoon, I must complete today's goal of 6 layers. While resting, Song was pondering. At that moment, Little Bro was also utterly exhausted, collapsing under the shade to sleep. Bang! But just when Little Bro was enjoying his nap, he was suddenly startled awake. This gave him quite a scare. He quickly lifted his head, looking around and realizing he was not close to Song or Tiger Mom, feeling puzzled. It's not Mom and brother fighting. What is that thing? Little Bro looked down and spotted an open pine cone by his paw, so he looked up. He saw a little creature he had never seen before tugging at the pine cone on a branch about 4 to 5 meters up. However, Little Bro had seen plenty of animals he had never encountered. Apart from the prey of Tiger Mom, he had only seen common birds and bugs. But upon seeing the culprit that disturbed his nap, Little Bro was instantly filled with rage, so he crouched low, raised his head, and roared loudly with his baby roar skill. Though not as powerful as Song's, who had progressed once in the baby roar skill, Little Bro was ultimately bigger and his chest was quite strong, so his baby roar still carried some might. What's Little Bro going on about? The commotion immediately attracted Song, who was still resting. Little Bro rarely let out a loud baby roar. He only did so when he was getting beaten. Seeing the furious Little Bro, Song followed his gaze upwards and finally spotted the target of Little Bro's baby roar beneath the pine branches. This seems to be a marten, right? Looking at the slender, sleek-furred creature, Song thought to himself with suspicion. Like the Siberian tiger, this little creature is also a nationally protected animal, and is quite rare. It seems the natural environment of this jungle is really quite good. Not only are there Siberian tigers, but also Siberian leopards and sable. Song sighed inwardly. However, judging by its size, it seems to be only a juvenile at about 10 centimeters long. No wonder it's just capable of doing squirrel-like things, gathering pine cones from the pine trees to eat the pine seeds. After all, adult sables feed primarily on squirrels and small birds. At that moment, the sable on the tree seemed to have noticed little bro below it in the shade, who was roaring, "Baby roar skill." A pair of small, yellow bean-like eyes cast their gaze down from the tree, curious and puzzled. Seeing this, little bro thought the sable was provoking him and became even angrier. Despite only being able to use the crawl skill slowly, he took a few quick steps and came to the base of the pine tree where the sable was. He placed his front paws on the rough bark of the tree, ready to climb. However, little bro's limb strength was still insufficient, and being too fat, he managed to climb just a paw's height before he fell down awkwardly. Squeak! Seeing this, the sable on the tree suddenly burst into joyous squeaks, further infuriating little bro. At that moment, Sung, who was observing, suddenly had a bright idea. Chapter 20, Tiger Mom's Tree Climbing Demonstration. Right. How could I forget about climbing trees? This is the best self-preservation method before gaining strong combat power. Sung tapped his paw on his head and sighed inwardly. Climbing trees is a relatively common ability in nature. But it is also one of the best means for many animals to evade their natural enemies. For instance, many fables contain examples of climbing trees when encountering bears. Although, in reality, the likelihood of a person being able to climb faster than a bear is low, as bears are excellent climbers. However, if one can truly climb faster than a bear, then there is a real chance for self-preservation. After all, those who can climb trees typically weigh much less than bears, and if they can get onto a suitably thick branch, the bear won't dare to follow them. If they can hold out long enough until the bear loses patience or until someone comes to rescue them, there is a chance to survive. Song's expectations for the tree climbing skill are the same. His goal doesn't require him to be unable to climb, he just needs to be slower than his opponent and weigh significantly less. If he can stand on a relatively narrow branch that can support him, the opponent won't dare to catch him unless they are willing to risk falling from a great height. Therefore, climbing trees is undoubtedly a very practical skill. With that thought, Sang felt he had rested enough, so he quickly made his way to little bro. Seeing his brother arrive, little bro eagerly pointed at the marten in the tree with his paw, grunting as if to accuse it. In response, Sang gently patted little bro's head with his paw, signaling him to calm down. Then, Sang placed his front paws on the straight trunk of the pine tree, testing his grip. Next, he climbed up step by step with his front paws, but his hind paws left the ground, instinctively spreading apart, and his paw pads dangled in the air. After a few tries, he realized this way wouldn't allow him to move upwards. Right after, he jumped back down. No, I need to change human conventional thinking. The way humans climb trees doesn't suit a tiger's body structure. After the first failure, Sang quickly summed up the reasons for his failure. In his past life, he had also climbed trees as a child, but in human anatomy, climbing meant wrapping the legs around the trunk, alternating between squeezing and releasing, coordinating hands and feet to ascend. But tigers are different. Tigers don't have limbs as flexible as humans, and they certainly don't have the extraordinarily strong adductor muscles needed to wrap their legs, making that action impossible for a tiger. But how should a tiger climb a tree? Song felt a bit of a headache as he desperately tried to recall if he had seen any footage of tigers climbing trees in the documentaries of his previous life. Roar! At that moment, a low growl came from behind little bro. Turning around, he saw Tiger Mom approaching gracefully. Then, without any warning, Tiger Mom lunged forward in just 2 strides, and in the blink of an eye, she ascended 4 to 5 meters up the pine tree, stopping right in front of the little marten. This move amazed Song and made little bro joyfully bob his head. As for the little marten, it trembled in fear. Oh no! I've provoked the little one and brought its parent here. Squeak! My life is over. At that moment, the little marten felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar, too scared to move. However, what it didn't expect was that Tiger Mom, with her face right up to its head, didn't do anything but wrinkled her nose a couple of times, revealing a look of disgust, and then turned to jump lightly down from the tree. Squeak! Seeing this, the little marten went limp all over, nearly falling from the tree, and hurriedly clung to the branch, still anxious. Fortunately, I smell bad, otherwise, I would be done for today. Roar! Tiger Mom, landing gracefully, gave a low growl under the odd gazes of Song and Little Bro, raising her head to signal them to also give it a try. Seeing that Song enjoys exercising so much, Tiger Mom is inspired to teach various skills. That's why she demonstrates hunting in front of the two little ones. Now that she sees them trying to climb trees but struggling, she rushes over to show them how it's done. As for that little marten, such a tiny creature, weighing hardly anything and smelling bad, isn't on its menu. Besides, it just ate, so it wouldn't be that desperate for food. Furthermore, the little one is quite lazy. This is the first time it's been motivated by anger to try to do something. I can't let it destroy its own drive. I'll leave it for the little one to play with. When it can climb trees and catch the little marten, it can do whatever it wants, kill or eat. This is Tiger Mom's thinking. Meanwhile, Song is reminiscing about Tiger Mom's posture while climbing the tree. I see. Tigers are digitigrade animals, and their claws can bend at wide angles. So when a tiger climbs a tree, all four paws are gripping the trunk, almost like walking on it. Song suddenly understands. With a standard demonstration, Song can't wait to try climbing the tree himself with proper movements. So, he mimics Tiger Mom's actions and jogs toward the trunk, leaping up. Ding! Jumped once, jumping skill EXP +1, 100. Just then, a notification sound from the system startled Song, causing him to lose his balance and fall from the trunk. Fortunately, he didn't jump very high, so the fall didn't hurt much. A pleasant surprise. I didn't think about improving my jumping ability before, but then again, my limb strength didn't support jumping before unlocking the jogging skill. Song shook his head, shaking off the grass and leaves stuck in his fur, then adjusted himself to try again. Next, he took off running and jumped again. Ding! Jumped once, jumping skill EXP +1, 100. This time, he wasn't disrupted by the system's notification. Instinctively, all four paws extended their claws, firmly anchoring him to the trunk. Feeling secure in his position, Sang took a deep breath, then boldly released his right front paw and climbed up a step, quickly using his claws to secure himself. Yes. Keep going. Climbing was still very sturdy, and Song gained more confidence. Following a tiger's walking habit, he lifted his left hind paw to climb up a step, quickly securing himself with his claws. Left front paw, right hind paw, right front paw, left hind paw. Step by step, Sang climbed more steadily, gaining more courage, loosening up and climbing faster with each step. Ding! Climbing 1M, climbing skill EXP +1, 100. After climbing for a while, a notification sound from the system made Song unable to suppress a smile. Sure enough, climbing trees can be counted as a skill, and it seems like leveling up the skill isn't difficult at all. Seeing this, Song was overjoyed. Compared to the jogging skill, which was still difficult to evolve, the newly obtained jumping skill and the current climbing skill seem much more cost-effective. Song was calculating in his mind. Ah! At that moment, a lively howling sound came from below. Song looked down to see Little Bro showing off to a small marten. It seemed to be saying, "Look! My brother is coming to catch you." Chapter 21, Entering Danger, Crying for Mom's Help. Squeak! Seeing Song climbing toward it, the little marten, which had just been frightened by Tiger Mom and was nearly paralyzed, quickly moved from its previous branch to the trunk and swiftly climbed upward. Ah! Little Bro below saw that the little thing was about to escape, anxiously darting back and forth, using baby roar skill towards Song, seemingly wanting Song to hurry and catch the little marten. However, Song chose to ignore him. Marten is already adept at climbing trees. With a slender build and a lightweight body, even with a climbing skill evolution, he might not surpass it. So, let alone catching it, even just catching up is impossible. Treating Little Bro's baby roar skill as background noise, Sang climbed up step by step, enjoying the fun of climbing. Ding! Climbing 1M, climbing skill EXP plus 1, to 100. Soon, a notification sound from the system came, making Song feel invigorated. Such rapid motivational feedback feels great. Unlike the jogging skill, which has already evolved twice and takes 2 hours to accumulate a skill EXP level, it's quite draining and requires a lot of willpower to stick with. But this newly unlocked skill is different, its improvement is very quick. Maybe today I'll be able to complete the task of climbing 100 meters and evolve this skill. Song thought optimistically. If I can evolve the climbing skill, then taking a break from jogging for half a day is not a loss. With each encouraging chime from the system, Sang steadily climbed higher up the pine tree, temporarily forgetting everything else. After more than 10 minutes, he suddenly realized that he didn't have enough stamina. Compared to jogging, climbing this exercise that defied gravity consumed even more energy. Before he knew it, his climbing ability skill EXP had already accumulated to 15 levels. Wait a minute, 1 level is 1 meter, 15 levels. At that moment, Sang snapped back to reality and stiffly glanced down. But that single glance made him feel dizzy. So high. That's equivalent to the height of a 5-story building. Moreover, the impact of height on oneself is inversely proportional to size. The smaller the size, the scarier the same height becomes. In his past life as a human, standing at 1.8 meters tall, facing a 5-story height didn't feel so bad. But now, he was only 40 centimeters long. Also, tigers are not upright animals when standing normally, their line of sight is just over 20 centimeters. For him, 15 meters is like an ordinary person standing on a 20-story high rise. That glance almost made him lose his grip, and he quickly tightened his muscles, embedding his claws deeply into the bark to hold himself securely. Turning back, Song didn't dare to look down again. The dizzy feeling eased considerably. Looking up again, as he focused on climbing the tree, little purple marten was being chased up by him, just a few meters above him. However, its condition was far better than Song's. For a natural tree climbing expert, little purple marten was currently at ease and even seemed to be smiling. It was afraid if Tiger Mom her climbing skills were too amazing, and if she wanted to catch it, it might not be able to escape. But for Song, who was only half adept, just being able to climb steadily was already impressive. Catching it was just wishful thinking. However, Song wasn't concerned at all about what little purple marten was thinking. Right now, he was focused solely on how to get down. Even though Tiger Mom had just demonstrated how to climb up and how to climb down. If Song remembered correctly, Tiger Mom had flipped herself upside down on the trunk and dove down. This required strong physical coordination, and all 4 limbs had to be strong enough. Clearly, Sang's current body and the little stamina he had left weren't enough to support him in achieving such a feat. After thinking for a moment, Song decided to backtrack down bit by bit. That way, he wouldn't have to look directly at the dizzying height. Thinking of this, Song raised his back left paw, reached down to probe, and clung to the bark. Then, he followed this method, inching down step by step. After 2.5 minutes, he estimated that he had descended about 1 or 2 meters, but his limbs were already starting to tremble. This method is effective, but the problem is that his stamina can't keep up. Feeling the dwindling stamina, Song could only use his last bit of strength to scramble onto a sturdy branch sticking out to the side, carefully managing to stand upright on it. Phew, this is going to take ages. Looking at the still high drop, Song thought wearily. Fortunately, after a while, he began to adapt to the perspective from high above and didn't feel so dizzy anymore. Through the pine needles and branches, Sang could see little bro still looking up and shouting the baby roar skill, seemingly really confronting that little sable. Thinking of this, Song looked up and saw the little sable just 3 to 4 meters above him. This guy, is he here to laugh at me? Keeping so much distance from me. Song gritted his teeth in frustration but found himself powerless against the little sable. Up in the tree, it was the other party's territory, and he couldn't do anything about it. Ignoring the little sable that was watching the show, Song looked down and saw the figure of Tiger Mom. Tiger Mom was standing under the pine tree, looking up. Clearly, Tiger Mom wasn't too reassured about Sang climbing the tree, keeping an eye on him from below to prevent any mishaps. Seeing this, Song's eyes brightened. Ayo. Then, he steadied himself on the branch, took a deep breath, and exerted all his strength to use the baby roar skill. Ding! Baby roar skill activated once, baby roar skill experience +1. 85-100. As a loud call echoed, the system's prompt sound followed in his mind. Usually, when he was exercising, Song would occasionally let out a baby roar skill. Partly to accumulate skill EXP for this ability, and partly to focus his attention, just like shouting during a workout at the gym. But now, his purpose for the baby roar skill was not the same. He was calling for help. Since he couldn't get down by himself, he didn't want to continue wasting time up in the tree. He would just call Tiger Mom directly to come and take him down, the quickest and easiest way. He felt no embarrassment about that. As a cub, is it wrong to call for Mom when in trouble? As for Tiger Mom below the tree, upon hearing Song's frightened baby roar skill, her ears perked up, and without another word, she took a few steps back, then lunged upward, reaching the tree in the blink of an eye. Then, Tiger Mom suddenly took off like an orange rocket, moving effortlessly on the tree trunk. In less than 5 seconds, Tiger Mom reached Song's side, extending her neck and deftly grabbing Song by the back of his neck. After doing this, Tiger Mom turned around and dove down the tree from a height of several meters. She descended in 3 seconds, giving Song a thrilling sense of weightlessness that surpassed even riding a roller coaster. Whoa, finally down. When released by Tiger Mom, Sang felt like he was on cotton, weightless. Chapter 22, Second Attempt to Climb the Tree. After a moment of fear, Sang didn't climb the tree again. This was far too scary. He was still a bit shaken. After resting for a while, the hottest noon had passed, and Song took little bro out to continue training. For now, he's not climbing trees anymore. He'll try again tomorrow after he recovers. However, he's no longer daring to climb up blindly. Because climbing too high and not being able to come down, asking Tiger Mom for help once isn't embarrassing. But if he has to ask for help again for that reason, falling in the same spot twice is too embarrassing. For the next half day, Song continued to stick to the original plan, keeping a full schedule until sunset, finally completing a day's worth of skill EXP for the 6-story jogging skill. Having finished a day's tasks, the family of 3 returned to the den and comfortably went to sleep. Day 14 after birth. Just as dawn was breaking, the family of 3 came out to a clearing not far from the cave. Song and little bro began another day of training. Since Tiger Mom ate yesterday, she had no business, just leisurely lying nearby, watching the 2 little brothers train. Meanwhile, various animals came to drink from the stream nearby. They didn't dare approach, particularly the herbivores on Tiger Mom's menu, who were keeping one eye on the water and the other on Tiger Mom, ready to run. However, having just eaten, Tiger Mom was unconcerned about their vigilance. What she needed to guard against now was anything stupid enough to come after the 2 little ones. To save effort, Tiger Mom would let out 2 loud roars occasionally, scaring away the surrounding animals. This was undoubtedly a behavior that reached peak dominance, occupying a large precious area of high-quality water source just for Song and little bro to play. However, as the queen of this jungle, standing at the top of the food chain, Tiger Mom has the leverage that even if she could speak, other animals wouldn't dare to utter a word. Meanwhile, Song was struggling to maintain a steady jogging pace, keeping his breath even, ensuring his speed was sustainable for a long run without being too easy. Today, his goal was to accumulate 7 layers of skill EXP in jogging. With the continuous consumption of the digest skill, his body was growing rapidly. Even if his skill EXP didn't increase, the improvement in his physical condition would make him faster. Combining this with the skill EXP boosts from the system, he was making progress every single moment. So, he cannot settle for the status quo. The purpose of training isn't to achieve fixed goals, but to exhaust his physical strength and discover the potential lying within his body. Therefore, he needed to constantly adjust his training goals according to the growth rate of his body, striving for optimal training results. Ding! Jogged 1000 m, jogging skill EXP +1, 12-100. Throughout the morning, Song successfully gathered 3 layers of skill EXP in jogging. Watching the sun rise higher, he could only lead little bro back to the shade of a tree and rest with his tongue hanging out. Squeak! Just as the 2 little ones were resting, they suddenly heard a series of squeaks from above. Looking up, on the pine tree nearby, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, yesterday's little marten was mimicking the two by sticking out its tongue to cool off, pretending to be very hot. Ah! This made little bro furious with his not-so-smart head. He recalled what happened yesterday and jumped up, directing his baby roar skill at the little marten in the tree. However, the little marten showed no fear at all, even turning its head and wagging its tail, provocatively shaking its butt at little bro. This little creature is really cheeky. Song, however, wasn't so easily provoked and couldn't help but throw shade in his mind. Nonetheless, seeing the little marten, Song's thoughts sparked again. The sun had been too harsh lately, making jogging difficult. How about trying to climb a tree instead? Although yesterday's experience still made him a bit apprehensive. But how could he master such a great skill without overcoming his psychological barriers? After a bit of internal struggle, Song took a deep breath, stepped back 2 paces, charged forward, and then leapt onto the trunk. However, having learned from yesterday's lesson, he dared not climb blindly. Ding! Climbed 1M, climbing skill EXP +1, 16100. Receiving the system's notification sound meant that Song's height was now 1 meter, and he stopped. Then, he recalled Tiger Mom's movement of transitioning before coming down from the tree, turning around and pivoting. Then, with a plop, he fell down from the tree. His technique was still unrefined, and when he turned, his legs got tangled, and he accidentally lost his grip. Fortunately, the height was only 1 meter, which wasn't too high for Song, who was already 40 centimeters long. It hurt a bit when he fell, but he wasn't injured. Squeak! Seeing that Song only dared to climb a tree at such a low height, and he fell down too, the little marten in the tree couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Song completely ignored this. When learning a new skill, isn't failure part of the process? Failure is the mother of success. If you try a few more times and find your rhythm, you'll definitely get the hang of it. Preparing himself mentally once again, replaying the reasons for his previous failure in his mind and anticipating solutions, Song climbed the tree again. Ding! Climbing 1M, climbing skill EXP +1, 17100. Stopping at the same height of 1 meter, Song attempted to turn around again, this time without his limbs getting tangled, successfully completing the turn and then running along the trunk. However, because he moved too quickly, Song couldn't maintain his balance and ended up having a close encounter with the ground face first, which hurt. Squeak! This time, the little marten's mockery was still present. But Song was undeterred, easing up a bit and waiting for his face to stop hurting before climbing the tree again. Ding! Climbing 1M, climbing skill EXP +1, 18100. Turn, pivot, dive, push. Thud! Song's forepaws landed lightly, seamlessly transitioning between climbing up and down the tree. Phew, finally made it. After 2 setbacks, he finally succeeded on the 3rd try, and Song felt much happier. His efforts had truly paid off. Squeak! Seeing Song succeed, the little marten paused for a moment, before bouncing up a few meters on the tree, then rushing down, repeating this 3 times, and then looked at Song, chirping. Clearly, with Song having succeeded in climbing up and down the tree, the marten found it hard to maintain its expression after mocking him and showed off how easily it could go up and down, indicating that Song's tree climbing skills still needed practice. Seeing this, Song didn't get upset. Instead, he turned to little bro and gave its bottom a pat. Ow oh! Little bro looked at Song in confusion, utterly bewildered. Ah! Song raised a paw, pointed at the tree trunk, and suggested that it try climbing the tree too. Roar! Little bro can understand such simple body language, and quickly shook his head, retreating a couple of steps. He just saw Song fall twice, and the second time he hit the ground face first it looked painful. Ah! Seeing this guy instinctively shrink back, Song felt frustrated and pointed at the little marten in the tree. If you can't climb a tree, you'll be ridiculed by that little creature for the rest of your life. The little marten cooperated remarkably, turning its body and wagging its tail while shaking its rear, clearly showing a mocking attitude as it saw Song pointing at itself. Roar! This time, little bro could no longer stand it. His lazy gaze suddenly became resolute as he nodded. He wants to learn how to climb trees. He wants to catch that little thing. Chapter 23, Teaching Little Bro to Climb Trees. Seeing that little bro had finally gathered his fighting spirit and was no longer lazy, a smile appeared on Song's face. Little bro's talent is beyond doubt, it's just that he hasn't been motivated like Song, with the system constantly pushing his stats, leading to a lack of effort in training. If he could get away with being lazy, he would. Now, with the little Marten's presence igniting little bro's fighting spirit, it's undoubtedly a good thing. Although the two male tigers will definitely have to part ways to find their own mates once they mature, Song hopes to become powerful enough to rule over a territory in the jungle before they separate. Otherwise, with the population of Siberian tigers being what it is, it will be very difficult to find a mate in fierce competition. Roar! Thinking this, Song let out a light roar, instructing little bro to climb the tree. Little bro is larger in size, and his sheer limb strength is a bit stronger than Song's. However, he is relatively heavier, so he is not as fast as Song when running. Thus, according to Song's estimation, little bro's limb strength should be enough to manage climbing up and down the tree. Hearing his brother's urging, little bro recalled Tiger Mom's actions and Song's recent movements of climbing up and down the tree. He took a few steps back and then suddenly charged forward. But just as he was about to dash towards the trunk of the pine tree, he suddenly became a bit frightened and immediately shut his eyes. Bang! A dull thud echoed as little bro dizzily fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, Song hurriedly jogged over to little bro, using his paw to adjust his head, only to find that little bro had already rolled his eyes back. How could I have such a foolish little brother? Who runs headfirst into a closed door? Song instantly felt the urge to facepalm, mentally complaining. Out of fear, little bro charged with his eyes closed, knocking himself out. What a situation! Squeak! At that moment, a squeaking sound came from above, and when Song looked up, sure enough, it was the little Marten, currently overlooking little bro and giggling while covering its mouth. Whoa! Perhaps little bro finally settled down, or maybe he heard the little purple sable above him snickering. He groggily woke up and stood up unsteadily. Looking up, sure enough, the little purple sable was mocking him. Little bro instantly felt angry and raised his head, letting out a baby roar skill. It seems I still need to demonstrate a few more times. Seeing the enthusiastic little bro, Song sighed inwardly. However, there was nothing to be done. Little bro was not like himself. He was an adult reborn as a tiger, with a more mature way of thinking. Little bro was only 14 days old. Other little brothers his age were still crawling aimlessly in their little corner, but little bro could already crawl steadily and would soon be able to jog, which was quite impressive. He couldn't hold his expectations too high. Ah! After thinking for a moment, Song let out a low growl at little bro to divert his attention back to him, then walked towards the pine tree. Then, he raised both his front paws, resting them on the trunk, and gradually transitioned into a backward upright position. After doing all this, Song stepped back, switched to a four-paw stance, and repeated the earlier actions. Thus, Song performed the action 5 times before stopping. Ah! Immediately, Song looked at little bro, raised a paw, and pointed at the trunk, indicating that little bro should mimic his actions and give it a try. Fortunately, while little bro may not be particularly smart, the two had been together long enough for him to understand Song's unique way of expressing himself. In Song's expectant gaze, he successfully understood Song's body language, slowly walking up to the trunk and raising his front paw like Song did. Smack! But the next second, he fell over in a tangle. It seems that little bro's balance is still insufficient to lift both front paws at the same time. Watching little bro fall, Song immediately understood the cause of the tumble and felt a bit embarrassed. However, he quickly came up with a solution, lowly growling for little bro to watch him, and then demonstrated again. This time the movement was almost the same as before, with only one difference. That is, the action of putting the front paws on the tree changed from both paws leaving the ground to one paw after the other being lifted and placed on the trunk. This way, little bro won't fall down. Song repeated the action 5 more times, retreating and gesturing for little bro to mimic him and give it another try. Fortunately, little bro was not just a fleeting interest when it came to learning to climb trees and catch small martens. Even after falling down, he didn't get discouraged and practiced Song's movements step by step. This time, with optimized steps, little bro managed to complete this part thanks to his excellent physical condition. Seeing this, Song nodded in satisfaction. Although there was still a long way to go before he could truly climb trees, Little Bro could understand his expressions, so learning it next was just a matter of time. Then, Song lifted his paw in front of Little Bro, controlling his claws to spread, revealing the claw blades hidden between his toe pads. This amazed Little Bro, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Next, Sang placed his paw with the exposed claw blades on the tree trunk. The sharp claws embedded into the bark as Song exaggeratedly shook his paw a few times. The claw blades held his paw firmly in place on the bark without falling. Seeing this, Little Bro also lifted his own paw, but he couldn't see where his claw blades were. Woo! Witnessing this, Little Bro whined anxiously. He understood Song's meaning, which was that he had to embed the claw blades into the bark to climb the tree. But it seemed that he didn't. Seeing this, Sang felt a jolt in his heart. He had been so focused on teaching Little Bro how to climb that he hadn't even checked if Little Bro had developed claw blades. Although with Little Bro's current size, he was equivalent to a 3-month-old, he definitely had claw blades. However, he was still in reality just a half-month-old Little Bro. Whether he had claw blades was uncertain. Thinking of this, Sang instructed Little Bro to place his paw on the ground while he used his own paw to demonstrate. As Little Bro wanted to learn how to climb, he was very obedient, extending his paw for Song to play with. Fortunately, there are claw blades, and they aren't soft. Their strength is decent, so he should be able to handle climbing tasks. Song sighed with relief, feeling fortunate. If the claw blades hadn't developed properly, preventing him from learning to climb, that would have really dampened Little Bro's enthusiasm for learning. Then, Sang spent some time teaching Little Bro how to flexibly extend and retract his claw blades. Fortunately, this was one of the instinctive actions ingrained in a tiger's genes. Little Bro just hadn't seen it before, so he didn't understand how to do it. Once Sang pointed it out, he quickly grasped it and operated it skillfully. Having learned how to flexibly extend and retract his claw blades, Little Bro was like a child who had received a new toy, happily playing with it by repeatedly extending, retracting, extending, and retracting. Roar! Then, it seemed he remembered something. He lifted his head and raised a forepaw, waving it triumphantly at the little marten in the tree. Having witnessed the tiger mom's hunting skills, Little Bro understands that this is an important weapon for the tiger. Its current movements seem to say, just wait. Once I learn to climb trees and catch you, you'll experience the power of my claws. Chapter 24, Double the Trouble, the Double Standard of Tiger Mom. Squeak! Little Bro's show of strength doesn't intimidate the little marten at all. Even Song, who is more agile at climbing trees, is still just at the beginner's stage, only daring to practice at a height of 1 meter. The little marten looks down on Little Bro, who hasn't even managed to climb a tree. Even if he can climb a tree, what difference will it make? Can he really catch a natural tree climbing expert like it, being a marten? Not a chance. The only one who could pose a threat to it is Tiger Mom, but for some unknown reason, she has it attacked. But that doesn't matter anymore. All it knows is that Tiger Mom won't catch it. In that case, what can the two little fellows do to it? Thus, the fearless little marten scoffs at Little Bro, mocking him on its own terms. This made Little Bro furious, desperately crying out the baby roar skill. However, he wasn't just anxious anymore. After making a few yells at the little marten in the tree, Little Bro looked at Song and whined, pleading, "Please teach me how to climb trees." In Little Bro's eyes, Song had already mastered the vision skill, learned to walk before him, and ran faster. If he just learned from Song, he was sure to succeed. Roar! Song's face brightened, signaling for Little Bro to watch his demonstration. Little Bro eagerly asked to learn, spurred on by the little marten, which was exactly the situation Song wanted to see. Adjusting slightly, Song first demonstrated how to climb a tree at a normal speed again. Next, he slowed down the speed and repeated the climbing action. Then, he adapted his climbing posture according to Little Bro's current lack of balance, which made it difficult for him to lift both front paws simultaneously, placing the two front paws on the trunk one after another to climb. Finally, he broke the climbing process down into several independent steps. The first step is a front paw jump. With Little Bro's balance, he definitely can't perform such a difficult move as a single jump to climb the tree right now. However, little bro's strength is likely superior to his own, so abandoning the initial momentum gained from a high-speed dash and going straight to standing firmly to grab the branch may be the right method for him to climb now. After demonstrating this step 5 times, Song indicated for little bro to give it a try himself. Sure enough, this targeted adjustment indeed matched little bro's behavior pattern. He only needed to try 5 or 6 times before successfully bouncing both front paws to a sufficiently high position all at once, securing himself well. Seeing this, Song had him train this movement a bit longer to get familiar with the sensation of force. This time, little bro didn't slack off like usual. Instead, he repeated the movement with great seriousness. As for Song himself, he started to climb the tree. Like before, he only climbed to a height of 1 meter, received a prompt from the system, and then came back down. After going back and forth for a while, the climbing skill EXP reached 30 levels. When Song looked back at little bro, he was already able to bounce with his front paws quite skillfully, getting them to a height that surpassed his rear legs when standing upright. Seeing this, Song called little bro to a stop and began to teach the next step. This time, Song repeated the previous front paw bounce movement, but instead of stopping after the action ended, he engaged his forearms to grip the trunk, then with a light jump and draw back of his back paws, he placed them at the bottom of the trunk, just 5 centimeters above the ground. At this point, Song was completely off the ground, his entire body clinging to the trunk. As before, Song demonstrated the action of retracting the back paws and resting on the trunk 5 times, then let little bro try climbing the tree himself to gain skill EXP. At first, little bro often lost his balance when retracting his back paws, leading to him falling down awkwardly. However, a height of 5 centimeters off the ground was nothing painful for little bro. His enthusiasm for learning to climb the tree was high, so he didn't complain about the difficulties and practiced seriously. Hard work pays off, and when Song's climbing skill EXP reached 50 levels, little bro finally mastered this action perfectly. Seeing this, Song returned to little bro's side and combined the previous 2 movements, climbing step by step. After demonstrating a few times, little bro eagerly tried it himself. This step is actually the simplest because it's no different from walking normally, except that now it has to be vertical to the ground, needing to continuously extend its claws to grip the bark and secure itself to avoid falling. So, there's no need for Song to climb trees to pass the time. As soon as little bro tries, he can gradually move up. The rest is just about him becoming proficient and improving his speed. Squeak! Just when little bro was excited after climbing a few steps upward, he heard the mocking voice of a small marten from the tree. Knowing that tiger mom wouldn't do anything to him, the small marten became even more arrogant. Seeing this, little bro was furious and started climbing up, alternating his limbs. Seeing this, Song got a shock. Yesterday, before he learned how to get down from the tree, he had recklessly climbed to a height of 15 meters and almost couldn't get down. If little bro climbs too high, runs out of strength, and accidentally falls, he could really die. But Song had just learned to climb trees himself, and since little bro was much heavier, he couldn't possibly go up to bring little bro down. Seeing little bro climbing higher and higher, Song anxiously ran towards tiger mom. Ah! Ding! Baby roar skill leveled up once, baby roar skill EXP +1, 93-100. While running, Song shouted out the baby roar skill. Hearing Song's baby roar skill, tiger mom woke up from her nap, looking at Song in confusion. Ah! Seeing this, Song pointed with his claws at little bro, who had climbed more than 2 meters high. Tiger mom instantly understood the situation, her face darkening. These 2 little ones really are a handful. Yesterday the younger one climbed up the tree and couldn't come down, and now the older one is causing trouble too? However, even though her face was dark, the kids were still more important. Thus, tiger mom sprang into action, quickly rushing up the trunk where little bro was, grabbing him and jumping down. A height of 2 to 3 meters is just a little bit higher than tiger mom's upright height. At this moment, little bro was still thinking about climbing the tree to catch the small marten and give it a good lesson. However, as soon as he lifted his head, he saw tiger mom's serious face. Having cared for the 2 cubs for half a month, tiger mom already had a certain understanding of little bro and the younger one. Song is smart and diligent, so there's not much to worry about. Little bro is lazy, with intelligence at the level of an ordinary cub, acting recklessly without considering the consequences. So, yesterday, Song was stuck in the tree, understanding to look for branches to conserve energy, and even shouted loudly with the baby roar skill for help, but Tiger Mom was not angry. But little bro doesn't know this. Instead, he rashly climbs up, and if he falls, the consequences are unthinkable. Thinking of this, Tiger Mom made her expression more serious, preparing to make little bro understand the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Song, sensing the odd atmosphere, dare not continue climbing the tree. Plus, the hottest part of noon had passed, so he went off to practice his jogging skills on the open ground. An angry Tiger Mom is not something to reckon with. Chapter 25: The Interaction and Feedback Between Skills. On the 15th day of birth, Song continued his jogging exercises as usual, but he knew nothing about how Tiger Mom punished little bro yesterday. He only knew that little bro had cried out with the baby roar skill for quite a while yesterday. Ding! Jogged 1000 m, jogging skill EXP plus 1, 17,100. Moreover, the jogging skill's EXP was steadily increasing. Having completed yesterday's goal of 7 layers of skill EXP successfully, today's goal naturally should be increased by 1 layer. After all, he grows every day. Even if any skill's EXP does not increase, his physical fitness is improving. Sure enough, as noon approached, the jogging skill EXP had already reached 19 levels. After finishing the 19th level, he jogged a bit more, and he wasn't far from level 20. After eating and drinking to fullness, Song took a moment to rest but saw Tiger Mom teaching little bro how to climb the tree. It must be because something almost happened yesterday that Tiger Mom had to personally supervise him. Song thought to himself. But this is good. With Tiger Mom teaching him how to climb trees, little bro should quickly master how to come down. And he could have plenty of time to work on improving his climbing skill EXP. With this in mind, Song walked over to a nearby pine tree and began to review his movements. Up the tree, down the tree, up the tree, down the tree. To minimize unnecessary danger, Sang started with 10 practice climbs up and down at a height of 1 meter. Squeak! At this moment, a familiar chirping sound came from the tree. Looking up, sure enough, the little marten was perched on a tree about 3 to 4 meters high, watching him climb up and down, laughing. Wasn't this little thing just hanging out in that tree before? Why did it change its spot? A question flashed through Song's mind, but in the next second, he suddenly understood. Tiger Mom was teaching little bro how to climb up and down the tree, and while the little marten wasn't afraid of little bro, it was scared of Tiger Mom. Although Tiger Mom probably couldn't be bothered to deal with such a small creature, the fear ingrained in her genes made the little marten hesitate to stay there. In the jungle, the trees were fairly close together, and the little marten was good at climbing, so jumping from the top of one tree to another was a basic maneuver for it. After realizing this, Song couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. His climbing skills were nowhere near the little marten's. Charging at it now would only serve to humiliate himself. Not only could he do nothing to it, he would just end up being toyed with, and Song wasn't one for seeking out humiliation. Might as well stay patient for now, wait until his climbing skill evolution had upgraded a few times, then catch it off guard. Today, the little marten's tree jumping performance made Song feel that one round of skill evolution might not be enough to handle it. Ignoring the little marten, Sang climbed 2 meters this time and then turned back down the tree. The higher you go, the greater the final impact when coming down, thus requiring better skills to avoid injury. Tiger Mom's approach is to push off with her legs to propel herself forward, adjust her posture in mid-air to land on all fours, increasing the area of impact and reducing the shock to her limbs. If you don't do it this way, from too great a height, only the front paws will bear all the impact, and the claws will be ruined. Song analyzed this based on his own sensations and Tiger Mom's movements. Then, he climbed back up to 3 meters and turned back down. This time, based on his analysis, he mimicked Tiger Mom's move, pushing off with his legs half a meter above the ground, propelling his body away from the trunk and adjusting his posture in mid-air. Luck was on my side, I landed smoothly, and the impact on my front paws was much less than when I was at 2 meters high. Confirming his guess, a smile appeared on Song's face. Next, he began to gradually increase the height to test his limits. Ding! Climbing 1m, climbing skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your climbing skill EXP has reached its maximum value, and this skill will evolve into crawl skill. Just as he was conducting his 10th extreme test, a notification sound from the system rang out. Immediately, he felt his limbs become even stronger, and his speed in climbing trees increased significantly. At this time, he had already climbed to a height of 10 meters, and the little Martin he was driving could only climb to a higher position. Turning back, sprinting, and quickly descending the tree, he felt that his ability to leap down from the tree had greatly improved. In the last extreme test, the height was 9 meters, and when he jumped down, he already felt his limbs numb. However, this time, at 10 meters high, he landed steadily, feeling just a slight jolt. Clearly, his extreme height had significantly increased. However, for safety's sake, he did not climb to a higher altitude. If he couldn't come back down, he might end up in a predicament like what happened to little bro yesterday. Therefore, to avoid upsetting Tiger Mom, Song decided to train his newly evolved climbing skill EXP at a height of 10 meters. As he expected, the climbing skill EXP was one layer for 10 meters, and in total, to evolve this skill, he needed to climb 1,000 meters. After the skill evolution, Song's speed in climbing trees had notably improved at 10 meters high. It was just a matter of 1 minute. If that's the case, 100 minutes would be enough for this skill to evolve again. Although it can't be simplified like that, considering the time to go up and down the tree, and the necessary rest, half a day would definitely be enough. Now that his physical quality has improved, earning skill EXP is fast. When he first was born, it took 5 days to progress from crawl skill to crawl skill, and 7 days from crawl skill to jogging skill. Now the climbing skill only requires half a day for skill evolution. How wonderful! Song calculated the progress bar again, and instantly his face lit up with a smile. Wait a minute. Having good physical quality means I earn skill EXP quickly because I strengthen my limbs through the skill chain of crawl skill, jogging. That's why I can hone my climbing skills so rapidly. And after climbing skills enhance the 4 limb strength, does that mean my jogging speed will also benefit accordingly? Therefore, accumulating skill EXP for jogging skills will also speed up. Song analyzed this causal relationship and was instantly amazed. Previously, he had always viewed different skill chains as independent and unrelated entities. But now, upon further reflection, he realized that some skills actually complement each other. In fact, he had sensed this long ago, right from his birth, but hadn't analyzed it in depth. For instance, the stronger the suckle skill, the more he can consume, and thus the skill EXP for the digest skill increases faster. Similarly, the stronger the digest skill, the greater the dietary needs, and the skill EXP for the suckle skill increases faster. And now, he has found another pair of mutually beneficial skill chains. Running and climbing are both affected by limb strength, and after skill evolution, they similarly enhance limb strength. By the way, there's also claw strike. During skill evolution, it not only enhances the claws but also the explosive power of the forelimbs. Additionally, jumping enhances the explosive power of the hind limbs. There's also the baby roar skill. The sound it produces is caused by air vibrations, and a loud voice signifies strong cardiopulmonary capacity, which also enhances the endurance of jogging. It's all coming together, it's all connected. In an instant, Sang made inferences and gained a deeper understanding of his various skills. Chapter 26, The Regretful Little Sable. After clarifying the relationships of the various skill chains, Sang couldn't wait to experiment. The jumping skill is about to undergo skill evolution, and the baby roar skill is too, so I'll max out the skill EXP for these two skills first, then focus on rapidly increasing the skill EXP for climbing skills. After looking at the system, Song formulated his next plan. The jumping skill enhances the hind limbs, the baby roar skill enhances the cardiopulmonary system, and the climbing skill enhances the limbs. All of these significantly contribute to increasing jogging speed. Soon, after a series of baby roar skills and sprint jumps, the skill EXP for both skills was fully accumulated. Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP plus 1. 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, the baby roar skill EXP has reached its maximum value. This skill evolution is baby roar skill. Ding! Jumping once, jump skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, the jump skill EXP has reached its maximum value. This skill evolution is leaping. Right afterwards, Sang felt his heart beating more powerfully, his breaths became longer, and his hind limbs felt more explosive. Without any delay, Sang took 2 steps back and made a sprinting jump. This time, he jumped over half a meter high, which, compared to his body length of over 40 centimeters and his shoulder height of under 20 centimeters, could be said to be soaring like the wind. Feeling delighted, Sang quickly climbed up, reaching a height of 10 meters in just 1 minute, until the system notified him that he had accumulated a layer of climbing skill EXP, then he turned back down the tree. The speed of descending the tree was, of course, even faster, swift and smooth, landing lightly. Then, Sang continued to go up and down the tree again and again, tirelessly. It was not until the 5th trip that Sang finally felt exhausted, so he stopped to look for the tiger mom's suckle skill. This was all thanks to his previous jogging training, which significantly improved his stamina. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure such a massive energy expenditure. However, when he arrived at Tiger Mom's side, Little Bro came bounding over, mouth open and tail wagging, as if sharing his joy. Just as Sang was puzzled, Little Bro smoothly climbed the tree, went up a few steps to about a meter high, then turned around and landed heavily. After demonstrating, Little Bro ran to Sang's side, snuggling close like a child seeking praise. Sang could see that when Little Bro landed, it didn't use any technique to lessen the impact, but its physical quality was astonishing. Even though it learned it halfway, it could probably withstand a drop from 5 meters just based on sheer toughness. However, being able to learn it like this is already quite impressive. Looking at the dirt-covered Little Bro, Sang realized that during that brief period of learning to descend, it must have landed face first quite a bit. Raising a paw, Sang brushed off the dried leaves stuck to Little Bro's face, nodding with a smile to show his approval. Seeing this, Little Bro smiled even more happily. Because of Sang's habitual movements, after spending such a long time together, Little Bro not only understands the meaning of these actions but has even learned to use them to express the same thoughts as Tiger Mom. For example, nodding means agreement and approval, while shaking one's head signifies disagreement and is not good. So, when Little Bro saw that Sang approved of his efforts, he was very happy. At that moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and ran to the pine tree where Sang had just practiced. At this time, the little marten, which had been forced to climb to a high place on the pine tree due to Sang's earlier tree climbing practice, has now returned to a height of 3 to 4 meters. In fact, with the little marten's climbing and jumping abilities in the jungle, it could easily avoid the area where Sang's family was training. However, it might consider this as a game and enjoy itself. As long as it doesn't face off against Tiger Mom, the little marten is quite happy to show off in front of Sang and Little Bro. Upon arriving, Little Bro immediately took on an aggressive stance and called out loudly. However, Little Bro had not lost his reason. He challenged the little marten, which lived in the tree, with the clumsy skills he had just learned. If even his brother didn't do this, it shows he still needs to practice. Moreover, if he climbs too high and puts himself in danger, Tiger Mom would surely give him a stern lesson. Thus, Little Bro also learned to be clever after provoking. He walked away with great momentum, giving the little marten no chance to retort. As for the little marten, it was left baffled by Little Bro's actions, taking a while before it started clicking and chattering irritably. But at that moment, Little Bro had already joined Sang, lying in front of Tiger Mom, practicing the suckle skill. Ha! After finishing the milk, seeing Sang walking towards the tree where the little marten was, Little Bro called out in confusion. Shouldn't he be running in the open space at this time? Oh whoa! Seeing this, Sang explained to Little Bro for quite a while, telling him to follow Tiger Mom to learn climbing. Instead, there would be no running practice today. Understanding Sang's meaning, Little Bro instantly blossomed with joy. Compared to the exhausting running, he preferred learning to climb trees. After all, the reason he set aside his laziness and actively exercised was to catch the little marten. Naturally, exercising climbing, this specific skill, is the most useful. So, after Sang said that, Little Bro eagerly ran off to practice climbing trees. And Tiger Mom, although she preferred to sleep in, was fully supportive of Little Bro's desire to learn, diligently teaching him. If Sang could see that Little Bro wasn't absorbing the impact when getting down from the tree, how could Tiger Mom possibly miss it? Let's use the rest of today to correct big baby's movements. Otherwise, when he needs to climb higher, it's easy to get injured. Tiger Mom thought to herself. Meanwhile, Song was fully focused on grinding his climbing skill EXP. 1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs. Repeated runs gradually enhanced Song's physical condition imperceptibly. Although each enhancement was very minor, over time, they added up to something significant. As skill EXP increased, Song's climbing speed became faster and faster, from 10 meters in 1 minute to 40 seconds for 10 meters. By the time the sun was setting, Song had rested his suckle skill 3 times, and the time taken to climb 10 meters was shortened to 30 seconds. Most importantly, the skill EXP for the climbing skill had maxed out. Ding! Climbing 10m, climbing skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, your climbing skill EXP has reached maximum, and this skill evolution is Ascend. With the system's prompt sound, Sang felt a significant enhancement in his limbs, even noticing that his muscles had bulked up, making his body incredibly solid. This was the second skill evolution skill, and compared to the first skill evolution of jogging, the changes here felt even more profound. Then, Sang immediately ran down the tree and sprinted with all his might. With a whoosh, Sang went from the ground to a height of 10 meters. By counting his heartbeat, this only took about 10 seconds. Although there was no system prompt for the 10-meter height now, the marks left from practicing hundreds of times on the trunk were still quite clear. At this moment, the little marten was nervously clutching its chest. It never expected that Song's tree climbing speed would suddenly become so fast, almost catching it. At that moment, the little marten felt a bit regretful. This little bro is a freak. I should have known better than to provoke those two. Squeak. Chapter 27, Tiger Mom's Fourth Hunt, A Great Crisis. On the 16th day after birth, Song, who had just gotten up, was incredibly excited and couldn't wait to go for a run. This was because, yesterday, after using the jumping skill evolution to leap, and after 2 consecutive skill evolutions of the climbing skill for ascension, his limbs had greatly improved. Although it was already dark yesterday, making it impossible to test how much faster he had become, on the way home, Sang already had a rough feeling. Today, he was ready to try the limits of a day's slow jog and see how much skill EXP he could accumulate. Running ahead of Tiger Mom, Song dashed towards the open space, but Tiger Mom quickly caught up in 2 strides and gently pinned him down with her paw. Seeing this, Sang also lost his excitement and obediently lay down on the ground. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom poked her head out from the dense forest, casting a careful glance at the open area by the stream. And Song, following Tiger Mom's gaze, saw nothing unusual. Only some small animals like groundhogs and pheasants were drinking water by the stream. Roar! At this moment, Tiger Mom no longer hid in the dense forest and got up to give a low growl at Song. It seemed that after living together for a long time, not only could Tiger Mom's little bro roughly understand Song's expressions that were different from those of ordinary tigers, but even Song himself could understand what they wanted to express from the baby roar skill sounds. Tiger Mom wants to hunt, but the open space here hasn't seen many medium to large prey lately because of our long-term regular activities. So, Tiger Mom plans to hunt in nearby areas and leave me to play with little bro here for a while. We'll train in the open space after she returns from hunting? That's right, it's been 4 days since the last hunt. Although one roe deer provided a lot of meat recently, my consumption with little bro has increased significantly, so it's indeed time for another hunt. Although I don't know why I can understand such complex expressions from a simple growl, it's just an instinct. Ah! After understanding, Sang immediately lifted his head and called out. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of little bro. Roar! Seeing this, little bro also stepped up, barked loudly as if to say that he would behave and let Tiger Mom hunt in peace. With such easygoing cubs, a smile instantly appeared on Tiger Mom's face as she dashed towards the dense forest on the other side of the stream. This side is the location of the family's den, where Tiger Mom, as a top predator, resides permanently, leaving behind a scent that makes most prey feel intimidated and hesitant to approach. Therefore, to find prey, one must go to the other side. Seeing Tiger Mom disappear into the thicket, Sang could only follow little bro and obediently lay down on the ground. They are still very young, growing at this stage, and will get hungry quickly after a lot of activity. Since tiger mom's hunt could take a while, it's better to conserve energy before that. And little bro, noticing that Song wasn't moving, naturally grew lazy as well. His brother is smarter than him, and everything he does is right, he just needs to follow along. Squeak! Not knowing how long had passed, little bro had already started dozing off when a familiar call came from above. Sure enough, when he looked up, the little ferret was standing on a tree branch 5 to 6 meters high, chirping at little bro. This guy seems to never learn his lesson. I almost caught him yesterday, and now he dares to provoke? Sam was speechless, while the nearly sleeping little bro angrily raised his head and roared his baby roar skill. Since tiger mom wasn't nearby, little bro grew more courageous, taking 2 steps back and, using the method taught by tiger mom, climbed the tree, seemingly wanting to catch the little ferret. As for this, Sung didn't mind. Little bro had undergone special training from tiger mom for most of the day yesterday and could already go up and down the tree without too much danger. However, in the next moment, Sung frowned. The little ferret's voice was unusual. Previously, the little ferret's calls were very distinctive, teasing and full of provocation. But now, the little ferret's calls were frantic and hurried, and it was jumping around instead of leisurely wagging its tail like before. Looking more closely, it was actually pointing with its little paw at something not far away. Seeing this, Sung quickly followed the little ferret's gaze. With just a glance, Sang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Those were a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Those were the indifferent pupils of another feline. The familiar black and yellow spots instantly reminded Sung of it. It's the northeast leopard that tiger mom stole its prey from 4 days ago. When Sung noticed it, it also sensed Sung's gaze. Without any hesitation, it sprang into action. Ayo! Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP +1. 100. As danger approached, Sung remained unusually calm, roaring loudly to urge little bro to climb up with all its strength. Little bro was still clinging to the trunk at this moment, not knowing the northeast leopard was nearby. However, it always followed Sung's commands strictly, climbing up with all its might without any hesitation. But it had only just learned to climb trees, so even if it tried its hardest, it would still take at least half a minute to reach 4 to 5 meters high. Besides, the northeast leopard could also climb trees, and surely it would be faster than little bro, who had just learned to climb. Thinking of this, Sung turned around and saw that the northeast leopard, which had been 80 meters away just a moment ago, had already sprinted to within 40 meters. Even though this wasn't an open area and there were many obstacles, the northeast leopard's agile form meant it wouldn't be too slow. Last time, I could only hide in the depths of a cave in fear, watching you get torn apart and listening to your cries of baby roar skill. This time, I won't be cowardly. Glancing at little bro, who had just climbed a little over a meter, Sung's gaze grew more determined. The next second, he actually charged towards the northeast leopard. Now even the northeast leopard was taken aback, its brutal eyes revealing a puzzled expression. This little thing can't be a deformity, it must have been born a fool? Since the time tiger mom stole its prey, the northeast leopard had remembered that grudge, planting the seeds of hatred. So, in recent days, it had been secretly observing the movements of Sung's family. It knew it wasn't a match for tiger mom right now, but it could always make trouble for the 2 little brothers. Killing them would be a way to take revenge for tiger mom's theft of its prey. Finally, estimating that tiger mom would go hunting today, it preemptively drove away the medium to large-sized prey around the open area, forcing tiger mom to hunt elsewhere. With such an opportunity, those 2 little brothers were just perfect for it to tackle. However, to avoid alerting tiger mom before she moved too far away, it patiently waited for a while before sneaking towards the 2 little brothers. Naturally, his initial target was the bigger little bro. Killing it would yield plenty of meat to eat. But since this little one didn't seem too bright and rushed over, taking the opportunity to kill it wouldn't be bad either. So thought the northeast leopard. But the next second, just as Sung was about to collide with it, and it had opened its huge mouth to deliver a fatal blow, Sung leaped onto the nearest pine tree. Chapter 28, You tell me this is little bro? Sung's agile posture stunned the northeast leopard. Is this a 1-month-old little bro, capable of such agility? In the Northeast leopard's view, Song should be about a month old, while little bro should be nearly 3 months old. However, it didn't stay stunned for long, as the next second, it instinctively bolted up the tree, chasing Song. But what shocked it even more was that this little thing was moving too quickly, and in just a moment of distraction, it had shot up 2 to 3 meters. So it hurriedly chased after, with Song continuously ascending. Seeing this, Sang felt nervous but also smiled slightly. This is the effect he wanted. With little bro's climbing speed, if he didn't hold back the Northeast leopard, it would surely catch him. And the biting force of the Northeast leopard can't be compared to the fox that once dashed into the tiger's den. Previously, little bro was able to withstand the fox's ripping due to its tough skin and flesh, but this time it wouldn't work. That creature can bite to death a 70-kilogram adult sika deer. And with little bro's weight, even if Song escapes as fast, the Northeast leopard would definitely choose little bro. After all, it's bigger and irresistibly tempting. So, Song must take action to restrain the Northeast leopard, or little bro is definitely doomed. However, Song isn't the kind to impulsively risk his life for little bro. Even though he has developed a deep affection for little bro during this time together, to be honest, it's not at the level where he would sacrifice his life to protect it. Choosing to lure the Northeast leopard, Song has his confidence. And that confidence stems from his current climbing speed. Even Tiger Mom might not climb any faster than Song right now. This Northeast leopard's physical quality is still far behind that of an adult tiger. Even though it's nimble and strong, it can't be faster than Tiger Mom. Sure enough, Song swiftly shot up more than 10 meters, while the Northeast leopard could only fall behind, never able to close the distance to Song. However, the height of the pine trees is ultimately limited. The average height of the pines in this dense forest is about 20 meters, and the highest point is unreachable even by Song. So, he turned his body and jumped onto a branch. After a few seconds, the Northeast leopard also climbed up here, looking at Song with a vicious glare. However, it tried to swipe at Song with its paw but fell short by nearly half a meter. Then, it adjusted its posture and attempted to walk over, but as soon as it stepped onto the branch, it quickly pulled back its paw. The branch was too thin, only able to support small animals like Song. This Northeast leopard was likely a huge individual of its kind, weighing over 100 kilograms. This slender branch couldn't withstand its destruction. Seeing this, Song learned from the little marten, shaking its butt and wagging its tail in provocation. The Northeast leopard, naturally furious, was helpless against Song and could only stew in frustration. Ayo. Confirming that he was temporarily safe, Song opened his mouth and loudly used the baby roar skill. In the voice of the baby roar skill, there was a hint of a distress signal. The baby roar skill, which had already undergone its second skill evolution, had an exceptional effect. Although Song's voice was still quite immature, its clarity and reach were undoubtedly impressive. Such a loud sound could easily carry 3 to 4 kilometers. Seeing this, the Northeast leopard immediately panicked. Tiger Mom, in order to protect her 2 young ones, wouldn't hunt too far away. Such a resounding baby roar skill would surely be heard by them. With the speed of an adult Northeast tiger, a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers would only take a few minutes. Thinking of this, the Northeast leopard began to hesitate. It was furious with Tiger Mom for stealing its prey, but it dared not challenge the queen of the jungle directly. It wanted revenge, but not at the cost of its own life. Otherwise, it could have just sprung out and attacked when Song and little bro were practicing on the open ground, killing the 2 without a problem. But that way, it would definitely be caught by Tiger Mom, who was watching from the side. And after tracking for 4 days before making a move, it wanted to kill both little bro without Tiger Mom ever knowing who the culprit was. But now, with its attack failing and Song's baby roar skill being so loud, Tiger Mom would surely arrive very quickly. No more hesitation. Thinking of this, the Northeast leopard knew it had to leave, or face certain death. But thinking about how Song was made a fool of by such a little thing, it was filled with indignation. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck it, and it suddenly saw things clearly. Next, the Northeast leopard placed one paw on the branch where Song was perched, gradually applying its weight. Its goal was to kill the 2 little brothers, making the Tiger Mom, who was stealing its prey, feel heartache and regret. In that case, there was no need to capture them alive. It was high enough here, wouldn't it be delightful to just drop this little creature to its death? Seeing this, Sang immediately realized its intentions. Snap! In the next moment, the branch cracked under the weight of the northeast leopard, and Song had no place to brace itself, plummeting down. However, having anticipated the northeast leopard's intentions, Song prepared in advance, leapt nimbly, adjusted its posture in midair, and landed gracefully on the next level's branch. This required impressive balancing skills, but climbing trees naturally develops this ability, so while this action posed some difficulty for Song, it was still achievable. Upon seeing this, the northeast leopard was instantly dumbfounded. Are you telling me this is little bro? Are you saying this is the not-weaned little bro? However, Sang's show of skill broke the northeast leopard's defenses. It quickly descended to the lower branch and forcefully snapped it. And since Song succeeded the first time, the second time was naturally a success as well. It jumped down again, landing successfully on the lower branch. The northeast leopard had lost its sanity and descended to the lower branch, forcefully snapping it. Song jumped again, landing on the even lower branch. Bang! On the fourth attempt to press down on the branch, the northeast leopard failed to break it, not even making a creaking sound. Looking again, during the tussle between the tiger and the leopard, they had descended from near the top of the tree to about 10 meters high. The branches here were already quite sturdy, able to support the weight of the northeast leopard. Seeing this, a cruel smile appeared on the northeast leopard's face as it placed its claws on the branch and approached Song, who was near the tip of the branch. Meanwhile, Song was already prepared, leaping towards the nearby pine tree. Thud! The efforts of repeated tree climbing practice had indeed paid off. Song successfully clung to the nearby trunk and turned around to make a silly face at the northeast leopard. This completely broke the northeast leopard's defenses, and it turned to charge down the tree. It couldn't jump from the tree due to its weight. One misstep would mean it wouldn't beat Sang, that would fall to its death, but itself. Z. But in the next second, a harsh sound came from the trunk. Song took a look and couldn't help but laugh. That noise was made when the northeast leopard slammed on the brakes while coming down the tree. The reason it had to brake abruptly was due to a pair of furious eyes. It turned out that during the time tangled with Song, Tiger Mom had just arrived and was blocking the northeastern leopard's path under the tree. Chapter 29, The Reward for Overleveling Kill. Upon seeing the northeastern leopard in the tree, Tiger Mom immediately recognized it. Thus, it became even angrier. In nature, the weak are at the mercy of the strong. If you can't protect your prey, that's just your incompetence. Having stolen this northeastern leopard's prey, this guy even dared to take action against my 2 cubs during my hunt. If this northeastern leopard dared to challenge me face to face, I would commend its courage. Who knows, I might let it go after teaching it a lesson. However, to lay its hands on my cubs is essentially seeking death. Thinking this, Tiger Mom quickly started to climb upward with great speed. Seeing this, the northeastern leopard was completely panicked. It just wanted to take revenge on Tiger Mom but never thought it would confront Tiger Mom directly. Even though it was a huge specimen among northeastern leopards, weighing over 100 kilograms, considering the rarity of its kind, it might even be the heaviest of the existing northeastern leopards. But even so, when faced with a female tiger that is nearly 200 kilograms, like Tiger Mom, its size was utterly insignificant. For a moment, it could only instinctively leap upward, having no courage to confront Tiger Mom. Yet this pine tree was only so tall. As it climbed higher, the trunk began to thin out and could no longer support its weight. Seeing this, it gritted its teeth, steeled itself, and dashed towards the nearby pine tree. If it weren't for Tiger Mom chasing behind, it wouldn't dare to jump like that, knowing it would die if it didn't. Snap! Crash! The sound of branches and leaves breaking, perhaps due to adrenaline surging, the northeastern leopard cleared the gap between 2 pine trees and landed on a branch of a nearby tree. However, because of its excessive weight, the branch overhead couldn't support it at all, and layer after layer of branches broke under its weight, forcing it to fall down. But after falling a few meters, as it descended, the branches below became thicker, and after several layers cushioned the impact, it finally stopped on a rather stout branch. This fall left the northeastern leopard dazed, and the branches that caught it whipped its body like whips. Fortunately, it finally stopped. Ignoring the intense pain throughout its body, the northeastern leopard adjusted its posture and began to climb toward the trunk of the pine tree. Snap! But after climbing just 2 steps, its body swayed. Upon looking closely, it saw that the branch it was standing on had a grotesque crack at the junction with the trunk, as if it would break instantly with just a bit more weight. Seeing this, the northeast leopard could only move its body gently, so as not to make too much noise and risk breaking the branch connecting the fork and trunk beneath it. But in the next moment, it saw a paw appear within its field of vision. Looking up, the little bro that had previously escaped its pursuit was now looking at it with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, little bro's paw had already lifted and came crashing down heavily on the branch. "Ayo-oh-oh!" The northeast leopard cried out in terror. Snap! Little bro's paw was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a crack, the branch snapped, and the northeast leopard plummeted down. However, this time, not a single branch below could stop its fall. Even worse, a branch happened to appear right at its head position, and the impact of the fall made it feel as if it had been struck with a heavy blow, causing it to faint mid-air. Bang! With a loud thud, the northeast leopard fell straight to the ground from over 10 meters high, already bleeding from its 7 orifices. Ding! Killing a prey far beyond your own strength grants skill EXP plus 100, 100, 100. Ding! Congratulations host, your skill EXP has reached its maximum value. The skill evolution for this skill is kill. Immediately after, Song heard a notification sound from the system in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. It turns out that killing prey also counts as a skill? Moreover, can this really be counted as his own kill? However, this is the first time I've gained so much skill EXP at once. I just unlocked the skill, and now my skill EXP is already maxed out. Despite this, Song was very pleased. Although there was some element of luck involved, this northeast leopard was indeed killed by himself. Even if Tiger Mom had scared it, forcing it to jump onto the tree he had just leaped onto, and provided him with a kill opportunity, strictly speaking, Tiger Mom hadn't touched it, so it could indeed be counted as his own independent kill. While he was feeling delighted, he suddenly felt that his deciduous teeth had grown sharper, and his claws had become more pointed and hard. Additionally, the muscles throughout his body had also improved to some extent, but since this was his first skill evolution, the increase wasn't very significant. However, even so, it was still quite good. It's worth noting that, up to now, all the skills Song had unlocked have never had such a broad range of enhancement. Now, my running speed should improve a bit more. I wonder how long it will take to run a kilometer now. Song thought with anticipation. However, he didn't stay in the tree any longer, but instead zipped down. When he reached the ground, Tiger Mom was already there waiting. In fact, while the northeast leopard was jumping from the tree, Tiger Mom didn't hesitate to turn back down and block the way. However, even Tiger Mom didn't expect that this guy would end up dying under Song's claws. Watching Song just come down from the tree, Tiger Mom felt immensely proud and affectionately licked Song's face with her big tongue. Look! This is my cub. So small, yet capable of taking down such a large northeast leopard. Ow-oh! But after licking for a while, Tiger Mom suddenly got up and called out in confusion. Where's the big cub? Tiger Mom had just been preoccupied with the northeast leopard and almost forgot about little bro. However, even though Tiger Mom was confused, she didn't show any worry on her face. Because when she had just rushed back, she hadn't smelled any blood around. If that's the case, then the big cub must be safe. All right, I almost forgot about little bro. Hearing Tiger Mom's question, Song felt a bit embarrassed and then raised his paw. Ow! But before Song could clearly point out where little bro was, a milky call came from not far away. Song looked up and only saw thick branches and leaves, but the sound seemed to be coming from the treetops. Hearing the sound, Tiger Mom didn't need to ask and immediately shot out, climbing up the pine tree where little bro was. After several minutes, Tiger Mom finally came down with little bro. Mainly, under Song's orders, little bro climbed straight up. Despite climbing slowly, little bro was strong and fit, and managed to climb almost to the top of the tree until the trunk became too thin to climb further, at which point he finally realized what was going on. Looking down made little bro so scared he almost wet himself, so in his fear, he let out a baby roar skill, which was what attracted Tiger Mom. Chapter 30, Mom. I want to eat meat. Roar. After being picked up by Tiger Mom, Little Bro kept his forepaws together, lowering his head and not daring to look up. He remembered that 2 days ago, Tiger Mom had scolded him for climbing too high. This time, it was almost at the top of the tree, and it took Tiger Mom quite a bit of effort to get it down. So, Little Bro felt he had made another mistake. Although it was a mistake that Song had prompted him to make. He thought that Tiger Mom would definitely give him a lecture. That's why he felt so timid. Roar! Seeing Little Bro admit his mistake, a smile appeared on Tiger Mom's face. She not only didn't scold Little Bro but also lowered her head and gently licked his fur. How could Tiger Mom possibly be angry because of Little Bro's act of self-preservation? Although she didn't see the whole situation unfold, Tiger Mom could imagine that if Little Bro hadn't climbed up without a care, and if Song hadn't entangled with the northeast leopard, she would have lost at least one child today. Seeing that Tiger Mom wasn't angry, Little Bro, though confused as to why, was incredibly happy and instantly returned to his previous lively self, affectionately snuggling against Tiger Mom. As for Song, he looked at the corpse of the northeast leopard. Tiger Mom had only been gone for less than 2 hours. She shouldn't have been successful in hunting yet, but since the flesh of carnivores isn't particularly good, Tiger Mom didn't eat this fellow. However, its fur is quite nice after tanning. It would make a good blanket. Song circled the northeast leopard's corpse, contemplating it as he did so. In his past life, he was an orphan who worked hard to save up for school fees, and once followed an old man to the countryside to collect hides. Usually, they were rabbit fur, sheep hides, or cow hides. Thus, he knows how to tan hides. Unfortunately, whether it's plant ash tanning or animal brain tanning, both require fire. How am I supposed to start a fire in my current situation? Drill wood to make fire? Or maybe not, it might not succeed, and if I accidentally start a fire and burn the forest, that would be a disaster. Song thought about it, then decided to temporarily set aside the idea of tanning hides. However, he could keep this hide for now and conveniently test how sharp his claws are. With that thought, Song walked up to the northeast leopard's corpse, raised his front paw, and extended his claws. After entering summer, most animals shed their thick fur for lighter coats, and the northeast leopard is no exception. Screech! With the sound of a knife slicing through cloth, Sang smoothly cut open the leopard's hide along its shortest abdominal fur. Perhaps due to his experience from his past life slaughtering livestock or the fact that a tiger is a natural predator, Sang had no discomfort as he deftly made the incision. However, the size difference between him and the northeast leopard was just too great. Even with multiple enhancements, it was still wishful thinking for his small body to move this creature that weighed over 100 kilograms. But his actions caught the attention of Tiger Mom nearby. So, Tiger Mom first curiously looked at what Song was doing, then reached out her paw to help. In fact, Tiger Mom didn't really understand what Song was trying to do. She just thought he was interested in the prey and casually lent a paw. But Tiger Mom's strong physique and power indeed helped Song immensely, allowing him to successfully tear off the northeast leopard's hide. At this moment, Little Bro also curiously walked over, mouth open, tugging at a corner of the leopard's hide and having a great time. He saw Song doing just that. Ah! After spending quite some time removing the leopard's hide, Song lifted his head and looked at Tiger Mom. He called out once, pointed at the hide on the ground, then pointed towards the cave where the tiger family lived. He wanted to take the hide back home. Although it hasn't been tanned yet and will eventually harden, the fur is still soft. As long as it's spread out evenly, once it hardens and is flipped over with the hide side down and fur side up, it'll still make a very comfortable blanket. When there's a way to make a fire in the future, he can tan it then. Roar! Tiger Mom naturally didn't know what was on Song's mind, but Song's excellent handling today meant that Tiger Mom didn't lose a single cub, so she would do her best to fulfill whatever Song wanted. How could Tiger Mom possibly refuse such a simple request to bring back a pelt? Ow! Seeing that Tiger Mom agreed to the request, Sang felt much happier and turned to ask about Tiger Mom's hunting. Roar! Tiger Mom shook her head, indicating that she hadn't been successful in her hunting. However, after the northeast leopard's surprise attack, Tiger Mom felt a bit uneasy and thought it would be safer to stay close to her cubs. Ah! In response to Tiger Mom's concerns, Sang also shook his head and urged her to go hunt. The northeast leopard is already dead, and it even skinned itself. There aren't that many dangers in this jungle. If Tiger Mom is afraid to leave her and little bro because of this incident, that would be dangerous. If Tiger Mom doesn't hunt, she won't be able to produce milk, and she and little bro won't get enough nutrition. When Tiger Mom gradually becomes hungry and weak, that could lead to starvation for both of them. Roar! Nevertheless, even with Song saying this, Tiger Mom still felt very worried. The two cubs were only half a month old and have already faced two life-threatening crises. This mother is failing her role. If Tiger Mom is unwilling to hunt, what am I supposed to do? I can't just eat meat, can I? Now, Song was feeling a bit of a headache. Wait. I'm pretty much already meeting the conditions to eat meat, right? Thinking this, Song was first taken aback, then quickly looked at the system. Suckle skill, 97-100. The suckle skill evolution has been going on for 8 days since the first time. With a minimum of 8 times a day and up to over a dozen, and with increasing consumption every day, the skill EXP for this skill is almost full. If all goes well, after suckle skill 3 more times, I should be able to eat meat. With that thought, Song approached the northeast leopard's corpse, closed his eyes, and bit down on its thigh. The muscles of the northeast leopard are very tough. Even with Song's recently strengthened teeth, it was quite challenging to bite. Ding! Biting once, bite skill EXP plus 100. At that moment, a notification sound from the system rang in his mind. This does seem to be my first time actually biting with my mouth open. Song thought to himself, feeling a bit speechless. But unexpectedly unlocking a new skill, especially one related to combat, isn't too bad. Then, a strong fishy smell erupted from the mouth, but because Song was now a tiger, he didn't find the bloody scent repulsive. In fact, he instinctively felt excited. He was trying to tell Tiger Mom that he could eat meat now, so Tiger Mom should hunt prey for him. With this in mind, Tiger Mom would definitely not refuse. Meanwhile, little bro saw Song's actions and hurried over to imitate him, also taking big bites out of the northeast leopard's corpse. But at that moment, Song was taken aback. Wait a minute. Shouldn't the blood and flesh of carnivores smell sour? This scent seems a bit fragrant. Initially wanting to take a bite of the northeast leopard's flesh, but finding it disgusting and difficult to swallow, Song was left stunned watching Tiger Mom go hunting. Chapter 31, Delicious Skill Evolution Meat. While Song was taken aback, little bro had already started tearing into the meat with vigor. Little bro's talent is high and his physique strong, so his teeth developed much faster than Song's. If Song hadn't indirectly killed the northeast leopard and gained improvements across the board, he wouldn't have outperformed little bro in terms of dental growth. And as little bro tore off a piece of meat, he instinctively swallowed it whole without any guidance. Roar! As the meat went down, little bro's eyes lit up immediately. This tastes even better than tiger milk. Having tasted the sweetness, little bro hurriedly lowered his head and continued to tear into the meat, thoroughly enjoying himself. It seems that it's not just me who finds the northeast leopard's meat delicious. It must be inherently tasty for tigers. But that's different from what I've seen in documentaries. Carnivorous meat should have a lot of acidic substances, so it shouldn't taste good. Song was utterly puzzled and couldn't figure it out. However, since it tastes good and he can eat meat, there is nothing to refuse. Ow! At this moment, Tiger Mom was filled with questions. First, Tiger Mom did not expect that Song and little bro would be able to eat meat at such an early age. Second, she was astonished that both little brothers could actually eat northeast leopard meat. Little brothers, lacking experience, attempting to eat the flesh of a carnivore was something Tiger Mom had also experienced. However, she remembered that when she first started eating meat, she had tried the wolf meat that her mother killed, but the meat was too sour and really unpleasant. She only took a bite and then spat it out, washing her mouth in the pool for quite some time. Thus, watching the two little brothers eat so happily left Tiger Mom absolutely stunned. But seeing how much little brothers were enjoying their meal, a question popped into Tiger Mom's mind. Could it be that the northeast leopard's meat is really that delicious? After thinking about it, Tiger Mom crouched down, lowered her head, and cautiously tore off a small piece with her sharp teeth, closing her eyes as she swallowed. The unpleasant taste of the wolf meat she had eaten as a young one still lingered fresh in Tiger Mom's memory. But then, Tiger Mom's eyes lit up. It actually doesn't taste bad. In fact, it's even better than the sick deer meat he had a few days ago. So, Tiger Mom instinctively tore off a large chunk of meat. But when about to swallow it, Tiger Mom hesitated a bit. This was prey that her own cub had hunted in tiger behavior. Only cubs eat the prey caught by their mothers, not the mother eating her cub's prey. Wouldn't it be a bit shameless for her to eat her cub's prey? At that moment, Sang also noticed that Tiger Mom suddenly stopped eating after trying the northeast leopard's meat. Ow! Sang called out, the tone of his voice suggesting he was asking Tiger Mom if the meat was hard to eat. Roar! Tiger Mom shook her head and softly let out a baby roar. This meat isn't hard to eat. Ow! Sang called out again, implying, if it's delicious, then why not eat it? Roar! Tiger Mom replied, meaning it was Tsong's prey and she couldn't eat it. Ah! After somewhat understanding Tiger Mom's concerns, Sang approached Tiger Mom and rubbed against her. With such a large prey, we can't finish it, it will go bad. Sang knew that explaining complex reasoning to Tiger Mom might be difficult, so he used the simplest real problem to make her have to eat. As expected, after Tiger Mom understood the meaning of Tsong's baby roar, she glanced at the massive corpse of the northeast leopard, as well as at the small sizes of Tsong and Little Bro. Even Little Bro, who was larger in size, weighs just a little over 10 kilograms now due to the heavy bone and muscle density of tigers. He looks smaller than some large pet cats. And Tsong, even smaller, only weighs about 5 to 6 kilograms. A tiger's maximum food intake is quite large when it really tries. It can eat food equivalent to 1/5 to 1/4 of its own body weight. In such a case, a tiger can actually endure for 2 months without eating and still not starve to death. However, even so, Tsong and Little Bro, the two small ones, can manage to eat up to 4 kilograms of pure meat. In comparison, this is negligible when considering that a northeast leopard has had over 100 kilograms of meat after being skinned. And now, as the weather has turned hot, food storage doesn't last long at all. Half a day is enough for it to spoil. Roar! Understanding this, Tiger Mom licked Tsong's little face, full of affection. Since that's the case, Mom will eat. But Mom will definitely repay me later. Ah! Regarding Tiger Mom's persistence, Tsong nodded, signaling that the deal was settled. If I don't agree, Tiger Mom might really refuse to eat the meat of this northeastern leopard out of pride. However, no matter if Tiger Mom eats the northeastern leopard's meat or not, until I successfully hunt on my own, isn't my food still completely covered by Tiger Mom? Upon receiving Tsong's consent, Tiger Mom was immediately overjoyed and gracefully bent down to eat the meat. Encouraged by Tsong, Tiger Mom finally agreed to eat, and Tsong also dug in. Perhaps the meat is denser in nutrients than tiger milk, as Tsong felt very full after just a few bites. Ding! Eating skill evolution meat 1 kilogram, eating skill EXP plus 2, 100. At that moment, a prompt sound from the system came. I can only eat a maximum of 1 kilogram of meat at a time. Wait. Skill evolution meat? What does this mean? Did this northeastern leopard undergo skill evolution? Tsong rubbed his belly with his paw, feeling immensely satisfied, and then suddenly had a shock. Skill evolution. I should be considered a part of skill evolution, and Little Bro should also be considered a part of skill evolution. This northeastern leopard might look ordinary, but it was actually already at a large individual level within this species. This was the result of skill evolution. So, its meat doesn't have a sour smell, it's actually very delicious. Is it also because of skill evolution? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Tsong's mind in an instant. 1 kilogram of skill evolution meat is equivalent to 2 kilograms of regular meat, so other animals should also benefit from eating it, but unfortunately, it can't be stored long term, it must be eaten up, and it can't be wasted. It seems that not just me and Little Bro are undergoing skill evolution, other animals might also be evolving, but the extent of their skill evolution is obvious, making it hard to detect directly. In that case, I need to work hard to evolve while bringing along Little Bro and Tiger Mom to evolve together, so that we can always remain at the top of the food chain in this great world of skill evolution. Then, Tsong's thoughts wandered. Thinking of this, he, already full, lowered his head and bit off a piece of meat weighing about half a kilogram from the corpse of the northeast leopard. Then, with the piece of meat in his mouth, he arrived at the tree where the little sable was. In the next moment, Sung swiftly sprinted up, leaping to the height of 4 to 5 meters where the little sable was. Seeing Sung charge up, the little sable quickly jumped a few meters higher, keeping a vigilant distance from Sung. However, Sung wasn't out to trouble it, nor was he insisting on catching the little sable. Instead, he placed the piece of meat on the tree fork where the little sable had just stood, and then he climbed down. The little sable glanced at the departing Sung, but its attention was eventually drawn to the piece of meat on the tree fork. So fragrant. Chapter 32, Sharpening the Knife Doesn't Delay the Firewood Worker. Roar. Returning to Tiger Mom's side, Little Bro was already full, looking somewhat eager yet confused. Baby roar skill ing at the returning Sung. Why give such delicious meat to that little thing? Little Bro was quite unhappy. The little sable has been mocking them for quite a while. How can one support such an enemy? Ah! Sung firmly patted Little Bro's head. Be a bit nicer to the little sable. Don't harm it. Ow oh! Little Bro was even more puzzled, following behind Sung and asking. But Sung chose not to explain. Instead, he took a stroll, letting his food digest, preparing to test how much his jogging speed had improved. It's not that Sung didn't want to explain, but Little Bro's little brain found it hard to grasp such complex matters. Today, he was ambushed by the northeast leopard. If it weren't for the little sable warning him in advance, letting him know about the northeast leopard's approach early, the consequences would have been unthinkable. With the opponent's stealth techniques and no external interference, it could very likely have slunk within 20 meters of him without him even realizing. And with the northeast leopard's explosive speed when hunting sick deer. Just 1 second. It only takes 1 second for it to bite into his throat with its strength. A bite would mean death. Although he didn't know why the little sable, who had previously played around and mocked them in front of him and Little Bro every day, had changed its behavior today, actively warning them. But since it had done this, it was truly a life-saving grace. Even a small favor should be repaid with great kindness. If he doesn't show gratitude for this life-saving grace, he would truly be no better than a pig or dog. That White Song would give a portion of the beneficial skill evolution meat he had eaten to the little sable. Considering the size of the other party, half a kilo might not be enough for one meal. However, there's no harm in gifting more to someone bigger like the northeast leopard. Even a tiger mom might not finish that. Isn't it a waste to give it to anyone? As for Little Bro, he didn't even see the northeast leopard and was already so angry that he climbed up the tree. When I made it crawl upward, it saw the northeast leopard only to find it was already a corpse. Thus, Little Bro, with more than half of the information missing, couldn't make the connection between the little marten and the life-saving favor. No matter how well I explain, Little Bro might not grasp it, so it's better to simply command him not to harm the little marten. Later, when he's smarter, I can explain clearly. After learning about skill evolution, Sung realized that he viewed Little Bro as foolish and clumsy, but in fact, given that Little Bro is only 16 days old, he is already exceptionally smart. Therefore, Sang speculated that skill evolution might also enhance animals' intelligence, and maybe one day, Little Bro's IQ could rival that of humans? Ah! Not thinking too much, Sung looked back at Little Bro and urged him to start running for exercise. Meanwhile, Sung himself moved swiftly, displaying agility, and dashed out in an instant. As expected, with climbing skills evolving into ascending, jumping skills evolving into leaping, claw skills evolving into claw strikes, and the newly unlocked kill skills evolving into assassination moves, I experienced a tremendous boost in physical capabilities. Sung felt as if he was riding the gentle breeze, moving at incredible speed. Moreover, while running, Sang could also feel the heat in his stomach, as nutrients were continuously being delivered to all parts of his body, sustaining his ongoing run. Ding! Jogged 1000 m, jogging skill EXP +1, 23,100. In less than 20 minutes, Sung completed the 1000 meters. It's important to note that just a few days ago, he took nearly 2 hours to finish 1000 meters, only gaining 6 or 7 layers of skill EXP in a day. But now, he completed it in less than 20 minutes. This speed is more than 5 times faster than a few days ago. Most surprisingly, after finishing the 1,000 meters, he still had some energy left and didn't feel hungry at all. With 20 minutes per level of skill EXP, factoring in breaks, doing this 30 times a day is a bit much, but 25 times shouldn't be a problem. That way, I can evolve my jogging skill in just 3 days. Although I know that after many skill evolutions, my physical fitness is already on a whole different level, Song is still pleasantly surprised at this speed. Originally, his plan was to fully max out this skill EXP at least a month after starting. But now, I can achieve this goal in less than 20 days since birth. As expected, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of chopping wood. I haven't jogged these past few days, but I've managed to evolve a few related skills instead, which has improved my relevant attributes, allowing me to get ahead of schedule. Song thought to himself, feeling quite fortunate. If I were still just running mindlessly, there is no way I could max out my jogging skill as skill EXP this quickly. Of course, what's even more important is that if I hadn't first achieved a secondary skill evolution for my climbing skill, when I ran into the northeast leopard today, I really would have had no place to escape. It looks like I'll need to develop several important skills in a balanced way. I can't afford to have any weaknesses, pushing each other forward and contributing to faster skill EXP gains. Song nodded to himself. After a brief rest, Song resumed jogging. He kept running until noon when the sun was at its peak, and by then, his jogging skill EXP had accumulated to level 30. At this point, Song noticed that there was still a lot of meat left on the northeast leopard's carcass that hadn't been eaten. As for Tiger Mom, she was beside the carcass, swatting away the flies attracted by the scent. It seems that this skill evolution meat fills me up much more than regular meat. I've run 7 kilometers and I'm still not really hungry. Tiger Mom barely left anything after eating that sick deer, yet there's so much left from this northeast leopard. Song pondered privately. This meat seems to show no signs of spoilage. It's been almost 3 hours already, at the hottest part of the day. Could it be that skill evolution meat is more resistant to spoiling? However, looking at the northeast leopard's carcass, Song frowned, sensing something was off and speculating. But this is actually good news. At the very least, after I feel a bit hungrier, I can still have another meal. By the way, my suckle skill is still a bit short of reaching full skill EXP, but the meat-eating skill has already been unlocked. Isn't this part of a skill chain? Wait, my current digest skill doesn't have skill evolution yet, so the skill evolution meat that goes into the digest skill progresses very slowly. Shouldn't I first max out the suckle skill EXP so that both skills can evolve together, enabling faster digestion of the meat? A flash of inspiration struck Song's mind. Without wasting any time, Song jogged over to Tiger Mom, opened his mouth, took the nipple, and began to suck vigorously. The skill evolution meat is high in density, small in size, but it gave Song a feeling of fullness. So, as of now, there is still space in his stomach for tiger milk, but his body instinctively can't handle it. After almost 2 hours of struggling, Song finally managed to drink the last 1,500 milliliters of milk. Ding! Suckle skill 500 milliliters, suckle skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, your suckle skill EXP has reached full value, and this skill evolution is meat eating. After a while, the digest skill also underwent skill evolution. Although the name didn't change, the feedback from the enhancement made Song's bloated stomach feel much better all of a sudden. Chapter 33, The Little Bro That Can Eat and Grow. On the 17th day after birth. Thanks to eating northeastern leopard meat, Tiger Mom has solved the food problem, so there's no need for her to hunt anymore. It's worth mentioning that the northeastern leopard meat, after a day of exposure, has not rotted, confirming Song's previous speculation. Creatures that have undergone skill evolution have blood and flesh that rot much slower than that of ordinary creatures. This is certainly good news for the tiger family, so Tiger Mom dragged the unfinished northeastern leopard carcass back to the den. As for the complete hide of the northeastern leopard, it has already dried out. Since it hasn't been tanned, the skin has become quite stiff, but the fur remains soft. Thus, Song used it as a mattress, and lying on it was quite comfortable. Little Bro also loved this leopard skin mattress and insisted on sleeping on it with Song. Fortunately, both little brothers are still small, so a single leopard skin is more than enough for the two of them to sleep on. At dawn, Tiger Mom took Song and little bro to the clearing as usual, but this time she also brought the remains of the northeastern leopard. Although this thing looked like it would take some time to rot, Tiger Mom was not comfortable leaving it in the cave. Even with Tiger Mom's lingering scent, the vast majority of animals would instinctively be afraid and stay away from the cave. But some bold creatures might sneak in and try to steal the northeastern leopard's body. Tiger Mom might not know about skill evolution or anything, but she could feel that the meat of the northeastern leopard was very filling. Even after eating about half, she couldn't eat anymore, and after more than half a day, it hadn't really been consumed. Song noticed this as well. Unlike Tiger Mom, who basically conserved her energy and moved only when necessary, Song was exhausting himself every day through self-discipline training. After eating the northeastern leopard's meat yesterday and then skill evolving his suckle skill, Song rested for a bit before going for a run. He spent the whole afternoon leveling up his jogging skill EXP to level 50. That's a distance of 25 kilometers. Let alone little bro, even an adult tiger would find that amount of exercise considerable. Yet, with this amount of exercise, the over a kilogram of skill evolution meat he consumed was still not completely burned off. Song estimated he could sustain 2 more days of exercise. It's no wonder suckle skill requires drinking many times a day, while eating meat can sustain over several days. The energy density and nutritional density of meat is so much higher than tiger milk. Today and tomorrow, I should be able to max out the skill EXP for this jogging skill. This should be the first skill of mine to reach 3 skill evolutions. With such impressive prerequisites, the enhancement after skill evolution should also be remarkable, right? Song eagerly anticipated while running. Soon, the morning workout finished, and the jogging skill EXP reached level 62, getting closer to skill evolution. As noon approached and the weather grew hot, Song led little bro to rest beside Tiger Mom in the dense forest. What surprised Song was that little bro actually ran off to eat northeast leopard's skill evolution meat. What kind of digest skill ability is this? Seeing little bro, who was definitely hungry and eating, Song couldn't help but marvel. You see, he had eaten just under 2 kilograms of skill evolution meat, yet he felt that he wouldn't be completely exhausted and hungry until at least tomorrow after his workout. As a result, little bro, with much less exercise than himself, was going to eat again so soon. His own digest skill ability had already undergone a second skill evolution. But still, he couldn't outdo little bro. Wait a minute. Has little bro's size grown yet again? Then, Song furrowed his brow as he circled around little bro, who was eating, feeling increasingly that little bro was extraordinary. Energy is conserved. Whatever you eat has to have a way out. Little bro's workout intensity was far less than his. The bulk of the consumption couldn't possibly be expelled with manure. So, there was only one truth left. That is, the remaining energy had become the nutrients for his growth. In simple terms, he could eat a lot and grow even more. This made Song a bit envious. Being able to eat and grow is the best physical talent for a fierce beast. You see, the strength of a fierce beast is greatly influenced by its size. Among fierce beasts skilled in combat, those with a significant weight advantage are undoubtedly more likely to win. For example, comparing Tiger Mom to the northeast leopard, both are felids, yet Tiger Mom weighs nearly 200 kilograms while the northeast leopard weighs only 100 kilograms. The almost doubled weight difference leaves the northeast leopard with no courage to fight against Tiger Mom. With such an excellent physical talent like little bro, as long as his nutrition during the growth period keeps up, he wouldn't need any combat skills. Growing to adulthood and exceeding 300 kilograms wouldn't be impossible. It's the hardware setup capable of competing for the title of the strongest tiger king in history. I wonder what little bro's biological father looks like. Could he be a top-tier tiger king? Surely he must be. An average female tiger weighs around 150 kilograms, but a tiger mom at 200 kilograms is an absolutely enormous individual among female tigers. She's not a top alpha, and shouldn't be able to overpower Tiger Mom. It seems that little bro's talent isn't without reason. Both parents are massive individuals in their species, so it's normal for the tiger cubs they produce to have significant genetic advantages. Song made a reasonable deduction, but then his expression turned strange. So, why was I so weak at birth? If it weren't for the system's existence, I might not have survived. Could it truly be that before little bro was even born, I had already undergone skill evolution, instinctively absorbing as much nutrition as possible in Tiger Mom's womb, which led to my weakness at birth? The more Sung thought about it, the more he felt the possibility was quite high. Bang! Ding! 1 claw strike skill EXP +1, 18,100. The more he thought like this, the angrier Sang became, so he slapped little bro's backside with all his might. But just as his claw was about to land, Sang regretted it. With his current physical condition, after evolving from killing skills to slaughter skills, a single claw strike could carry considerable power. Roar! However, to Sang's surprise, after little bro took the hit without any protection, he only let out a pained yelp. Afterwards, he turned his head and instinctively glanced at Sung in fear, then shifted his backside aside to make room, whining a bit submissively as if inviting Sung to have some meat too. Damn, no wonder he has an unmatched talent. His skin is tough, and his flesh is resilient, utterly unreasonable. Sung was stunned for a while, then thought sourly. This reminded him of the time in the cave when Tiger Mom first went out hunting, and that fox sneaked in, only to go straight for little bro. He thought little bro was going to be done for, but after waking up, he found that little bro not only survived but had only a minor skin tear. Actually fine, he was just scared and yelled happily. Chapter 34, The smooth feel of the mink fur is impeccable. Although he wasn't particularly hungry at the moment, since little bro made some space, Sung lowered his head and took a few bites to satiate himself. The corpse of this northeast leopard, although its decomposition rate has slowed down due to skill evolution, who knows how many more days it can be preserved. Before that, it's best to eat as much as possible. Ding! Ate 1 kilogram of skill evolution meat eating skill EXP +2, for 100. Soon, considering the portion Sung had consumed earlier, he had enough for another kilogram, which raised his meat eating skill EXP by 2 levels. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had given a piece of meat to the little weasel yesterday and wondered if it had finished it. Thinking of this, Sang went to the pine tree where the little weasel was, looking up for it. With just a quick glance, Sang saw the little weasel lying lazily on a branch, with a half-eaten piece of meat hanging before it. Clearly, half a kilogram of skill evolution meat was too much for the little weasel, which probably weighed just over a kilogram. Its tiny stomach simply couldn't hold that much meat. However, with the skill evolution meat, it didn't have to worry about foraging for pine cones and eating pine nuts. As an omnivorous animal, its diet is quite broad, ranging from nuts to insects, from birds to squirrels. This skill evolution meat is very filling, plus it has much more nutrition than ordinary meat, so after the little weasel was full yesterday, it couldn't eat more. However, this little creature was still very alert. Upon hearing noises below the tree, it quickly turned over and gazed down with its tiny green bean-like eyes. Upon seeing that it was Sung, it instinctively tensed up for a moment, then relaxed. After a quick glance, the little weasel stood up on its hind legs, pointed at the skill evolution meat in front of it with its paws, then clasped its front paws together and swayed back and forth, as if to express gratitude. Looking at its expression, which also seemed to convey gratitude, Sang felt a bit surprised. This little thing seems a bit too clever. Could it also be an unintentional individual of skill evolution? Sung speculated suspiciously. However, there wasn't really a good way for him to judge whether it had undergone skill evolution. Unless he ate the little weasel and saw if the panel showed it as skill evolution meat. But well, he would need to eat a kilogram of meat to determine if it was skill evolution meat, and considering the little weasel's size, it wouldn't be enough. Of course, Sung would never repay kindness with malice by eating the little weasel. This is a life-saving grace. Thinking of this, Sung took 2 steps back and suddenly jumped up into the tree. Seeing this, the little sable instinctively fled upwards. Sung is the smallest among the tigers, but to the little sable, he is a giant. Sung's strength is certainly more than enough to take him out. Recently, Sung's tree climbing skills have improved tremendously. He can now play around with the northeast leopard. Even though the little sable is very confident in his tree climbing abilities, he must be careful in the face of such a Sung. Despite having received skill evolution meat from Sung yesterday as a token of appreciation, and being grateful for the tasty food, he doesn't dare to take his life lightly. Ah! Seeing this, Song called out to the little sable, who had been keeping a distance of 4 to 5 meters from him. Come down. I won't hurt you. Song didn't know if the little sable could understand the baby roar skill of the tiger. But how would he know if he didn't try? Trying 1T cost him a piece of meat. Moreover, the little sable lives here every day, he should be very familiar with his family, perhaps he can understand after all? Squeak! As expected, upon hearing Song's baby roar skill, the little sable showed a hint of hesitation, then shook his head. No way. I'm afraid. Seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on Song's face. This little guy actually understands the meaning of his baby roar skill. Moreover, perhaps from observing the interactions within his family for so long, the little sable has also learned some of his body language, as he surprisingly understood to shake his head to indicate denial and reluctance. Additionally, he seems to be able to understand the meaning behind the little sable's chattering. Ah! Then, Sang pointed to the skill evolution meat on the branch beside him with his paw and called out. Come down, and I'll give you more meat. Upon hearing this call, the little sable displayed a look of eagerness. Although he hasn't finished eating what he has, he knows very well that this kind of meat is not only tasty, but also beneficial. He wouldn't mind having more. However, when he took 2 steps forward, he hesitated again. No. It's still too dangerous. That's a tiger. Ah! Seeing the lure worked, Song continued to call out. That little bit of meat on you is not even as much as what I gave you. If you brought it to my mouth, I wouldn't even bother to eat it. Hearing this, the little sable thought for a moment, and it does seem to be the case. He barely weighs over a pound, not even a kilogram. After removing the skin, fur, bones, and inedible organs, having 7 tails of clean meat is already questionable. Seeing that the little sable had almost let down his guard, Song continued to climb up. Such a clear action, the little sable naturally noticed. It still wanted to escape upwards, but remembering the meaning of Song's baby roar skill, it suppressed its instincts and stayed in place. Seeing this, Sang sped up its ascent a little. Soon, Song reached the side of the little sable, which shrank back in fear, just enough for Song to find a place to stand. Looking at the trembling little sable, Sang could only sigh. The instinct to fear its natural enemies was too deeply ingrained. However, for the little sable to think rationally and overcome its instinctual fear, it must truly be a skill evolution creature. Thinking this, Song slowly raised its paw and reached towards the little sable. Seeing this, the little sable instinctively crouched low, its fur bristling up, making a hiss sound different from its usual squeaks. Song understood this was an intimidating behavior towards a strong opponent out of fear. But when Song's paw gently landed on the little sable's body and petted it, the little sable froze. Song wasn't trying to crush it. Fear quickly dissipated because of Song's friendly gesture, leaving only confusion. TSK. No wonder sable coats are considered the top luxury. The feel is absolutely amazing. Song marveled inwardly. Compared to the little sable's fur, its own coat felt far too coarse. Squeak! As the fear faded, the little sable curiously made 2 sounds. Why aren't you harming me? The instinct passed down through its genes told the little sable that there couldn't be friendship between different species, only predator and prey. Moreover, felines have a bad habit of not just eating but also toying with and torturing their prey. Song neither ate it nor tortured it out of a mindset of playing with its prey, making the little sable feel as if it was dreaming. Ah! Song called out. Because you saved us, I will give you meat to eat, so we are friends. It's that simple. Squeak! The little sable tilted its head in confusion, unable to understand. But it knew that Song wouldn't harm it. Chapter 35, Harmonizing Relationships. Ah! Just as Song was letting the little sable lower its guard and interacting amicably, a voice from below called out, "Little bro." Song looked down and saw little bro grinning at the little sable, and when he saw Song looking, he excitedly perked up his tail, spinning in the air. As for what little bro's call meant, it made Song's mouth twitch. This guy saw that Song had already managed to hold the little sable down, and actually demanded Song bring the little sable down so he could teach it a good lesson. Little bro, who doesn't know the full story, has no concept in his little head about how the little Martin saved his life. He is still just remembering the grievances from being mocked before. Seeing Song catch the little Martin, he was naturally thrilled. Seeing this, Sang began to think about how to help little bro and the little Martin get along peacefully. But after thinking for a moment, he decided that it would be best to use force first, then reason. With that, he made a swift motion and jumped down from the tree, landing in front of little bro. Ah! Seeing Song come down directly, little bro got anxious and complained loudly, asking Song why he didn't just grab the Martin, since it was so clever he might not be able to catch it next time. Ah! Upon hearing this, Song called out sternly. Didn't we just say yesterday? You have to be nicer to the little Martin, you can't hurt it. How could you forget that today? Song tried to assert his authority as an older brother, while little bro immediately tucked his head in, afraid to speak. However, only Song and Tiger Mom knew that in a biological sense, Song was actually the younger brother. Seeing that little bro was so afraid of him, Song couldn't bear to use force anymore. So, he painstakingly explained everything in his limited tiger language, laying out the whole situation. Yet, tiger language ultimately conveyed meanings that were often vague, and with little bro's shallow experience and limited understanding, it became more difficult for him to grasp. In the end, through Song's persistence, little bro finally understood the relationship simply. The meat eaten yesterday and today belonged to the northeast leopard whose prey Tiger Mom had stolen. And yesterday, that same northeast leopard wanted to eat him and his brother. Their older brother couldn't beat that huge beast, and if caught, it would mean death. And the little Martin had given them a warning in advance, giving the older brother time to react, allowing him to slowly climb up and avoid being caught and eaten. So without the little Martin, there would be no older brother and no survival to eat meat. Thus, the little Martin saved the lives of both the older brother and himself. Therefore, he must not harm the little Martin. If he did, no little creature would help him in the future. This was little bro's entire understanding of the matter. As a result, little bro looked at the little Martin. Although he was still a bit unconvinced, his gaze had softened a lot. Seeing this, Song finally let out a sigh of relief. The tiger is the king of the jungle and is supposed to be lonely. But Song possesses a human soul and has a need for emotional connections. Now, with little bro as a childhood companion, wrapped in Tiger Mom's selfless maternal love, it's not too lonely. However, in the future, when he embarks on the journey to find his own territory, he feels a bit of fear towards the loneliness of going solo. So, the clever little ferret makes for a good companion, as it isn't prey, and food is plentiful in this jungle. However, until they find their respective territories, Song thinks he will be traveling with little bro for a while, so the relationship between little bro and the little ferret shouldn't be too strained. Ah! With that thought, Sang raised his head and called out to the little ferret that was observing from the tree. Come down. It won't harm you. Hearing the voice, the little ferret hesitated for a moment, then slowly climbed down from the tree. It saw that Song's group had been active here for a long time and knew that although little bro was bigger, Song was actually the one in control between the two. Since Sang said nothing would happen, it felt no fear. Song would not betray its trust. After all, he saved its life. Before long, the little ferret arrived on the ground and instinctively hid behind Song. It trusted that Song would protect it, not that it trusted little bro wouldn't harm it. Ayo! Seeing this, Song called out to little bro and the little ferret behind him. The call to little bro was to make it sit still. The call to the little ferret was to encourage it to go and touch little bro with its paws. Roar! After hearing Song's command, little bro protested immediately. It's a tiger, so how could it just sit there and let this little thing touch it? As a cub of the king of the jungle, does it have no pride? Roar! In response to little bro's protest, Sang growled lowly and stared intently. Seeing this, little bro immediately wilted. It felt that if it dared to continue to complain, Big Brother would give it a big whack. Having been disciplined by Sang from the very beginning with self-discipline training, knowing that laziness would lead to getting hit, little bro respects and fears Sang at the same time. Ah! Seeing that little bro dared not voice any more objections, Sang encouraged the little ferret. Don't be afraid. If it dares to touch you, I will smack it. Hearing the sound, the little marten cautiously crept out from behind Song, circled around, and trembled as it extended its tiny paws towards Little Bro's back. It dares to let Song touch it because since yesterday, after Song's warning, it has been very friendly. But Little Bro, because it once hit its head while picking pine cones, and due to the fact that it couldn't climb trees, it felt superiority and mocked Little Bro several times, is even more resentful. Finally, the little marten's paw touched Little Bro's back, and they both shivered. The little marten thought it would be better to ease the relationship, so it pressed and scratched Little Bro's back with its paws, like giving a massage. As for Little Bro, it felt somewhat aggrieved being forced to be touched by the little marten. But feeling the pleasant sensation spreading across its back, it instantly pushed aside its resentment towards the little marten. In fact, because it felt so good, Little Bro simply lay on the ground, grunting and directing the little marten to scratch a bit higher. Understanding Little Bro's request, the little marten's small, green bean-like eyes brightened. This really works. So, the little marten climbed onto Little Bro's back, working hard to scratch and massage. This made Little Bro feel extremely comfortable, lying on the ground in total contentment, truly enjoying it. This little one really is clever, even knows how to use massages to win over Little Bro. If it became a spirit and went back to ancient times, it would make quite the scheming minister. Such a turn of events left Sang both amused and crying. However, Sang was very happy to see that the relationship between Little Bro and the little marten could ease in such a dramatic way, with past grievances wiped clean. On the side, Tiger Mom watched this scene, with a gentle breeze brushing by, comfortably squinting her eyes. Whatever the two little ones want to do, Tiger Mom wholeheartedly supports. Tiger Mom is just afraid that without the little marten's encouragement, Little Bro will revert to its lazy nature. Chapter 36, Jogging Skill Evolution. On the 18th day after birth, it rained heavily today, unsuitable for going out. Since birth, it has either been sunny or cloudy. Sang almost forgot that there could be such a thing as rain. However, there's nothing that can be done about it. Whether it's sunny or raining, it's the natural order of things and won't change according to Sang's will. Although tigers are not afraid of water, running wildly on the grass in heavy rain is quite crazy. Moreover, having their fur soaked will seriously affect their running speed. Besides, Tiger Mom clearly didn't intend to take Little Bro out in the rain, so Sang also had to obediently stay in the cave. But what Sang didn't expect was that Little Bro actually wanted to go out even more than he did. The reason is naturally Xiao Zita. Yesterday, Xiao Zita flattered Little Bro by scratching and massaging him to eliminate his grievances, which made the tired Little Bro feel very comfortable. Although Tiger Mom occasionally licks Little Bro's fur, her size is simply too large to do it carefully. In contrast, Xiao Zita's smaller size and more agile paws made the comfort of its scratching and massaging far superior. As a result, Little Bro not only forgot all previous grievances but also became very close with Xiao Zita. Now, after getting a taste of it, Little Bro couldn't go out today due to the heavy rain and felt like there were ants crawling all over him, crying out for Tiger Mom to take him outside. In response, Tiger Mom could only cover her ears with her paws, ignoring Little Bro's disturbances. However, Tiger Mom couldn't bear to hit her child, so Sang had no such concerns. Seeing Little Bro still making a fuss, Sang went over and gave him a big smack, instantly quieting the world, leaving only Little Bro's slight whimper out of grievance. Ding! 1 claw strike skill EXP +1. 38,100. Then, Sang let out a baby roar skill towards Little Bro, making sure he trains along and doesn't slack off. Although they can't go out in the heavy rain, the workout cannot stop. Moreover, after finishing their run yesterday, the running skill EXP has already reached level 82. Only 18 levels left. Although the space in the cave is a bit small and somewhat restricted, they should be able to manage. Even if it keeps raining today, it should be enough for skill evolution. This will be the skill for the third skill evolution. In fact, Sang feels that his current running speed is quite fast for his size. However, the accumulation required for this skill evolution is so profound that after the skill evolution, the improvement will surely be astonishing. Thinking of this, Sang felt even more motivated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Song darted around like a streak of orange light in the cave, which was only 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, moving in circles. With each level of skill EXP gained, there is a small enhancement in the corresponding body parts. Song's current speed is much faster than when he dealt with the northeast leopard the day before yesterday. However, the space is too small, and each lap is only about 30 meters. After going around in circles, Sang felt a bit dizzy. And with little bro no longer bothering her, Tiger Mom lifted her head, setting aside her paws that were covering her ears, and looked at Song running wildly in the cave, feeling very pleased. This little one is much faster than I was at his age. In the future, he will certainly be a great hunter. Even if he leaves me, he won't go hungry. Being able to hunt means being able to gain weight, and the more he grows, the better he will be at fighting. When he grows up and seeks territory, he will surely be able to easily defeat any other adult male tiger he encounters and claim his own territory. Then, he can find a healthy young female tiger with beautiful markings, preferably one that is large and a great hunter like himself, to have such excellent little cubs. Tiger Mom's thoughts are always this straightforward. However, seeing little bro dawdling and slacking off, Tiger Mom's mood wasn't so great anymore. In Tiger Mom's eyes, little bro's talent is undoubtedly stronger. Being born larger than Song and growing at an extraordinary rate far exceeding that of an average little bro shows he has the potential of a top tiger. But unfortunately, little bro is too lazy. Even for a top predator like a tiger, survival requires constant honing of one's hunting skills. The play fighting between little brothers is a rehearsal for hunting. If this little guy continues to be so lazy, what will happen if he grows up to be a little chubby one who can't run and can't catch prey? Tiger Mom felt very worried. However, upon reflection, Tiger Mom felt a little better. Song is so outstanding that it almost made her forget what an average little bro is like. In fact, the little bro is just 18 days old, which means he has just started learning how to walk. Although little bro is a lot weaker than Song, he can still jog, already far surpassing other ordinary little brothers. Bang! At this moment, Song saw little bro slacking off again, so when he ran over, he lifted a paw and gave him a swat on the rear. Ding! Paw strike once, paw strike skill EXP +1, 39-100. Roar! After being smacked by Song, little bro yelped in distress and quickly got up to run, no longer daring to slack off. Seeing this, Tiger Mom broke into a genuine smile. Fortunately, even though the big cub is quite lazy, the little cub has the potential of a tiger king, enjoying exercising with the big cub and not letting it slack off. And although the big cub is larger in size, he is weak in temperament and obediently listens to the little cub lacking a tigeress supervision. He would slack off, but the little cub's oversight is always present. This saves her, as a mother, a lot of effort. In this way, both cubs will grow up healthy. With early exercise, they will definitely become excellent hunters and won't go hungry. I hope that during the time the big cub spends with the little cub before growing up, good habits can be cultivated, so that they can survive well when they eventually part ways. And just like that, the day quickly passed. However, the heavy rain did not let up. Ding! Jogged 1000 m, jogging skill EXP +1, 100-100. Ding! Congratulations, host, the jogging skill EXP has reached maximum. This skill evolution is running. Although the cramped space slowed Song's accumulation of skill EXP a bit, he ultimately still completed it. With the sound of the system's notification, Sang felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, and then his limb strength skyrocketed. Before the jogging skill evolution to running, his limbs were just strong, but now they can definitely be called robust. Even, his limbs visibly bulged with muscles, transforming from rounded to angular, filled with explosive power. Then, he tentatively kicked off the ground, and his whole body shot out like an arrow with tail feathers, almost bursting out of the cave. Is this what real running feels like? Song quickly hit the brakes and then raised his paw to grip, marveling within. Chapter 37, The training tasks become increasingly challenging. 19 days old. What Song didn't expect was that it rained all day yesterday, and it hasn't stopped today. In fact, it's getting worse. Fortunately, Tiger Mom found a high-altitude cave to nurture her cubs, so the rainwater collected outside won't flow in. Helplessly, the tiger family can only continue to stay in the cave. Luckily, there were still some remnants of the northeast leopard's body left. It was slightly discolored but not yet decomposed, so they could still eat. The jogging skill has evolved into running, and the skill EXP has already increased to 10,000 meters, so there's no need to focus on that for a while. Given that, I might as well train other skills today. Not being able to go outside, Sung couldn't test his current maximum speed. But time shouldn't be wasted. Coincidentally, the space required for training other skills isn't too large. Running has always been the skill in his skill evolution that evolved the fastest, but it's hard to improve now. It's time to shift his focus to other skills. Moreover, enhancing other skills can effectively improve running speed, which will also help increase the skill EXP of that skill. Thinking of this, he took a look at his current skill panel. Defecate skill, urinate skill, vision skill, rest skill. These 4 skills can't be rushed, and their effects are rather lackluster for the time being. Eating meat and digest skill don't currently have enough food to increase skill EXP, and his activity level isn't high enough, so he can't rush those either. So what's left are the claw strike, leap, climb, baby roar skill, and the occasionally useful listening skill. As for climbing, there are no trees, so it's too difficult to climb, and Sung had tried it before. Just like the evolution from jogging to running, it's a skill evolution stage, requiring 1,000 meters of skill EXP. Therefore, the training efficiency in the cave is even lower. For now, the only skills he can effectively train are the claw strike, leap, and baby roar skill. Of course, Sung hasn't forgotten the 2 skills he recently unlocked: kill and bite. However, there are no other animals in the cave. Where can he go to grind skill EXP for the kill skill? As for bite, it might trigger occasionally while eating meat, but he wonders if gnawing on bones is effective once the meat is gone. Then let's practice claw strike, leap, and baby roar skill. These 3 skills don't require a lot of space to train, and today I can at least allow them to complete 1 skill evolution each. Sung planned out today's training regimen and began to discipline himself. First up is claw strike. Having dealt with Little Bro quite a bit, this skill EXP is already close to level 50. However, if Little Bro doesn't make any mistakes or slack off, Sung naturally won't use him to train skill EXP. After all, he's no monster. Then, Sung approached the cave wall, raised his paws, retracted his claws, and struck down with all his might. Ding! Claw strike once, claw strike skill EXP +1, 48,100. Hiss, maybe I should practice something else. The pain from his claws suddenly made Sung hesitate. While his limb muscles have indeed improved significantly, it's still not enough to split mountains and shatter stones, not to mention he's just a little bro weighing around 7 kilograms. Thus, after feeling the sting, Sang settled for second best and moved to the thick fur of the northeast leopard. Bang! Ding! Claw strike once, claw strike skill EXP +1, 49,100. Now, it felt much better. With the relatively thick fur of the northeast leopard as a cushion, the full-force claw strike didn't hurt as much, just a slight tingle in his claws. Slap, slap, slap. Next, Sung kept striking the northeast leopard's fur, the rhythmic prompt sounds from the system echoing in his mind. Ow-oh! At this moment, Little Bro, who was curious about Sung's strange actions, approached with confusion. Today, Big Brother didn't take him along for training. However, recalling the slaps he received earlier, Little Bro shrank his head slightly and then imitated Sung's motions, using his paws to strike the northeast leopard's fur, making a loud sound. Being so well behaved and following Big Brother to train without needing to be urged, he surely wouldn't get hit. Little Bro gave himself a mental thumbs up for his cleverness. Seeing this, Sung was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood Little Bro's little scheme. Ignoring Little Bro's imitation, Sang soon filled up the progress bar for the claw strike skill. Ding! Claw strike once, claw strike skill EXP +1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host! The claw strike skill EXP has reached maximum value, and this skill evolution is scratch. With the skill evolution, Sang felt that his forelimbs had become somewhat stronger, with the claws extending by 1/3, becoming harder and sharper. However, compared to the increase from jogging to running, this time the improvement in his forelimbs wasn't very significant. After all, the former is the 4th stage of a skill chain, while the latter is the 3rd stage. The two cannot be compared. Nonetheless, every bit of improvement was worth celebrating for Song. Bang! Ding! Scratch once, scratch skill EXP plus 1, 10,000. Hiss. As expected, the transition from the third to the fourth stage of a skill chain is a phase of skill evolution, and the progress bar is incredibly daunting. 1,000 scratches, when will I ever pile that up? After verifying his guess, Sang felt a deep ache in his teeth. The skill evolution from jogging to running has already consumed nearly half of his waking time since birth. For the remaining skills, crossing this stage will likely be just as difficult. However, thinking about the increase when his jogging skill evolved into running, Sang felt a bit more at ease. Although he still hadn't tested the maximum speed after the skill evolution to running, Sang estimated that he could probably challenge Tiger Mom now. And he was still far from the size of an adult tiger. Although increasing size and weight would slow him down, he would also have more muscle. Sang felt that if he were to mature immediately, his speed would be at least half faster than that of an ordinary tiger. Such an increase is worthy of the effort that discipline had demanded before. Thinking this way, Sang solidly began training the other two skills, vault and baby roar skill. The prerequisite skill for the vault skill is jumping, so all he needed to do was jump with all his might to increase the skill EXP of this skill. Through Sang's relentless efforts, the skill EXP for this skill was also increasing quite rapidly. Ding! A leap grants plus 1 skill EXP to the leap skill, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host! The skill EXP for the leap skill has reached its maximum value. The skill evolution for this skill is liftoff. As the system's prompt sounded, Sang felt the power in his hind legs strengthen, his explosive power intensify, and he was able to jump higher from a standstill. With this thought, Sang leaped again, instantly launching himself into the air, achieving a height of a full meter with all four limbs off the ground. Ding! Liftoff granted plus 1 skill EXP, 10,000. Seeing this, Sang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the skill chain advanced from the third stage to the fourth, and the progress bar was frighteningly lengthy. Next up, his training task was quite formidable. Chapter 38, Racing with Tiger Mom. On the 20th day after birth. Finally, the sun is shining today. After 2 consecutive days and nights of heavy rain, it has finally stopped. If it hadn't stopped, Sang would have begun to wonder whether continuous rain might cause a mudslide that would block the cave where his family of tigers reside. As the rain subsided, the gloom in the hearts of the tiger family also faded. Tiger Mom took little bro out early in the morning. The thick humus underfoot and the leaves soaked with rainwater made a crunching sound when stepped on, which felt somewhat unpleasant. However, after the heavy rain, the whole world seemed to have become fresher, and the air breathed in felt much more invigorating. Passing through the bushes and arriving at the familiar clearing, Sang quickly shook off the dew and rainwater collected on the bushes, refreshing himself. Ah! At this moment, little bro was loudly using the baby roar skill, looking up for the little ferret. He was worried that the little ferret might perish in the heavy rain. It was the first time little bro had ever seen rain since his birth, and he thought it was a disaster, quite terrifying. Squeak! Fortunately, after a while, the little ferret climbed down from the tree, happily responding. The little ferret skillfully climbed onto little bro's back and began to massage him gently. Little bro was comfortably humming and asked the little ferret if it was afraid of the rain. Squeak! The little ferret shook its head. Although it hadn't been born long, it had still experienced a few rainfalls. However, it then pointed into the distance, squeaking. Hearing the sound, Sang looked in the direction pointed by the little ferret's paw and saw, about several dozen kilometers away, a mountain peak revealing blackish-brown soil from halfway up. Seeing this, little bro was suddenly stunned. He knew that was a place much larger than the area where his family roamed, and as a result, the lush jungle that had once been here was gone, leaving only stark soil and giant rocks. Sang was also taken aback. Damn, it really is a mudslide. Thankfully, it didn't happen here, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Watching the landslide burying a large area of forest, Sang felt both anxious and grateful. At the same time, the pride he once felt after the slow jog skill evolution had completely vanished. In the face of nature's immense power, his own pride seemed insignificant and utterly ridiculous. There must be many animals buried there, wiped out by forces beyond resistance. Then, Sang observed a moment of silence for the creatures that had perished. Having reincarnated as a tiger, he could empathize more with the animals, as he was now one of them. However, after surveying the terrain, Sang quietly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that even if the mountain was still unstable, it likely wouldn't affect this area. Immediately, he began to run with all his might. Swish! He was like a streak of orange light, racing across the grass. Although the rainwater left on the grass blades affected his speed, he was still incredibly fast. Seeing this, Tiger Mom couldn't help but get up and chase after Song. And Song noticed this out of the corner of his eye. Thus, Song waited a moment for Tiger Mom, ensuring they were at the same starting line. Then, he no longer held back and pushed his body to the limit. Every breath, heartbeat, and the posture and frequency of his running limbs were all in perfect condition. Swish! His speed climbed again, leaving the Tiger Mom, who had just barely surpassed him, trailing behind. Seeing this, the Tiger Mom also summoned all its strength and ran at full speed. It certainly didn't want to be outdone by its cub that was not even a month old yet. This forced it to take the lead by 2 body lengths, but it couldn't maintain that extreme speed for long. The lead only lasted less than 10 seconds before Song surpassed it once more. After that, the distance between the Tiger Mom and Song could only widen. Tigers never train for endurance. Hunting is a matter of moments. A huntable prey will yield results in 10 seconds. If the prey can't be caught, continuing the chase will only waste precious stamina. If it weren't for just having eaten a northeast leopard's corpse, Tiger Mom would be at peak energy right now and wouldn't have whimsically thought of racing Song. But the result was too devastating for the tiger. It was completely outmatched by a cub not even a month old. Tiger Mom panted, tongue out, stopping in place, wishing it could just find a crack in the ground to hide in. At that moment, Song also stopped to catch its breath. That was already his maximum speed. And with a tiger's inherent poor endurance, he was no exception. However, thanks to some training over the past few days, he was a few seconds better in this regard than a typical tiger, allowing him to surpass Tiger Mom. However, when it came to hunting, Tiger Mom's burst speed that allowed it to pull ahead by 2 body lengths in the first few seconds could significantly increase the probability of a successful hunt. So, strictly speaking, Tiger Mom's explosive speed is more practical. But being able to challenge Tiger Mom's speed, Song was already quite satisfied. After all, he wasn't even a month old. Tiger Mom's speed should be considered impressive among tigers, with a maximum speed of about 20 meters per second. Even if such speed can't be sustained for long, being able to keep up with it is enough to be proud of. Afterwards, the somewhat introverted Tiger Mom simply lay down to rest, while Song also prepared to take a breather. A maximum sprint is far more exhausting than jogging 1,000 meters. However, at his current speed, even slowing down to maintain a long-distance run, jogging 1,000 meters would probably only take 2 to 3 minutes. After 10 minutes, Sang stood up to prepare for a slow jog, hoping to accumulate skill EXP for his running skills, but he suddenly noticed Tiger Mom's ears perk up. Then, Tiger Mom's nose twitched several times, and she abruptly stood up, gazing towards the dense forest on the opposite bank of the stream. At this moment, the stream had risen significantly due to 2 days of heavy rain, widening from the previous 3 or 4 meters to a full 8 meters. A gentle breeze blew from the opposite bank, and Song mimicked Tiger Mom, twitching his nose a couple of times, attempting to catch any unusual scent in the wind. Not that he had expected it, but as soon as he sniffed, he immediately sensed something was wrong. In the air, there was a scent that was both familiar and strange. Familiar because this scent resembled his own, Little Bro's, and Tiger Mom's scents, belonging to a tiger. Strange because this scent did not belong to any member of their family. Moreover, the odor was potent, filled with the essence of male hormones. At this moment, Tiger Mom crouched low, her ears flattened like airplane wings, her jaws clenched tightly, lips curled back revealing her fierce fangs, her eyes glinting with ferocity. Sizzle! From the dark forest across the stream, a rustling sound emerged, and a massive figure stepped out of the shadows, its thick forelimbs, fleshy face, and longing eyes radiating greed. It was a magnificent tiger. Roar! Seeing this, Tiger Mom turned her head to look at Song, let out a fierce roar, and then charged towards the tiger on the opposite bank. Chapter 39: The Male Tiger from Beyond the Mountain. Seeing Tiger Mom rush towards him, the tiger across the stream did not back down either. With a short sprint, it leaped over the 8-meter wide stream. Upon witnessing this, Tiger Mom's expression darkened even further. She was still thinking that the other party would swim over, preparing to rush to the shore to block them from landing. As a result, the other's jumping ability was so impressive that it didn't even need to enter the water to make the leap. When the tiger landed on this side, it leisurely walked towards Tiger Mom, as if scrutinizing a lamb ready for slaughter. However, the reality was just as dire. The tiger facing Tiger Mom was far too large. Just its head was a full size larger than Tiger Mom's, its body longer by a fifth, and its stout limbs were simply not something Tiger Mom could match. It looked like it could approach 280 kilograms. Without a doubt, this was an adult male Siberian tiger, and one of the best. And Tiger Mom's loud roar just before charging out was to urge Song and little bro to run. This reminded Song of a documentary he had once watched. If an adult male tiger is in heat but has no mate, and sees a female tiger with cubs, it will only have one action. That is to kill the female tiger's cubs, forcing her to go back into heat, and then leave its own seed so that she gives birth to offspring with its own bloodline. Without a doubt, this is the situation right now. That male tiger's territory was likely on the opposite hillside, where landslides from 2 days and nights of heavy rain had severely damaged its ecological environment. And it survived the disaster, as it fled from the terrible natural calamity, arriving in the area where Song and his family were. Having survived, upon seeing a ready female tiger, this male naturally felt the urge to kill Song and seize Tiger Mom. And with its strength, accomplishing this would be too easy. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Song quickly made a decision to flee rapidly towards the dense forest where little bro was. The purpose of that male tiger is to reproduce. Even though Tiger Mom may fight the opponent, there will be no life-threatening danger. The opponent's target is himself, it's little bro. His speed is about the same as Tiger Mom's, so escaping is quite easy. But little bro is different. Within seconds he dashed into the dense forest, while Song saw little bro climbing towards a tree, and little Weasel was observing the situation from below the pine tree, keeping watch for little bro. Not too dumb yet. Seeing this, Sang breathed a sigh of relief. Ah! Then, he called out to little bro on the tree, using baby roar skill, urging him to climb higher. With little bro as speed, Song couldn't run too far with him. Moreover, Song wasn't familiar with areas too far away, where he could possibly encounter even more dangerous situations. So, Song didn't even think about running away. He planned to replicate the tactic he used to crush the northeast leopard before, to outsmart this tiger trying to kill little bro and take over Tiger Mom. Before that, making sure little bro is in a safe position is essential for him to operate calmly. Hearing Song's urging, little bro also climbed even harder. Having been trained by Song for a while, his climbing speed had improved significantly. In less than half a minute, he had climbed to 10 meters high and was still going up. Seeing this, Sang felt relieved and looked towards Tiger Mom. He noticed that Tiger Mom was crouching low on the ground, retreating while observing the movements of the male tiger. Meanwhile, the male tiger seemed to be in a playful mood, occasionally raising his paw to strike at Tiger Mom. As Tiger Mom dodged, she extended her claws to block, but the difference in strength left her completely unable to cope. The size difference is just too big. Tiger Mom could only be pressed down and hit. And the male tiger showed not a hint of impatience. It aims to conquer this proud jungle queen little by little, so she can bear its own bloodline. A tiger mother like Tiger Mom is truly a rare individual, appearing once in 100 years. Born this way, little bro has inherited the excellent genes from both parents, making him healthier and stronger. Ayo. At this moment, a bright yet youthful baby roar skill echoed nearby. Hearing the sound, the male tiger turned his head to look towards the source of the baby roar skill, while Tiger Mom felt a tightening in her heart. Seeing Song's tiny figure, the male tiger showed a hint of playful humanity on his face. This little thing dares to come back? In that case, let's kill this little pest first, and then gradually conquer this beautiful jungle queen. Thus, he approached Song, exuding a dangerous aura. Upon seeing this, Tiger Mom was utterly terrified, but when she noticed the male tiger exposing his back to her, she quickly seized the opportunity and lunged towards him. Bang! However, the male tiger was prepared. He dodged and swiped back, knocking Tiger Mom out of the air. This time, unlike previous attacks, he did not hold back, sending Tiger Mom flying and crashing heavily to the ground, rendering her unconscious. Seeing this, Sung's heart tightened, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the male tiger. Although this life has only lasted a mere 20 days, Tiger Mom's attentive care and selfless love had already made Sung truly see himself as Tiger Mom's child. And now, this male tiger actually knocked down Tiger Mom, possibly inflicting serious injury. Unforgivable. Ah! Thinking of this, Sung let out another loud baby roar skill, challenging the opponent. Seeing this, the male tiger who had just knocked down Tiger Mom lost his patience and sprinted wildly towards Sung. A quick end to this little bro, and the jungle queen would be his. Upon seeing this, Sung fearfully ran towards the direction away from little bro and the little marten while controlling his speed to avoid arousing the male tiger's suspicion. Just now, the male tiger's attention was entirely on Tiger Mom, so he likely didn't notice how absurdly fast Sung was moving. Also, with the current distance being 200 meters, even with Sung's disguise, there was no need to worry about getting caught. Finally, when the male tiger was only 20 meters away, Sang accelerated and dashed up the thickest and tallest pine tree. This sudden burst of speed momentarily shocked the male tiger, but he quickly dismissed it. Climbing trees? He's skilled at that too. To shake him off by climbing trees, this little bro is still too naive. So, it watched as Sung climbed up, and followed closely, making its way up the tall pine tree. Although it weighed about 280 kilograms, it was incredibly agile, scaling the tree effortlessly. However, Sung's running skills had gone through 3 skill evolutions, enhancing its limbs and boosting its climbing ability, allowing it to ascend faster than a male tiger. But with clever skills and boldness, it refrained from unleashing its maximum speed, staying just over 3 meters ahead of the male tiger, enticing it to chase. This tactic proved effective. Seeing Sung so close to being caught, the male tiger was thrilled and pursued relentlessly. If it could kill this little creature, it would be able to claim the title of the Jungle Queen. Chapter 40, A Call for Help from Tiger Mom. Climbing up near the treetop, the male tiger below could no longer pursue. Its weight increased as it climbed, and the slender tree trunk couldn't support it. Even for such a strong body, falling from nearly 30 meters would result in death. However, the male tiger was very clever, opting not to take the risk of climbing higher. Instead, it swung its massive claws and struck heavily on the trunk above. At this moment, the trunk had a diameter of less than 20 centimeters, unable to support its weight, and naturally could not withstand the impact of its claws. Snap! Sure enough, under the force of that strike, the upper half of the trunk immediately emitted a strained noise and toppled to the side. Seeing this, Sang kicked off from the tilting trunk and jumped towards another nearby tree. With its light weight and excellent jumping ability, it soared nearly 10 meters and landed gracefully on a branch of the adjacent pine tree. But the next second, it felt the tree shake violently. Looking down, it saw that the male tiger had jumped over too. But since its original height was lower than Sung's, and with a heavier body, it landed 5 meters below on the same tree, stabilizing itself and climbing toward Sung. Damn, this guy's physical ability is so much stronger than the northeast leopard. Seeing this, Sung felt a sinking feeling in its heart. Its plan had been great, but reality was harsh. Adult male tigers are at the top of the feline hierarchy, the perfect creatures in this world. Apart from humans, the methods that could lead to the northeast leopard's demise would not work against a male tiger. But there was nothing to be done. Having come this far, it could only grit its teeth and carry on. Moreover, there was still a glimmer of hope. Stamina. The opponent had come from hundreds of kilometers away, exhausting its stamina due to the mountain landslide. Meanwhile, Sung had eaten the last meal of northeast leopard's skill evolution meat that morning, making it the most energized. Moreover, in the previous race against Tiger Mom, it was evident that my endurance from long-term jogging was significantly stronger than Tiger Mom's, naturally making me stronger than the male tiger. My climbing ability is stronger than the opponent's. If I can drag until they are exhausted, I can firmly harness their hatred. Sooner or later, they will wear out and make a mistake, falling from the pine tree. Even if they don't die from the fall, they will be heavily injured, and at that point, tiger mom should have the chance to kill the injured male tiger. What I need to do now is to keep the male tiger restrained at a height of over 15 meters, only then will a fall potentially deal serious damage. Thinking this way, Sang felt even more confident and continued to climb upward. When he reached the treetop, he didn't wait for the male tiger to snap the slender branches before leaping toward another nearby tree. This infuriated the male tiger, which found it frustrating that he couldn't capture a little bro for a long time. But it wasn't over yet. Just after leaping onto the nearby tree, Sung turned back to look at the male tiger that hadn't jumped over yet. A smirk appeared on his face, and he turned to shake his butt, wagging his tail, in sheer provocation. The already enraged male tiger, frustrated by not being able to catch Sung for so long, was further infuriated by Sung's provocative actions. So, it immediately lunged, jumping towards the pine tree where Sung was. Compared to Sung's agility, the male tiger relied purely on its terrifying limb strength to jump over, but that doesn't mean it lacks skill. However, in the face of absolute strength, skill is merely a supporting role. Once again landing beneath Sung, the male tiger immediately began climbing up. Seeing this, Sung used the same tactic, dancing around the male tiger in the dense forest. At this moment, the thoughts of the male tiger and Sung were in perfect agreement. It was furious, but it had not lost its sanity. It prided itself as an adult male tiger, believing that in terms of stamina, it definitely exceeds Sung, who is still a baby. It chased from behind, waiting for Sung to tire, certain that he would no longer be able to jump to a nearby tree. One mistake, and it would lead to a fatal outcome. Its goal was simply to kill Sung, nothing more. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom, who was knocked unconscious by the male tiger, slowly regained consciousness. Just waking up, Tiger Mom quickly got up, looking around anxiously for the male tiger and Sung. At that moment, the noise from the chase in the dense forest caught Tiger Mom's attention. Hearing the commotion, Tiger Mom hurriedly ran to the edge of the forest, looking up and finally spotting a small one and a big one, chasing each other. Seeing this, Tiger Mom followed Sung and the male tiger's figures, wanting to climb the tree to help, but because the two changed their landing spots on the pine trees too quickly, by the time Tiger Mom had climbed 3 or 4 meters up a pine tree, Sung had already jumped to another tree. This made Tiger Mom even more anxious, pacing back and forth on the ground. She didn't know whether Sung or the male tiger would tire and fall first, but she didn't dare to take the risk. She was afraid that it would be Sung who fell, her own child. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Tiger Mom's mind, and with gritted teeth, she seemed to have made a certain decision. Then, she ran back to the open ground, opened her mouth wide, and roared with all her might. Ow! The resonant roar of the tiger, without any barriers, traveled for many kilometers and echoed through the jungle. However, this roar was somewhat different from Tiger Mom's usual roars, carrying a hint of pleading. Hearing this sound, Sung and the male tiger both paused their movements. Is the meaning of this call, perhaps a cry for help? But who would come to save Tiger Mom? Sung was puzzled. As for the male tiger behind him, he first shuddered and then his gaze turned fierce. Given that Sung was born not long ago, it was normal not to understand the exact meaning behind this sound. But the male tiger understood. Tiger Mom was calling for her mate. The relationship between tiger couples can be close or distant. But when a female tiger is nursing her young, especially in the first few months, the father of the cubs usually does not show up. This is because even the female tiger does not completely trust the mate, fearing he might harm the cubs. Tiger Mom calling for her mate now is a last resort, but whether that so-called mate will come is still a question. Moreover, even if he comes, the male tiger is not afraid. His size, on that mountain peak over 100 kilometers away, is unbeatable. In fact, he has already killed 2 adult male tigers. Weighing close to 280 kilograms gives him the confidence to face any challenge. Since the queen of this jungle wants her original mate to come, then let him come. He will crush his opponent with absolute force, kill that original mate, and make the queen of this jungle understand who is the real king here. Who is qualified to leave behind their offspring? Who can ensure that their excellent bloodline continues? Thinking this, the male tiger stopped chasing Sung and instead jumped down from the tree to regain his strength. Although he was confident in his own strength, he was still very cautious. This battle, he must win. Ow! But just then, in the mountains and forests in the distance, a deep and powerful roar rang out explosively. Chapter 41, Domineering Rescue. The tiger's roar wiped away the worry on Tiger Mom's face, revealing joy. Meanwhile, the male tiger scoffed. What good is a loud voice? Size and combat power are the true indicators of strength. Looking at the hopeful gaze of Tiger Mom, the male tiger felt a similar anticipation. It was eagerly wondering if, when it killed Tiger Mom's original mate, this jungle queen would submit to its power? Could this be Tiger Mom's little brother? At this moment, Sang still had no idea whom Tiger Mom was calling for, but upon hearing that domineering tiger roar, he was guessing. Because if it were him, even after growing up and living separately, if he heard little bro's call for help, he would definitely rush to assist, no matter what he was doing. Right now, he was just hoping that Tiger Mom's little brother was strong enough. If they teamed up with Tiger Mom again, they should be able to deal with this male tiger, or at least force it back. Just as Tiger Mom was hopeful and the male tiger was indulging in fantasies, a rustling sound came from the bushes in the eastern part of the dense forest. Suddenly, a huge figure darted out, eyes filled with urgency and anger, panting heavily. Roar! Seeing that familiar figure, Tiger Mom was overjoyed and quickly ran towards it. But the male tiger was instantly stunned, then instinctively took 2 steps back, its limbs trembling. Damn, it's so big? Is this a physique that can grow in the wild? Seeing the massive creature rushing over, Sang was also taken aback. That male tiger, which was supposed to kill him, was already considered a super large specimen of wild northeast tigers, weighing an estimated 280 kilograms, a truly king of tigers. But this newly appeared monster was a size larger than the original male tiger, making it look like an orange-colored mini-tank. Its heavy breathing from running made its shoulders rise and fall, adding to the sense of oppression. By estimation, this creature probably weighed close to 320 kilograms. As for wild northeast tigers, there seems to be no recorded existence of such a super-large individual. Compared to the initial male tiger, the two sides were simply not on the same level. No wonder that slightly smaller male tiger retreated instinctively upon just seeing the figure of its opponent, without even fighting. Roar! Upon seeing Tiger Mom, the large creature's imposing face instantly broke into a smile, but as it got close and noticed the scratches on Tiger Mom's face, it quickly voiced its concern. Ah! Hearing everyone's questions, Tiger Mom turned around, looked at the retreating male tiger, and roared angrily. Understanding that the male tiger had not only hit his wife but also wanted to kill their cubs, everyone was immediately filled with rage. Ow! A domineering tiger roar shattered the male tiger's resolve. It dared not linger any longer and hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. But don't underestimate everyone. Despite their large size, they were not clumsy at all. Their muscles bulged and rippled, bursting forth with terrifying power as they pounced on the male tiger like orange lightning. In just 3 swift steps, they caught up to the already frightened male tiger, and its massive paw slapped down like a giant fan. Bang! Snap! Right after, a dull thud was followed by a sharp crack. Ow! The male tiger tried to escape, letting out a heart-wrenching cry, and with just that one paw strike, its spine was shattered. Then, they mercilessly continued, paw after paw, striking the male tiger's forehead, making a ringing sound and venting their anger. You weakling, how dare you steal my wife and kill my cubs? It's true, when the tiger's away, the monkeys take the crown. Although the creature beneath their claws was also a tiger, for everyone, killing it felt no different than killing a monkey. In fact, for them, killing a monkey was even harder than killing a male tiger. After all, everyone was just too big. They weren't very agile in trees, making it difficult to catch monkeys. In less than half a minute, more than 10 claws struck down on the male tiger's head, leaving it bloodied and unrecognizable, with red and white oozing out from all 7 orifices, already dead beyond hope. This is purely a crushing victory. Perhaps I'm also just a skill evolution creature as an uncle? Sang, witnessing all this, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He still hadn't connected the dots between this huge creature and the word father. And that creature, seeing the male tiger was dead, paid it no more mind. The next moment, it turned around and approached Tiger Mom, its face losing all authority and dominance, replaced by ingratiation. Roar! Honey! What do you think of your husband? Isn't he impressive? Roar. Seeing this, Tiger Mom rolled her eyes with annoyance. You took too long. Tiger Mom was not going to praise this creature. She was very familiar with it and knew that if she praised it even a little, it would become insufferably proud. Roar. Upon hearing Tiger Mom's dissatisfied growl, the creature immediately wilted, arguing pitifully. I was really fast. It's just that the location was too far before. And you wouldn't let me get too close. Roar. I was worried you'd be reckless and hurt the cub. Tiger Mom grumbled in discontent. For female tigers raising cubs, a male partner is an unstable factor. After leaving behind his genes, the male is usually chased away, and the female gives birth and raises the cubs alone. Only when the female tiger is very confident in her mate will she wait until little bro is 3 months old, when his meat demand is high, to call the male tiger to help raise the cubs together. Even so, the male tiger would at most only deliver the food he hunted to the female and then quietly leave, rarely appearing in front of the cubs. Roar. Hearing this, everyone got excited. Where are the cubs? Let me take a look. Tiger Mom is a first-time mom, and everyone else is a first-time dad. As for little bro, he is extremely curious. If it weren't for Tiger Mom not allowing him to come, he would love to watch the cubs being born. Arrow. Follow me. Upon hearing everyone's request, Tiger Mom hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Although the 2 cubs are only 20 days old, they are already very strong and not as fragile as expected. Regarding everyone's performance today, although Tiger Mom seemed indifferent, she was quite satisfied in her heart. After saying that, Tiger Mom walked toward the dense forest. In the dense forest, Tiger Mom raised her head and called out loudly for Tsong and little bro. This way of interacting between this guy and Tiger Mom doesn't seem like siblings at all, does it? Wait. Could this be my real dad? Watching the interactions between Tiger Mom and that guy, Tsang gradually speculated. Recalling little bro's absurd birth size, astonishing growth speed, and remarkable physical talents, Tsang increasingly felt that this might just be the truth. Like father, like son, similarly, powerful offspring must come from parents with exceptional genes. Chapter 42, The Tiger Dad with the Cringing Ears. Hearing Tiger Mom's call, little bro, who had been obediently staying on the tree, darted down in a flash. After the previous intensive training, he has learned how to climb down from the tree, and since his skin is tough and his flesh thick, he was totally fine after jumping from more than 10 meters high. He trotted over to Tiger Mom's side, nuzzling her with a mixture of affection and concern, as little bro grunted and checked on Tiger Mom. Little bro witnessed Tiger Mom fighting that male tiger. But because Tiger Mom had ordered him to stay in the tree and not come down, he could only obediently remain still. Seeing such a big furball jumping down from the tree, Dad Tiger was momentarily taken aback. Wow, how did it get so big? It remembered, since Tiger Mom gave birth, it hasn't even been a month. How did it already weigh over 10 kilograms? Seeing this, Dad Tiger took a couple of steps forward to get a better look at his cub, but little bro got startled and quickly hid behind Tiger Mom, daring only to peek out his head to observe. Roar! The furry little one got scared. Tiger Mom let out a low growl, clearly displeased. Hearing the sound, the large Dad Tiger quickly halted, standing there a bit awkwardly, and then just decided to sit down, lying on the ground to appear less intimidating. Seeing this, Tsang began to understand Dad Tiger's nature, knowing he wouldn't harm him, and therefore felt safe enough to come down from the tree. As another little bro descended from the tree, Dad Tiger immediately got up, stretching his neck to look. Once on the ground, Tsang first approached Tiger Mom, rubbing against her to express his concern and care, and to let her know he wasn't hurt before trotting over to Dad Tiger. Seeing this, Dad Tiger was incredibly happy and wanted to rush over to Tsang, but was afraid that standing up might be too intimidating, potentially scaring Tsang, so he lay down on the ground anxiously, waiting for Tsang to come over on his own. Isn't this way too big? From a distance, I couldn't really grasp it, but facing it directly, even though Dad Tiger's eyes were filled with expectation and his expression was very friendly, he still had a significant imposing presence. Right now, it felt like a little mountain to me. Looking at Dad Tiger, who was excitedly wagging his tail, Sung couldn't help but admire. If I had seen such a Dad Tiger in my previous life as a human, I probably would have been so scared I'd have wet myself. However, now I'm Little Bro, Dad Tiger's son, and Sung confidently walked up to Dad Tiger and, under his eager gaze, rubbed his nose and cheek against him. In the behavior patterns of tigers, this gesture expresses affection and friendliness, often used in the interactions of a tiger family. When Dad Tiger heard Tiger Mom's call for help, he immediately rushed over to rescue, swiftly resolving the crisis, and naturally, Sung acknowledged such a father. Feeling Sung's tiny breath, Dad Tiger suddenly felt a bit dizzy. This is my cub. This is the continuation of my bloodline. Being a father for the first time, Dad Tiger felt as if he was floating on air. Being recognized by his child is what every father hopes for. After rubbing against Dad Tiger, Sung extended his paw to swipe at Dad Tiger's paw and found that Dad Tiger's paw was absurdly large, one of his front paws wider than Sung himself. Seeing that Sung was interested in his strong body, Tiger Dad immediately perked up, lifted his paw, and spread it out, fully extending his claws to let Sung observe better. Sung looked up and estimated that one of Tiger Dad's claws was at least 8 centimeters long, equivalent to a small curved knife, white and smooth as jade. One could imagine the power it would have in a single swipe. At this moment, Tiger Dad remembered that he had just killed an unseeing male tiger, and his claws were still stained with blood, so he reluctantly lowered his paw. Nearby, watching the father-son interaction, Tiger Mom smiled with satisfaction. Roar! Then, Tiger Mom turned around and growled softly at Little Bro, who was hiding behind her. Go on. Get close to your dad. You're very brave too. Hearing Tiger Mom's encouragement, Little Bro cautiously stepped out from behind her and hesitantly walked towards Tiger Dad. Tiger Dad's size was too intimidating, scary, even no, terrifying. However, seeing that his brother was having a relaxed and happy interaction with Tiger Dad, Little Bro felt a surge of courage and boldly quickened his pace. Seeing another cub approaching him, Tiger Dad became even happier. Standing in front of Tiger Dad, Little Bro gazed up at his tall and mighty figure, momentarily lost in thought. Only when Sung nudged him with a paw did Little Bro come to his senses. His body trembled slightly as he imitated Sung's actions and rubbed his nose and cheek against Tiger Dad. Tiger Dad happily stuck out his big tongue and licked Little Bro's small face, but since it was his first time licking such a little creature, he was a bit too forceful and accidentally knocked Little Bro over, sending him tumbling to the ground. Bang! Moom! In the next second, Tiger Mom's paw had already landed on Tiger Dad's face, making him let out a whimper. However, despite his imposing size, Tiger Dad behaved like a timid little woman, too afraid to be angry or speak. Ha, still a softie. Watching the useless Tiger Dad, Sung stifled a laugh. But considering the stark contrast between Tiger Mom and Tiger Dad, even though Tiger Mom's swipe wasn't as exaggerated as a mere tickle, it posed no real harm to Tiger Dad. Therefore, Tiger Dad's pitiful look was merely for show. Roar! Be careful. Otherwise, don't play with the cub. Tiger Mom warned with a low growl. Tiger Dad, after pretending to whimper for a bit, shrank his head in embarrassment and smiled sheepishly. However, even though Little Bro was knocked over, he wasn't that sensitive. Moreover, due to this round of interaction, Little Bro no longer feels so afraid of Tiger Dad, and much of his wariness has vanished. Thus, it quickly got up and circled around Tiger Dad, astonished in its heart. It's so big. I'm sure I can grow that big one day. Little Bro thought. Looking at Little Bro, how could Tiger Dad not understand its gaze? It's perfectly normal for a young tiger to look up to a larger counterpart, hoping to be as powerful one day. Tiger Dad had similar thoughts when he was young. So, Tiger Dad stood up and raised his head, allowing Little Bro to better appreciate his magnificent form. As for Sung, he got up and went to the corpse of the male tiger that Tiger Dad had killed. Although this guy is quite a bit smaller than Tiger Dad, with a body close to 280 kilograms, it might also be a skill evolution creature. Should I give it a try? Sung thought curiously. Skill evolution meat can accumulate skill EXP for the digest skill better than ordinary flesh, and it should also have subtle benefits for the body. Though this was also a tiger, a kind of companion, Sung only thinks that those friendly to him are allies if they want to kill him, they naturally should be prepared to become his food. So, he bit off a piece of meat from the crushed head of the male tiger and swallowed it. After becoming a tiger, he did not find this bloody raw food disgusting. Yay! But in the next second, he felt a movement in his throat and instantly spat it out. Chapter 43, The Ferocious Tiger Dad. Put. 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 Such a big creature, and yet it's not even a skill evolution entity. No wonder it couldn't catch me, it's such a waste. Sung cursed in his heart after spitting it out. The northeast leopard flesh he ate before had gone through skill evolution, so unlike ordinary carnivores, which deposit too many acidic substances in their bodies, that blood and meat were sour but very delicious. But this male tiger is a standard ordinary creature, with sour blood and meat that's hard to swallow. Song estimated that skill evolution would allow a creature to thoroughly refine its body, purging impurities, making the skill evolution meat not sour and of excellent quality. But it can't be helped, skill evolution creatures are rare, and not just any creature you come across is a skill evolution one. At that moment, while Tiger Dad was posing for little bro and enjoying the adoration of the cub, he noticed Sung eating the flesh and blood of the male tiger, which made him vomit. Roar! Then, it let out a short baby roar skill and immediately ran off, diving into the dense forest. Ow-oh! Watching Tiger Dad leave, little bro tilted his head in confusion and looked at Tiger Mom. What is Dad going to do? Roar! Tiger Mom let out a low growl, soothing little bro. He went off to catch something tasty. Little bro immediately perked up, giggling for a bit before noticing that Song was fiddling with the corpse of the male tiger, so he jogged over. No way. My claws are too small. I could barely skin a northeast leopard, but the northeast tiger's fur is way too thick. This particular northeast tiger is quite large, and my claws can't even reach the skin. Song looked at the male tiger's corpse, measured it with his own claws a couple of times, feeling a bit disheartened as he muttered to himself. Even though the meat can't be eaten, the fur is a good thing and can be useful. Such a large tiger hide, I could hog it all for myself to sleep on, while kicking little bro over to the northeast leopard's pelt. With the weather getting hotter, both brothers are growing bigger too. Sung really doesn't want to squeeze onto a mattress with little bro during the sweltering heat of July and August. A little tiger sleeping on tiger fur is totally reasonable. Ugh! At that moment, a retching sound came from beside Sung. He turned to see little bro throwing up a chunk of meat, still dry heaving even after he finished. Earlier, absorbed in admiring the majestic figure of Tiger Dad, little bro completely missed the fact that Sung had already fallen victim to it, and Hadi stupidly taken a bite of tiger meat, following in Sung's footsteps, only to be sickened as well. Having only eaten northeast leopard skill evolution meat since birth, little bro naturally thought that any meat was edible and delicious, so without a second thought, he dove right in. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom saw Sung gesturing over the male tiger's corpse and approached, asking in a low voice. Right. I can ask Tiger Mom for help. Sang then remembered that when he skinned the northeast leopard, it was also with Tiger Mom's help. However, that time, he was responsible for the cutting, while Tiger Mom handled the heavy body of the northeast leopard. Oh whoa! So, Sung described his intentions in detail and used his claws to gesture on the male tiger's corpse, indicating where Tiger Mom should start and which line to follow for skinning. Having understood what Song wanted to do, Tiger Mom cooperatively listened to the instructions, slowly slicing open the male tiger's corpse, carefully removing a complete tiger hide. Once the tiger hide was taken off, Tiger Mom was already panting heavily. There was no help for it compared to the northeast leopard. This male tiger weighed nearly 3 times as much, making it quite heavy and laborious for Tiger Mom. Whirring. At that moment, a rustle came from the bushes in the distance, and the whole family turned their heads in unison. But the next second, Sung saw a pair of huge, bulky antlers pushing through the bushes, followed by the majestic body of the Tiger Dad, holding a moose's neck in its massive jaws, slowly approaching the mother and cubs. Only when the Tiger Dad finally dragged the entire moose out did Sung feel its enormous size. The Tiger Dad was already at the pinnacle of wild tigers, but compared to the moose it held in its mouth, it seemed rather small. Sung wasn't very good at estimating the moose's weight, but there was no doubt that this one was definitely a big fellow. However, the Tiger Dad dragged the moose carcass, which weighed who knows how much more than it, effortlessly, giving Song a more intuitive understanding of its strength. So fierce. How long has it been? Just a while ago, it had rushed over to help Tiger Mom, clawing down a tiger king that weighed nearly 280 kilograms, and now, in less than half an hour, it had swiftly hunted down an absurdly large adult male moose, dragging its carcass back. At this moment, Song was absolutely certain that the tiger dad was a skill evolution creature, to have such terrifying physical prowess. Boom! In front of Tiger Mom, the tiger dad dropped the moose carcass heavily on the ground, making a dull thud. Roar! Then, the tiger dad lifted its head, excitedly using its baby roar skill. Honey! Am I awesome or what? Roar! Tiger Mom nodded modestly. Not bad. The tiger dad didn't understand what the nod meant, but upon hearing Tiger Mom's approval, it was overjoyed and leaned in close to seek affection from her. Bang! But what greeted it was only the claws of Tiger Mom. Roar! Tiger Mom rolled her eyes while using her baby roar skill. What are you bumping into? Quickly gut the prey so the little ones can eat. Hearing this, the tiger dad hurriedly scampered off to cut open the moose carcass. But at that moment, Tiger Mom suddenly pulled the tiger dad back, turning her head to look at Song. Ow-oh! Do you want this big guy's fur? Tiger Mom didn't forget that Song had a hobby of collecting furs. Prompted by Tiger Mom, Song was momentarily stunned. He collected furs just to use as a mattress, and after already having the furs of the northeast leopard and the male tiger, he didn't have much more need for them. However, reminded by Tiger Mom and now seeing the enormous size of the moose, its fur could serve as a mattress for Tiger Mom. So, he approached the moose's carcass and gently stroked it with his claws. Then, his eyes lit up. The texture was more delicate and soft than he had imagined. He had thought that such a large creature as a moose would have very coarse fur. Ah! Song quickly expressed the need for this moose skin. Upon hearing this, Tiger Mom pointed her chin toward Tiger Dad, signaling him to let Song make requests and fully utilize this free labor. Oh whoa! Song was not polite either, directing Tiger Dad on how to skin it. Before long, under his guidance, Tiger Dad removed the huge, intact moose hide. After completing this, Tiger Dad opened up the moose's abdomen, reaching inside with his claws to pull out a sizable, dark red object, which he presented obsequiously in front of Tiger Mom. Based on its shape, Song could tell that this was likely the liver. If he remembered correctly, animal livers are high-quality proteins that are easily absorbed, rich in various trace elements, and represent a very nutrient-dense natural food. Carnivores really enjoy eating liver, and when their young first eat meat, it is usually liver that helps them transition. There is no doubt that Tiger Dad loves his wife very much. The most delicious and premium part of his prey is first offered to Tiger Mom. Chapter 44, More Skill Evolution Meat. Tiger Dad presented the good parts to Tiger Mom, but she did not eat it right away. Ow-oh! Tiger Mom looked at Song, then at little bro, gently asking if the two brothers wanted to eat. Just as Tiger Dad thought of Tiger Mom when he had something delicious. When Tiger Mom has something delicious, her first thought is for her two cubs. Song actually wanted to eat, but he couldn't take in too much right now. After all, he had just finished the Northeast Leopard's skill evolution meet this morning. Little bro had no such worries. It has a top-notch physique that can eat and grow, and when he heard Tiger Mom calling him to eat something good, he hurriedly ran over, unceremoniously tearing and swallowing large bites. Tiger Dad watched little bro devouring the moose liver and frowned, lost in thought. Could he be mistaken? Aren't his two sons not even a month old yet? He remembered that at this age, he was still nursing. However, Tiger Dad was too lazy to think further. Eating meat early means they won't stay small. It's a good thing if the cubs can eat meat. Seeing this, even though Song wasn't very hungry, he stepped up to eat. If I keep my stomach full, I'll have more stored energy, allowing for more intense workouts. Taking a bite of liver, Song was fascinated by its tender and springy texture. The fresh and juicy taste was incredibly delicious, even better than the meat of the Northeast leopard. Perhaps it was tasty, or maybe the liver was delicate, making it easier to digest, so even though Song wasn't very hungry, he ate quite a bit. Ding! Eating skill evolution need 1 kilogram, eating skill EXP plus 3, 9 100. Just when Song felt satisfied, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind, catching him off guard. Wait a minute. Skill evolution meat? Is this elk also a skill evolution creature? And its skill EXP gain per kilogram is even higher than that of the northeast leopard. Does this mean its skill evolution level is higher than that of the northeast leopard? Then Tiger Dad must definitely be a skill evolution creature too, otherwise, he shouldn't handle an elk with a skill evolution level at least double his weight so easily. Next, Song pondered this in his mind. But no matter what, this is a good thing. Skill evolution meat has a high energy density, better quality, and is beneficial for the body. Additionally, and more importantly, skill evolution meat decomposes much slower than regular meat. Even as summer approached, the northeast leopard's skill evolution meat hadn't spoiled for several days. And with such a large size for this skill evolution elk, there's too much meat. Even if Tiger Dad has a huge appetite, he definitely can't finish meat weighing more than twice his body weight. Therefore, based on Song's guess, Tiger Dad probably hasn't seen Tiger Mom in a long time and wanted to showcase his masculine charm, so he hunted the biggest beast without considering whether he could finish it or if it would go to waste. But luckily, this is skill evolution meat. It should remain unspoiled for a long time, so he won't have to watch it rot while his stomach still can't take anymore. Song is full, but little bro is still fiercely energetic. Weighing only a little over 10 kilograms, it managed to consume 4 kilograms of liver, causing its belly to swell up round and roll onto the ground, unable to move. But this moose is too large. Its liver is the largest gland in the animal kingdom, weighing over 10 kilograms, and even little bro was stuffed and still didn't finish half of it. Seeing that the two little ones were full, Tiger Mom modestly lowered her head and finished the remaining liver. Seeing Tiger Mom start eating, Tiger Dad quickly got to work, pulling out all the tasty internal organs of the moose, like the heart and kidneys, for Tiger Mom to eat. However, because it was skill evolution meat, plus Tiger Mom, like the two little ones, had not gone long since her last meal and wasn't that hungry, she just finished off the tasty internal organs and then stopped. Once Tiger Mom was finished eating, Tiger Dad began to eat. It's evident that Tiger Dad hadn't eaten in days due to the heavy rain, and coupled with his earlier running around first catching a male tiger and then going hunting, he had quite the workout and was very hungry. With its large size and astonishing appetite, the moose was devoured quickly as Tiger Dad demonstrated what it truly means to gorge. In just a few minutes, the thick meat of the moose's two hind legs found its way into Tiger Dad's belly, probably about 60 to 70 kilograms of pure meat. But at this point, Tiger Dad had reached his limit. There was no choice. His weight was around 320 kilograms, consuming food that was 1/5 of his weight, and since it was skill evolution meat, one could say he was a real glutton. Roar! Looking at all the remaining meat, Tiger Mom called out to Tiger Dad with frustration. What a waste! The whole family together didn't finish 100 kilograms, yet this skill evolution moose is at least twice Tiger Dad's weight, and the pure meat alone must be around 300 to 400 kilograms. At least 2/3 remained, and the family would probably take a week to finish it. For such a big guy, it would be so nice to save some for when the two cubs grow up and can eat more. Tiger Mom complained a bit regretfully. Meanwhile, Tiger Dad shrank his head, not daring to retort. He certainly hadn't thought about the problem of waste after hunting this big guy. Before, he was only thinking about showing off his hunting skills in front of his wife and kids. Indeed, even though skill evolution meat decomposes much more slowly, it probably can't be preserved for half a month or even a month. Given our family of tigers' appetite, it's likely we won't finish it before it spoils. Song nodded in agreement. Oh. By the way, can I hang the excess meat to dry? Even without salt, dehydrated meat lasts much longer than raw meat. At that moment, an idea popped into Song's mind. Though it sounds absurd, in certain special environments, as long as ventilation and coolness are guaranteed, fresh meat can be air-dried without spoiling. Song wasn't sure if the area near his home met those requirements. But this elk meat is no ordinary fresh meat. Ordinary fresh meat, given the current heat of summer, would spoil completely in just one day. Whereas skill evolution meat, based on Song's experience, wouldn't show any signs of spoilage within 4 days. Hanging it in a dry, ventilated place for 4 days should definitely turn it into jerky. The more he thought about it, the more Song felt that this idea was feasible. Without hesitation, Sang rushed to the carcass of the elk, which had only been gutted and had its two hind legs eaten, avoiding the large, thick muscle groups, and swiftly sliced off about a kilogram of long strips from the edge with his claws, tearing it off vigorously. Before the elk meat spoils, a tiger needs to eat at least once more, weighing around 100 kilograms, so it's better to save the large pieces for fresh consumption. Then, clutching the meat strips in his mouth, he dashed to the edge of the dense forest and climbed up a tree with a swift flick. After laying the meat strips on a branch to ensure they wouldn't fall, Song turned around and continued to repeat the action. Watching Song's strange behavior, not only did Tiger Dad look dumbfounded, even Tiger Mom was filled with confusion. As for Little Bro, after watching for a moment, he thought it looked like fun, so he followed Song, imitating how to tear down strips of meat and hang them up in the tree, having the time of his life. Chapter 45, Can we exploit bugs in the ant nests? Although Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom didn't understand Song's purpose in tearing the elk meat into strips and hanging it in the tree, they didn't stop him. After all, with so much meat, there's bound to be some waste. Rather than letting it rot there, it's better for the cubs to play with it. In fact, to make it easier for Song to transport, Tiger Dad even picked up the elk carcass and dragged it to the edge of the dense forest to save Sang some trips. Thus, trip after trip, the entire morning passed, and Song managed to transport about 100 kilograms of meat strips up the tree. Little Bro, following behind and mimicking, also carried nearly 30 kilograms. Ding! Bite once, biting skill EXP +1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, biting skill EXP has reached its limit, the skill evolution is sharp teeth. It's worth noting that as he tore off meat strips from the elk carcass, he unlocked the relatively late biting skill, and his skill EXP also maxed out, leading to a skill evolution. Immediately, Sang felt that his teeth had become a bit harder. The change was subtle, but he could feel it. After all, it was just an initial skill evolution. Additionally, the climbing skill had also accumulated a layer of skill EXP due to going up and down hundreds of times. Skills that undergo secondary skill evolution are making great strides towards the third skill evolution, and grinding for skill EXP will be very challenging, just like the transition from jogging to running before. But as long as the skill evolution is successful, it truly counts as a skill evolution. This should be about right now. There are still over 100 kilograms of meat left, which is enough for our family to have another meal. If it were ordinary fresh meat, Song wouldn't bother going through the effort to dry and preserve it. However, this is skill evolution meat. Even though he has only been eating skill evolution meat since he started eating meat, that doesn't mean it's readily available everywhere. Song deeply understands the benefits of skill evolution meat. It not only has a high energy density and tastes good but also promotes growth. In recent days, Sang felt that his weight was increasing faster than before. Little Bro was the same, his body growing rapidly like a balloon. Additionally, Sang felt that, whether it was an illusion or not, Tiger Mom seemed to have grown a bit as well. Perhaps skill evolution meat can break the limits of growth for species, allowing Tiger Mom, who has already passed her developmental stage, to grow in size. If that is the case, the benefits of this skill evolution meat would be even greater. So, such a precious good thing mustn't be wasted. Although it's uncertain whether the substances containing these benefits will be preserved after drying, how would one know without trying? When noon arrived, the hottest part of the day, Sang found some shade under a tree to rest. Meanwhile, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom had already been snuggling nearby for quite some time. However, Tiger Mom still has some pride and did not allow Tiger Dad to behave inappropriately in front of the children. Roar! At this moment, Little Bro, exhausted from a morning of work, tilted his head back and called out at the tree, "Baby roar skill." Without a doubt, he's calling for the little sable to come down and give him a scratch. Having enjoyed such attentive service before, Little Bro craved more. This morning, he couldn't fully relish it because the male tiger came looking for trouble, but now he could indulge without worry. Squeak! However, the little sable was perched on a branch of a pine tree about 5 or 6 meters high, hugging the trunk and chirping. It was scared. Earlier, after getting familiar with Song and Little Bro, it was no longer frightened. As for Tiger Mom, she initially only displayed her impressive climbing skills to intimidate it, and at that time, she didn't harm anybody. So, although the little sable dared not get too close, it wasn't he too afraid when coming down to play with Song and little bro. But Tiger Dad was different. This was the first time the little sable had seen a strange tiger. And such a big one. He even killed a similarly large male tiger with a few swipes. That was terrifying. And now, Tiger Dad was just a little over 10 meters away from little bro. How could the little sable dare to come down? Hearing the noise, little bro tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he took 2 steps back and scrambled up towards the tree. Before long, he reached the little sable's side and lay down on a rather thick branch. Roar! Start scratching! Little bro urged softly. Since the little sable was too scared to come down, why not just come up himself? I'm so clever! Little bro gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. The little sable was first taken aback, then it nodded in realization. Quickly, it hurriedly climbed onto little bro's back to start serving. Watching little bro indulge so extravagantly, Song shook his head in displeasure. How about I catch another small animal to massage me? Song began to contemplate the feasibility of this idea. The little sable was a friend who had saved him. Little bro didn't he know any better and treated it like that, but Song wouldn't engage in such a disgraceful act. However, capturing another small animal to force it to work for him did not weigh on Song's conscience. After all, he was a tiger. The king of the jungle, of the cubs. Even though it's likely that the little sable is a skill evolution creature, much smarter, the other small animals probably wouldn't be as clever and would be harder to train. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of time. By the way, I still have a killing skill that can grant skill EXP. I haven't tried it since I indirectly killed the northeast leopard. Should I give it a shot now? At that moment, Song suddenly remembered a skill he'd overlooked. Without further ado, Song started searching for a target to kill in the dense forest. Before long, he spotted an ant nest beneath a pine tree. This probably won't work, right? Seeing the ant nest, Song muttered hesitantly. Let me just give it a try. What if it works? With a glimmer of hope, Song lifted his paw and came down forcefully. Bang! With one swipe, a vast number of ants were smashed into a paste, stuck in the ground and unable to be retrieved. As expected, nothing happened. Sure enough, such an obvious bug can't let me succeed with my card. With his fantasies shattered, Song could only look for bigger targets. Snails. Squash them. No use. Mantis. Squash them. No use. Mice. Squash them. No use. Toads. Squash them. No use. After a flurry of activity, Song hadn't stacked any skill EXP from the killing skill, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Sure enough, targets that are too small can't contribute to skill EXP at all. Song finally recognized the reality, shaking his head helplessly. Goo goo. At this time, Song heard an almost imperceptible sound from the bushes. Without delay, he lowered his body, walked lightly, and cautiously crept step by step toward the source of the sound. This was his imitation of Tiger Mom during hunting. Before pursuing prey, one must patiently approach it. Only when getting close enough can one strike successfully. After about a quarter of an hour, Song finally saw the source of that sound. It was a beautifully colored ground chicken. Chapter 46, The Astonished Tiger Dad. Song did not know the specific scientific name of the ground chicken before him, nor if it was a protected species. After all, he was not an expert in this area. But that didn't matter. He was now a tiger, and eating whatever had nothing to do with legality. If he was hungry and wanted to eat a giant panda, it was just a natural rule, and no one could stop him. Right now, Song was only 5 meters away from that bright ground chicken. He wanted to continue lurking to increase his chances of a successful hunt. However, it seemed that the scent had given him away, and that ground chicken immediately started flapping its wings and fled. Seeing this, Song no longer hid, his body moved like lightning as he sped toward the ground chicken. This startled the ground chicken, its wings becoming a blur as it actually flew away. However, this guy's flying ability is limited, only able to rise about a meter. Song took a leap and instantly pounced on it, bringing it crashing down from the sky. Unfortunately, Song lacks any hunting experience and had poor aim, failing to bite down on the opponent's throat and instead grabbing its wing. Fortunately, their strengths were not on the same level. Even though Song did not hit a vital point, he still managed to pull the opponent down forcefully, and after a bit of effort, he fixed it in place with his claws and finally managed to bite down on the throat, ending the opponent's life. Whirring. At that moment, the bushes rustled, and Song turned his head alertly, only to find it was Tiger Mom. It turns out that Song's hunting commotion was quite loud, and since he did not get a one-hit kill, it took some time to subdue the prey, which attracted Tiger Mom. Although he had just been cuddling with Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom did not slack off, constantly keeping an eye on the movements of little bro, knowing Song was heading in this direction. At this moment, seeing Song biting the throat of a wild chicken, she was momentarily shocked, then her face broke into a proud smile. This is my cub. Not even a month old, and already hunting on its own. Moreover, it succeeded in hunting. Tiger Mom felt incredibly proud at this moment, all the fatigue from raising the cub vanished. Among animals, there is no concept of raising offspring for old age security. Nurturing the young is not for the eventual care when one grows old, but purely for the continuation of life and blood. Now, seeing that Song has learned to hunt, it means Song will be a survival expert in the future, and their lineage will have a greater chance of continuing than that of other tigers. How could this not make them feel proud? However, at this moment, Song was unaware of the expression on Tiger Mom's face. Ding! Killing a prey, killing skill EXP plus 100. Because, after trying so many targets, he finally gained 1 level of skill EXP in killing skills. It seems that the target must meet certain size conditions to be judged by the system as a kill that can enhance skill EXP. According to the system's conventions, it should be weight, right? This wild chicken probably weighs just over 1 kilogram, about 1/7 or even 1/6 of my own body weight. If it meets the requirements to enhance skill EXP, then those larger than it should also work, but what is the minimum size limit? Song analyzed it in his mind. But to figure it out, he still needs to experiment. As for this wild chicken, he's not hungry right now, and the deer from Tiger Dad's hunting skill evolution hasn't been finished yet. I used to think that stray cats weren't hungry and still harmed birds, which was quite despicable. Now, I'd become one of those cats myself. Song muttered to himself. After all, it's just a wild chicken. If it isn't eaten, it will be left behind, but there will certainly be other animals that will pick it up, so it won't go to waste. Only the excessive killing by an adult male northeast tiger like Tiger Dad can lead to a disruption in the ecological balance of a region. Killing a chicken isn't a big deal. So, Song threw away the wild chicken, returned to the open space, and started running. All things considered, running is the easiest skill to train. Unlike climbing skills, which require going up and down trees, and only record the distance up, the way down doesn't count. Now, Song's speed is comparable to that of an adult tiger, and with 1 layer of skill EXP for every 10,000 meters, it's not too exhausting to train. He now can jog a kilometer in under 3 minutes, and for him, it's just a slow run, which he can maintain for a long time. For 10,000 meters, if he slows down, including rest breaks, he could easily finish within an hour. If I can evolve the running skill again, it would be the first skill to undergo 4 skill evolutions, and then various physical qualities will have a major skill evolution, making it easier to rack up skill EXP for other skills. Song pondered for a moment and decided on the training plan. Before, it was about improving multiple skills to enhance physical qualities, eliminating shortcomings, which significantly improved his running speed, allowing his slow running skill to evolve into running. Now, he relies on the leading advantage of the running skill to act as a leader, boosting the skill EXP of other skills. There's no way around it. Most of the important skills are now stuck at the 3rd stage. And the transition from the 3rd to the 4th stage is a skill evolution where the experience bar isn't stretched 10-fold, but 100-fold. For the running skill, progressing from the 4th to 5th stage still stretches 10-fold, which is relatively simpler in comparison. 1 layer per hour, I can at least rack up 12 layers in a day, and with the speed increase at each layer, I should be able to complete the skill evolution of the running skill within a week. Sang set himself a short-term goal and started running around the grassy clearing. Huff huff huff. Song looked like a streak of orange lightning, running in circles on the grass as if he were tireless. At this moment, Tiger Dad, who was lying in the shade of the tree, was stunned. What's going on? Is this little bro, who is not even a month old, capable of such speed? It feels like he doesn't seem any weaker than me. Initially, Tiger Dad thought little bro was even more outrageous, looking like a 3-month-old, yet not even a month old. His physical talents are simply extraordinary. As it turns out, when Sung previously hung moose meat in the tree, it made him think that this small cub might be even more impressive. Carrying a sizable piece of meat for Song, he can still climb this fast, and again this stamina is just ridiculous. Even the little bro he had previously noted could only climb under 30 times in the same period. The gap is just too huge. And now, seeing Song run so fast, Tiger Dad was even more astonished. Is today's little bro this monstrous? Tiger Dad is somewhat questioning his life. Roar! Hearing Tiger Dad's amazed exclamation, Tiger Mom proudly lifted her chin. This is my cub. And this little cub can even toy with a northeast leopard up a tree. Chapter 47, Tiger Dad's sense of responsibility. As the sky darkened, Tiger Mom looked towards Song and little bro, calling them. It's time to go home. Roar! However, seeing Tiger Dad excitedly following along, Tiger Mom let out a baby roar skill filled with warning. Ow-oh! Meanwhile, Tiger Dad sat on the ground with a pitiful expression. Why can't I go home too? Roar! Tiger Mom didn't soften at Tiger Dad's plea. She firmly refused. Tiger Dad is too big and strong, any careless movement could harm the two cubs. When awake, Tiger Mom can keep an eye on them to prevent any issues. But when it's time to sleep, Tiger Mom cannot watch over them all the time. Given Tiger Dad hasn't spent a long time living with the two little ones, how could Tiger Mom feel at ease? Tiger Dad could crush Song and the others with just one turn. Therefore, he cannot go back to the den to sleep. Seeing Tiger Mom's resolute expression, Tiger Dad's ears drooped, feeling quite down. Ow-oh! Out of love and obedience to Tiger Mom, Tiger Dad eventually compromised, but in the end, he asked Tiger Mom if she would bring Song and little bro here tomorrow. Roar! Tiger Mom nodded and made a promise. The two little ones have to go out and exercise every day, and they will definitely come tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tiger Dad's previously low spirits lifted quite a bit, and he nodded excitedly. Tiger Dad is definitely a skill evolution creature. It took him less than a day to understand the meanings of simple gestures like nodding and shaking his head, and he used them flexibly in communication, which is not something ordinary animals can possess in terms of intelligence. Seeing this, Song nodded to himself. Ah! Then, he came in front of Tiger Dad and pointed with his paw at the pieces of meat hanging on the tree. Dad! Help me guard these pieces of meat. Don't let other little animals eat them. Song expressed his thoughts, which immediately made Tiger Dad beam with joy. Staying here to sleep not only reassures his wife but also helps out the little ones. So good. Roar! Tiger Dad quickly nodded emphatically, puffed out his chest, and waved his paw to show off his strength. He just needed to learn how to thump his chest. Don't worry. Dad will definitely guard them well for you. Anyone who tries to steal will be swatted by Dad. Having received Tiger Dad's assurance, Sang rubbed his face against him and then followed Tiger Mom back to the den. On the 21st day after birth. The weather is clear. Early in the morning, little bro excitedly ran out the door. Some of the meat hanging on the tree yesterday was a result of his hard work. Therefore, before going home last night, when he heard Sung asking Tiger Dad to guard the meat, little bro became alert. Other little animals must want to eat such delicious meat. As a result, even with Tiger Dad guarding it, little bro was still quite worried that some little animal might sneak in and steal the meat while Tiger Dad was asleep. When he arrived at the open space, Sung saw from a distance that Tiger Dad was yawning with his mouth wide open. Tiger Dad can't have stayed up all night just guarding the meat, right? Seeing this scene, Sang felt a slight pang of guilt in his heart. Tiger Dad went to such lengths to fulfill a casual request of his, even to the point of foregoing sleep. Roar! At this moment, Tiger Dad also spotted a big tiger with two little ones and immediately stood up, wanting to come running over. However, he remembered that he still had the duty of guarding the meat, so he suppressed his impulse and merely stood in place, letting out a few excited low roars. Roar! But Tiger Dad paid no mind. However, the gratitude from the child for his efforts made Tiger Dad very happy, alleviating much of the fatigue from staying up all night. At this time, Little Bro had already dashed up the tree to check if the meat was missing. But well, he was just a little bro that was less than a month old, how could he count? So, Little Bro took a glance and became dazzled, squatting down on the tree branch in frustration. Did the meat really go missing? So distressed. But just then, it saw that the little marten was holding a piece of meat on the tree, nibbling at it bit by bit. Roar! This made Little Bro extremely angry. We worked really hard to get that up here. How dare you steal and eat it? So, Little Bro angrily lunged at the little marten. Although Little Bro had become fairly skilled at climbing trees through dual training with Song and Tiger Mom, there was still a large gap compared to the naturally talented climber, the little marten. Not understanding why Little Bro was angry, the little marten quickly scurried behind Song seeking shelter. The little marten wasn't naive. Although Little Bro looked bigger, Song was the one who held the absolute power. Roar! Seeing the little marten stealing the meat and hiding behind its brother, Little Bro became even angrier, yelling at Song to hand over the little marten so he could teach it a good lesson. Seeing this, Song was actually amused. Oh whoa! However, Song knew that the little marten definitely wouldn't dare to steal meat right under Tiger Dad's nose, so he began to explain to Little Bro. Clearly, that piece of meat the little marten had was the same meat given to it 5 days ago by the northeast leopard. It was a gift to thank the little marten for alerting him in advance, thus avoiding a surprise attack from the northeast leopard that could have resulted in a fatal encounter. Since the piece of meat weighed over a pound and the little marten itself weighed just over a kilogram, it had not finished it even after such a long time. However, seeing the little marten eating the meat made Song more confident about drying venison into jerky. Because the leftover piece of meat the little marten had not gone bad, it had dried into jerky. Perhaps due to its small size and the good ventilation and dry environment in this area. The northeast leopard carcass that Tiger Mom brought back to the cave had even started to turn a bit white, while this piece of meat had been properly dried. Even after 2 days of heavy rain, it remained dry, and Song suspected the little marten had hidden it in a tree hole. After Song's explanation, Little Bro finally understood that the little marten hadn't stolen the meat he had worked so hard to bring up the tree, and under Song's urging, he apologized to the little marten. After resolving this misunderstanding, Sang counted the pieces of meat hanging on the tree and found that none were missing. Moreover, because the environment is quite good, these more than 100 meat strips have hardened on the outside. I estimate that in a day or two, they will be completely dried. Furthermore, perhaps because the Tiger Dad is stationed here, not only have the meat strips not decreased, but also there are no mosquitoes or flies crawling around. It seems they have all been intimidated by the imposing presence of the Tiger Dad. Ah! Confirming that the meat strips are fine, Song let out a roar at Little Bro baby roar skill. It's time to be disciplined. Chapter 48, The Sudden Crisis. Why does it feel like the grass has grown taller? Is it because of the rain? After running all morning, Song has elevated the running skill EXP to level 20. However, the grass on the ground has grown taller, making it somewhat harder for him to run. Perhaps, skill evolution is becoming more common? Could it be the revival of spiritual energy? This subtle yet rather unusual phenomenon sparked thoughts in Song's mind. But after a moment of contemplation, Song cast these thoughts aside. No matter if there is a revival of spiritual energy or whether such changes will become more intense in the future. Just focus on your training. Getting stronger is all that matters. Continuously growing stronger, regardless of how bizarre and strange the future may become, allows for greater confidence in facing it. Returning to the shade of the tree, Little Bro had already run ahead to feast on the skill evolution meat of the elk. This made Song quite envious. Little bro's physical activity is nowhere near his own, yet even with just half a day of exercise, he would definitely be famished. Truly impressive. If only I could possess such terrifying digest skill speed like little bro, my growth would be much faster. To boost his digest skill experience points quickly, Song even approached to eat despite not being very hungry, trying to keep himself feeling full. However, Tiger Dad, who was nearby, also opened his eyes at that moment. Having not slept all night, Tiger Dad could only take a quick nap while the two brothers were exercising. However, having experienced many battles, Tiger Dad had mastered the ability to enter deep rest skill at any moment, and even just under 5 hours of rest skill made him feel invigorated. In fact, tigers are inherently nocturnal creatures. It was just that Tiger Dad had exerted himself quite a bit yesterday, leading to his current exhaustion. But seeing the two cubs return to his side, Tiger Dad patiently waited for little bro to eat his fill. Once Song and little bro were satisfied, Tiger Dad approached, wanting to play with the two little ones. He wanted to bond with them as quickly as possible and give them more time to acclimate. This way, Tiger Mom could rest assured, letting him go home with them to sleep. Although tigers typically have the female raise the cubs alone, and even if the male tiger takes on some nurturing responsibilities, it's usually just to deliver prey to the vicinity of the mate before departing, without participating in little bro's growth. But having undergone skill evolution and possessing intelligence far beyond that of a typical tiger, Tiger Dad thought differently. Isn't it nice to sleep with your wife and grow up with your children? He's hardly unable to support a whole family of tigers. With his hunting skills, catching prey is a piece of cake. As for this, Song had no objections. Firstly, Tiger Dad's presence added a layer of solid security for him. In the ecosystem of the Northeast Snow Mountains, the only threats to Tiger Dad, besides humans, are probably only adult massive brown bears. Of course, if there were any adult skill evolution tigers like Tiger Dad, they could also pose a threat to him. Nevertheless, compared to the only 3-digit population of Northeast tigers worldwide, brown bears are far more numerous, making encounters much more likely. Therefore, the long companionship of Tiger Mom represents the ultimate sense of security before one's own growth. Secondly, the feelings between animals are incredibly pure, especially familial love. Song, who was an orphan in a past life, is attached to Tiger Mom's meticulous maternal love, and finds Tiger Dad's sometimes reliable, sometimes childish paternal love quite nice. After playing around with Tiger Dad for a while, Song slipped back into the dense forest to look for prey. The skill evolution from killing skill to slaughter skill, this enhancement is all-encompassing. From this, it can be seen that the skill evolution for the killing skill should also be comprehensive. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of this skill upgrade is quite high. Yesterday, I figured out that prey weighing more than 1 kilogram would be deemed a successful kill by the system, so let's try a bit more today. However, after searching around, Song couldn't find a single prey that met the criteria. In the Northeast snow-covered mountains, besides the small animals that are everywhere, the other animals are quite large. Prey weighing more than 1 kilogram but not exceeding 10 kilograms, there are only a few common types. Several wild chickens, groundhogs, and raccoons, that's about it. Oh, and there's also a marten. However, the rarity of the marten surpasses that of the Siberian tiger. It's hard enough to see a single one, let alone spot a second in the same area, and actually hunt it. Nevertheless, wandering around, Song arrived at the spot where he had hunted the wild chicken yesterday and had left it. Sure enough, the leftover prey is still fresh even if it's dead. There are plenty of animals that come to take it, but it's unknown which animal took it, eating it so cleanly. Looking at the ground, completely clean with not a single hair left, Song thought in amazement. Thinking this, he tried to look for fresh traces nearby, hoping to find the animal that ate the wild chicken. However, he was not reckless after all. Any animal that could eat a wild chicken wouldn't be too small. Looking around is fine. His speed can satisfy his curiosity without putting him in danger. But if it comes to hunting, Song figures he would be in trouble. After a little while, Song really found some traces. On the ground covered with organic matter, Song found a very fresh impression, which looked winding and about 10 centimeters wide. Wait, this track, can't it be a snake? A snake that thick? Seeing this, Song shrank back his neck, feeling a chill run down his spine. The fear of snakes is ingrained in one's bones, whether as a human or as a tiger. Highly venomous snakes, even adult tigers, can die instantly if a sufficient amount of venom is injected. Bang bang bang. Just when Song was about to stop exploring and back away, 3 crisp sounds came from over there. What is that sound? A sense of confusion flashed through Song's mind, and then he heard little purple weasels' terrified cries. Squeak! Squeak! Realizing that the situation was not simple, Song dashed toward Tiger Dad Tiger Mom without hesitation. Whoa! This tiger is too big, must weigh over 600 pounds. This is a huge profit. 2 big ones and a small one, 3 tigers can easily fetch at least 3 million, right? 3 million? Just this big guy alone is worth 3 million. The little one could sell abroad, those wealthy folks might cough up at least 1 million. Ha ha ha. This anesthetic really packs a punch. It took down this big guy in just a minute. Come on, give it some strength. This thing is terribly heavy. If we finish this job, we can all wash our hands of it. Then we'll go abroad and live it up. Who cares about being a human trafficker? That's just embarrassing. What the big brother said is right. Let us go abroad and live it up. As Song approached the edge of the dense forest, he slowed his pace, listening intently to the sounds in the shade, gritting his teeth. It's poachers. Chapter 49, Waiting for an Opportunity to Act. Hearing the discussions on the other side, Sang felt anxious but was slightly relieved for a moment. The relief came from the fact that those poachers were using tranquilizer guns instead of real bullets. If they were really using real guns, Dad Tiger, Mom Tiger, and Little Bro would definitely be dead by now. Even though Dad Tiger had definitely skill evolved, the current level of skill evolution hadn't reached the point of ignoring firearms. Cautiously getting closer, Sung peered through the gaps in the bushes and saw the situation. Dad Tiger, Mom Tiger, and Little Bro were all lying on the ground. Little Bro, being small, had the tranquilizer needle sticking out the most prominently, apparently shot in the rear, and was currently unconscious. Surrounding them were at least 10 strong adult males, 3 of whom were armed with firearms resembling sniper rifles. At this moment, 6 of them were binding Dad Tiger with thick ropes, preparing to carry him away. Roar! But just then, the unconscious Dad Tiger suddenly let out a deep roar, flailing his claws wildly. Damn it! Almost sliced open my belly. Damn! This beast isn't knocked out. Sanair, give it 2 more shots. This commotion startled the 6 men binding Dad Tiger, cursing and swearing. Luckily, they were cautious while binding him, and Dad Tiger wasn't completely out of it. The tranquilizer had some effect, otherwise, some of them would definitely have paid the price back there. Yet even so, in a daze, Tiger Dad unconsciously swiped his paw and tore one person's clothes, leaving 3 shallow scratches on his abdomen, with fresh red blood seeping out. Bang bang bang! Immediately, the 3 people holding tranquilizer guns shot at Tiger Dad, and the slightly conscious Tiger Dad fell back into tranquility. Damn it, this big guy has become clever, he's not easy to deal with. This should be fine now. With 4 doses combined, even an elephant should be knocked out. Sanair, give this female 1 more shot. At this moment, the leader, being cautious, instructed the poachers holding the tranquilizer guns. Bang! Another shot, and Tiger Mom was also given a 2nd dose of the tranquilizer. The recent incident made the poachers a little uneasy, so they waited 2 minutes to ensure the drug took full effect before carefully testing Tiger Dad. After a bit of fiddling, Tiger Dad showed no response, and everyone sighed in relief. Damn beast! Aren't you capable? Show me another one. Seeing this, the poacher with 3 cuts on his abdomen turned his fear into aggression and kicked Tiger Dad's body hard a few times. Alright, don't wake him up again. Hurry and get him onto the truck. The poacher leader took a deep drag on his cigarette, stepped it out after throwing it on the ground, and urged. Then, 6 poachers moved forward again, tightly binding Tiger Dad and shouting in unison as they lifted him up. Even though Tiger Dad, after a full meal, might weigh nearly 400 kilograms now, these poachers were quite strong, making it not too strenuous to lift him. The remaining 3 poachers with tranquilizer guns, along with the poacher leader, stayed at their positions. For now, there are only 4 of them. My speed for a sneak attack should be fine, but with my size, it would be difficult to have enough lethality, plus they have tranquilizer guns and crowbars. It's nearly impossible to kill one in a sneak attack, let alone 4. Seeing that the numbers had decreased by more than half, Sang contemplated the possibility of a successful sneak attack. But after thinking it over, his heart sank. The gap is too large. I only weigh about 7 kilograms, roughly the size of a large pet cat. Although enhanced in various aspects and inheriting the natural advantages of being a tiger in the feline family, I am still likely weaker than an average-sized wild wolf. With such strength, attempting to ambush poachers is practically a death wish. Moreover, even if I could take out these 4, the 6 poachers carrying Tiger Dad would immediately notice something off and be on guard. There would be no chance for me. I'll just have to follow behind them and wait for an opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, Sang made a sensible decision. Charging in out of anger to rescue him would only get myself captured. Now, the only ones who can save Dad Tiger, Tiger Mom, and Little Bro, are left to me. So, I must ensure that I can save Dad Tiger and the others before acting. There's only one chance. Thinking of this, Sang patiently waited. After about half an hour, 4 of the 6 returned. Is it secured? Seeing the 4 from afar, the leader shouted and asked. Don't worry, boss. This steel cage, as thick as a child's arm, even if the king of tigers comes, it won't get out. Plus, Big Cow and the others are keeping watch. If it wakes up, they'll just give it a couple more shots. It's all under control. Hearing this, one of the 4 chuckled. Then let's hurry and take this female and the little one away. The leader nodded, then had the 4 pass the tranquilizer gun while having the remaining 3 carry Tiger Mom, and he picked up Little Bro, heading east. This is the northeastern snowy ridge, where there are many dangerous animals, so the poachers prefer to make several trips to ensure that some people are on guard. Seeing this, Sang stood up, ready to chase after them. Squeak! At that moment, a voice from the little sable came from above his head. In just 2 seconds, the little sable darted down, coming in front of Sang, squeaking and telling him the situation, expressing that it also wanted to go rescue Dad Tiger and the others. Understanding the meaning of the little sable's calls, Sang felt quite moved. However, considering the long journey ahead, the little sable couldn't keep up, so he firmly refused. It's better to act alone for greater agility. The little sable's small build simply couldn't handle it. Ah! Seeing the little sable looking dejected, Sang pointed to the meat strips on the tree. Guard the meat strips, and I will bring Dad Tiger and the others back. This is both to leave the little sable behind and a goal set for Sang himself. No! This is something he must accomplish. Hearing that Sang wanted him to guard the meat strips, the little sable's depressed little face improved a bit. Squeak! Make sure to bring them back. Sang nodded firmly and then sprinted away without looking back. Following the familiar scent of Tiger Mom and Little Bro, as well as the pungent smoke from the few people, even though they had walked for a few minutes, Sang could still trace their path. Hearing the crunching sound of the group's footsteps, Sang slowed down his pace, maintaining a distance and falling behind. After about half an hour, Sang heard the sound of rushing water. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that this direction was the downstream flow of the little stream at the open space. Peeking out, he saw that the brook merged into a wider river, and on the bank, there was a fishing boat over 10 meters long, with poachers loading Tiger Mom onto the boat. Chapter 50, The 3 Major Issues of Iron Tiger. I wondered how they managed to drive in such a remote area. It turns out they used water transport. Seeing this, Sang suddenly realized. When it comes to poaching, the most critical thing isn't how to hunt wild animals, but how to transport them out. Especially for a big guy like Tiger Dad, without vehicles like cars or boats, relying on manpower for transportation would be exhausting. Before long, the group had safely placed Tiger Mom on the fishing boat, fired up the diesel engine, and chugged away from the shore. Fortunately, the fishing boat was still navigating close to the shore where Sang was, heading downstream. Seeing this, Sang hurriedly kept up, using the cover of the dense forest to maintain close proximity to the fishing boat. Luckily, the fishing boat wasn't moving very fast. Sang could keep up at just a bit faster than his recent running pace, roughly only about 10 kilometers per hour. Ding! Run 10,000 m, running skill EXP +1, 21,100. Ding! Run 10,000 m, running skill EXP plus 1, 22,100. As time passed, the high-hanging sun gradually sank, and sounds of notifications from the system occasionally rang in Song's mind. And this left him thoroughly exhausted. Earlier in his training, he had pushed himself to the limit. He had always held back a bit of strength and would take breaks to rest when tired before continuing. But now, to save Tiger Dad and the others, he had to stay close to the fishing boat. Otherwise, if he lost the scent on the water and failed to keep up, his chances of saving Tiger Dad would be practically zero. But just as Song's running skill EXP hit level 25, the fishing boat suddenly changed course. The fishing boat didn't continue downstream along the river but headed toward the opposite bank. Song scrambled up a tree on the riverbank, peering across to see what looked like a makeshift small harbor on the other side, but it was hard to make out details. They must be switching to another mode of transport. No way, I have to follow them. Seeing this, Song's heart sank without a second thought. He dove into the river. Fortunately, tigers are naturally good swimmers. Although Song was swimming for the first time and couldn't go fast, he didn't sink. He then kept his head above water, with his limbs moving back and forth underwater, using the simplest dog paddle that matched a quadruped's body structure to push forward. However, due to having no swimming experience in either this life or the last, his dog paddle was ridiculously slow. Damn it! They're almost at the shore. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to lose them. Seeing this, Sang felt an immense sense of urgency. Ding! Swimming 1M, swimming skill EXP plus 1. 100. But just then, a notification sound from the system lit up Song's eyes. Right. I still have the system. With skill EXP increase, my swimming speed will improve. This energized Song, and he began to paddle more vigorously under the water. Seeing the poachers on the opposite bank moving Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Little Bro, Song could only do his best to speed up. Ding! Swimming 1M, swimming skill EXP plus 1. 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, your swimming skill EXP has maxed out. The skill evolution is paddling. Finally, as Song reached 100 meters across the river, a notification sound from the system was heard. Along with that, he instantly had a clearer understanding of the technique for speeding up and swimming, with a better sense of power and a slight increase in limb efficiency. And the feedback on his river crossing speed was a very noticeable improvement. However, at this moment, Song saw that the last poacher had also left the fishing boat. Clearly, they had already transferred Tiger Dad and the others to another mode of transport. Seeing this, Sang swam even harder, finally crossing the last 200 meters in 3 minutes. Without taking any rest, he just shook off the water from his fur and rushed towards the only path marked by distinct footprints. Hurry up! I don't want to spend the night with a tiger. Almost there. This cursed vehicle is malfunctioning at the worst times. Sigh. All right. As he ran wildly, Sang began to hear the sounds of discussion getting clearer. Phew. I'm glad I made it. Song was panting heavily, feeling his heart race and his lungs burning with pain. He hadn't pushed himself to this limit before, non-stop exhausting his stamina. If it weren't for his constant practice since birth, he wouldn't have even been able to endure the previous 50 kilometers with the boat. Buzz. At this moment, Sang heard the roar of a car engine and hurriedly ran out. He saw a small truck driving along the dirt road towards the north. Seeing this, Song, disregarding the burning pain in his lungs, sprinted to catch up. What Song was relieved to find was that the dirt road was not that smooth, preventing the small truck from picking up speed. But then, Song realized that he had been too early in his celebration. In just 2.5 minutes, the small truck turned directions, lifted its front, and entered a rather wide asphalt road. Ha! Hurry back to the town, I made a big score today. I need to drink a couple more glasses tonight. Seeing that they had finally reached the highway, the speed of the return trip could pick up, the poacher leader laughed heartily. But at this moment, Song was filled with despair. His maximum speed was only about 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, that truck could easily reach 70 to 80 kilometers an hour. How could he keep up? Yet even so, he did not give up, running with all his might, trying to get closer to the small truck and jump on. However, the absolute speed difference was increasing the distance between him and the truck, leaving him to watch it recede further and further. Huff, huff. What should I do now? Damn it! I should have snuck onto the fishing boat with the transport team earlier. Song regretted it immensely. But he also knew that this was nearly impossible. The fishing boat was that small, with 2 adult tigers and 10 grown men already crammed in, there was simply no place to hide. Beep! But just then, Song heard a honking sound from behind. Turning his head, he saw a pickup truck approaching from a distance, heading in the same direction as the poacher's small truck. As there was a sharp turn ahead, for safety, the driver of the pickup naturally honked. Seeing this, Song's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he climbed up a tree by the side of the highway, just as the pickup truck slowed from 80 or 90 kilometers per hour to 20 or 30 due to the sharp turn. Now's my chance. Song pushed off with his legs, leaping from the tree branch and landing precisely in the back of the pickup. Bang! The obvious impact made Song almost lose his breath, but fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured, just feeling a bit winded. Pippi! Are you causing trouble back there again? Watch out, Dad is coming back to deal with you. At that moment, a somewhat nonchalant young male voice came from the pickup's cabin. Woo woo! Song took a moment to recover and stood up, only to see a pair of beautiful sapphire blue eyes looking at him curiously, emitting a whimper of grievance. It was a husky. Chapter 51, The Free Driver and Fisherman. Woo! Looking at the husky in front of him, Sang bared his teeth and growled softly, stepping forward a couple of paces. Seeing this, the husky quickly shrank into the corner of the pickup's bed, shivering in fear, but dared not make a sound. Seeing this little guy cooperate with him so well, Sung secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not an adult, or it might not be scared of me. Sung thought, feeling relieved. This husky was not big, about the same size as him. But the dominance of a top predator over domesticated animals forced it to submit to Sung's will. Make sure this little guy doesn't cause a ruckus, let the driver in the front cab stop to take a look, and Sung can finally get some rest. 50 kilometers of brisk walking, hundreds of meters of river crossing, plus the chase on the road, have drained his endurance, far exceeding that of other tigers. If he doesn't take a break, Sang estimates he could end up dying of a heart attack. While resting, Sang subconsciously glanced at the truck bed of the pickup. In addition to the little husky, there was also a large sunshade that could be folded up, a fishing gear bag, a small folding stool, a fish basket, and an empty bucket. Looks like it's a fisherman, and a poor one at that. After taking a look, Sang couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, do you own this road? Driving so slowly and blocking me from overtaking? You son of a dog. Pip, I'm not talking about you, so don't take it personally. After a few minutes, when Sung had caught his breath again, a stream of curses came from the front cab. Hearing this, Sang quickly got up, leaped lightly, placed his front paws on the edge of the truck's roof, and poked his head out. He saw that the familiar little truck was only a little over 10 meters away from the pickup below. It's the one that caught Dad Tiger and the others. And just as the pickup accelerated a bit, the little truck slightly turned, blocking the left lane to prevent the pickup from passing. Ha ha ha. Boss, that fool behind still wants to overtake. Let him stay behind and eat our exhaust. In the driver's seat of the little truck, the poacher, as the driver, glanced in the rear view mirror and laughed heartily. Damn it, a poor guy transporting livestock, how dare he make life difficult for me? I really want to see what kind of ability he has. He better not be heading to Kong City, or he'll definitely have a hard time today. The fisherman on the pickup gritted his teeth, furious. Saying this, he no longer attempted to overtake, but instead followed behind the little truck, keeping his distance. Hey! So it's just a coward. Seeing the pickup retreat in the rear view mirror, the driver of the little truck mockingly remarked, feeling quite pleased. Looks like I won't have to take the risk of jumping out myself. Hearing the fisherman's words, Sung thought to himself, quite relieved. The speed of the pickup is still much faster than the little truck carrying 10 poachers and the 2 adult tigers, Dad Tiger and Tiger Mom. So, Sang's original plan was to jump from the pickup to the little truck when the pickup overtakes. But in reality, that was way too difficult and highly dangerous. Sang's current vertical jump ability is close to 2 meters, and his long jump nearly 4 meters, so it's impossible to jump onto the roof of the little truck. To ensure he wouldn't be discovered and still have a way to grab on, the only place was the connection between the cab and the truck bed. Jumping between 2 speeding cars traveling at 70 to 80 kilometers per hour into a gap of less than half a meter at the junction of the car's front and cargo area, and then standing in a very narrow space after leaping, this difficulty is off the charts. Even though many skills have reached a decent level of skill evolution, Sang still doesn't feel completely confident. However, he had to do it, otherwise, the small pickup and the small truck were headed to different destinations, and he would lose track of them. But fortunately, the hunter-driver up ahead made a mistake and angered the fisherman, giving Sang a free ride as a shadow driver. Back in the truck bed, without paying attention to the trembling little husky, Sang closed his eyes and continued to rest to recover his strength. Once he reached a gathering place of humans, the poachers would transfer the tiger cubs to hide somewhere, and when the environment got complicated, he would have the chance to save them. Screech! A sudden hard brake made the tires squeal against the ground, producing a piercing sound. Sang quickly steadied himself and did not crash into the truck bed. Getting up to look, the sunset was in the west, and the surroundings had turned into an urban landscape, with the first red traffic light at the entrance of the city ahead. Luckily, this fisherman hasn't lost me. Seeing that the small truck carrying the tiger cubs was right in front, Sang nodded. After a series of twists and turns, the small truck finally came to a stop. Hey! Kid, it's just that you weren't allowed to overtake. Is it necessary to tailgate this way? What? Do you want to mess with me? At this moment, the poacher driver walked over, approached the pickup truck's window, and tapped on it. As expected, this following is too obvious anyone can notice it. Sang felt embarrassed for the fisherman. But this was a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the dispute between the two, Sang skillfully slipped from the truck bed into the nearby bushes under the cover of night. Then, he carefully approached the small truck ahead, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and jumped onto the connection between the front and the cargo area. But he couldn't be too secure, as the poacher who was reprimanding the fisherman might return and catch sight of him. To save the tiger cubs, Sang couldn't afford to have any illusions, so he squatted down suddenly, gathered strength in his hind legs, and jumped directly onto the top of the cargo area. Given his size, this place was an absolute blind spot. After half a minute, the hunter-driver and the fisherman finished their friendly negotiation and reached an agreement. Boss, it's done, there's no tail now. Back in the driver's cabin, the hunter-driver reported with a smile. That's good. The boss nodded. Although what they were doing wasn't a capital crime, it also carried a minimum sentence of 10 years. They had to be careful. The truck started up again, and after another stretch of driving, it finally stopped in what looked like a factory area. Suddenly, the carriage opened, and the poachers moved Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Little Bro into it. Seeing this, Sang quietly descended from the carriage and hid in a shadowy spot. Once the truck left, Sang approached the factory, but after circling around, he couldn't find a decent way in. However, 3 meters up on the outer wall of the factory, there was a row of small windows without glass, only steel bars, and the gaps between the bars were just wide enough for him to squeeze through. Thinking this, Sang extended his claws, digging into the concrete outer wall of the factory, and climbed step by step. This was much harder than climbing a tree. There were no footholds at all, relying solely on his claws, causing Sang to grit his teeth in pain. But finally, he managed to climb up to the small window. Straining to squeeze through the steel mesh fence, Sang entered the unguarded factory. However, the sight inside left him stunned. Chapter 52: The Wildlife Slaughterhouse. In the factory, there were numerous iron cages of various sizes. Under Sang's excellent night vision, he could see all kinds of wild animals inside the cages. In addition to the Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom that Sang saw at first glance, there were brown bears, lynxes, sika deer, and foolish roe deer. In the snow-covered mountains of northeast China, one could see most of the national protected animals here. But this was not the most terrifying part. The scariest thing was that many of the cages were empty, and the areas surrounded by the cages had a patch of concrete floor, stained with a dark red resembling rust. On the adjacent open ground, various animal hides were tightly stretched over bamboo frames and hung on racks. There were also a few tiger heads displayed on a table, seemingly processed in some way, looking like exquisite crafts. Additionally, deer antlers, bear paws, tiger teeth, essentially any animal products that walked the line of legality with high prices could be seen here. Song even found a metal bucket containing pinkish white powder, next to which lay a half-exposed bone devoid of meat. He suspected that the powder was made from ground tiger bones. Seeing this, Sang also realized why poachers must rely on tranquilizer guns. First of all, it's naturally due to the strict control of firearms in the Dragon Country, making it hard to obtain real bullets. But similarly, tranquilizer guns can not only capture live animals but also obtain complete and quality hides. Although it's not unusual for animals to fight among themselves and harm their own kind. Just yesterday, the tiger dad had killed a male tiger and skinned it himself to use its hide as a mattress. Yet seeing these wild animals being slaughtered by poachers to become various items still made Song feel a deep sense of sorrow, like that of a rabbit dying for a fox. We must rescue Tiger Dad and the others as soon as possible, or they will meet the same fate. Seeing this, Sang felt a surge of fear, quickly followed by a strong sense of urgency. This is the base where poachers process their hunted prey. Wild animals that are poached are brought here, and everything from slaughtering to processing and turning them into finished products is done here. It's possible that by dawn tomorrow, someone will come to slaughter Dad Tiger and Mom Tiger, turning them into things on the ground, on tables, and on shelves. Thinking of this, Song hurried to the cage where Dad Tiger and Mom Tiger were kept. Perhaps thinking that little bro was still nursing, the poachers had locked little bro in with Mom Tiger. But looking at the thick steel bars and the fine wire mesh, Sang felt a wave of helplessness rise within him. This is a cage strong enough to hold Dad Tiger, and there was no way he could break it by force. Then, Sang searched the entire factory, but he couldn't find a single key. Evidently, the poachers had not left the keys to these cages for wild animals here. This made Song feel an immediate sense of urgency. What to do? After a night, if he couldn't save Dad Tiger and the others, they would likely be slaughtered tomorrow. Roar! At that moment, an excited baby roar skill sounded nearby. Turning around, Dad Tiger, who had been sedated with who knows how many needles, was already awake, and upon seeing him, excitedly called out. However, when he got up, he realized he was trapped in a cage, so he raised his paw and slammed it against the bars. Yet, despite Dad Tiger's immense strength, he was still just a mortal. To protect their own lives, those poachers, regarding the quality of the cages, certainly wouldn't cut corners. Retry. Error reason. Therefore, Tiger Dad's paws were numb from striking, yet he couldn't bend the steel bars of the cage even a fraction. Retry. Error reason. However, the commotion Tiger Dad made instead woke up the nearby Tiger Mom, 1, and Little Bro, 1. Retry. Error reason. Little Bro toward him, Sang it ran, but the wire mesh between the steel bars made it impossible to pass through. Retry. Error reason. Awah. Retry. Error reason. And Tiger Mom, after waking for a moment, sensing that they were no longer in the jungle, a sense of crisis rose in its heart, as it looked at the one still outside the cage, Sang, urging him to leave. Retry. Error reason. Although it didn't understand the current situation, if even Tiger Dad couldn't escape, then what they had encountered must be very dangerous. Retry. Error reason. Song, since he wasn't trapped, they naturally wanted him to run quickly, to stay away from this dangerous place. Retry. Error reason. Tiger Mom, their thoughts were always so simple. Retry. Error reason. Seeing that Tiger Mom, even while deep in danger themselves, their first instinct was to get him away from the danger, Song, he was deeply moved. Retry. Error reason. This made him even more eager to Tiger Mom rescue them. Retry. Error reason. But although this place wasn't exactly isolated, there was no one around. No matter how much they roared, no one would notice. Retry. Error reason. Presumably, during the day, those hunters would run loud machinery, pretending to be processing goods to drown out the sounds of the captive animals. Retry. Error reason. Coupled with seeing their own kind killed, skinned, and butchered before them, with no way for their cries to reach the outside, it was no wonder they had become so numb. Retry. Error reason. On my own, I certainly can't Tiger Mom rescue them, I must seek external help. Retry. Error reason. Song he analyzed the current situation. Retry. Error reason. Got it. Retry. Error reason. After thinking for a moment, Song an idea formed in his mind. Retry. Error reason. Whoa. Retry. Error reason. Then he looked at Tiger Dad and the others, Tiger Mom, little bro, baby roar, skill gesturing. Retry. Error reason. And after they understood Song his meaning, the three tigers all nodded together. Retry. Error reason. Roar. Retry. Error reason. Tiger Dad even patted the cage and gave a low growl. Retry. Error reason. Don't worry. Retry. Error reason. I'll definitely do it, Dad. Retry. Error reason. Leaving the factory workshop, Song he firmly memorized the location and then sprinted toward the nearest bustling urban area. Retry. Error reason. Though it was night, adults who had worked all day and children who had been in class all day would occasionally treat themselves in the evening after their exhaustion. Retry. Error reason. So, the night for the city was not silence, but rather a more vibrant revelry. Retry. Error reason. Arriving at the neon-lit, bustling district, Song he did not hide his tracks as before, but instead roamed the streets quite openly. Retry. Error reason. On this hot summer night, even the evening remained quite warm, leading the young ladies on the street to wear light clothing, with their white thighs in colorful, sexy mini-skirts, leaving Sang somewhat overwhelmed. From his angle, it was quite awkward, as raising his head easily exposed him to peeking under the ladies' skirts. Oh! Whose little kitty is this? It looks so fierce and adorable. Isn't this just a little tiger? I've seen it at the zoo, I won't mistake it. Does our Kong City have a zoo? I haven't heard of it. Could it be wild? This is almost the city center, right? How did it sneak in without being discovered? Who cares how it got in, little tiger? Little cutie. Can I give you a pet? Wow! It really let me touch it. Song appeared so brazenly in the busy area that it quickly caught the attention of passers-by, sparking quite a bit of discussion. Even a brave young lady crouched down and tentatively reached out her hand. As for Song, this was exactly the effect he wanted. He pretended to curiously sniff the young lady's palm and obediently allowed her to pat his head. By the way, shouldn't the wild little tiger be sent back to the wild? Who is supposed to handle this? The Forestry Bureau? Who knows what the Forestry Bureau's phone number is? If there's a problem, you should definitely call the police. At this time, a bystander nearby joined the conversation. Hearing this, Song's lips curled up slightly. That's right. Chapter 53, Inducing the Crowd, Collaborating Inside and Out. Hey, that's right. It's over by Longhua Square's pedestrian street, where there's a little tiger. Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? Officer, don't doubt my character without reason. Hurry up. A crowd has already gathered, and you'll see it as soon as you get here. Quickly take this little tiger back to the mountains. It might have gotten lost and wandered into the city. We don't want to attract the mountain spirit. Although the surrounding young people, especially the vibrant girls, wanted to interact with Song for a little longer, making it hard to get through. Some elderly folks who had just finished dinner and were out for a stroll still understood the seriousness of the situation. Someone had already taken out their phone to call the police. Song, surrounded by a group of young women, smirked after hearing this. He quickly stopped playing nice and nimbly slipped out from between the crowd. Oh no! the little tiger ran away. Hurry and catch it. Don't run around. Little cutie, don't get hit by a car. Quickly chase. We can't let it get away. It would be troublesome when the cops arrive. Song's escape left the onlookers stunned, shouting in a chaotic uproar. Some young people who still wanted to take pictures with the tiger, or older folks with a strong sense of social responsibility, also joined the chase. Fortunately, Song didn't run far. It seemed he was just startled and stopped, cowering among some bushes not too far away. But as the crowd approached, Song turned and ran, crossing the road during a red light to reach the sidewalk opposite. Seeing this, everyone continued to follow, and Song kept on running. However, Song would only run a short way before stopping, as if he found it fun to make the people behind chase him. Oh no! This little tiger is too mischievous. How is it more agile than a cat? Isn't it said that cats are tigers' masters? You believe in fables too? But it is a bit strange, how can such a small tiger be so athletic? The ones I saw in the zoo, even when they tried to run, would trip over. Those in the zoo can't be compared to those raised in the wild. Exactly. The ones in the zoo are called fat tigers, while those in the mountains are called mountain spirits. Although the crowd chasing after Song was getting smaller, there were still quite a few people with nothing better to do following along. Plus, along the way, many people who witnessed this entertaining scene continued to join in the chase. Thus, Sang kept teasing the crowd ahead, drawing them in and pushing them away. No one noticed that Song's escape direction was almost a straight line. This straight line pointed directly to that factory. Finally, under Song's meticulous guidance, he returned to the industrial park where the factory was located. As for Song, he slipped through the gap in the not-so-sturdy gate. Seeing this, some stopped in their tracks, while the bolder ones climbed over the wall to enter. When they saw someone climbing over the wall, others quickly followed suit. Although jumping over the wall to sneak into the industrial park is technically improper behavior. But the law does not punish the masses. So, even though Song ran back to the factory building, over 30 people still followed closely behind. Finally, seeing the familiar factory building, Song hurriedly raised his front limbs and clawed at the big door. "Oh woo oh woo." A milky voice, filled with a hint of panic and fear, came from Song's tender throat. Just as everyone was puzzled about why Song had stopped running and was barking at the factory, an astonishing roar erupted from within. Ayo. This sound was soul-stirring. Those who had recently done something wrong couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Ayo. Oh woo. Then, two voices sounded, one big and one small. The former was slightly higher pitched than the initial astonishing roar, but still terrifying, while the latter was similar to Song's bark, sounding very much like a little creature. Is there a tiger inside? It must be. I've heard tiger roars at the zoo, and this is quite similar, but it's not as powerful. It made my heart tremble. Damn! You scared me. My legs turned to jelly. What is going on? Why is there a tiger here, and it should be an adult one? Could it be the parents of this little tiger? It sounds like there's also a smaller one. Who cares? We don't have a zoo in Kongcheng. This tiger must have come from somewhere shady. No matter what it's here for, we should just call the police. Right. Hurry up and call the police. Hearing the sounds coming from the factory, the bystanders immediately erupted. Hey! Officer! I'm calling the police. We have a factory over here, and there's a tiger's roar coming from inside. We suspect there might be some illegal activity. Could you send a police officer over? I reckon this could earn us a medal for our trouble. I'm not exactly sure where this is. How about we add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you the location? A young man was the first to pull out his phone and call the police. This kid has guts. Bothering a female police officer could be considered assaulting an officer, right? A nearby uncle, who was unfamiliar with anyone else and just came to chase Song, gave a thumbs up. What assaulting? I didn't even touch her. How can it be called assault? The young man rolled his eyes. I think with your looks, asking for WeChat counts as assaulting an officer. Nearby, a girl who came along, looking quite pretty, said expressionlessly, "Hey! Look, my assaulting an officer was successful." The young man was momentarily taken aback, but soon after, he received the WeChat friend request from the female officer and turned his phone around, boasting. Then, he sent over his location. At this moment, Sung felt completely relieved. With the police intervening, it won't be long before this factory is violently opened, and all the crimes inside will be exposed to the light. At that time, the police will catch the poachers and bring them to justice. As for my family, we will probably be escorted back to the mountains by the armed police. This way, everyone will be happy. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a series of police sirens sounded, illuminating the dark industrial park with bright beams. Is the police response so quick now? I sent my location and it hasn't even been 2.5 minutes? Seeing this, the young man who had called the police was puzzled. Don't move. Uncle Chin, see? I told you, there is definitely a criminal gang here. 30 or so people at this hour not going home to sleep, acting all sneaky, they must be up to some illegal activity. At this time, several police cars stopped in front of the factory, and then a familiar voice sounded. Taking a closer look, Song was slightly taken aback. Isn't that the fisherman? Chapter 54, The Terrifying Implications of Surveillance. Comrades of the police, don't wrong the good people. We're all upstanding citizens. Seeing this, the young man quickly said, Uncle Chin, listen. This could very well be a spy from the cherry blossom country. The fisherman immediately pointed at the young man. What's going on over here? Who can explain? The middle-aged man in police uniform remained unaffected by the fisherman's words and looked at the group of 30 people who clearly weren't part of the same team. Let me speak. Let me speak. We saw a little tiger on the street, then we called the police to have them catch it and return it to the mountains. But this little tiger tried to run away, and we thought of easing the police's efforts to catch it, so we followed it. However, this little tiger was too quick for us to catch up, and we ended up here with it. Just now, it was calling from inside this door, and we heard the voices of 2 adult tigers and 1 little tiger, which is why we just called the police, waiting for them to respond. Comrade police, look, this is my call log from earlier. No criminal would report to you before you arrived, right? The young man quickly said, trying to clear himself of suspicion. After he displayed the call record on his phone, the middle-aged police officer nodded, already believing about 70 to 80% of the story. Uncle Chin, see? I told you, that guy is definitely suspicious. This is definitely illegal hunting of wild animals. Plus, it's a national first-class protected animal. He should be sentenced to at least 3 to 5 years. Hearing this, the fisherman immediately felt happy and hastily said, All right, you didn't cause me any trouble. Xiao Zhang, get the tiger pliers and cut this lock. The middle-aged police officer slightly smirked and decisively ordered. Team Chin, don't we need to get approval from above? At this time, a young police officer with clear eyes asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged police officer couldn't help but rub his temple, feeling a bit of a headache. What the hell? Opening this door equates to a group third-class merit. Haven't you heard someone just reported it? By the time your report goes through, the cooked duck will have already flown away. The fisherman had fewer concerns and casually said, Ahem. Mind the impact. The middle-aged police officer coughed a couple of times and said softly. But he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. After hearing what the fisherman said, some police officers who were still a bit confused suddenly had their eyes light up and hurriedly took out a pair of pliers from the police car. Seeing this, Sung quickly moved aside. With a sharp snap, the thick door lock was clamped and broke off, falling to the ground. As the big door opened, everything inside the factory became exposed. In the iron cages, wild animals were kept, some looking emaciated, others numb. There were various animal skins, tiger heads, bear paws, and powdered tiger bones. Seeing this scene, the smile on the middle-aged police officer's face vanished. Little Wu, go back immediately to check the surveillance. Not a single criminal involved in these acts can be let go. We must catch them tonight, the middle-aged police officer declared decisively. Early the next morning, a batch of fresh food was shipped into the factory. Koncheng doesn't have a zoo, so the rescued animals can only remain here. And Song, of course, was also locked away with Tiger Mom. Listening to the police discussing how to handle the rescued animals, it was decided to keep them until they regained their health, ensuring that they have the ability to survive before being released back into the wild in batches. So, it's unclear which department is footing the bill, but the rescued animals can enjoy quality, nutritious food. The good news is that, based on the overnight evaluation by arriving animal experts, Sung's family is in good health and can be released immediately. In addition, the police did a fantastic job, arresting all members of the poacher team overnight, and from their hunting records, they were able to find the original habitats of the animals that were rescued. Therefore, this noon, once the armed police were ready, Song's family could be sent back to their original habitat. All of this was what Song heard while chatting with the police guarding this area. There were also some unrelated bits of information, like the fact that those poachers were not only guilty of trafficking in wild animals but had also killed people and engaged in human trafficking in the past, being a gang of criminals who escaped punishment due to immature criminal investigation methods back then. However, this time, they fell through because of this incident, and previous cases were also solved, which made a significant contribution to combating crime. As a result, the police team led by the middle-aged officer, referred to by the fishermen as Uncle Chin, was almost certain to receive a collective second-class merit award. Very quickly, a tiger had its first taste of beef, and outside, a military transport truck was already in position. Due to the heavy consumption on this journey, Song, who weighed 7 kilograms, had managed to eat 2 kilograms of beef, significantly swelling his belly. Now loaded onto the transport truck, Song was already looking forward to going home. Meanwhile, at the Koncheng police station. Outside, an entire team of criminal investigators was buzzing with excitement. However, the team's leader, Qin Changi, along with the fisherman, remained seated in the monitoring room. On the split-screen monitors beside them, several images were being played repeatedly. The first image showed the fisherman's small pickup truck following the poacher's truck into the city. On the fisherman's truck bed, a small black, white, and orange tiger was perched on the roof, seemingly observing the poacher's truck ahead. The second image displayed the fisherman's pickup truck parked alongside the poacher's truck in an abandoned alley. And unnoticed, that small black, white, and orange tiger jumped down from the truck bed and slipped into a nearby bush. After a moment, a black shadow darted out from the bushes, landing at the connection point of the truck's cab and cargo area. A few seconds later, the small tiger climbed onto the top of the cargo area, hidden from the view of people standing on the ground. The final image showed the truck leaving the industrial area, with the small tiger no longer in sight. Uncle Chin, do you think this little creature might really be some kind of spirit? The fisherman said, still shaken. Although Song's size seemed incapable of posing any real threat, overly intelligent animals can evoke a genuine sense of fear in people. According to the poacher's records, they are the 2 large tigers and 1 small tiger that were hunted yesterday afternoon, and their habitat is over 130 kilometers away from us in Koncheng. Even discounting the road segment, it's still more than 50 kilometers in a straight line, plus they need to cross the Kong River. It has run all the way from its habitat, with a clear purpose, to rescue those 3 tigers. If our previous assumptions are correct, then it wanted to run and no one would be able to keep up with it. So, it wandered around the bustling city, was spotted by people, and led a crowd of spectators back to the facility where those animals were held. Everything has been meticulously considered. Qin Changi said slowly, feeling more and more unnerved as he spoke. Chapter 55, Going Home. Meanwhile, Song was unaware that he had already been exposed under the watchful eye of an extensive surveillance system. At that moment, Song and his family had been transported back to their original habitat by the armed police. Snap! As the iron cage door opened, Tiger Dad dashed out excitedly, followed by Tiger Mom, who emerged from another cage with the 2 little ones. The family of tigers didn't linger there and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. After a moment, the armed and alert armed police finally retrieved the iron cage from the distant fishing boat. TSK. I thought it would be a hassle, but this family of tigers didn't even turn on us. One of the armed police officers exclaimed in surprise. Hey! They're quite intelligent, especially the smallest one. Did you see Doeen? Many passers-by recorded it yesterday, and everyone is guessing that the little tiger is specially looking for someone to rescue the big tiger. One of his companions got excited and said earnestly, "Is it really that amazing?" The officer who initially spoke seemed skeptical. "What's so amazing about that?" "That's the mountain god, a pure yang body. What kind of evil spirit would dare approach the mountain god?" The location where the armed police released the Tsang family was exactly where the poachers had transported Tiger Dad and the others onto the fishing boat. In fact, the fishing boat they used was the very same one. Therefore, this area has already become the territory of Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, and they are very familiar with it. Before long, the tiger family crossed through the dense forest and returned to the open space. However, the most noticeable thing was that the deer carcass, which had originally been lying on the ground and was half eaten, had now turned into a remnant with only bits of meat remaining among the bones. Clearly, during the time when Tiger Dad and the others were captured, without Tiger Dad's intimidating presence, anyone dared to come and steal a bite. Ah! Seeing this, little bro was furious, pacing around the skeletal remains of the deer in indignation. That was their family's food. And it ended up being eaten clean by other animals. As for Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, they weren't overly angry. In the jungle, there will always be various unforeseen events. This time being captured by poachers and returning safely is already quite good. As for the prey, with Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom's hunting skills, is there any reason to worry about not catching something? So, regarding the lost unfinished prey, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom took it very lightly. Song, however, furrowed his brow. This skill evolution deer, in terms of physique, probably only Tiger Dad in the entire jungle has the qualifications to hunt it. Now that more than half of the skill evolution meat has been eaten by other creatures, won't it lead to a batch of carnivorous skill evolution creatures emerging? Song thought with some worry. Skill evolution can make creatures stronger and smarter, as exemplified by Tiger Dad and Little Bro. If the carnivores in this jungle grow, their demand for meat will increase, their hunting abilities will enhance, thereby squeezing the living environment of their own family. But there's no need to worry too much, it's just a half-evolved skill evolution deer. No matter how you look at it, it's hard to evolve a creature more powerful than a tiger, whose natural attributes already place it among the elite of terrestrial carnivores. Plus, I have the system to rely on for discipline and continuous improvement. As a tiger at the top of the food chain, if I were afraid of other animals evolving and threatening my dominance, that would be really weak. But after thinking it over, Song shook his head again. Squeak! Just as Song was contemplating, a series of chirps came from the tree. Looking up, the little purple martin was joyfully dancing around, as if welcoming the return of its family. Chirp, chirp, chirp. But then, the little purple martin ran down and approached Song, whining pitifully. Its voice carried guilt, like a child who had done something wrong. So it turns out the skill evolution meat hanging in the tree was stolen. Understanding what the little purple martin was trying to convey, Song wasn't surprised. After all, there were plenty of animals that could climb trees, and among them, there were many that the little purple martin couldn't compete with. With the absence of Tiger Dad's deterrent, the deer carcass on the ground had been completely devoured. There was no way the meat hanging in the tree could escape that fate. Ah! Song raised a paw to gently pat the little purple martin's small head, comforting it. It's okay, what's lost is lost. We'll catch more prey to eat in the future. Previously, he had asked the little purple martin to guard the meat just to keep it around. He hadn't thought much about it at the time. Squeak! Not being blamed, the little purple martin was very touched and clung to Song's paw, chirping. Roar! At that moment, Tiger Dad suddenly approached and stood in front of Song and the little purple martin, letting out a deep baby roar skill. Seeing this, the little purple martin fearfully hid behind Song. Given that Tiger Dad had only been around for 2 days, it was still quite fearful of him and couldn't be as close as Song was with Little Bro. Is Tiger Dad asking the little purple martin which animal stole the deer it hunted? Having understood the meaning behind Tiger Dad's baby roar skill, Song muttered. Clearly, he wasn't too upset about losing the hunted food, but he did want to take revenge on the thief that ate his prey. Similarly, it was also a message to the animals in this jungle about who was the real king here. Squeak! The little purple marten was quite clever, understanding Tiger Dad's meaning, and quickly began to chirp, recounting what it had seen. The intruders included a fox, a wild wolf, a lynx, and a badger. However, in the end, a big brown bear dominated the scene, scaring off the other animals and finishing off the remaining deer meat all by itself. The little marten didn't know how to describe these animals, so it ran around on the ground, describing their sizes and forms, using its paws to point at different colored fallen leaves, describing their fur colors. After a while, Song and Tiger Dad finally understood its meanings. After listening to and deciphering what the little marten had been trying to express, Tiger Dad's gaze grew sharp. He knew about that brown bear. It overlapped with his territory. Previously, in order to let Tiger Mom give birth in peace, Tiger Dad had fought with it a few times to drive it away. Unexpectedly, that guy actually took advantage of his family being ambushed by poachers, stealing and eating his hard-won prey. As for the other little creatures, stealing a bite would be acceptable, but as the king of this jungle, Tiger Dad would seem to be bullying the weak if he took it too seriously. But this guy cannot just get away with it. Roar! Tiger Dad glanced around, then warned Tiger Mom, Song, and Little Bro, before running towards the opposite bank of the brook, jumping over it, and diving into the dense forest. Is Tiger Dad going to confront that brown bear? Seeing this, a guess emerged in Song's mind. After giving it some thought, Song chased after Tiger Dad. Although I cannot participate in such an exciting affair, I can at least watch from the sidelines, right? Arriving at the brook, Song plunged into the water, swiftly swimming across. Within seconds, he emerged, shook off the water from his fur, and quickly followed the scent of Tiger Dad. Chapter 56, Taking Revenge on Sight. Ding! Run 10000M, Running Skill EXP +1, 26100. Having followed Tiger Dad for quite some time, Song's mind received the system's alert tone, and only then did Tiger Dad stop. This place is over 10 kilometers away from Song's family's main habitat. And during the run, Tiger Dad didn't exert himself fully, he kept himself in good condition. By now, Sang could already smell a strong scent. It belonged to a large carnivore. Ow! Sure enough, after a short while, a roar echoed from nearby, carrying a warning. Song looked in the direction of the sound and saw a massive brown bear on all fours, roaring at Tiger Dad, who was approaching without hiding. The bear was quite large. Song estimated it weighed over 400 kilograms, possibly around half a ton. Moreover, judging by the sound, scent, and the bear's fur and physique, it's apparent that, like Tiger Dad, it is also an adult not long into maturity, right at the peak of vitality. Seeing the bear's rounded belly, Song knew the little marten was right. This was the guy that snatched away and ate the prey Tiger Dad had painstakingly hunted. At that moment, seeing the brown bear taking his prey and even daring to bark at him, Tiger Dad's temper flared up instantly. Ow! A resonant tiger roar echoed through the jungle, and without a second thought, Tiger Dad charged towards the brown bear. The stout Tiger Dad appeared to have a short and stocky build, but in reality, he was exceptionally agile, and at that explosive moment, Song was certain that he could not keep up. Tiger Dad lunged forward, suddenly appearing right in front of the brown bear, startling it. In the next moment, Tiger Dad pushed off the ground with his back paws, raising his front paws, and aimed a pair of tiger claws at the brown bear's head. Bang bang bang! The sound of the strikes blended together, resembling firecrackers exploding, hinting at the immense power behind them. The brown bear, completely taken by surprise, never expected that the usually driving off Tiger Dad would be this vicious, immediately hitting back in pain and retreating. Fortunately, with its tough skin and muscles, it managed to back away and finally escape Tiger Dad's terrifying assault. However, in just a few seconds of that assault, the brown bear was already bleeding from its mouth and nose. Clearly, while it might not have killed it outright, it still caused significant damage. Meanwhile, Tiger Dad became increasingly fierce in battle, lunging forward in quick strides, raising his claws to continue slashing left and right. This is too ferocious. Is this the suppression skill evolution beings hold over non-skill evolution beings? Watching Tiger Dad easily overpowering the brown bear left Song dumbfounded. In battles among top predators, weight is a crucial determining factor. A heavier body means formidable strength, robust defense, and an innate advantage. Yet, the brown bear before him was estimated to weigh more than 30% heavier than Tiger Dad, yet the battle reached this kind of situation. Song had just been worried about whether Tiger Dad might be in danger. However, Tiger Dad's flurry of attacks caused the brown bear some injuries, but they were non-lethal, instead awakening the bear's fighting spirit. Roar! The enraged brown bear charged recklessly, standing upright, lunging at Tiger Dad with its huge mouth wide open, revealing its long fangs, trying to bite Tiger Dad's throat. However, although Tiger Dad was there for revenge, he fought with remarkable composure. Seeing the brown bear leap at him, Tiger Dad leaped over its head, and then kicked off the sturdy trunk behind the bear, executing a flowing maneuver, and landed directly on the brown bear's back. In the next second, without hesitation, Tiger Dad opened his massive jaws and bit down on the brown bear's nape. This caused the brown bear immense pain, making it struggle to shake Tiger Dad off. Being bitten on the nape by an opponent of the same level and not managing to escape in a short time meant certain death. All one needed to do was bite through the spine, severing the connection between the brain and body, leading to instant paralysis and loss of all ability to resist. But how could Tiger Dad be so easily thrown off? Long, sharp claws curled around the brown bear's back, piercing through its fur and deeply embedding into the fat and muscle, firmly pinning the Tiger Dad down. Swinging its body couldn't shake off the Tiger Dad, so the brown bear quickly fell to the ground, hoping that its weight and overwhelming strength would force the Tiger Dad to let go. However, the Tiger Dad knew that if he wanted to quickly resolve the battle, this was the crucial moment. The tiger's endurance was far inferior to that of the brown bear. As its strength rapidly drained in the fight, the scales of victory would tip in favor of the brown bear. The Tiger Dad had a clear understanding of the advantages and disadvantages on both sides. Despite being slammed against the ground and crashing into trees by the brown bear's struggles, which echoed loudly, the Tiger Dad continued to hold onto the brown bear's nape and crazily increased his strength. Snap! Finally, with a sharp crack, the brown bear's limbs and torso were no longer under the control of its brain and fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, the Tiger Dad finally loosened his grip, panting heavily. This battle seemed swift, but it took a heavy toll on him. Especially when biting through the brown bear's spine, the layer of thick fat protecting its neck meant that if the Tiger Dad's fangs weren't long enough, he wouldn't even touch the spine. All his force was absorbed by the fat layer. However, after catching his breath for just a moment, the Tiger Dad quickly flipped the brown bear over with his huge paws and then bit through its throat from the front. Breaking the spine only rendered it incapable of movement. Only by severing the throat could he kill it. Soon, the brown bear completely lost its vitality, toppling over near its own den. Roar! At this point, the Tiger Dad roared towards Song using the baby roar skill. As expected, I can't hide from the Tiger Dad. Song was not surprised by this. After all, the Tiger Dad was an excellent hunter and would definitely have noticed his clumsy tracking. Whether it was the sounds or the scents, they were enough to alert the Tiger Dad to his presence. Hearing the sound, Sang quickly jumped down from the tree and ran to the Tiger Dad's side. At this point, Sang could more vividly experience just how big this brown bear was. The Tiger Dad had already torn through the brown bear's fur, ripping a piece of meat from its thigh to eat. The brown bear is not exclusively carnivorous. The acidity of the flesh in omnivores is relatively low, and bear meat is actually quite tasty. Bear paws were once a celebrated dish at state banquets. Sang didn't hold back either, tearing off a strip of meat and devouring it ravenously. Perhaps because the first meat eaten was the skill evolution meat, the ordinary beef eaten in the morning was almost fully digested after just running 10 kilometers. Ding! Eating skill evolution meat 1 kilogram, meat consumption skill EXP plus 3, 14,100. Is this also skill evolution meat? The notification sound from the system in his mind left Song in utter disbelief. He used to think that Tiger Dad had successfully killed the brown bear by relying on the suppression of skill evolution creatures over non-skill evolution creatures. However, he didn't expect that even with a weight over 30% lighter than his opponent, Tiger Dad, as a fellow skill evolution creature, could still achieve a nearly unscathed solo kill. Compared to himself, who could only grow stronger through liver bursting, Tiger Dad is truly the main character, right? Chapter 57, Tiger Dad's Decision. Seeing Sung stop eating, Tiger Dad knew he was full and let out a low baby roar skill. Is this to have me call Tiger Mom and little bro over? But why does Tiger Mom need to bring 2 animal skins? Understanding the meaning behind Tiger Dad's call, Sang felt quite puzzled. Roar! Then, Tiger Dad let out another baby roar skill to explain. I see. Tiger Dad feels that humans are very dangerous. Now that our habitat is known to humans, it makes him uneasy, so he wants to migrate to another place to prevent humans from discovering our whereabouts? Immediately, Sun understood. Although it seems unnecessary at first glance, after all, it was the armed police who returned them to their habitat, and the awareness of obeying the law should guarantee this. But upon further reflection, this is not a secret matter those armed police might boast to their friends and casually reveal the location. If someone with ill intent tries to poach based on this location information, it could lead to disastrous consequences. This time, they were lucky the poachers only managed to get their hands on tranquilizer guns, which prevented a tragedy. Next time, what if someone with deep connections gets a hold of real guns? That might put his entire family in danger. So, after some thought, Sung agreed with Tiger Dad's decision. Migration. Although this open space was very convenient for exercising, safety was still more important. Thus, Sung nodded, and with a roar from Baby Roar skill, he started to head back along the same path. Half an hour later, Sung returned to the open space. Seeing Sung appear, little bro bounced over from a distance, calling out Baby Roar skill, asking if Tiger Dad had fought with the big brown bear. Tiger Mom also showed a concerned expression. As for that big brown bear, Tiger Mom had encountered it before. Once, Tiger Dad was not as strong as he is now, and was smaller than that male tiger that wanted to kill Sung and little bro, and take over Tiger Mom. It was precisely because of this that when Tiger Mom faced the threat of the male tiger, it was when Sung was in crisis, that she called for Tiger Dad to come help. Tiger Mom was afraid at the time given Tiger Dad's former size, he couldn't possibly defeat that male tiger, and would only be putting his life at risk. As for that big brown bear, Tiger Dad only dared to use a roar to intimidate and drive it away, and fortunately, the brown bear had no intention of being enemies with him, so there was never a frontal conflict. Thus, Tiger Mom wasn't confident in whether Tiger Dad could defeat the opponent, and seeing him impulsively rush to take revenge made her quite worried. Noticing this, Sung quickly informed Tiger Mom and little bro of the outcome. Upon hearing that Tiger Dad had easily killed the big brown bear, Tiger Mom let out a sigh of relief. Little bro, on the other hand, was extremely excited. In fact, he didn't even know what a brown bear was, even though one had been nearby locked up last night. But from the description given by the little sable, it was a very big creature, even larger than Tiger Dad. So, in little bro's eyes, that big brown bear must have been really impressive. Knowing that Tiger Dad had killed such an impressive big brown bear only increased little bro's admiration for him. At this moment, Sung communicated Tiger Dad's decision to Tiger Mom and little bro, explaining the considerations behind it in detail. Little bro listened, somewhat confused. All it understood was that they were going to live elsewhere. However, little bro did not resist this. Under Sung's guidance, the once lazy little bro developed a natural curiosity about the world, eager to experience new things. So, to it, migration actually felt more like traveling. As for Tiger Mom, she fully understood, thought it over for a moment, and nodded in agreement. After being captured by humans, Tiger Mom felt it was better to be cautious. Tiger Dad's strength was sufficient for their family to roam safely in the wild, away from humans, ensuring a bit more safety. Soon after, Tiger Mom jogged back to the den to get 2 furs. When migrating, it can be tiring. Having 2 furs will make it much more comfortable for the cubs to sleep. Moreover, the furs aren't heavy, so taking them won't significantly affect their journey. While Tiger Mom went to fetch the furs, Sung called out to the little marten in the tree. Come down. Come with us. Sung's expression seemed like a command, but the tone was more invitational. Squeak. Hearing the call, the little marten swiftly jumped down from the tree. Naturally, it agreed to Song's invitation. Martens are omnivorous animals with a very diverse diet. They can eat pine nuts and wild fruits, as well as insects and birds, and even squirrels. Thus, in this jungle, it wouldn't starve no matter where it went. However, following Song's family means it can enjoy meat at every meal. Delicious meat. Although omnivorous, who would nibble on pine nuts when there's meat available? And most importantly, there's safety. The presence of the tiger intimidates all creatures except humans. Whether it's bobcats, lynxes, or herons, these animals that prey on martens do not dare to act up in front of a tiger, and even avoid coming near. With plentiful high-quality food and an absolutely safe living environment, this is the ideal life for a little marten. So, how could it not cling tightly to those strong legs? Roar! Seeing the little marten willing to migrate with his family, little bro was also very happy, bobbing its head. This is its private tiger masseuse. If brother, dad, and mom want a massage too, it wouldn't be impossible to let the little marten go. Little bro's mind was filled only with these thoughts. Before long, Tiger Mom returned to the clearing dressed in 2 furs. Everything was ready, a large one and 2 small ones, plus one even smaller, and they began their migration. Thanks to 2 days of strong sun, the creek, which had widened due to the heavy rain, had returned to its original width, with the narrowest part being less than 4 meters. Thus, Tiger Mom sprinted for a while, leaped up gracefully, and landed lightly on the opposite bank. Carrying 2 dry animal skins was effortless, but if they were soaked, they would be incredibly heavy. Considering this, Tiger Mom simply jumped across. Immediately, the little marten quickly swam over with a swift glide. The marten is a very agile animal, adept at climbing trees, burrowing, and swimming. There's nothing they can't do. Upon reaching the other side, the little marten shook off the water and looked back. Song was just about to dive into the water when he saw little bro hesitating, anxiously stamping his feet by the creek. He had never been in water before. Little bro, who had never been in water, felt a bit daunted by the creek and hesitated for a long time without daring to step in. Seeing this, Song shook his head and then gave little bro a gentle nudge on the bottom. Just go for it. Ding. Scratching once, scratch skill EXP +1, 187 10,000. With a splash, little bro fell into the water, his forepaws seeming to fight like they didn't know each other. Chapter 58, Even the strongest tiger must fear the mother tiger. Little bro, pushed into the water by Song, immediately panicked and struggled, but after a moment, he realized he wasn't sinking. Then, his flailing paws stopped moving, and his body remained safely afloat on the water's surface. Song had anticipated this. Tigers inherently float in water. Even if they don't know how to swim, they won't drown. Especially the cubs, their instinct to float from being immersed in amniotic fluid allows them to stay afloat even without ever having been in water. Seeing this, Song didn't waste any time, diving into the water and swiftly paddling with his limbs. Watching Song move through the water, little bro, peering through the clear creek water, grasped Song's movements and began to try flailing his paws. Then, his body, still floating on the surface, began to move slowly. However, he didn't manage to get the forward posture right, moving as slowly as a snail. So, Song swam nimbly to little bro's side, resting his chin on his back, pushing him toward the opposite bank. Little bro was so heavy compared to Song that it took Song half a minute to use its water splashing skill during one skill evolution just to push little bro to the opposite shore. Reaching the shore, little bro instinctively sprang up, standing tall and shaking off the drops of water from its fur. Ah! Song had also managed to get its fur relatively dry, looking back at little bro and urging it to catch up. Hearing the voice, little bro immediately bounced with excitement, keeping pace with Song. This walk soon brought them into the deep night. 10 kilometers is just under half an hour's walk for Song. For Tiger Mom, 10 kilometers is just a small distance to patrol the territory before giving birth. For the petite little marten, 10 kilometers is a distance that can be finished with a bit of grit. However, for little bro, 10 kilometers is a long journey through mountains and waters. Since its birth, it doesn't even know if it has run this far. Fortunately, its physical talents are strong enough to endure, but it did take a long time. Initially, Song thought that Tiger Mom might become impatient and simply carry little bro. But in reality, Tiger Mom intended to train little bro, allowing it to grow under the pressure of the environment. Therefore, even though it was slow, Tiger Mom had no intention of helping, merely keeping an eye on the rear to avoid any careless creatures that might harm little bro. Song had no rush either, leading the way while occasionally climbing trees to practice its climbing skills and earn some skill EXP. Discipline is ingrained in the bones. Training cannot be paused. Roar. Finally, about 2 hours after darkness fell, the 3 tigers and a marten arrived at their destination, and after sniffing the scent, Tiger Dad let out a loud tiger roar. Roar. Seeing Tiger Dad, little bro instantly deflated, collapsing onto the ground. It was utterly exhausted. However, just as it lay down, a delicious aroma seemed to burrow into its nose like a bug. Instantly, its eyes lit up. Struggling to get up, it followed the scent to the corpse of a brown bear. Ah woo! Little bro eagerly started to tear into the blood and flesh of the brown bear, gobbling it up. It had exhausted itself far too much today. It needed to make up for it. Watching little bro devouring the meat, Tiger Mom displayed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. The more you practice and eat, the stronger you'll become. Just eating without practicing will only turn you into a chubby little thing. Roar. At that moment, Tiger Dad approached Tiger Mom and nudged her, urging her to hurry and eat some meat. To this, Tiger Mom naturally didn't hold back. Eating my husband's catch is perfectly justified, alright? However, having already eaten his fill, Tiger Dad followed Tiger Mom over to the brown bear, quickly tearing off a strip of meat from above, and brought it back to Little Weasel. Seeing this, the little weasel was startled, quickly hiding behind Song, only daring to peek out with half its head to observe. Roar! Tiger Dad first placed the meat strip down, then gave a baby roar skill to signal that it was a gift for the little weasel. In response, the little weasel felt both magical and puzzled. Why is the big king being so nice to me? Is Tiger Dad rewarding the little weasel for providing information? Song, on the other hand, could somewhat guess the intention behind Tiger Dad's gesture. Ah! Thus, Song turned to the little weasel and called out, urging it to accept Tiger Dad's gift. Hearing Song's call, although Tiger Dad exuded a strong sense of pressure towards the little weasel, it shyly waddled out from behind Song and approached the meat strip, looking a bit dazed. The little weasel instinctively tried to hug the meat strip with its paws, wanting to drag it up a tree to save it, but it tumbled down with a soft thud. It's too heavy, it can't move it. This meat strip is bigger than its own body. It must weigh around 3 kilograms. There was no choice. Tiger Dad's size was too large, and even with careful handling, it was impossible to control the amount of meat taken off too precisely. Furthermore, as the king of the jungle, how could his actions be too stingy? If he sends too little as a gift for his offspring's friend, where would he put his old face? Unable to resist Tiger Dad's generous gift, the little weasel could only stand back up from the ground, then brought its paws together, swaying back and forth to express gratitude. Squeak! The great king's might is unparalleled. The great king is invincible. Sure enough, following the great king means gaining access to meat. Although the king isn't much of a hunter nowadays, the great king knows how. With the great king casually hunting just one prey, it wouldn't be able to finish that much meat in 3 lifetimes. The little weasel's perception of its place in the group differs from Song's. Song sees it as a friend, but it views itself as a little brother. After all, in a world where the weak are prey for the strong, possessing great strength is the ultimate truth. Being Song's little brother is already quite satisfactory. It doesn't dare to wish for equality and friendship with Song. Other little animals who want to aspire to be the kings of the jungle, like tigers' lackeys, don't even have the qualifications to do so. Seeing the little weasel express gratitude, Tiger Dad felt quite pleased and nodded in satisfaction. Who doesn't enjoy being praised and flattered? Even if the one being praised is just a small creature that normally wouldn't attract any attention. However, this does not diminish the joy that comes from receiving compliments. After all, ancient emperors, revered as they were, still felt joy receiving praise from lowly eunuchs, right? Roar! But just as Tiger Dad was reveling in little Sable's compliments, a roar from Tiger Mom was heard not far away. Turning around, Tiger Mom had finished eating and was now standing near the brown bear's den with a frown. Immediately, Tiger Dad hurried over to Tiger Mom, squatting on the ground like a child who had done something wrong. Song listened to the meaning behind Tiger Mom's roaring. It seemed she was scolding Tiger Dad for having been there for so long yet not cleaning up the den. How would the cubs sleep tonight? It seems even the mightiest tiger must humble itself before the tigress. Song thought with a sly smile. Chapter 59, Woo-Woo. I don't want to migrate anymore. On the 26th day after birth. Ding. Running 10000 M, running skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host, running skill EXP has reached its maximum value, and the skill evolution is rushing. Finally maxed out the skill EXP. Song was out of breath, filled with immense joy. With the skill evolution, Sang felt a significant increase in strength throughout his limbs, especially in his tendons, which had become much more resilient. Then, he rested for a while to get back to his peak condition, and then he sprinted wildly down a path with not too many obstacles. Swish! His speed created afterimages as he weaved through the dense forest, unprecedentedly swift. My current extreme speed must far exceed that of ordinary tigers in an open plain. I might only be second to cheetahs. Song estimated his speed and was very satisfied with this skill evolution. Now, he considered himself to have a statistic that completely transcended the ordinary. However, he sensed that further increasing his speed would be quite difficult. After all, the laws of physics are a limitation here. Cheetahs sacrifice many other aspects to achieve the fastest land speed. Now that he could approach that speed, any further improvement would have to tackle the terrifying air resistance coming at him. Nevertheless, this speed was already sufficient to handle most problems. To be straightforward, if I were my current self and went after the poachers 5 days ago, I could have easily strolled through the first half of the journey, and after crossing the river, I could have hopped onto a truck on the highway. Because they couldn't finish the meat of the brown bear in one meal, the Song family has stayed here since they arrived. During this time, Song has been training hard to improve his running skills while also helping little bro build its stamina. Otherwise, after walking 10 kilometers, I would be exhausted. How could I continue migrating? Being only 10 kilometers away from their original habitat is hardly enough for a tiger dad looking to avoid humans. Fortunately, little bro has exceptional physical talents. Under Song's strict and rigorous training regimen, it has gained stamina very quickly. After just 4 days, it can now jog 10 kilometers in just over 2.5 hours. Although still much slower compared to Song, it is significantly faster than before it started jogging. For little bro, who is almost a month old, this is already legendary. At this rate, if they migrate for 10 hours a day, they'll cover 40 kilometers, and it won't be long before they distance themselves from their original habitat and no longer be targeted by poachers. Roar! Just as Song tested his speed after the skill evolution, a roar from Tiger Dad echoed in the distance. This was a reminder for him to go home and prepare for migration. Seeing the results of Song training with little bro, Tiger Mom also felt motivated. Therefore, for the past 4 days, she and Tiger Dad took turns watching over the two cubs while the other trained to expend energy. Usually, Tiger Mom wouldn't waste her energy like this. However, Tiger Dad's astonishing transformation and impeccable hunting skills made Tiger Mom realize that something she couldn't understand must have happened to him. Now that food is secured, they can train with peace of mind. Especially since they are eager to migrate, the meat from the brown bear must not go to waste. Thus, the two adult tigers take turns training to expend energy and speed up their eating. The results of this method are evident. Although it didn't noticeably increase Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom's speed, their food consumption certainly sped up. Today, the brown bear meat is finally finished. It's time to migrate. In this family of 4, only Song knows where the recent human gathering places are. Thus, he has to lead the way at the front. Since we are migrating, we should naturally move to a better living environment. Let me think. First, there must be a convenient, clean, and continuous water source. At the very least, there should be a small stream running through. Secondly, there must be a stable gathering of medium to large-sized prey, like elk, sika deer, reindeer, moose, and so on. Additionally, there should be a flat grassy area where one can sprint freely, allowing me to train various skills. It also needs to be safe enough, not like the mountain to the north, where heavy rain caused landslides, burying who knows how many animals. Sang pondered the conditions needed for a new habitat, glancing around before finally settling on the southwest direction. To the northeast is Kongchang, and directly north is the peak that was destroyed by a landslide due to heavy rain. Although the southwest is also mountainous, the terrain is relatively flat, with some higher slopes, so that if it rains heavily, they won't be flooded with no place to escape. Ah! Turning back, after calling out to the already prepared tiger dad, tiger mom, little bro, and little sable baby roar, Song moved towards the southwest. Seeing this, the 3 tigers and 1 sable had no objections and followed Song. Since one had previously experienced being captured by poachers and rescued by Song, even Tiger Dad, who had spent the least time with Song, understood that Song was very intelligent, smarter than the other tigers in their family. So, how to migrate was left to Song to decide, and Tiger Dad didn't worry about it anymore. Tiger Dad himself, meanwhile, carried 3 animal skins, trailing behind slowly. Among the family of 5 animals, Little Bro had the slowest speed. But migration was not too urgent, so to help train Little Bro, everyone agreed to progress at Little Bro's speed. Song's agility ensured safety, the only concern was for Little Bro, the little chubby one, who ran slowly and had a lot of meat, and needed to be watched closely. Thus, Tiger Dad positioned at the back of the line served both as a deterrent and to prevent any unfortunate creature from posing a threat to Little Bro. However, this concern could be considered unnecessary. After all, aside from humans, tigers are the kings of the snow ridge in northeast, 2 robust and young adult tigers, a male and a female, and no one dared to provoke them. Leading the way at the front, Song occasionally hunted small animals weighing over 1 kilogram to brush up on skill EXP for the killing skill. Even during migration, Song wouldn't waste time and would take the opportunity to improve itself. Tiger Mom walked in front of Little Bro, occasionally turning around to urge it not to slack off. The little sable stayed by Little Bro's side, chirping to encourage Little Bro, urging it not to lose heart. Following close behind, Dad Tiger sees Little Bro trying to slack off and gives it a gentle nudge with his paw. After spending a few days together, Dad Tiger has realized that both cubs possess extraordinary talents. Little Bro is just slacking off, not because he can't keep up. Thus, he adopts a strict fatherly attitude to encourage Little Bro to push forward. Roar! Only Little Bro is painfully roaring out the baby roar skill. Previously, only his brother urged him to exercise. Now that his brother is in front and doesn't pay him any mind, Dad Tiger, Tiger Mom, and even the little sable who massages and scratches him are all supervising him. Woo woo woo! I don't want to migrate anymore. At first, Little Bro thought it would be an easy and pleasant trip, but now he's complaining continuously. Chapter 60, Speculations on Skill Evolution. Day 28 since birth. Ding! Vision Skill 3H, Vision Skill Skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Vision Skill EXP has reached maximum, and the skill evolution is Long View. While Song was hunting during migration, he suddenly heard a notification sound from the system in his mind. Immediately, he felt that the sights were clearer, and looking into the distance was no longer as blurry as before. Instead, everything was exceptionally clear. It was like his eyes had been covered with a thin mist, which had now completely dissipated, refreshing the entire view. The vision skill has finally evolved into a skill evolution. It wasn't easy. Song sighed to himself. He had acquired this skill on the 5th day after his birth. However, because the way to gain skill EXP was 1 layer every 3 hours for each vision skill, there was no way to speed it up, and he could only accumulate it slowly. Fortunately, with a little over 4 layers accumulated in a day, he finally completed the skill evolution. It feels pretty good. My eyesight has improved, making it easier to find prey, and I can also spot any threats approaching much earlier. Song was in quite a good mood. It had already been 3 days since they began their migration from the brown bear's territory. Under the urging of the Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Little Ferret, Little Bro didn't slack off much and had already migrated over 100 kilometers following the notifications from Song's the system. During this time, neither the Tiger Dad nor Tiger Mom went hunting. Their size allowed them to store more energy, and the meat from the brown bear had not yet been digested. However, Little Bro was a bottomless pit. As soon as he ate, he would be hungry again and would immediately want food. Fortunately, Sung had now become increasingly skilled at hunting. After the skill evolution of his running skill to a sprint, no animal in this jungle could match his speed. The targets he wanted to hunt couldn't escape. Furthermore, with his astounding tree climbing ability, he could even pounce on birds from the branches. This made Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom extremely happy. Approaching full moon age, he could hunt with perfect accuracy. He was a natural-born hunter. However, Tiger Mom knew how much effort Sung had put in to reach his current level. From being a cub, he had continuously trained himself, slowly progressing from crawling to unsteady walking, then to clumsy jogging, and finally allowing himself to run freely on the grass. Tiger Mom had witnessed all the effort during that time. Sung shared the spoils of his hunts. He ate some himself and gave some to little bro. However, even so, it couldn't all be eaten. The prey that Sung hunted were mostly small animals weighing between 1 and 5 kilograms. This is too small for the Tiger Dad. It's just a couple of bites, and it's all bones, which Tiger Dad is too lazy to chew. As a result, most of the prey could only be discarded. They were merely small game, and along the migratory path of Sung's family, there were plenty of other animals that would eat these dead prey. Moreover, scattered over hundreds of kilometers, they couldn't raise anything large. However, after eating so many small animals, Sung realized that the proportion of skill evolution animals wasn't as high as he had previously thought. He hunted nearly 100 prey along the way and soon would be able to skill evolve his killing skills. He tried to eat a little of each, but none had the flesh of the northeast leopard, moose, or large brown bears, that invigorating feeling when a surge of heat spreads through his entire body. Evidently, none of these small animals had become skill evolution creatures. Sang already had some guesses about this. Based on their performance, Tiger Dad and Little Bro must be skill evolution creatures, while Tiger Mom and the Little Marten are much smarter than ordinary animals, making them quite likely to be skill evolution creatures as well. And the small animals he hunted were not skill evolution creatures, which may indicate a correlation between the probability of skill evolution in body size, as well as power. This point can be supported by the fact that the northeast leopard, moose, and large brown bears are all skill evolution creatures. Perhaps, the stronger the creature, the higher the proportion of skill evolution. Or perhaps, the skill evolution factor is evenly distributed within each creature, and the stronger creatures have a higher success rate in hunting and thus eat more. Through eating and being eaten, the skill evolution factor accumulates within the powerful creatures, and after reaching a certain amount, it leads to skill evolution on a macro scale. Of course, this is just Sung's guess and not necessarily correct. Perhaps both factors influence the current extremely uneven distribution of skill evolution creatures. Roar! Just as Sung was pondering these questions, the Tiger Dad at the rear of the group approached him and let out a low growl. Is Tiger Dad going hunting because he heard the sound of a large prey gathering? Sung nodded, understanding what Tiger Dad meant. After 3 days of migration, although it wasn't much of an exertion for Tiger Dad, perhaps his appetite had been stimulated by skill evolution, and it was time to eat again. Moreover, with Tiger Mom around, Little Bro's safety was not a concern. What about himself? In this jungle, there wasn't any creature that could keep up with him. Seeing this, Tiger Dad immediately dashed into the dense forest ahead. Ow! In less than half an hour, a loud and vibrant tiger roar echoed. Is Tiger Dad excited? Should we hurry to regroup? Sung instantly understood the meaning behind the roar. Exchanging a glance with Tiger Mom, Sung ran up and gave Little Bro a pat on the backside, urging him to get moving. Roar! Ding! Scratch once, scratch skill EXP +1, for 86-10,000. Little Bro let out a miserable baby roar skill. Soon, Sung, along with Tiger Mom, Little Bro, and Little Weasel, followed the sound of Tiger Dad's roar and found his location. However, before even seeing Tiger Dad, Sung understood why he was so excited. From a distance, Sung heard a series of splashes as water crashed against the stone slabs. As he got closer, the dull jungle scenery transformed into a lush open grassy area, with a river about 30 meters wide running through it. Upstream, a few hundred meters away, there was a narrower waterfall cascading down, with water striking the scattered large rocks and bursting into white foamy splashes, resembling white lotus flowers. At this moment, Tiger Dad was resting under a very tall and sturdy pine tree, beside a rather large deer, estimated to weigh over 200 kilograms, which had already passed away. With Song's skill evolution now granting him excellent long-distance vision, he could see, 1 kilometer downriver, a herd of large deer numbering over 100. However, he couldn't tell what species they were. In addition, there were quite a few other large herbivores scattered along the shore, drinking water. This completely meets my expectations for an ideal habitat. Taking in the surrounding scenery, Song was immensely satisfied. Clean, flowing water sources, abundant food, vast open spaces for running, and elevated terrain. There couldn't be a more perfect habitat than this. Chapter 61, Whose Mother Tiger Takes Care of Cubs So Easily? Splash! Seeing the clear flowing river, Tiger Mom didn't rush to feed. Instead, she excitedly jumped into the water to cool off. As time passed, the weather became warmer. During this period, while migrating, water sources were scarce, and the few available were just trickles, not enough for a bath. Tigers are also very clean big cats. They often lick their fur to keep themselves tidy and spotless. Additionally, unlike humans, tigers don't have sweat glands to expel heat through sweating. That is precisely why tigers have such poor endurance. An effective heat release system is the source of endurance. Otherwise, when the exercise intensity increases, if the heat builds up inside without being expelled, it will naturally affect the functioning of bodily functions, resulting in poor endurance. That's why tigers fear heat but not cold. So, the cool river is a favorite environment for tigers, and it is also an important consideration for many tigers when choosing their habitat. This not only provides a stable water source but is also crucial for surviving the heat. Seeing this, Sang felt a little tempted and jumped into the river with a splash. The cool river washed over his fur, carrying away the dust and parasites, and also dispersing the heat that felt so uncomfortable. Song felt absolutely refreshed. However, while this river is wide, it is also quite deep, probably about 3 to 4 meters deep, and the sunlight sparkled on the moving water, creating a pleasing sight. Moreover, since a few hundred meters upstream is a rapid waterfall, the overall trend of the river flows downward, so the river is not as gentle as the previously wide and calm Kong River, but quite swift. Song had only been in the water for 2.5 minutes, floating motionless on the surface, when he was swept downstream by the current for 100 meters. Ding! Paddle 10M, Paddling Skill EXP +1, 23,100. Hearing a series of system notifications in his mind, Sang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait! I don't have to swim, just letting the current carry me for 100 meters can also count as skill EXP? Then why can't I gain running skill EXP while just sitting in a vehicle? Forget it, if that's the case, couldn't I just rely on this river to quickly increase my paddling skill EXP from upstream to downstream? Then I could go ashore and run up on the grass to simultaneously accumulate the frantic running skill EXP? This way I won't waste a single second. Training both skills together will surely yield high efficiency. The more Song thought about it, the more excited he became. He simply turned in the water, faced downstream, and began paddling with his limbs. Since he was moving with the current, it felt just like running with the wind on the ground, and his speed was incredibly fast. Ding! Paddle 10M, Paddle Skill EXP +1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, your paddle skill EXP has reached its maximum value, and the skill evolution is swimming. In less than 5 minutes, Song completed the accumulation of the paddle skill EXP and evolved it to the next stage. With the skill evolution of the skill, Sang felt his limbs becoming stronger. Though the improvement was not huge, it was indeed a tangible enhancement. Seeing that he was already a few hundred meters away from Tiger Mom, Song quickly swam to the shore, shook off the water droplets, and then with a splash, ran back towards Tiger Mom. At that moment, little bro was crouched on the shore under the scorching sun, carefully testing the river water with his front paws. He also wanted to jump into the water for a bath. But the swift current made him feel somewhat intimidated. Moreover, it was much wider than the small stream in front of their old home. Through the clear river water, he could even see the depth of the river. It was deeper than Tiger Dad's tail stretched out. Seeing this, Song ran behind little bro and suddenly slapped down with his paw. Ding! Scratching once, scratching skill EXP +1, 666 10,000. Roar. Splash. Immediately, little bro let out a terrified scream as he fell in. Song was not idle either. He jumped into the water to keep an eye on little bro. Although little bro was still significantly larger than him, Song's current strength was no longer what it used to be. After the skill evolution of the paddling skill into swimming, it was no problem ensuring little bro's safety while swimming. And the tiger's natural affinity for water kept little bro from sinking. He was swept downstream by the current, which did make him quite flustered. Fearful of being swept away, little bro began to frantically paddle his limbs underwater. Fortunately, his sense of balance was quite good now, and his chaotic movements did not flip him over. Otherwise, he would have swallowed quite a bit of water. Seeing this, Song quickly chased after little bro, who was drifting downstream, and swam alongside him. Ah! Then, Song let out a low growl, signaling little bro to watch his movements. Although little bro was still scared, having his older brother by his side eased a lot of his anxiety, and he instinctively focused his attention on Song. This is the result of Song's continuous training of little bro after starting the little bro vision skill. After more than 20 days of regular interaction, little bro understood that if he didn't listen to his brother, he would get punished. So, even in a state of anxiety, little bro obediently followed instructions. Seeing little bro obediently comply with orders, Sang's head faced upstream, and his limbs moved rhythmically underwater, at a slow speed, allowing little bro to see clearly. Although Song's limb movements were slow, the correct posture still gave him strength against the water flow, allowing his head, originally level with little bro's, to surge ahead by several body lengths. Then, Song turned back, returned to little bro's side, once again aligning himself with him and repeating the earlier movements. After repeating this a few times, little bro finally grasped the key. Splash, splash, splash. Little bro tentatively imitated the movements of Song's limbs underwater. Then, his body, drifting downstream, unexpectedly surpassed Song by 2 body lengths. With the results showing, little bro gained more confidence and boldly quickened the pace of his limb movements. Splash, splash, splash. Soon, little bro mastered the swimming technique, no longer drifting aimlessly downstream, but maintaining a relatively still position alongside the shore vegetation. Seeing this, little bro became excited. So it turns out that it's just about applying the running movements on land to the water. Then, little bro put in even more effort into moving his limbs, causing the scenery around him to gradually recede from his view, as he closed the distance to the approaching waterfall. Finally learned it. Seeing this, Song nodded with satisfaction. With summer approaching, how could one not know how to swim? Being outdoors is not like having air conditioning at home. It's essential to cool off by soaking in water during the heat. Fortunately, little bro only had a slight fear of unfamiliar things. After a few more exposures, overcoming the fear wasn't a problem. Meanwhile, upstream in the river, Tiger Mom was comfortably soaking, watching Song teach little bro to swim, a smile of satisfaction on her face. What kind of mother tiger raises cubs so easily? One cub didn't need teaching, learned on its own, and even taught another cub. The cubs born to me are just worry-free and adorable. Chapter 62, Discovery of the Little Ferret. Squeak. After the family of 4 finished their bath and meal, and took a nap under the shade of the trees, they heard the chirping of a young martin above. Song looked up and saw the young martin very excited, urging him to climb the tree. Song was somewhat puzzled by this but thought that since the young martin didn't have anything important to say, it shouldn't disturb him. So he quickly climbed the tree. This was a very thick and tall pine tree, larger than any he had seen before. In the previous habitat, even the tallest pine tree was just over 30 meters. And even after migrating over 100 kilometers, Song hadn't seen a tree larger than this pine. From his estimation, this pine tree was definitely over 50 meters tall. With its broad crown and dense foliage, and located next to a waterfall that brought cool mist, it's no wonder Tiger Dad chose this spot to rest. Following the young martin all the way up, just as they were nearing the top of the tree, the little guy stopped and pointed with his paw at a huge lump. Seeing this, Song leaned in for a closer look and found it was a pine cone on the tree, but this pine cone was unusually large, likely heavier than himself. Just when he thought the young martin was bored and called him up for no reason, but upon seeing the massive size of the pine cone, Sung realized things were not so simple. Squeak! After Sung finished inspecting the pine cone, the young marten chirped excitedly and began to explain. The young marten is saying that this pine cone is extraordinary, it feels very enticing, and eating it would provide great benefits, but it's not yet ripe? Understanding the young marten's meaning, Sang began to ponder. Since animals can undergo skill evolution, surely plants can too. The height of this pine tree far exceeds the ordinary limits of pine trees, so it can almost certainly be concluded that it is also a plant with skill evolution. So will the fruits it produces also have special effects? For example, accelerating skill evolution? The young marten, being one who usually eats pine nuts, is therefore quite sensitive to this special. It's just unknown what changes would occur after plant skill evolution. Could it just be simply growing larger? Song pondered quietly. Thinking this, Song used his paw to probe towards the extraordinarily large pine cone, making a motion as if he intended to destroy it. Squeak! However, the pine tree didn't react at all. Instead, the young marten was startled, darting in front of the pine cone, pleading with Song not to destroy it. No, wait, this line of thought has a problem to the pine tree. The pine cone is merely a cradle containing its offspring's seeds. Moreover, plants probably have no concept of caring for their offspring at all. I used a pine cone to threaten the pine tree, wondering if it could move. That was indeed a bit foolish. Seeing this, Song immediately dismissed this testing method. It must threaten the very existence of the pine tree in order to force it to act, if it can act at all. However, judging by the excellent ecological environment in this area, even if this pine tree could move and attack, it should still be a relatively docile individual. Then, Sang pondered based on the surrounding information. This is easy to determine. In this area, there is a large population of large herbivores, with a thriving and intact ecosystem. If that's the case, then this pine tree is unlikely to move, or if it does move, it won't attack animals passing nearby. After all, if it had attacked, those social animals would definitely have noticed and fled in fear, drastically reducing the number of viable prey here. As for continuing to test, Sang felt it was unnecessary. Of course, there's another reason. That is, even if he wanted to test, he wouldn't be able to. To test whether this massive pine tree can move, one would have to threaten its life. To take down a 50-meter tall tree with a diameter of over a meter, apart from humans, no other creature could manage it. Ah! With a thought, Song called out to the little sable. Keep a good watch over this pine cone. Squeak! Upon hearing this, the little sable, who had been very anxious just moments ago, fearing Song would destroy the pine cone, immediately cheered up, nodding quickly and assuring that it would keep an eye on this pine cone. Squeak! Then, the little marten added something. If any other creature tries to snatch the pine cone and I can't fight them off, I'll definitely inform the king. To this, Song naturally nodded in agreement. Since this pine tree, which is likely to have undergone skill evolution, won't be harmful to my family, we can settle down here peacefully. As for this pine cone, the little marten has already said that eating it will be beneficial, so when it ripens, I will definitely bring it for Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, Little Bro, and the little marten to enjoy together. So what if tigers eat meat? If it's beneficial, eating some vegetarian food won't waste your tiger. If it's something that can promote skill evolution, then it's a big win. Ha! That is not right. With such a good environment here, why haven't we discovered the presence of powerful predators? Logically speaking, with the previous roars of Tiger Dad, if this were the territory of an adult male tiger, it should feel that intruders have invaded. Even if you're scared, you should at least come over and observe from a distance, right? At this moment, Sung suddenly remembered a previously overlooked issue. This habitat is truly exceptional. Clean flowing water, ample open space for good ventilation, abundant food sources, and it's far away from human facilities. Even if she hadn't considered all these factors, it would still be an ideal habitat for all wild tigers. But in reality, there isn't a single tiger here. This is unreasonable. So, Sang quickly climbed down the tree and began to search carefully around him. Such anomalies indicate potential crises that cannot be ignored. Got it. After searching for a while, Song finally found a pile of small chunks by a tree. Based on the shape and size, it can be determined that these are tiger droppings. Estimating proportionally, it should be considerably smaller than the tiger father, not exceeding 250 kilograms. However, this pile of droppings has been here for quite a while, so there is no odor, and the color is leaning towards grayish-white, as if it would crumble into dust at a touch. Expanding the search area, Sang found a few more places with similar piles of droppings, but again, these had also been here for quite some time. Did it die? Suddenly there are no fresh droppings. Song speculated. As for the possibility of leaving voluntarily, Song ruled that out. Only someone with a sick mind would leave such a great habitat. Did it die of old age, or was there an invasion by an outsider tiger, resulting in mutual destruction? Song continued to speculate, exploring further into the area, trying to find the body of the tiger that once inhabited this place. Just then, a glaring reflection caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, a plastic tube with a somewhat brittle tranquilizer needle, its metallic tip gleaming in the sunlight. Looks like it's one of the victims from that wildlife slaughterhouse. Seeing this, Song fell silent for a long time, feeling a sense of desolation. Chapter 63, The Kitten Wants to Eat Fish. Splash splash. Sang splashed the water as he raced downstream in the sloping current. Ding. Swam 1000 m, swimming skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, your swimming skill EXP has reached its maximum value. This skill evolution is swimming. With the sound of the system prompt, Sang felt his limbs growing noticeably stronger. This is the third phase of the swimming skill chain, evolving to the fourth phase. Not only is the progress bar long, but the benefits upon completion are also quite substantial. However, because Song's running skill chain has made remarkable progress, it has a restorative effect on gaining skill EXP for other skills. Therefore, swimming 1000 meters does not take much time for Song now. Just a few minutes is enough. In just over a day, Song had already evolved his swimming skill to the swimming skill. Reaching the shore, Song wasted no time and sprinted towards the waterfall upstream. With the help of the flowing water, Song's swimming skill was simultaneously training his sprinting skill. However, it now takes 100 kilometers to gain the first level of skill EXP for the running skill, so moving forward will require a long and arduous self-discipline to evolve this skill again. Evolving the swimming skill with a total distance of only 100 kilometers has only increased the running skill by one level of skill EXP. Although it was discovered yesterday that this was originally a tiger's habitat, and that tiger had already been captured by poachers, it is very likely that it has already met a tragic end. However, Song was not planning to give up on this prime habitat. After all, as long as one is in the Dragon Kingdom, it is indeed very hard to find a truly isolated place from human society. With such a large population and wide activity areas, all one can do is try to avoid them. The previous poaching team has already been brought to justice through their own efforts. Based on the signs left by the last tiger in this habitat, it has been at least over a month since it was last seen. Since that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Not to mention whether those poachers can still remember the location after such a long time. The fact that the tiger here has already been poached reduces the chances of poaching happening again significantly. The father tiger led his family away from their original habitat mainly because someone knew that live tigers were residing there, making it always a potential target for interested parties. But the original owner of this habitat has already been successfully hunted, and based on their habitual thinking, even if that group of poachers comes out again, they wouldn't choose such a place they've hunted before to look for targets. If they really want to run to a remote area, they could go north all the way to the territory of Bear Country. That place is vast and sparsely populated, making it a good habitat for Siberian tigers. However, Song did not think so. Although the laws in Bear Country also protect tigers, the enforcement against hunting is not as strong as in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, over there in Bear Country, one can legally carry firearms. So, after thinking it through, it's still better to stay in the Dragon Kingdom. At least when encountering poachers, they would only have tranquilizer guns, and it would be easier to find official personnel to help. Roar! Just as Song ran to the front of the waterfall, little bro excitedly hurled the baby roar skill at him. Looking up, Song saw that little bro had somehow climbed onto the scattered boulders by the waterfall. Did little bro find something fun? Why so excited? Song muttered to himself, then quickly ran over to little bro and stood on the same boulder with him. Ah! Little bro continued to excitedly shout, pointing at the splashes of water cascading from the waterfall with his paw. Song followed his paw's direction and at first saw nothing, but after a few seconds, he spotted a rather plump big fish swimming out from the waterfall into the river. The big fish, having fallen from the height, was a bit dizzy and floated like a corpse for a moment before flicking its tail and sinking towards the riverbed downstream. Seeing this, Song turned to little bro, only to find his eyes sparkling, drool dangling, and swaying wildly in the wind. Without a doubt, little bro wanted to eat fish. In their previous habitat, there was only a shallow stream about 7 or 8 meters wide, and there weren't any big fish. Moreover, since little bro hadn't been able to move far before and his vision hadn't fully developed, he couldn't see the small fry that barely filled the gaps between his teeth in the stream. But this was different. That fish just moments ago must weigh at least 3 kilograms. Most importantly, little bro had never seen or eaten one before, so he was extremely curious. Watching little bro suddenly interested in something rare, Song's eyes sparked with intelligence. Without hesitation, he dove into the water, swimming with all his might toward the area where the waterfall poured into the river. The water flow here was quite swift. If he hadn't reached skill evolution for swimming skills, he might have struggled to stabilize himself. Before long, from the bright white waterfall, a fish with a snow-white belly fell, splashing into the water and briefly losing consciousness. Seeing this, Song hurriedly swam over, taking advantage of the big fish still being dazed to bite down accurately. Splash, splash, splash. Just as Song was about to reach the shore, the big fish regained its senses and instinctively began thrashing its tail, preventing Song from catching it. But Song was quick-witted. He slapped down with his paw, landing a precise hit on the big fish's head underneath the water, causing fine streams of bright red blood to spread through the water. Ding! You killed a prey, killing skill EXP +1, 89-100. With that, Song once again seized the big fish. This time, the big fish offered no resistance, because it had already been slapped to death by Song. This is a great way to accumulate killing skill. A small, fixed area of prey is limited, but a flowing river continuously brings in new big fish. Hearing the notification sound from the system in his mind, Song's eyes lit up. The fish in the river not only fit the requirements for him to enhance his killing skill EXP but also were plentiful. Waiting for the skill to evolve again, there are also stable channels to enhance it. With this in mind, Song was even more satisfied with the new habitat. While thinking, Song dragged the big fish onto the shore. Seeing such a prey it had never encountered before and never eaten, little bro couldn't wait to come over and reach out its paw to eat. Bang! But in the next second, Song's paw landed on its face. Ding! After scratching once, scratch skill EXP +1, 777 10,000. Roar! Struck by Song, little bro covered its face, feeling wronged, baby roar skill, utterly confused. Why won't you let me eat? Big brother used to share the prey he hunted with me. Ah! But Song didn't fall for that and instead raised his paw to point at the river. Want to eat? Go catch it yourself. Chapter 64, Then Catch It Yourself. Ow oh! Hearing Song's command, little bro was even more puzzled. Didn't big brother used to be willing to share the prey? Seeing this, Song felt even more justified in his thoughts. Little bro is currently too dependent on him, too reliant on Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Strictly speaking, little bro is still a cub, and relying on his mother isn't a problem. But regardless of whether they will separate in the future, it's best for little bro to quickly gain independence. Now, as Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom hunt prey for it to eat, they also provide it with prey for sharpening its hunting skills. This will lead to bad habits, making it a giant baby that just opens its mouth to take. To be honest, the word giant baby fits little bro quite well. It's hard to tell if it's due to its talent or because it has consumed skill evolution meat, which is far more nutritious than ordinary flesh, but little bro's weight should be no less than 20 kilograms now. This growth speed is simply like it has eaten golden fertilizer. Meanwhile, Song himself is just over 10 kilograms, far less than little bro. Therefore, little bro should not be judged by the time of birth, but by its growth state. Thus, regarding little bro's confusion, Sang simply ignored it, using his paw to scrape off the scales from the big fish he had just caught, and began to lick and eat. A tiger's tongue has barbs, allowing it to maneuver easily, effortlessly shaving meat off the fish without getting caught by the fine bones. The tender pink fish meat is smooth and elastic, with not only a pleasant taste but also a unique texture. Believe it or not, it really has a unique flavor. No wonder felines love to eat fish. This raw fish tastes really good. Meanwhile, watching Song enjoy the fish, little bro was incredibly envious, drooling onto a large rock beneath the waterfall. However, no matter how much he wanted to eat, little bro didn't dare to snatch food from Song's mouth. Even though he was much bigger than Song, little bro's fear of Song had been deepened ever since the vision skill. Moreover, Song's astonishing athletic ability made little bro rationally realize that even without considering the psychological pressure Song exerted on him, he simply wasn't a match for his brother in terms of combat strength. I really want to eat. Seeing Song enjoy the fish more and more, little bro grew increasingly anxious, stamping his feet. Bang! At that moment, the waterfall splashed down another sizable fish into the river, exposing its white belly. Seeing this, little bro couldn't hold back any longer, and with a splash, he jumped into the water, puffing and panting as he swam towards the fish. That's more like it. If you want to eat fish, catch it yourself. Watching this scene, Song licked his lips, feeling quite pleased. Unfortunately, little bro was a bit late. That fish had already woken up. With little bro's clumsy swimming skills, he couldn't touch the fish at all, and with a nimble flick of its tail, the fish disappeared. Ah! This left little bro furious. He flailed his paws in the water, consumed by impotent rage. But the desire to eat fish kept him from giving up, and after venting, he floated in the water, making sure not to be swept away by the current, patiently waiting. After a few minutes, another fish was swept downstream, and little bro, quick on his feet, hurriedly swam toward it. The advantage of his size became apparent here. Although little bro's swimming skills were lacking, he managed to muscle his way to the front of the waterfall, seizing the opportunity before the fish woke up and bit down. However, he made the same mistake that Song had made earlier. Just as he was about to swim toward the shore, the fish in his mouth woke up and flailed its powerful tail, struggling vigorously. As a result, little bro couldn't hold on tight, and the fish flipped and escaped from his mouth. Just now, Song's action of slapping the large fish to death underwater was obscured by the rushing current, so little bro never even thought about slapping the fish. Bang! But just then, a tiger's claw swiftly sliced through the river water, accurately striking the fish that had escaped from little bro's mouth. Ding! You have killed a prey, gaining +1 skill EXP for the killing skill, 9100. Naturally, it was Song who struck. With just one claw, Sang killed the fish that had escaped from little bro and then flipped over to catch the fish from the water. Roar! Seeing this, little bro was overjoyed. Brother, you're amazing. However, Sang swam towards the shore, ignoring little bro's starry-eyed gaze. Without paying attention to little bro's gradually dazed expression, Sang skillfully scaled the fish and began to lick its flesh, enjoying it thoroughly. Roar! Seeing this, little bro cried out in grievance. That was my prey. Ah! In response to little bro's accusation, Song reluctantly stopped eating and casually called out. Only what can be eaten is considered prey. What escapes from one's mouth is a failed hunt. Whoa! After hearing Song's response, little bro could only whimper in frustration, left speechless. It knew that Song was right. It had failed to bring the fish back to the shore and eat it, thus letting the fish escape, which was indeed a failed hunt. Meanwhile, brother Song successfully killed the fish that it failed to catch, brought it to shore, and was now eating it, which counted as a successful hunt. After being thoroughly lectured by Song, little bro first felt wronged for a while, then adjusted its mindset and began to wait patiently. After a moment, another fish fell down from the waterfall, and little bro launched into action, swimming fiercely next to the fish. This time, it did not recklessly attempt to grab the dazed fish, but controlled its posture, aimed at the fish's head, and struck with a claw. However, due to light refraction, little bro misjudged the position, and its claw missed. Seeing the fish has awakened and sinking towards the bottom of the water, little bro held his breath and plunged his head underwater, swinging his paw once again. This time, with no light refraction to interfere, little bro's paw accurately struck the fish's head. Bang! With just one paw, the fish's head was splattered with blood, moving only in involuntary muscle spasms thereafter. Seeing this, little bro quickly grabbed the fish with his mouth, surfaced, and swam towards the shore. Finally, having dragged the fish ashore, little bro first placed it on a large rock beneath the waterfall, but feeling unstable, he ran to a clear spot to set it down safely. After all the effort to catch it, don't let it jump back into the water. Watching little bro's successful hunt, Song nodded in approval. Looks like I still need to put some pressure on little bro, otherwise, he won't even realize how strong he is. He can achieve swimming skills equivalent to my skill evolution 3 times just by sheer brute strength. What a freak. Should I steal the fish that little bro worked so hard to catch, just to show him the harsh realities of life? Song thought with a somewhat twisted sense of humor. But he was just thinking about it. The child is still young, going too far could demotivate him. Meanwhile, to ensure the fish didn't escape, little bro eagerly took a bite. Roar! A few seconds later, a piercing wail resonated throughout the habitat. Song turned to see little bro hunched over, trying his utmost to vomit. Seeing this, Sang's expression grew even more peculiar. Well, he learned to catch fish, but not how to eat fish. He got stuck on a spine. Chapter 65, I have a territory now. Ding! Killing a prey, killing skill EXP +1, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, your killing skill EXP is now maxed out, evolving into the skill evolution massacre. With Song slapping a fish dead, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Then, a surge of warmth coursed through his limbs, and Song felt himself growing slightly stronger all over. His limbs became robust, his claws toughened, his teeth sharpened, and even his breathing became more effortless. Finally evolved the killing skill evolution. This change made Song feel incredibly refreshed. When you think about it, the skill evolution in the killing skill chain offers the best value. After all, so far, the feedback from skill evolution affecting the entire body has only come from this one skill. Bang! After a while, Song swatted down another large fish that had fallen from the waterfall. Ding! Killing a prey, kill skill EXP +1, 110,000. Then, the system's notification sound came, causing Song to twitch his mouth. Indeed, getting a skill to the 3rd stage of skill evolution means the next skill evolution will be another skill evolution. Killing 10,000 times for skill evolution made Song feel a bit exhausted. However, Sang quickly adjusted his mentality. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles to become stronger, one must work hard. Moreover, like himself, who can get stronger through training, others, including other animals, have not yet achieved this. Even if the progress bar looks terrifyingly long, as long as he works diligently and accumulates, he will eventually achieve skill evolution. Additionally, fish occasionally fall from this waterfall, most of which are sizable, providing great convenience for accumulating kill skill EXP. Otherwise, just searching for prey in the jungle would take a lot of time, and the efficiency is far inferior to guarding the waterfall waiting for fish here. Roar! At this moment, from under a tall pine tree not far away, the sound of Tiger Dad's baby roar skill could be heard. Is Tiger Dad asking me and little bro to follow him? Understanding what Tiger Dad meant, Sang felt a bit skeptical. Tiger Dad had never done this before. However, since Tiger Dad called, and considering that his skills were at a bottleneck, requiring long-term accumulation, he wouldn't break through in a short time. Since he was just idling, why not see what Tiger Dad wanted him to do? Thus, Song swiftly dashed to Tiger Dad. Seeing Song moving so fast on flat ground, Tiger Dad's eyelids twitched. How can this little cub run so fast? I can't possibly be outpaced by my month-old child, right? Woo woo woo. As a father, I'm really failing. Tiger Dad is somewhat questioning his life. However, although he felt a storm of emotions inside, Tiger Dad kept a calm expression, maintaining the dignity of a father. After a while, little bro also arrived, panting. Ah! Seeing all the tigers gathered, Tiger Dad stood up and began pacing. While pacing, he also let out deep growls. Since we've arrived at a new habitat, Tiger Dad isn't familiar with this place. So he wants to take us on a tour of the new territory. While ensuring there are no other competitors here, we can also observe where food frequently moves around. Is it just to announce its arrival, letting other predators who want to trespass here know that this territory is already claimed? Understanding what Dad Tiger meant, Song nodded silently. Although he had previously found traces of a tiger that once lived here, powerful predators are not limited to just tigers. The brown bear is one of them. Even though Dad Tiger has already hunted an adult male brown bear that has undergone skill evolution, that doesn't mean he can fearlessly face any brown bear. What if there is a brown bear that is larger and has a higher degree of skill evolution? Additionally, although this area has been poached, with the apex predators absent for some time, no one knows if there might be other powerful creatures taking over. In short, it is very necessary to patrol the new territory upon arriving at a new habitat. Roar! However, upon hearing that they were going to patrol the new territory, Little Bro was somewhat resistant. He is no longer naive. Before, he thought migration was just carefree traveling, but ended up having to rush day after day, exhausting himself. Now, patrolling the territory sounds like a long run, which is surely tiring. I don't want to go. Bang! Roar! Ding! After scratching once, scratch skill EXP +1, 810,000. But in the next moment, Song's paw had already slapped Little Bro's butt, making him emit a heartbreaking baby roar skill. Sizzle! The two adults and two small tigers traverse the dense forest. As it is the first patrol of their new home, of course, the whole family comes together, and Tiger Mom is no exception. Among the family of four, only Little Bro feels quite melancholy and is not very enthusiastic. After previously catching a fish with great difficulty, he got a thorn stuck in his throat with the first bite, leaving him with quite a psychological shadow regarding fish as prey. However, what surprised Song was that when Little Bro got caught on the thorn, he ran over to help, and Little Bro just gagged a few times and was fine. Later, Song saw that the few times Little Bro gagged, he spat out a few drops of liquid that didn't look like saliva, which fell on the stone and actually sizzled, creating a small pit. After a little thought, Song knew that this was Little Bro's stomach acid. No wonder his appetite is so enormous he can digest anything. With stomach acid that can corrode even stones, how could the digest skill ability not be abnormal? If you think about it, my meat-eating skill and digest skill are almost halfway through their progress bars. Thinking of this, Song recalled his digest skill. The effectiveness of the digest skill depends on how much you consume. The previous bear meat significantly boosted his eating skills and his digest skill. Fish meat is tasty, but it's not very nutrient-dense. However, conversely, it's great for racking up skill EXP for the eating skill. With its low nutrient density, it doesn't fill you up easily, allowing one to consume several kilograms in one go, and the digest skill lets him keep eating almost immediately. Once I finish patrolling the territory, I'll use fish meat to enhance my eating skills and digest skills skill EXP. Song was planning his next steps in his mind. Roar! At that moment, the leading Tiger Dad let out a low growl, directing Song and Little Bro's attention to him. Song and Little Bro both raised their heads. They saw Tiger Dad approaching a large tree, turning his rear towards the trunk and raising his tail. SZZ. With a short burst, Tiger Dad evenly and thoroughly marked the tree trunk with his urine. I know this is marking territory, essentially declaring this as his domain, but still, it feels quite grotesque to me. Watching this scene, Song twitched the corner of his mouth. Roar! However, Little Bro's previously low spirits were lifted, and he hurried happily over to Tiger Dad. Just as he wanted to imitate Tiger Dad in marking the territory, he remembered that this area was already marked by Tiger Dad. So, Little Bro found a sapling less than 2 meters tall, lifted his rear, raised his tail, and sprayed a little urine on the tender trunk. I have my own territory now. Little Bro thought to himself, amused. Chapter 66, Barbaric Collision. Patrolling the territory should be a rather tedious job. However, since this is a new territory, spotting large groups of prey every now and then makes the tiger family quite happy, no longer finding it boring. After all, the number of prey determines whether the tiger family can fill their bellies with an abundance of prey. Their future lives would surely be secure. Moreover, the prey species here are not uniform. Various kinds of deer live in groups, and there are quite a number of them. Perhaps, it's because the previous top predators were captured, and the long absence of such hunters has allowed the large herbivores here to overpopulate, causing an ecological imbalance. As Tsung patrolled the territory, he noticed a lot of information. Most evidently, there are indeed many large herbivores here. Moreover, the density of shrubs and herbaceous plants in this dense forest is nowhere near that of the previous habitat. Clearly, without top predators to restrict the population of herbivores, those herbivores can reproduce freely and feed on the plants in this area. Animals don't have such complicated thoughts about controlling reproduction. Abundant food and a safe external environment represent an increase in population numbers. Tsung noticed that quite a few young deer, over half a meter tall, were following the group. Undoubtedly, without the presence of tigers, the survival rate of these large herbivores, including their young, has increased significantly. If this continues, the plants in this area will be devoured completely, and only when there's no longer enough for these herbivores to eat will they be forced to migrate elsewhere. They 1T split off a part of their group to live elsewhere until the situation is out of control. After all, who would want to leave a habitat without natural enemies? For herbivores, moving to an unknown new place is far more dangerous than migrating for carnivores. But with our family here, we can keep the herbivore population in check. The tiger dad, who far exceeds other wild male tigers in size, is also the largest of the female tigers, the tiger mom. Add to that the incredibly voracious little bro and me, who is still growing. Once little bro and I grow up and combine our appetites, will likely cause a serious impact on the ecosystem here. Tsung thought to himself. However, he wasn't overly worried. When he grows up, his physical abilities and hunting skills will certainly improve significantly. Following the river downstream, if he runs a bit further, he won't have a shortage of food. Roar! Just then, Tsung heard little bro's call from nearby. Hearing this sound, not only Tsung but also Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom turned to look. Little bro was several hundred meters away, not knowing when he had run off. Tsung hurriedly dashed over, only to find that little bro wasn't seeking help. Seeing Tsung arrive, little bro raised his paw and pointed to the bushes ahead. Tsung looked over. He saw a dozen or so small creatures, each less than 3 kilograms, shaped like a fish and with fur resembling sunflower seeds, trembling under the bushes. Little wild boars? Tsung pondered as he looked at these little creatures. To be honest, he had hunted quite a few small animals since migrating from his original habitat. But until now, even counting from the time he started using his vision skill, he hadn't seen wild boars. Unexpectedly, he spotted them here. Roar! Just as Tsung was contemplating, little bro impatiently called out. I've never seen this before. I want to eat. Little bro, you really have a selective memory. Seeing little bro act so familiar, Tsung was utterly speechless. Just recently, he got choked by a fishbone, and he's forgotten all about it? However, wild boars don't get hurt while eating like fish do. Ah! At this moment, Tsung called out. Want to eat? Then go catch it yourself. For such a small wild boar, you want me to step in? Tsung almost wanted to lift his paw and give little bro a couple of swats. He's really spoiled. Letting him find prey he can't handle himself is one thing. But for something that doesn't even weigh 3 kilograms, you want him to put in the effort? He's grown this big for nothing. Ow-oh! After hearing Tsung's words, little bro tilted his head, and his eyes immediately lit up. That's right. For something this small, I can handle it myself. I caught fish by myself before. These little things on the ground should be no problem. Thinking this, little bro's expression grew even greedier as he stepped closer to the group of small wild boars. Squeak! Squeak! Seeing such a giant creature like little bro coming towards them, the little wild boars screamed in fear. Their piercing screams sounded like they were being slaughtered. Dong dong dong. At that moment, Sang suddenly felt the ground trembling, and the trembling grew more intense. Without a second thought, Sang instantly switched from being very still to extremely agile, moving so fast he left an afterimage as he crashed into Little Bro. Boom! With a huge tremor, Sang heard a crisp sound from a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist beside him. Roar! Little Bro was knocked dizzy by Sang's impact, but Sang was not distracted. Turning his head, he saw a wall in front of him, an enormous wild boar, swaying as it slammed into a tree, its head spinning. But this creature was tough enough. After a brief moment, it regained its footing, its blood-red eyes fixed on Sang and Little Bro, full of rage and anger. Next, its short hooves rubbed against the ground. This is it. It's gearing up. Thud thud thud. A violent tremor followed, and the massive wild boar charged again, rushing towards Sang and Little Bro. It was like a flesh and blood tank, ready to crush everything in its path. Boom! But just as Little Bro's legs turned to jelly and Sang hurriedly pushed him to escape, a huge tremor struck. This was not the wild boar crashing into Sang and Little Bro. But it was the tiger dad who came and crashed through the sound of the wild boar. What is frightening is that even after being knocked aside by the tiger dad, the wild boar did not lose its fighting spirit, not even showing a hint of weakness. At this moment, Sang could truly comprehend just how large this wild boar was. Although it was not as long as the tiger dad, the wild boar was naturally short and stout in build. Even though its shoulder height was a bit shorter than that of the tiger dad, Sang estimated that the wild boar before him was definitely over 400 kilograms. This was an opponent of the same caliber as the previous grizzly bear. Don't underestimate the wild boar just because it couldn't raise its forelimbs and had a less flexible attack style like a grizzly bear. Instead, the wild boar has perfected two attributes and one skill to the extreme. One attribute is strength. The other attribute is defense. And the skill that has been perfected to the extreme is the brutal charge. No creature of similar size can withstand a direct hit from a wild boar's brutal charge without being harmed. Compared to tigers and grizzly bears, the wild boar may not be as balanced, but in its strengths, it is sufficiently extreme. Chapter 67. Are there skilled experts? That wild boar was truly irritable after being shoved aside by the tiger dad. It steadied itself and shifted its attack target to the tiger dad. However, its irritation was indeed warranted. With its offspring under lethal threat, bullied by other animals, and possibly facing death, as an animal with clear nurturing behavior, it was naturally furious. Roar! It didn't have much patience. After just a 2-second standoff with Tiger Dad, it rubbed its short hooves together and charged. For such a large boar's charge, Tiger Dad also did not dare to resist head-on, quickly dodging with his agile body. Boom! The wild boar's reckless charge was quite powerful. It crashed into a tree trunk, causing a shower of wild fruit to fall and branches to scatter. With such power, if it were to crash into Tiger Dad head-on, he would probably be seriously injured. Thus, Tiger Dad's expression grew more serious. He dared not underestimate the situation and kept a close watch on the boar's movements. Thump thump thump. However, the wild boar did not have much patience either. It quickly recovered from the dizziness of the impact and charged again. Tiger Dad anticipated the boar's attack path, hurriedly dodging and successfully evading once again. And this time, Tiger Dad swung his massive paw, slashing at the boar's flank. Boom! But when the wild boar crashed into a tree trunk again, it didn't have any injuries, while Tiger Dad's claws were marked with faint traces of blood. Tiger Dad's claws were hurt. Wow, how many times has this thing rolled in the mud to have such a thick layer of mud armor? Sanya's sharp eyes immediately spotted where the boar had been scratched by Tiger Dad's claws. What was cut was not skin, but layers of muddy armor. Even when insulting someone by calling them stupid, they use pigs to do so. But in reality, even counting humans, there aren't many animals smarter than pigs. Compared to humans' loyal friends, dogs, pigs are the smarter animal in terms of fixed human food. In the wild boars roll around in the mud to avoid mosquito bites. After all, they don't have the agile claws of a tiger and can't groom themselves. On the other hand, rolling in the mud attaches dried mud to their fur, providing not only coolness but also remarkable defense. This is not an exaggeration. Though mud armor may seem ridiculous, What kind of defense does mud offer? But when the mud combines with the wild boar's thick and coarse bristles, it becomes like cement layered with fiber mesh, effective against biting, tearing, and colliding. Feeling the pain in his claws, Tiger Dad knew he was facing a formidable opponent. Unless he removes that layer of mud armor, it would be hard for him to effectively harm the wild boar. At that moment, the wild boar charged at him again. This time, Tiger Dad still avoided it and raised his paw once more. But this time, instead of using his claws to scratch, he used his palm to slap. Bang! With a loud sound, the wild boar was just knocked slightly off course. However, the dried mud, under such impact, loosened quite a bit from the wild boar's thick bristles, and the top layer of mud fell apart. Bang, bang, bang! With each charge of the wild boar, Tiger Dad repeatedly swiped and hit. The wild boar did not realize Tiger Dad's intention, it only felt much lighter on its body. Ry-up! Finally, after a fierce struggle, the father tiger's repeated strikes had knocked off most of the mud armor from the wild boar, revealing its true fur. Immediately, the father tiger unleashed its claws, leaving 4 bloody gashes on the wild boar's coarse fur. Roar! This made the wild boar let out a painful cry that rang out like the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Seeing this, the father tiger naturally wanted to take advantage of the situation. Not waiting for the wild boar to charge again, it lunged forward and continued to scratch at its exposed belly. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, a ground-shaking thud sounded, getting closer. Sizzle, sizzle. Song quickly turned to look, only to see dense bushes being trampled and flattened, rapidly spreading towards this direction. No way. Song's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition rising. In the next moment, a real flesh and blood tank rolled into view, not slowing down or stopping, heading straight for the father tiger. The father tiger hurried to dodge, but having previously tussled with the wild boar, it had already exhausted too much energy. Tigers generally have poor stamina, and this time it couldn't dodge in time and was grazed by the massive object. Bang! The father tiger was knocked several meters away, and when it landed, its hind leg that had been grazed seemed injured, making it stand awkwardly. Boom! Immediately after, a loud bang echoed through the dense forest. Snap! Creak, creak! Boom! Then, something even more terrifying happened. Where the flesh and blood tank had stopped, a sturdy tree as thick as a person's waist came crashing down. What in the world is this monster? Song swallowed hard, utterly shocked. Such power should only belong to elephants, rhinos, or hippos on land. Thud, thud. Just as Song was in shock, the flesh and blood tank turned around. It was a wild boar. Its shoulders were taller than the father tiger's, its broadside like a wall, and it sported a pair of curved and towering yellow tusks. At this moment, Sang realized that the wild boar that had previously caused the father tiger so much trouble but had not been taken down, did not have tusks. The first one was female. This one, however, was male. Sang didn't know how heavy this giant before him was, but the estimated 400 kilograms of the female wild boar now looked like a small, delicate wife next to it. Humph. At that moment, the female wild boar approached the male wild boar, grunting to report the situation. It's those big orange cats that are harmful to our little ones. Roar! The male wild boar snorted out a breath through its nostrils, indicating that it understood. Then, it thundered toward the father tiger. To it, the only slight threat present was the father tiger. Roar! The male wild boar let out an excited snort and charged at the father tiger. It was like a speeding tank, trampling all obstacles in its path into dust and grinding them into the ground. The father tiger, forcing itself on its injured hind leg, tried to escape. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom let out a loud roar at the wild boar, trying to draw its ire away from Tiger Dad to buy him some time to escape. But that wild boar, once it locked onto its target, would charge forward without hesitation, determined to smash it into a pulp. Chirp! Chirp! Just then, from the bushes nearby came a series of terrified squeals from the little wild boars. Thump, thump, thump. Upon hearing this, the wild boar, which had been charging forward, suddenly slammed to a halt and whipped its head around. Sam was gently scratching the belly of a little wild boar with his claws, as if he would disembowel it at any moment. Noticing the gazes of the two wild boars, Song locked eyes with the male wild boar, showing his tusks. It was a provocative gesture. Roar! Seeing this, the male wild boar could no longer hold back and charged towards Song with a thunderous rush. Chapter 68, Come! Crash into me! Thump thump thump! As he watched the male wild boar barreling towards him like a tank, Song remained remarkably calm. Without continuing to threaten the male wild boar with the little wild boar, Song shifted from stillness to rapid movement in just a few milliseconds. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Song had already dodged the male wild boar's savage charge. This time, the male wild boar did not accelerate fully. Its heavy body was redirected by its powerful muscles, chasing after Song. After all, Song had just been next to the little wild boar. Though the male wild boar was furious, it still possessed basic rationality and would not harm its own offspring out of spite. Now that Song had left the little wild boar, the male wild boar charged without reservations, its stout hooves moving swiftly. Boom! Snap! Bang! With a resounding crash, yet another tree with a trunk the size of a bowl was shattered, indicating just how terrifying the impact of the charge was. Ah! At this moment, Song leaped onto a nearby tree, facing the male wild boar that was crashing through the trees like a bulldozer, using his baby roar skill. His voice dripped with sarcasm, seemingly mocking the male wild boar, which was all fat but unable to harm him. Roar! Infuriated by Song's taunts, the male wild boar's rage surged, letting out a piercing scream as it charged again. However, Song strolled through the dense forest, either sprinting on the ground or leaping between tree trunks. He didn't appear to be in a deadly chase with the male wild boar but rather seemed to be gracefully dancing in the jungle. Looking at the enraged male wild boar, which couldn't even touch a single hair of his, Song's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, I can't be intimidated by its gigantic size. Although its strength is monstrous, its agility is ultimately not on par with a tiger. If it weren't for the fact that Tiger Dad had exhausted himself dealing with the female wild boar, even if I couldn't defeat this giant, I would still have the upper hand in maneuvering. Song sighed inwardly. He had just come to this realization. Why should he fear this male wild boar? Though he only weighed a little over 10 kilograms, the male wild boar's skill evolution level might be even higher than Tiger Dad, and it might weigh over a ton, nearly 100 times his weight. But so what? Fighting is not solely determined by size. The strength and defense of the male wild boar were far beyond what he could match. But even if his speed is a street ahead of a wild boar, it still can't catch up. And this is just the comparison of a straight-line dash. In the jungle, his agility advantage would be magnified infinitely. No matter how strong the wild boar is, if it can't touch him, it's all in vain. His physical stamina, enhanced by repeated skill evolutions, has become quite impressive. Most importantly, his body is light. This kind of dodging consumes far less stamina than long-distance running. The wild boar's massive size gives it the confidence to face top predators like Tiger Dad, but it's also a heavy burden. Ha! Ha! With just a few nimble leaps, Song evaded the wild boar's attacks. Meanwhile, the wild boar used up an incredible amount of stamina in its repeated aggressive charges. And the repeated misses only made it more agitated. Its heavy panting indicated that it had exerted all its strength, and its peak stamina state had already passed. It needs to rest. The big pig fears heat, the small pig fears cold. In the already scorching heat, with such intense fighting and a dozen charges, it has accumulated too much heat inside. Wild boars have sweat glands, but far fewer than humans, so their heat dissipation is nearly non-existent. If it continues to charge recklessly, it could succumb to heatstroke due to overheating and excessive dehydration. Ah! However, Song remains quite relaxed, taunting the wild boar with his baby roar skill. Aren't you trying to ram me? Why are you wilting after just a few hits? You can't do this. Song even wiggled his backside and swished his tail, launching a psychological attack on the wild boar. Roar! How could the wild boar tolerate this? Without a second thought, it took a deep breath and charged. But in the end, it wouldn't make any difference. The speeds of both parties are on different levels. Such evasion is far too easy for Song. Another missed charge left the wild boar, already heavily drained and overheated, breathing harder, like a bellows on the verge of bursting. Seeing this, Sang stepped it up, casually strolling within 3 meters of the wild boar. It was as if saying, "I'm standing right in front of you, I dare you to hit me." This humiliation drove the wild boar mad, and it lowered its head, attempting to stab Tsang with its tusks. However, since Tsang dared to swagger in front of it, he naturally had the confidence to dodge. With just a little jump, he leaped over the wild boar's head, gracefully landing on its broad back. Roar! This is really thick. Tsang tapped the muddy armor on the wild boar's back with his claws, expressing his astonishment. The combination of mud and the coarse, tough bristles formed such heavy armor that even he, let alone Tiger Dad, could not inflict any substantial damage on this wild boar. Even removing this layer of muddy armor would not be an easy feat for Tiger Dad. After all, when dealing with the sow, Tiger Dad had already exhausted most of his strength just removing its muddy armor. This wild boar is larger and stronger. It's uncertain if Tiger Dad could execute this tactic successfully. Not to mention, even without the muddy armor, the wild boar's skin would certainly be much thicker than that of the sow. Roar! Feeling Tsang on its back, the wild boar squealed and then charged towards a nearby tree. It wanted to smash Tsang into a pulp. However, it still didn't realize how agile Tsang was. Such a clumsy method was easily dodged. Perhaps because Tsang is so small, he had already been off the wild boar's back for several seconds without it noticing, still desperately ramming into the trees. Result, one tree after another fell, and those who were unaware might think a logging truck had rolled in. Ha! Ha! After a frenzy, the boar finally realized that Tsang was no longer on its back. It wanted to continue attacking, but its heavy breathing had become shaky, and its sturdy limbs struggled to support its massive body. It had reached its limit. Roar! A pair of scarlet eyes flickered for a few seconds, and the boar let out a call to the sow. Upon hearing the boar's call, the sow ran over to the piglets. Immediately, a dozen piglets scurried with their short little legs, following the sow toward the river. And the boar, first glancing at the big tiger and then at Tsang, seemed as if it wanted to memorize them before trailing behind the piglets toward the river. It urgently needed to cool down. Chapter 69, The Stimulated Tiger Dad. Woo! After the wild boar family left, the place was already in complete disarray. And at that moment, Little Bro knew he had caused big trouble, coming over to Tiger Dad and whimpering in self-reproach. Tiger Dad licked Little Bro's fluffy face and shook his head. It is only natural for a tiger to want to eat meat. The crisis today arose because he, as a father, was not strong enough to avoid such a predicament. Roar! Meanwhile, Tiger Mom comforted Tiger Dad, telling him not to blame himself. That boar was too big. It wasn't Tiger Dad's fault that he couldn't defeat it. Then, Tiger Mom turned to Tsang and licked him once more. Although it was evident that Tsang couldn't inflict any harm on the boar, he was still capable of handling the situation. But letting a cub who just turned 1 month face danger left her, as a mother, watching anxiously on the sidelines, which made Tiger Mom feel very guilty. Ah! Tsang nuzzled against Tiger Mom's nose, indicating that everything was fine. That boar couldn't touch him at all. The inspection of the new territory could only be paused because of the battle with the wild boar family. Now, Tsang's family already knew that they were unsure if there were any great predators here, but there was a family of wild boars that was even more terrifying. Fortunately, in this battle, only Tiger Dad's paws and hind legs sustained minor injuries. With Tiger Dad's skill evolution biology, he would recover in a day or two. However, even so, Tsang had no intention of moving out of this new habitat. The conditions here were too perfect in every aspect, and although there was a terrifying presence like the boar, even Tiger Dad couldn't confront it head-on. But as long as they didn't provoke them in the future, everything should be fine. The wild boars are omnivorous, capable of eating meat and grass, so as long as they don't seem threatening, they should be able to coexist peacefully. At the worst, he would wait until he grew a bit more and upgraded his various skills with high-skill evolution before tackling the issue. With that in mind, Tsang went to the waterfall and started fishing. Fish meat isn't very high in nutritional density, but it won't take up much space in the stomach. According to the system's evaluation, 1 kilogram of fish meat still contributes to leveling up his meat-eating skills and digest skill EXP. In that case, fish meat is the heavenly treat for boosting these two skills EXP. Skillfully snapping the fish that fell from the waterfall and dragging it to the shore, Sung quickly scraped off large chunks of fish meat with the barbs on his tongue. Ding! Eating 1 kilogram of meat, meat-eating skill EXP plus 1, 56,100. Ding! Eating 1 kilogram of meat, meat-eating skill EXP plus 1, 57,100. Soon, Sung was full, and then he jumped back into the water, swimming downstream. Ding! Swimming 10,000 m, swimming skill EXP plus 1, 100. After swimming downstream for 10 kilometers, a notification sound from the system echoed in Sung's mind. And just as he was preparing to dash back to land, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It turns out they overexerted themselves during the fight, and their bodies overheated, almost getting them dazed. That's why they left and came to soak in the water to cool down. Sung mumbled to himself. What he saw from afar was the wild boar family he had encountered while patrolling the territory. At that moment, a male and female wild boar, along with a dozen piglets, were soaking in a sizable mud puddle by the river, with only their backs and heads sticking out. And it was clear at first glance that the mud puddle wasn't formed naturally. Undoubtedly, the two large wild boars had dug it out themselves at the riverbank. They only let in a little water and mixed the mud with the river water thoroughly. This is the origin of their mud armor. Indeed, skill evolution significantly boosts the intelligence of creatures. The wild boars are already smart, directly utilizing existing natural resources, as opposed to merely improving them to meet their needs, reflects high intelligence. Sung sighed inwardly. Without disturbing the wild boar family, Sang quickly approached the shore, running along the empty space by the river without any obstructions, heading confidently towards the upstream waterfall. 30 days after birth. Sung and little bro finally reached their 1-month milestone. However, animals do not have the concept of a full moon, so today was just another day. Phew! While swimming downstream, Sang spotted a figure rushing towards him from the bank. He was panting, and his running movements were somewhat distorted, but he kept pushing on. Seeing Sung, with only his little head sticking out of the river, he ran even harder, weaving around him. I've been struck, stimulated, and determined to become stronger. Watching Tiger Dad fade away, Sang sighed. That's right, it was Tiger Dad who had been exercising early this morning. Ever since meeting Tiger Dad, Sung hadn't seen much of him working out. Even when they took turns watching little bro because there was too much bear meat, and one of them would go work out to burn off energy, Tiger Dad still looked down on exercising. In Tiger Dad's eyes, he was already strong enough. Hundreds of kilograms of moose, when he said he would hunt, he did. A grizzly bear, much heavier than him, he could kill on command. Such strength made Tiger Dad feel that apart from humans, who can't be judged by logic, he was already invincible. So, Tiger Dad had little desire to get stronger. But this time, just a single female wild boar had worn him out. And as for that male wild boar, even if Tiger Dad was in peak condition, he wouldn't stand a chance. But Sung, his own little one, used speed to outmaneuver the male wild boar, saving them from a dire situation. As a father, he should be like a solid, towering mountain, blocking all dangers that threaten his child. But the result was that he needed his child to save him. This made Tiger Dad feel ashamed and awakened a long-forgotten sense of crisis, compelling him to want to grow stronger. He wanted to stand in front of his family, shielding them from all danger, instead of hiding behind and letting Sung take the brunt. That's why he wanted to train. If he could exercise to be as agile and nimble as the little ones, then he could protect them. Great, everyone wants to get stronger, I can't slack off either. Seeing Tiger Dad working hard, Sang felt even more motivated. The day of the full moon quickly approached sunset. Ding! Eat meat 1 kilogram, eating skill EXP plus 1, 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host, eating skill EXP reached maximum value, this skill evolution is eat meat. Immediately, Sang felt his teeth becoming harder and sharper. Finally, it's skill evolution. Hearing this prompt from the system, Sung was incredibly satisfied. Fish meat isn't very nutritious, plus his digest skill capability had improved significantly, so swimming 10 kilometers downstream and running 10 kilometers uphill was about right to use it up. After repeating this cycle, he could eat again. Therefore, after cycling through it a dozen or so times, he finally evolved the eat meat skill. Dong dong dong. But at that moment, Sang felt the ground starting to tremble slightly, a familiar sound coming closer. Turning his head to look, a massive figure was grinding its way toward him. Chapter 70, So you like to learn from me and cause trouble for the family? Realizing the sudden attack, Sang instinctively dodged the strike. Wow, it turns out that the smarter you are, the stronger the desire for revenge. Yesterday's grudge is today's vendetta. Seeing that familiar figure, Sang clicked his tongue. It's that male wild boar. It actually found its regular habitat and came back for revenge. Humph. Seeing the stunned expression on Sang's face, the male wild boar snorted proudly. But then, it didn't waste any more time on Sang and charged towards Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Little Bro under the shade of the trees. Roar! Seeing the male wild boar charge over, Tiger Mom quickly urged Little Bro to climb the tree. Upon hearing Tiger Mom's urging, Little Bro didn't lag behind and hurriedly climbed up. After practicing with Sang and Tiger Mom, Little Bro's tree climbing skills had significantly improved, ascending 10 meters in just a few seconds. Tiger Mom didn't show off either, knowing she couldn't help against the wild boar. She followed closely behind Little Bro and also climbed up the tree. Roar! Tiger Dad roared at the wild boar, trying to draw its attention away and lure it elsewhere. But the wild boar had a clear aim, to go after Little Bro. It was tit for tat. Previously, Sang threatened it with a small wild pig, and now it was going to threaten Sang with Little Bro. Seeing the wild boar charging at him, Tiger Dad knew he couldn't take its brutal charge head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Bang! With a huge crash, the wild boar slammed into the sturdy pine tree that stood over 50 meters tall. Unlike the previous battle in the dense forest, the wild boar's ferocious charge this time did not topple the pine tree. After all, with a diameter of over a meter, it was a giant tree that no land animal could shake on its own. Even an African elephant would have a hard time knocking it down. The wild boar stepped back a couple of paces, quickly shook its head a few times to shake off the dizziness caused by the impact. Although it couldn't knock the pine tree down, it still caused its branches and leaves to tremble significantly. Then, the wild boar backed up a dozen meters and continued charging at the pine tree. Bang! Another massive impact made the pine tree tremble. It can't be trying to knock this tree down, right? Watching this scene, Sang wondered if the wild boar was overly confident in its strength. However, this wild boar didn't seem to believe in the odds. It kept relentlessly charging at the pine tree, making it thud. And the wild boar's head was indeed quite tough. Even after such a frenzied assault, it didn't crack its skull. We need to swap it out for another animal. My brain is already turning to mush. Father Tiger on the side was also taken aback, momentarily unsure whether to rush in and battle the wild boar or just wait for it to crash into him. Whirring. Just then, Sang suddenly heard a sound from the crown of the pine tree that didn't quite match the tremors from the impact. Swish, swish, swish. Rat-tat-tat. A series of rapid, short bursts cutting through the air came from above, leaving Sang in astonishment. Roar. Next came a painful cry from the wild boar. Sang focused and saw smoke and dust rising from the wild boar's back, as if its thick layer of muddy armor had been struck, leaving numerous cracks. Looking closer, he could see blood seeping through the gaps in the muddy armor. Roar! The injured wild boar shrieked in agony, fleeing without looking back. Watching the retreating wild boar, Sang was left in a daze. What was that? Was it the Tiger Mom and the others? Sang quickly ran to the pine tree, looking up at the Tiger Mom, Little Bro, and the little mink in the branches. But in their gaze, Sang saw the same confusion he felt. Clearly, they weren't the ones responsible, and they also didn't understand what was happening. So, Sang could only head to the spot where the wild boar had been attacked by the unknown force and began to observe carefully. This observation actually helped him find a clue. Among the fragments of muddy armor dropped by the wild boar and the scattered bloodstains, there were several plump and smooth pine nuts. Is this the pine tree's self-defense behavior? A sudden realization struck Song, leaving him astonished. He had previously been certain that this pine tree, towering above all others, was definitely a skill evolution organism. However, he never expected that this creature could attack. And not only that, it could launch ranged attacks with considerable power, capable of shattering the wild boar's thick muddy armor. It only retaliates when attacked. Our family has been near it for so long without being attacked. It should still be a relatively friendly presence, there's no need to worry too much. Having realized this, Sang felt a bit more at ease. What he was afraid of was a skill evolution organism he hadn't yet discovered, which might pose a threat to his family. Although the skill evolution pine tree could attack, he couldn't be completely at ease, but at least it hadn't shown any response as long as his family hadn't displayed any hostility. The most pressing concern now is that wild boar is powerful, vengeful, and has already found our family's usual spot. If we don't deal with it, we either have to leave this habitat or always be on guard against it. Then, Song looked towards the direction where the wild boar was escaping. Ah! Immediately, he called out to Tiger Mom, Little Bro, and Baby Roar Skill, who were perched in the trees, and then he chased after the wild boar. Swish! Song was incredibly fast, and since the wild boar had been injured and bleeding earlier, the smell of blood was the best guide. Before long, he found the wild boar, which was still running downstream towards the river. Seeing this, Song did not confront it directly, but instead followed it. In less than half an hour, the wild boar returned to the muddy pond that Song had seen previously. The female wild boar noticed the male wild boar's return but caught a whiff of blood and hurriedly approached, nudging it with her nose, concerned. Having run back so far, the male wild boar was still a bit frightened, panting heavily. It was not afraid of strong enemies, but it couldn't understand how it had been attacked, and this uncertainty frightened it. Seeing this, Song no longer concealed himself and directly stepped out from the dense forest. Ah! Song let out a loud, slightly childlike roar that made both adult wild boars turn their heads, causing the several little wild boars to jump in fright and huddle together, squealing in fear. Seeing Song, the male wild boar shifted its body to protect the little ones behind it. Whoosh! But Song was too fast, like an orange flash, weaving directly between its four legs without needing to turn, arriving in front of the little wild boars before it could react. Seeing this, the female wild boar hurriedly nudged Song away with her nose. Song did not harm the little wild boars but deftly dodged the female wild boar's attack. The male wild boar also hurried to drive Song away, but Song was too agile, he could leave whenever he wanted and could easily ambush the little wild boars, and the two big ones couldn't block him at all. Hee, if you like to attack my family, then I'll keep you in this constant state of fear. Song smirked, revealing his white fangs. Chapter 71, The Reversed Return. Roar! Song, with his nimble movements, kept ambushing the little wild boars, leaving the male and female wild boars in a frantic state. Especially the male wild boar, who regretted deeply. It shouldn't have returned to the little wild boar's side right after failing to take revenge on the tiger family. But what it didn't know was that Song had already found out where their wild boar family usually resided. And Song did not harm the little wild boars, he kept the two big ones busy, making them exhausted. The little wild boars were Song's confidence when facing the male wild boar. Even though the male wild boar couldn't catch him, it could still attack Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Little Bro. Although the wild boar's attack failed this time due to the skill evolution pine tree, it ended up fleeing in panic. But their family can't stay in the tree forever, nor can they just remain within the protection range of the skill evolution pine tree. Especially the Tiger Dad, who needs to hunt. The wild boar is clearly an individual of skill evolution. Wild boars are already intelligent by nature, and they'll be even smarter after skill evolution. By simply observing the situation, the wild boar only needs to disrupt while the Tiger Dad is hunting, significantly reducing his chances of success. Moreover, a simpler approach is to wait until the Tiger Dad successfully hunts and then grab his prey. The size of the wild boar poses a crushing threat to the Tiger Dad. Even in peak condition, he can't pose any threat to it. In contrast, a charge from the wild boar would injure the Tiger Dad. Usually, when the Tiger Dad is in good shape, avoiding a wild boar's charge is no problem at all. But when he succeeds in hunting, dashing at extreme speed and dragging a 100-kilogram prey, it's impossible to move quickly. In that case, the tiger dad would either get knocked down by the wild boar or have to abandon the prey. Once is okay, but having to abandon prey repeatedly would inevitably wear down the Song family, who have an enormous appetite. Song and Little Bro can rely on fish to meet their energy needs, but for adult individuals like Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, the nutritional density of fish is too low, it's simply not enough. So, since they can't kill the wild boar, they can't kill the little wild boars either. Otherwise, the deadly feud itself is secondary. Letting the two big wild boars lose their restraints is the most terrifying. Two unrestrained jungle tanks targeting his family would be too easy. In fact, even after developing a blood feud, if his family conceded and migrated to another place, those two big wild boars might persistently follow, inevitably dragging the family to their doom. Ah! Watching the already panting wild boar, Sang baby roar skill activated. Although this is by the river and it's now evening, the heat buildup inside isn't as severe as before. But earlier, around his home, he had crashed into trees several times and was injured by the Skill Evolution Pine Tree's pine cone machine gun. After running back, it was a full 10 kilometers. Now, being toyed with by him, the wild boar's stamina is rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Sang's breathing remains steady. His maximum speed is nearly 100 kilometers per hour. This level of dodging and maneuvering is merely a warm-up for him. Roar! Just then, a loud tiger roar sounded from nearby. As Tsang dodges the attacks of two wild boars, he glances over there. He sees Tiger Dad panting, standing not far away. Clearly, Tiger Dad is not at ease with Tsang seeking revenge on the wild boar family. Tsang can imagine that if it weren't for Little Bro needing care, Tiger Mom would also undoubtedly follow. Seeing Tiger Dad arrive, the wild boar charged at him without hesitation. Since he can't hit this little guy, he might as well take down the big one first. Chirp chirp. But before the wild boar could pick up speed, terrified squeals from the piglet sounded from behind. Turning around, Sang had run over to the piglet again, now gently scratching its belly with his claws. Seeing this, the wild boar's eyes turned bloodshot, and it had to run back to chase Tsang away. Tsang is not surprised by Tiger Dad's arrival. However, even with Tiger Dad here, it doesn't have much effect. After all, neither Tsang nor Tiger Dad can break through the wild boar's defenses. Moreover, it might even lead to worse consequences. If Tiger Dad learns to threaten the two wild boars with the piglet but mishandles it and ends up harming the piglet, that would be a big problem. Only the living piglet can hold the wild boar back. A dead piglet would only serve as a motivator for the wild boar to seek revenge for its family. Fortunately, the two wild boars cannot cope with the small, nimble Tsang, but they can handle the large Tiger Dad. Tsang's excellent performance has eased Tiger Dad's initial worries. The cub's speed is incredible, the wild boar can't catch up. Moreover, the cub can keep the wild boar spinning in circles. Seeing this, Tiger Dad feels both relieved and sorrowful. The relief comes from Tsang being so small yet so powerful. The sorrow stems from his own cub achieving what he could not, making him feel quite frustrated. He can't even help out. The attention of the two wild boars is entirely on Tsang, they completely ignore him. Meanwhile, Tsang has exhausted the wild boar's stamina by feigning attacks on the piglet. As for himself, his stamina is not severely depleted, and he can keep going. However, at that moment, he stopped his offensive. Ah! Tsang casually walked over to Tiger Dad. Let's go. Back home. Ow oh. Hearing Tsang's call, Tiger Dad was extremely puzzled. Not continuing? Oh whoa. Tsang shook his head. Not continuing. Even if they have exhausted the stamina of the two wild boars, as long as they guard their throats and bellies well, Tiger Dad won't have the chance to take them down. And even when their stamina is drained, the two wild boars only need to lie down and tighten their necks to avoid giving Tiger Dad a chance to kill them. So, what are we staying here for now? Do you really want to kill the piglets so that the two wild boars are unencumbered and unbound? After listening to Tsang's explanation, Tiger Dad nodded. The little cub is so clever. It wouldn't think of such complicated matters. Thinking this way, Tiger Dad bared his teeth at the male wild boar, warning it not to cause trouble for his family in the future, and then followed Song to leave. Seeing Song and Tiger Dad leave, the two wild boars let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. Ah! Not even a kilometer away from the wild boar family, Song called out again. Follow me. Ow oh! Tiger Dad called out in confusion but still obediently followed behind Song. Before long, Song took Tiger Dad, sneaking through the thick forest and circling back to the wild boar family's position. However, at this moment, the wild boar family had already left, clearly afraid of Song's disturbances and no longer daring to stay here. Hee. How could I let you escape? Song chuckled, then pointed at the mud pit with his paw, twitched his nostrils twice, and looked at Tiger Dad. Chapter 72, The Clever Male Wild Boar. Seeing Song's actions, Tiger Dad instantly understood. The cub wants me to sniff out the scent of those wild boars to track them. After realizing this, Tiger Dad approached the mud pit, twitched his nostrils, and listened carefully. Since the wild boar family left less than a quarter of an hour ago, the scent left behind was very fresh, making it easy for Tiger Dad to track. Roar! After determining the direction in which the wild boar family left, Tiger Dad let out a low growl to call Song. Then, the father and son duo followed the scent and chased after it. In less than 10 minutes, Song and Tiger Dad saw the wild boar family again. This is one of the tributaries of that 30-meter-wide river, which also has a well-dug mud pit, clearly one of the wild boar family's alternative shelters. Seeing this, Song told Tiger Dad to stay here and rest, and not to come out if he didn't return. Tiger Dad nodded, with no objections. He knew very well Song's abilities and was confident that nothing would go wrong. After settling Tiger Dad, Song charged towards the wild boar family. Chirp chirp! At this moment, the piglets cried out in alarm again. The male wild boar, resting, quickly stood up when it heard the sound. Seeing the familiar figure of Song again, it nearly spat blood in shock. Didn't you just leave? How did you come back? And you found our backup shelter. The male wild boar, who had not fully recovered its strength, was utterly desperate but could only urgently chase Song away to protect the piglets. But Song didn't care whether it was well rested or not. Or rather, Song wanted to take advantage of its exhaustion to disturb it. Once again, a game of cat and mouse played out. However, the eagle here is just a slightly over 10-kilogram little tiger, while the mother hen consists of two large wild boars. This comparison is both astonishing and comical. For a full half hour, the strength of the two wild boars was completely exhausted. Even though there was a water source to cool off, it was no longer just a matter of cooling down. Their stamina has been drained. And Song's disturbance was also quite exhausting. So, he flicked his tail and slipped into the dense forest, leaving. Seeing this, the two wild boars let out a sigh of relief. But they did not fully relax. Since that little tiger was able to come for the first and second time, it definitely could come a third time. However, their stamina no longer supported them in taking the little wild boars to their next dwelling. Thus, the two wild boars could only lie in place to recover their strength, praying that Song would arrive later next time. Sizzle! But just then, from the nearby jungle, there was a sudden obvious noise. Looking up, they saw a huge striped tiger appear before them. It was Tiger Dad. Seeing this, the two wild boars struggled to get up, shielding the little wild boars behind them. However, Tiger Dad showed no intention of attacking the little wild boars. Instead, he paced back and forth about 10 meters in front of the two wild boars. He neither attacked the little wild boars nor approached the two wild boars, but he also did not leave. Yet, this very behavior made the two wild boars dare not relax. They did not know what Tiger Dad would do next, so they could only remain vigilant. But Tiger Dad did absolutely nothing, just strolling back and forth as if leisurely. It wasn't until half an hour later that Song reappeared before the two wild boars. At this moment, Song's eyes were bright, showing no signs of fatigue. By the time he was 25 days old, Song's rest skill had already evolved into deep sleep. The evolution of this skill allows Song to enter deep rest skill at any time. When entering into deep rest skill, his spirit and muscles achieve high-level, deep relaxation, allowing his energy and strength to recover very quickly. During his second raid on the wild boar family, he had nearly exhausted his stamina. And during the last half hour, he had gone to sleep. Half an hour of deep rest skill brought his spirit and stamina back to peak condition. Before sleeping, he advised Tiger Dad to just wander in front of the 2 wild boars. But during this half hour, due to Tiger Dad's interference, the 2 wild boars regained some strength, but their tension increased. "Ah!" Recovered Song called out to Tiger Dad. "Go to sleep. Leave this to me." Hearing Song's call, the Tiger Dad obediently left, grinning at the 2 wild boars before he departed. Now that he has evolved his skills, the Tiger Dad is very clever and has already understood Song's tactics. This is about completely exhausting these 2 wild boars. Meanwhile, Song, regardless of the despair in the eyes of the 2 wild boars, rushed quickly towards the piglets. At this moment, the female wild boar hastily got up, trying to block Song's actions with her already exhausted body. Roar! But at that moment, the male wild boar suddenly let out a low roar. Hearing the roar of the male wild boar, the female wild boar, although still very worried about her young, had to obey the male's authority and sat down. The male wild boar looked at Song with bright eyes, revealing a smug expression that was almost human-like. It had already seen through Song's plan. Song is relying on the natural instinct of the 2 wild boars to protect their young, keeping them exhausted. Eventually, when their stamina is completely drained and they become too weak to even protect their throats, it will allow the Tiger Dad to deliver a fatal blow. The premise of this plan, however, is that the piglets must still be alive. Without the piglets, Song has no way to threaten the 2 wild boars. So, he is now certain that Song won't dare to hurt the piglets. As long as he can keep his composure and not be led by Song, he can win this test of patience. Seeing the smugness in the eyes of the male wild boar, Song was momentarily stunned. This is too smart, isn't it? It has completely seen through my plan, even understanding every key detail clearly. Upon realizing this, Song's heart sank. His plan had targeted the weak points of the 2 wild boars. But once this plan was exposed, there was no threat left. If he dares to kill the piglets, this plan will also fall apart. He even suspected that the male wild boar has already recognized a fact. That is, if the piglets die, they can be reborn, but if he dies, it's truly the end. So now, the male wild boar no longer cares whether the piglets live or die. If the piglets are alive and it regains strength, it can handle things with ease. If the piglets are dead, it will have no more worries and will stubbornly confront Song's family in the future. Humph. Seeing Song stunned, the male wild boar knew it had made the right gamble, and thus, it grunted triumphantly and provocatively. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in Song's mind, and he revealed a brilliant smile. Got it! Chapter 73, The Struggle with the Boar. Seeing Song showing that signature smile again, the male wild boar instinctively panicked for a moment. But then, it quickly regained its composure. Having seen through Song's plan, no matter what Song does, it would not respond, focusing on recovering its energy and strength. Regardless of whether the little wild boar will die, it will do everything in its power to take revenge on the Song family. As long as Tiger Dad catches prey, he will go and snatch it. The Song family, living in such a food-abundant habitat, still faces starvation. Ah! Meanwhile, Song walked right between the heads of 2 wild boars, loudly using his baby roar skill. Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP +1, 233 10,000. Song's voice was quite loud, especially since he was so close, causing the ears of the 2 wild boars to ache. However, this did not cause them any real harm. They didn't care. Likewise, they were too lazy to continue attacking Song. They knew the speed gap between them and Song, and attacking him would only waste their energy. In less than half a minute, Tiger Dad stormed over. Ow-oh! Seeing that Song was not in danger, Tiger Dad called out in confusion. Ah! Seeing this, Song waved his paw. It's all good. Dad, go sleep a bit further away. Still a bit dazed, Tiger Dad could only nod and then left in a daze. Thus, Song did nothing and just stayed next to the two wild boars. An hour later, the two wild boars had nearly recovered their strength. However, they still had no intention of attacking Song. In fact, the energy they had expended from fear and exhaustion made them somewhat sleepy. Their eyelids were already fighting. Ah! But just then, Song let out a loud baby roar skill. "What are you sleeping for? Get up and wake up." The huge volume startled the two wild boars, banishing their drowsiness. At this moment, the male wild boar looked at Song, no longer with any sense of pride. It had realized Song's new intention. Song intended to wear them down. However, after thinking for a long time, it had no way to counter this. Unless it separated from the sow and piglets, it could not escape Song and Tiger Dad's endless harassment. No! Perhaps separating from the sow, the harassment target of Song and Tiger Dad would still be it. After all, it was the one that went to seek revenge on Song's family. And its size couldn't hide in the dense forest. But Song and Tiger Dad could climb trees and hide in the canopy. It couldn't find them at all. So, it couldn't directly learn this method to counter Song. But it knew it couldn't show weakness at this point. If Song was to carry out this plan, it was destined to be a prolonged battle. As long as it didn't show fear, the Song family might struggle to hold out. Though it is said that pigs are lazy and love to sleep, wild boars' rest skill time is actually quite similar to that of humans. 8 hours of rest skill can fully recover a day's energy expenditure. In contrast, adult tigers need over 10 hours of rest. Thinking of this, the wild boar suppressed its worries, closed its eyes, and regained its energy. Ah! But the next moment, Song's baby roar skill came. The loud noise drove away its newly rising sleepiness and ignited a flame of anger in its heart. Seeing the wild boar glaring at it with fury, Song provocatively wiggled its butt, unafraid of any attack. His speed is his confidence. 31st day since birth. The rising sun cast morning light through the gaps in the dense forest. Ah! Ding! Baby roar skill once, baby roar skill EXP +1, 333 10,000. Song continued to use the baby roar skill and yawned. Meanwhile, the wild boar family across was even more exhausted. The two large wild boars were struggling to keep their eyes open, and the little piglets were already fainting. Sizzle! Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Song turned around and saw Daddy Tiger walking over energetically. Roar! Little one, go take a nap. After a comfortable night's sleep, Daddy Tiger was very energetic. Awooh! Sang then got up and gave Daddy Tiger a few reminders. Just do nothing, and when the two large wild boars closed their eyes, just let out a roar. This request was very simple, with no difficulty at all, and Daddy Tiger nodded happily. At this moment, the wild boar could no longer endure the humiliation and angrily got up. Thump thump thump. The wild boar focused all its sleepless anger on this brutal charge, running wildly towards Daddy Tiger. Though it hadn't slept all night and couldn't recover its energy at all, its strength had fully returned. Song couldn't hit it, but could it not hit Daddy Tiger? However, how could Daddy Tiger not be on guard against such a big guy? Seeing it charge, Daddy Tiger, at the peak of his energy and strength, dodged to avoid it. Boom! Snap! Thud! Following that, a tree with a trunk as thick as a bowl fell down. And the wild boar still wouldn't give up, nerves stretched to the limit, losing any ability to think calmly, continuing to charge at Daddy Tiger. But Daddy Tiger was in top form, easily dodging its attacks, evading over and over again. The wild boar crashed into trees again and again, but every time it got dizzy and tried to recover, the time grew longer. At first, it only took 3 to 5 seconds to recover completely. But later, it could barely recover in 10 seconds. If it were a fully energized wild boar, it would have already realized its situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. But at this moment, with a sleepless night and the repeated baby roar skill waking it up, it had already become nervous and exhausted. Each collision was also accumulating a sense of dizziness. At this moment, it felt like staying up all night at an internet cafe, then drinking several bottles of white liquor, ultimately facing off with Mama Wild Boar after 17 or 18 times. My head is so heavy. I'm feeling so dizzy. I just want to sleep. Where am I? What was I going to do? The boar's vision grew increasingly blurry. It tried to force its eyes open, but everything went dark in front of it. Bang! A heavy tremor erupted as the boar, weighing a ton, collapsed, resembling a minor earthquake. Roar! Seeing this, the sow quickly ran towards the boar. But then, it felt a wave of dizziness, everything went dark, and it too fell to the ground. Compared to the boar, its skill evolution level was undoubtedly much lower. The battle at noon yesterday, being harassed by Tsang at night, concerns for the piglet, and a whole night of mental assaults from Tsang's baby roar skill had pushed its already frayed nerves to the brink of collapse. After sitting for a long time, suddenly jumping up to run caused its brain to be starved of oxygen, resulting in it fainting. Ah! Seeing the two collapsed wild boars, Tsang let out a baby roar skill directed at Tiger Dad. It's time to make a move. Upon seeing this, Tiger Dad displayed an expression of admiration and then opened his massive mouth, heading towards the two fainted wild boars. Chapter 74: The Surrender of the Boar. Roar! A loud cry erupted as the boar, which had just fainted, struggled to stand up. Tiger Dad was also quite cautious. He didn't rashly bite their throats just because the two wild boars were down, but instead chose to use his claws to go for the boar's throat. Indeed, Tiger Dad's caution was justified. At this moment, the whites of the wild boar's eyes were already filled with bloodshot veins, while its pupils appeared somewhat scattered. Yet it still pushes through, forcing itself to stay awake. It knows that if it falls this time, it can wake up from the excruciating pain, but whether it can wake up the next time it falls is uncertain. It hasn't reached its limit all day, so let's be cautious and stick to the original plan to take it down slowly. That's safer. Seeing the state of the wild boar getting up, Tsang made a judgment. Ah! So, he raised his head and called out to Tiger Dad. I'm going to sleep. Dad, don't let them fall asleep. Roar! Hearing Tsang's call, Tiger Dad growled and nodded. This task is something he can still handle. Immediately, Tiger Dad walked over to the mother wild boar and swiped his paw at her head. Seeing this, the male wild boar wanted to support the female wild boar, but felt his brain becoming more and more sluggish, his movements no longer nimble, so he could only watch helplessly as Tiger Dad brought his paw down on the mother wild boar. Bang! However, the mother wild boar hadn't hit her true limits yet. A painful slap from Tiger Dad instantly snapped her awake. And Tiger Dad didn't rush in. He was just ensuring that both wild boars remained conscious and had no intention of taking the chance to kill the mother wild boar. He knew that if the other party really fought back, they would still unleash considerable power. Seeing this, Tsang nodded in relief. Tiger Dad is still very reliable. Confirming that Tiger Dad could hold off the two wild boars, Tsang yawned and slowly walked towards the dense forest. He wanted to run a bit further away and find a tree to take a nap. Once he felt better, he would come back to relieve Tiger Dad. Although this is a bit inefficient, as long as he can drag it out until the two wild boars are completely exhausted, he can easily take care of them. Humph. Seeing that Tsang was about to leave and realizing he was planning to outlast itself, the male wild boar quickly grunted a few times. Then, it bent its two stocky hind legs, stretched out its front hooves, lowered its nose to the ground, and whimpered. Is this begging for mercy? Tsang was taken aback. This was, after all, the first time in his life that he encountered a wild animal begging for mercy in the wild. From the male wild boar's grunting, Tsang sensed meanings of begging for mercy, submission, and sparing them. To be honest, that was really tempting. Because of the existence of the system, combined with his own family's situation and various skill evolution creatures he had come across, Tsang already knew about the existence of skill evolution. The varying effects of the skill evolution meat he had tasted multiple times, along with the terrifying combat power of the male wild boar now, made Tsang realize that as time goes on, skill evolution would only become more prevalent, and the degree of skill evolution in organisms would only rise. Thus, it was truly enticing for a powerful combat force that even Tiger Dad couldn't deal with to submit to him. From this male wild boar, Tsang could already see that as skill evolution becomes more widespread, it will break the original stable food chain relationships. In the future, the restraining relationships between natural enemies will no longer be so important. the degree of skill evolution will be the standard for measuring combat power. The combat power of this wild boar undoubtedly reflects a remarkable level of skill evolution. Since it can, other animals can as well. With a body that isn't at the top of the food chain, challenging predators that are. Therefore, if I could tame such a top-notch warrior, our family's position in the jungle would be much more secure. But what a pity! However, after thinking for a moment, Song remained resolute and turned away. Ha! Roar! Seeing this scene, the wild boar cried out in despair and confusion, even getting up to chase after Song. It didn't understand why Song wouldn't accept its submission. Was it not strong enough? Was it not at its last resort yet? It could foresee that continuing to oppose Song would surely lead to its death. That's why it wanted to submit, to gain a chance to survive. Why? Why was Song unwilling to accept such a humble request? Watching the wild boar trying to catch up to Song, Tiger Dad stood up and blocked its way. It didn't know why Song wouldn't accept the wild boar's submission. Perhaps he thought it would be better to eat the wild boar? But regardless of whether it understood or not, Tiger Dad didn't care. The little cub is very clever and will surely make the right choice. It just needed to execute according to the cub's will. And seeing Tiger Dad's obstruction, the wild boar had no choice but to stop. Its head felt very heavy now. Even if its physical strength wasn't an issue, it could no longer charge recklessly as before. Seeing Song disappearing into the distance, the wild boar's face turned ashen. It knew it was doomed. Meanwhile, Song directly ran back to the pine tree under skill evolution. Roar! When little bro saw Song return, he excitedly ran to him and asked if he had given the wild boar a good beating. Little bro had a mysterious confidence in Song. Even when facing an enormous wild boar, he believed that since Song dared to chase after it, he could definitely teach it a lesson. In response to little bro's inquiry, Song nodded. Keeping the wild boar up all night, making it dizzy with anxiety, could be considered a lesson, right? However, what he wanted was more than just a lesson. Roar! And Tiger Mom quietly asked Song why Tiger Dad hadn't returned. Whoa! Song explained a bit, letting Tiger Mom know that Tiger Dad was currently keeping watch over the two wild boars and that there was no danger. Then, he lay down next to Tiger Mom and went to sleep. Song really wanted to tame the wild boar, but certain traits of the wild boar made him give up. First of all, its intelligence. Compared to the few skill evolution creatures seen before, the wild boar doesn't just have a slightly higher IQ, it also displays real wisdom. For example, while the northeast leopard takes advantage of Tiger Mom's hunting, it attacks little bro. That's indeed clever, but it's still within the realm of wild beasts. On the other hand, the wild boar can truly think, finding the crux of the problem from subtle clues, and even come up with solutions. If it were still human, this might be terrifying. However, this isn't the key factor for Song to not tolerate the wild boar. The most critical point is that it is sufficiently clear-headed and ruthless. Upon learning that Song was using the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords, it unhesitatingly abandoned the small wild boar, using it as a pawn in the game against Song, betting that Song wouldn't dare to kill the small wild boar. If it were a human, this would undoubtedly be a ruthless act of a hero. But when it comes to animals, Sang would be wary of such a character. In a desperate situation, its eyes see only itself. Everything other than itself can be a sacrifice. Now, it can give up the small wild boar. In the future, it would also be unhesitant to give up its loyal objective. Chapter 75, The people of the Dragon Nation are all about eliminating the root cause. 33 days old. Song and Tiger Dad have been on the watch for 3 days and nights. During this time, the recovering wild boar attempted to migrate alone towards the distance. It has given up on the mother wild boar and the small wild boar. It just wants to survive now. It thinks that as long as it can migrate out of Song's family's habitat, it will be able to survive. But how patient is Song? From birth until now, the training has not stopped. It's incredibly disciplined. No matter where the wild boar migrates, Song and Tiger Dad follow closely. And the wild boar, already on the verge of mental breakdown, has also greatly reduced its ability to move, migrating less than 30 kilometers in a day. In fact, by the end, this guy has already lost its sanity, unable to discern direction. So, Sang instructed Tiger Dad to block its path, forcing it to migrate, and after circling around, it ended up back at Sung's family's habitat. It even ended up less than 2 kilometers away from the skill evolution pine trees. But by the time it got here, it could no longer move. Having gone so long without rest, its nerves have completely lost their ability to function, and now it sways and crashes into a tree after taking only 2 steps, subsequently passing out. But every time it just passes out, either Tiger Dad or Song wakes it up. Ah! Seeing the wild boar's eyes about to burst with blood and closing, Song instinctively used the baby roar skill. Ding! Baby roar skill used once, baby roar skill experience +1. 777 10,000. Ding! Participating in the slaughter of a prey far beyond one's capabilities, slaughter skill EXP +1000, 1024 10,000. With the sound of the system prompt, Sang felt a wave of warmth spreading through his body. His limbs grew stronger, his teeth elongated a bit, and his claws became sharper. Although it was far from reaching the level of skill evolution, receiving a substantial boost of 1,000 skill experience points at once was still quite evident in his body. Wait. Participating in the slaughter? Did the wild boar actually die? Participating in the slaughter gives you 1,000 skill EXP, isn't that a bit too high? A prompt from the system startled Song. Thinking of this, Sang quickly jumped onto the head of the wild boar. Then, using his claws, he lifted the eyelid of the wild boar. Although its eyes appeared small on the wild boar, they were quite sizable compared to Song. Lifting the coarse eyelid revealed a grayish-white pupil that had completely lost its life. Clearly, the system was not mistaken, this wild boar was really dead. At this point, even Tiger Dad, who wanted to remind Song to be careful, came closer to take a look. Roar! Confirming the wild boar's death, Tiger Dad let out a loud tiger roar with excitement. He had been worn out these past few days. Although it wasn't combat, he had to stay alert at all times and also watch if the wild boar's eyes closed, ready to wake it if needed. It was an exceedingly tedious job. But thankfully, it was finally over. To be honest, this completely shattered Tiger Dad's understanding. Who knew there was such a way to hunt prey? Though the efficiency was pretty slow, being able to drag down prey that one couldn't fight against head-on left Tiger Dad extremely impressed with Song. No doubt, that's my cub. So clever. Roar! After the excitement, Tiger Dad let out a low growl, asking Song if he wanted to drag the wild boar back home. It's so heavy, can we even drag it? Looking at Tiger Dad's size and then at the wild boar, Sang felt a bit doubtful. Roar! Seeming to understand the doubt in Song's eyes, Tiger Dad immediately raised his head, showing a proud expression. Don't doubt your dad. I'm really strong. With that, Tiger Dad opened his huge mouth wide and bit into the bristles on the back of the wild boar, dragging both fur and meat. Hiss. Then, Tiger Dad's muscles tensed, and with immense power, he actually started dragging the over-ton wild boar across the grass. Although the speed wasn't fast, he was indeed dragging it along, and it felt very stable. This strength is incredible, dragging something that weighs a ton without hesitation. Only encountering a tough-skinned, meaty fellow like the wild boar made this possible. Otherwise, with the same ton, if it were a different species from the skill evolution category, Dad Tiger could definitely hunt alone. Seeing this, Song felt deeply moved. After nearly an hour, Dad Tiger finally dragged the male wild boar back home, under that skill evolution pine tree that towers over 50 meters. Speaking of which, this skill evolution pine tree actually played a part in dragging the male wild boar to death. If it hadn't shot the boar's back with its pine nut machine gun during the boar's revenge, continuously causing its condition to deteriorate, this guy might have lasted another day or two. Roar! Seeing Dad Tiger return after 3 days, dragging the wild boar, little bro was extremely excited. And thinking of this big guy, who had previously come to their home for revenge, little bro raised his paw, clawing and scratching at the body of the boar as if that would somehow relieve his frustration. But as he scratched, he reached the boar's head, and his paw suddenly paused in mid-air. Whoosh! With an unprecedented speed, little bro dashed behind Song, trembling as he looked at the boar's head. What do you see? Why are you so scared? Song looked over in confusion. Upon seeing this, Sang couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that after he had pulled the boar's eyelid back to check if it was dead, the eyelid hadn't moved since. Even after Dad Tiger dragged it for almost 2 kilometers, it still hadn't closed. So, seeing the boar's wide open, bloodshot eyes, little bro was startled. He even thought the boar wasn't dead. Seeing this, Sang approached the boar's corpse and closed its eyelid, then opened it again. At this, little bro also understood that this big guy wasn't alive, just that its eyes were still open. Realizing this, little bro felt somewhat ashamed. He was actually scared of a dead big guy. Thinking this, little bro furiously dashed toward the boar's corpse and scratched harder. It seemed that doing so would erase the image of his previous timid self. Watching little bro tussling with the boar's body, Sang shook his head and laughed. Ah! Then, he looked at Dad Tiger, who was still panting, and let out a baby roar skill. Clearly, moving more than a ton of prey was quite strenuous for the powerful Dad Tiger. Ow-oh! Hearing Sang's call, Dad Tiger tilted his big head as if asking what Sang wanted. Oh-whoa! Sang smirked. Go and kill the last one. Hearing Sang's words, Tiger Dad was momentarily stunned, then broke into a confident smile. Don't worry. This time there are no wild boars interfering. Dad will definitely be able to kill the female wild boar. Immediately, the big and small tigers walked deep into the jungle. From the Dragon Kingdom. It's all about cutting off the roots. The tigers of the Dragon Kingdom are no exception. Chapter 76, The Slaver, Tiger Dad. Chirp chirp chirp. Entering the jungle, Sang occasionally used the baby roar skill, finally summoning the little ferret. Once by Sang's side, the little ferret immediately reported the situation. As soon as the wild boar separated, Sang took the opportunity while Tiger Dad was watching the class to run home and find the little ferret to keep an eye on the female wild boar's movements. Sang had arranged with the little ferret that when he issued a long baby roar skill, it meant to come guide him. This was to distinguish it from the call that woke the male wild boar earlier. Waking the male wild boar before only required a short, explosive baby roar skill to wake it up. The little ferret naturally did not let Sang down, keeping closely behind the female wild boar, who remained oblivious. However, this was quite normal. Who would have thought that a little ferret would be the scout for a tiger? Soon, under the little ferret's guidance, Sang and Tiger Dad spotted a female wild boar in a mud puddle, along with some piglets. However, the number of piglets had decreased originally over 10, only 7 were left now. These were the ones that had died from fright before the male boar had separated from the female, due to their insufficient psychological resilience and long-term neurosis. Regarding this, Sang felt a bit guilty but quickly brushed off the emotion. The little piglets were indeed innocent, but Sang didn't want to leave future trouble. He could feel guilty from time to time later, but he didn't want to sleep uneasily in the future. These piglets were the offspring of that male wild boar, and genetically they had the potential to become giant wild boars. Although these little guys would likely not remember the events of these days in the future, what if there was a skill evolution? If a skill evolution occurred, their brains would become smarter, their memory would improve, and they could hold grudges. He certainly did not want to wake up one night, comfortable in his sleep, only to be charged by a gigantic wild boar. So, exterminating them all is the way to survive. At this point, because finding the little ferret had already consumed a fair amount of time, Sang did not rush or run quickly when he came to search for the little ferret. Therefore, during this long time, Tiger Dad had also recovered from the physical exhaustion caused by dragging the male boar's body. As a result, the Tiger Dad walked out of the dense forest with a mighty and imposing demeanor, appearing in front of the mother wild boar. Chirp chirp. At that moment, the few surviving piglets froze like birds caught by a hunter, whimpering in fear as they crowded together behind the mother wild boar. The mother wild boar, having distanced herself from the boar and no longer being harassed, had thus fully regained her strength and vitality. In her gaze towards Tiger Dad, there was fear, despair, and anger. Fear and despair stemmed from the terrifying memories of being tormented alternately by Tiger Dad and Sang, which left her unable to sleep in peace. As for the anger, it arose from her suspicions. Since Tiger Dad had the time to deal with her, then surely, the boar must be dead. Although wild boars are not monogamous animals, the mother wild boar, after having a significant level of intelligence, still feels a deep affection for the boar. With her husband killed and many of her piglets scared to death, now this tiger family was relentlessly hunting her down to completely exterminate her, which made the mother wild boar seethe with rage. But Tiger Dad paid no heed to her anger. Although the conflict began because little bro wanted to eat the piglets. It is only natural for a tiger to eat a wild boar. The wild boar couple has the ability to protect their young, that is their strength. If they are unable to defend themselves, then let it end here. Song did not wish to provoke the wild boar family any further, and Tiger Dad had no desire to pursue the wild boar family either. But the boar had to retaliate. Then let everyone be done with this matter? Ah! Tiger Dad was not prepared to argue about who was right or wrong with the mother wild boar beneath his vibrant and eye-catching fur. Massive muscles rippled as he charged at her. Only the ones who survive can discuss right and wrong. Seeing this, the mother wild boar did not back down and raced forward with her short and sturdy legs, charging wildly at Tiger Dad. Bang! Tiger Dad, agile in his movements, did not engage in a direct confrontation with the mother wild boar, instead skillfully dodging and striking her side with his powerful claws. With a single blow, the mud armor on the mother wild boar shattered, scattering dirt and dust. Slap, slap, slap. Then, using his quick and agile skills, Tiger Dad darted around the jungle, making the mother wild boar dizzy. And the mud armor of the mother wild boar quickly fell apart, cracking and disappearing with each successive strike from Tiger Dad. Screech! Roar! Finally, in another clash, the mother wild boar thought Tiger Dad would strike her side again, but this time, his sharp claws slashed open her abdomen. Long gashes poured blood, soaking the ground. The mother wild boar let out a piercing scream, but it could not stop Tiger Dad's offensive. Slick! Slick! Again and again, the mother wild boar's abdomen had become like a torn net, with many cracks, even its internal organs falling out. Excessive blood loss made the mother wild boar's head increasingly dizzy, its thoughts gradually slowing down. At this moment, Tiger Dad was not having an easy time either. Repeatedly striking the mother wild boar's muddy armor and clawing at her abdomen severely drained his already limited stamina. Tiger Dad gasped for breath, trying to regulate his state. He continued towards the mother wild boar, ready to inflict even more damage. Tiger Dad knew that in her current state, the mother wild boar could definitely not run away. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to lay a hand on her. The mother wild boar would drop her internal organs from her belly, which had already become like a sieve. Thud! But just as Tiger Dad was about to charge forward again, the mother wild boar collapsed with a thud. At this moment, there was already a crimson haze beneath her. Ding! Participated in the slaughter of a prey far beyond oneself. Slaughter skill EXP plus 40, 1064 10,000. At this time, a notification sound from the system rang in Song's mind. It seems that the system increases skill EXP based on the kill participation rate for the prey killed. In the death of the male wild boar, my contribution was greater, so I obtained a high amount of skill EXP. Since the mother wild boar had already recovered, my previous contribution was negligible, hence I only received a symbolic amount of skill EXP. Upon hearing this notification from the system, Song analyzed it in his mind. Then, he came before the piglets and raised his claws. Ding! Slaughtered 7 prey, slaughter skill EXP plus 7, 1071 10,000. Finally done. Song let out a long breath. This was the first time he had encountered such a difficult enemy. He waited for Tiger Dad to rest before dragging the mother wild boar's corpse home with Song. Tiger Dad now felt that 3 days on duty didn't seem so tedious after all. Having just dragged a ton of cargo, now after the battle, he had to drag over 400 kilograms of cargo. And it was still over a dozen kilometers. I might as well die from exhaustion. Tiger Dad thought in despair. Half an hour after Song and Tiger Dad left. Whirring. A rustling sound approached the corpses of the piglets. A few minutes later, there wasn't a single trace left of the 7 piglets' corpses, as if they had never existed in this world. Chapter 77, The Skill Evolution Level of the Male Wild Boar. Bang! A great tremor struck, and Tiger Dad collapsed heavily on the ground. The mother wild boar killed at noon was not brought back until nighttime by Tiger Dad. There was no other reason, it was just too far. The mother wild boar weighed over 400 kilograms, which wasn't too heavy for Tiger Dad, who could drag a male wild boar weighing over a ton. But the problem is, the location of the female wild boar is just too far from Son's family's current home. Plus, after just finishing a difficult hunt, dragging the female wild boar is even more exhausting. After covering more than 10 kilometers, Tiger Dad took several breaks before finally making it back home. Roar! Seeing Tiger Dad return with the female wild boar's carcass, Little Bro was overjoyed. Immediately, he swaggered over to the female wild boar and paid her the same respect he would give to a male wild boar. Little Bro pounced on the female wild boar's body, scratching and biting it aggressively. He remembered clearly, it was this big guy who charged at him first. If it weren't for my brother pushing me out of the way, I would have definitely been killed. Roar! After venting his anger on the female wild boar's corpse, Little Bro happily scampered back to Tiger Dad, affectionately rubbing his nose against his. Thanks for your hard work, Dad. Little Bro remembered that the wild boar family's territory is quite a distance from their home. Tiger Dad dragging such a heavy creature back must be exhausting. Otherwise, Tiger Dad wouldn't be collapsed on the ground. Roar! Initially worn out, Tiger Dad, hearing Little Bro's concerned voice, mustered up the strength to get up, rubbed noses with Little Bro, and licked his fluffy little face. At that moment, Tiger Dad felt that all the effort he put into dragging back the female wild boar was worth it. What could be happier than receiving a child's recognition? Little Bro had only been born for a month, yet he already knew to show concern for his dad. This dad couldn't be happier. Just then, Tiger Mom also slowly approached Tiger Dad, nuzzling his cheek to express her recognition of his efforts. This made Tiger Dad smile even brighter. Ow-oh! While Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were being affectionate with each other, Little Bro bounced over to Song, circling around him several times before tilting his head in confusion. What about those little wild boars? Little Bro still had some thoughts about those little wild boars. He had never eaten such animals before. Although he knew that large wild boars and small ones were of the same species, just like Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, Big Brother, and himself had the same kind of relationship. But Little Bro, who had just started eating meat, certainly had some experience with it. Similar kinds of prey, the smaller ones have more tender meat and taste better. What an ungrateful creature. This time it wasn't Little Bro who found the little wild boars to eat, so why is there so much fuss? Seeing Little Bro still asking him about the little wild boars, Sang felt the resentment from spending 3 days fiercely confronting the male wild boar flare up instantly. With 2 huge prey, a male and female wild boar, his family won't need to hunt for a long time. Besides, he even worries about whether they can finish all this meat before it spoils. So those little wild boars really don't have much meat. What's the point of bringing them back after a journey of over 10 kilometers? It wouldn't even be worth the energy he expends. Besides, even if he wanted to bring them back, he only has one mouth and can only carry one at a time. Running back and forth 7 times just to satisfy Little Bro's craving? He's really indulging him. The more he thinks about it, the angrier Tsong gets. Then, he raised his paw. Slap, slap, slap. Ding! Scratch 3 times, scratch skill EXP plus 3, 888 10,000. Roar! After being hit 3 times by Tsong, Little Bro ran away in confusion, not knowing when he made his brother angry again. On the 34th day since birth. Because he had exerted too much energy, Tiger Dad collapsed and didn't even have the strength to skin the 2 large wild boars to eat, so the entire tiger family ended up not eating. After all, the prey is right there, and skill evolution meat lasts longer, so it won't spoil in one night, and Tiger Mom, Song, and Little Bro aren't hungry, so they didn't start eating. Early in the morning, Tiger Dad woke up from his deep fatigue, feeling extremely hungry. So, Tiger Dad eagerly began to skin the male and female wild boars together. Perhaps because the male wild boar was cooked to death without a scratch, and since it was covered in a thick layer of mud armor, when Tiger Dad tore it open, it was surprisingly still warm inside. Then, Tiger Dad took out the most delicious parts from the male wild boar's innards, the liver, kidneys, and heart, and placed them in front of Tsong. As the biggest contributor to the male wild boar's demise, Sung should enjoy the most premium parts of this boar. Bang! As Tiger Dad placed down the male wild boar's liver, Sung couldn't help but gasp. This piece is indeed massive, just the liver weighs over 10 kilograms. In fact, it might weigh more than Sung himself. So, one tiger like Sung definitely couldn't finish it all. So, Sung took about 3 kilograms from the liver, then another 6 kilograms, and finally split the remaining half. He ate the 3 kilograms himself, gave 6 kilograms to little bro, and after splitting the rest, shared it with Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Seeing he got so much, little bro was extremely happy, licking his lips and eager to start eating. And Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom looked at Song, who even thought of them, and smiled with relief. And Song just digs in. Ding! Eating skill evolution meat 1 kilogram, eating skill EXP plus 7, 10,000. As Song consumed a kilogram of pig liver, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. A kilogram equates to 7 kilograms of regular meat. This wild boar skill evolution level is quite extraordinary. This notification from the system made Song gasp in surprise. It's worth noting that the first skill evolution meat Song ate, from a northeast leopard, only added 2 points of skill EXP per kilogram. The elk hunted by Tiger Dad and that big brown bear killed by Tiger Dad when they were captured by poachers, only added 3 points of skill EXP per kilogram. Up to now, this wild boar's skill evolution level is unmatched. No wonder it's so powerful. As the pig liver settled in his stomach, Sang felt a heat rising within him, as if a warm current was cleansing his body. Before long, Sang felt extremely comfortable. No wonder it's skill evolution meat that adds 7 points of skill EXP per kilogram, the effect is just superb. Sung felt quite pleased. It seems I made the right decision. Capturing a powerful ally is certainly tempting. But the prerequisite is that this powerful ally must be loyal, always willing to assist. Otherwise, when he finds himself in a dire situation, the other party might not only refuse to help but could even turn against him to break free. In that case, it would be better to kill and eat directly to strengthen oneself. Chapter 78, Tiger Dad's Proposal. A feast-like eating session lasted a full 2.5 hours. It's not that Sung's family ate too elegantly, it's just that this skill evolution meat cannot be consumed quickly. Every time he ate a bit, a warm flow would course through his body, and eating continuously would cause overheating. To avoid overheating, he could only eat for a while and then take a break. But even with a prolonged eating session, Sung only managed to consume 3 kilograms of pig liver and 2 kilograms of pig kidneys. Meanwhile, little bro, who was considerably bigger than Sung, had a larger appetite and managed to force down twice the amount of food. Now his belly was so round that any more would surely come back up. Tiger Mom knows that the blood and meat of wild boars are good things, but despite her persistence, she could only manage to eat over 50 kilograms. Tiger Dad was exhausted previously, having expended a lot of energy, and he ate the most, yet he barely managed to eat a little over 100 kilograms. The entire family of tigers together didn't consume even 200 kilograms. However, the whole wild boar weighs over a ton, with pure meat exceeding 600 kilograms, and even the leftovers were too much to finish after 2 meals. Additionally, there is the female wild boar, weighing over 400 kilograms, with at least 200 kilograms of pure meat. At this point, Tiger Dad directed his baby roar skill towards Sang. Is Tiger Dad trying to hang the unconsumed meat of the 2 wild boars to dry? Understanding the meaning behind Tiger Dad's call, Sang felt a bit surprised. Tiger Dad realized that if they let the meat sit any longer, even the skill evolution meat would become rotten before they had a chance to eat it, so he wanted to hang the skill evolution meat like Sung did before. This shows that Tiger Dad understood the purpose of Sung's action of hanging dried meat. Could it be that eating the skill evolution meat of the wild boar has made Tiger Dad's skill evolution level higher, thus making him smarter? Sung speculated suspiciously. Whether that is the case, he couldn't be sure. After all, he originally possessed a soul with an average human intelligence, so his IQ isn't overly exceptional, but at least it reaches the average level of modern humans. The wild boar's high skill evolution level could improve his own skill evolution, and he could feel the benefits physically. As for the intelligence aspect, Sung couldn't discern that in himself. After all, he was originally a human, and he wouldn't be outsmarted by a pig. Hopefully? Recalling the wild boar's outstanding intelligence, adaptability, and hero-like personality, Sang felt a bit uncertain. However, Sang naturally agreed with Tiger Dad's suggestion. With so much meat, it can't be consumed in a short time. Moreover, 1 kilogram of wild boar meat is equivalent to 7 kilograms of ordinary meat. Such a good thing should not be wasted by rotting. Last time, it was because Tiger Dad and the others were captured by poachers, leaving no strong power to guard the dried meat hanging from the trees, which was swept away by the large brown bears and other animals. Now, with the threat of the wild boar family eliminated, this area has become a perfect habitat, and they will live here for a long time. Thus, with Tiger Dad guarding, even if the meat is hung on the tree to dry, no animal will dare to steal it. If they dare to come, Tiger Dad will swat them dead. If there are still skill evolution creatures inside, I could stock up on some dried meat. I could also take the opportunity to experiment with this skill evolution pine tree, placing the skill evolution meat on it to see if it reacts. If it uses a special method to consume the skill evolution meat, that poses a danger to us, and we need to leave this place immediately. However, if it shows no reaction at all, then we can relax completely. It will only retaliate against things that attack it. A suggestion from the Tiger Dad made Sang think of many things. After some contemplation, Sang raised his head and agreed to the Tiger Dad's proposal. Roar! Upon hearing that his suggestion was acknowledged by the cub, the Tiger Dad immediately raised his chin, quite pleased. This little cub is so smart, and my suggestion was accepted, which means I'm smart too. The Tiger Dad thought to himself. With Sang's support, the Tiger Dad immediately felt energized and was about to get up. Wow! But then, he was brought down by his own heavy belly. No way! I ate too much, I can't get up. The Tiger Dad, nearly bursting, quickly took a deep breath to relieve the pressure of his belly against the ground, soothing the nausea caused by the jostling of the food in his stomach. Seeing this, little bro was rolling on the ground with laughter. However, he didn't dare to get up. Compared to the Tiger Dad who ate food amounting to 1/3 of his weight, little bro was even worse. He had eaten an amount equal to half his own weight in food and couldn't move at all. 2.5 hours later, the family of tigers finally recovered from their bloated state. Then, the family busied themselves together. The Tiger Dad was responsible for tearing strips of meat of various sizes from the 2 wild boars. Meanwhile, Tiger Mom, Sang, and Little Bro busily transported the torn strips of meat from the Tiger Dad to the branches of the skill evolution pine tree. Little Pine Marten wanted to help, but his size was too small to even carry 1 kilogram of meat, and the Tiger Dad found him a nuisance, telling him to wait until Sang and Little Bro were tired before giving Little Bro a massage. Upon hearing the Tiger Dad's order, Little Pine Marten immediately stood up, his little green bean eyes sparkling with determination as if he was ready to join the party. This was a task assigned to him by the Great King, he must complete it well. When Little Bro heard that the Tiger Dad wanted Little Pine Marten to wait to give him a massage, he activated his instincts. Having only carried 10 strips of meat, totaling 20 kilograms, Little Bro ran over to Little Pine Marten and demanded a massage. Little Pine Marten of course gladly agreed, as this was the task given to him by the Tiger Dad. But the little Marten just climbed onto Little Bro's back, and with a jolt, it quickly jumped away. Bang! Ding! Scratched once, scratch skill EXP +1, 9 11 10,000. Ow woo! Having just collapsed, Little Bro felt a sharp pain in his backside and let out a cry of pain. Turning his head, he saw Sang staring at him with a cold expression. Caught by Sang, Little Bro lowered his head in guilt, not daring to look at Sang. Sang let out a low growl. What are you still staring at? Hurry up and get to work. Slap, slap, slap. Ding! Scratched once, scratch skill EXP +1, 9 14 10,000. Slacking off, always slacking off. Under Sang's loving care, Little Bro happily activated his baby roar skill, scampering over to Tiger Dad and grabbed a piece of meat, climbing up towards the tree. Seeing this, Sang shook his head helplessly. Little Bro is great at everything, it's just that his lazy nature is hard to correct. Soon, with the cooperation of the family of 4, the meat from 2 wild boars weighing over 400 kilograms was torn into strips suitable for drying, hanging on well-ventilated branches. Nearly 200 kilograms of meat was left on the ground for fresh consumption in the coming days. After all, dried meat is just a means of preserving it. It surely doesn't taste as good as fresh meat. Even fresh skill evolution meat can be kept for a few days without spoiling, so this will be consumed in the next few days. Chapter 79, Patrolling the Territory Again. 35 days old. As it turns out, the skill evolution pine tree does not eat meat. Even though the skill evolution meat enjoyed by Tsun's family was quite beneficial, it showed no interest in the wild boar's skill evolution meat. Over 400 kilograms of skill evolution meat hung there all night, without losing a bit. This relieved Tsun quite a bit. After all, this extensive habitat, the most advantageous place, is precisely the largest open area where the skill evolution pine tree is located. Close to the river, not far from the waterfall, where fishing is easy. Moreover, it also allows for easier training of climbing skills. Other trees aren't as high, making it too troublesome to move up and down. What surprised Tsun even more was that after following the meat-eating skill evolution, his digest skill allowed him to digest food much faster. The skill evolution meat consumed yesterday was digested into skill within just a few hours and stored as energy. After the exhausting task of hauling the meat up into the trees, Tsun's energy was significantly drained. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that the female wild boar is undoubtedly a skill evolution creature as well, but its level of skill evolution is lower than that of the male wild boar. 1 kilogram of skill evolution meat can enhance the meat-eating skill EXP by 5 levels. Thus, Tsun could rest assured that the meat from the female wild boar could be preserved for several days even without salt for curing. It could still dry successfully. Roar! Early in the morning, Tiger Dad let out a loud tiger roar filled with enthusiasm. Next, it ran up to Tsun and Little Bro, calling out to them. Upon hearing Tiger Dad's call, Little Bro's previously delighted expression suddenly fell. Because what Tiger Dad meant was that he wanted to take Tsun and Little Bro out for another patrol of their territory. Previously, due to the unexpected situation with the wild boar family, Tsun's family had to pause their territory patrol shortly after starting. Now, of course, they had to continue from where they left off. And Little Bro, being inherently lazy, did not want to patrol the territory. Although he had a lot of fun marking the territory earlier, patrolling required walking a long distance, which Little Bro did not want to do. Moreover, the events with the wild boar family had scared him quite a bit, making him even more resistant. Bang! Ding! Scratch once, scratch skill EXP +1, 998 10,000. Woo! However, after Tsun showed his deep affection for his younger brother, Little Bro responded very positively to Tiger Dad's call for the territory patrol. Before long, Tiger Dad led the two little ones back to the spot where they had first encountered the wild boar family. Many trees here had been broken down, leaving the area a mess under the trampling of the two large wild boars. However, such a huge threat had already been resolved through the cooperation of the tiger family. With so much meat at home, there needed to be a strong enough power to guard it, so Tiger Mom stayed behind. An adult female Siberian tiger typically won't encounter any problems unless faced with a freakish creature like a wild boar family. And during the territory patrol, Tsun didn't remain idle. Now, the speed of the territory patrol by one adult and two little ones depended on Little Bro's pace. However, as time goes by, Little Bro has been developing better and better, his body becoming more robust, and with regular consumption of skill evolution meat, he is already capable of running. However, compared to the running speed of an adult tiger, he still lags far behind, not to mention keeping up with Tsun's speed. Therefore, in order not to waste time, Tsang sometimes climbs trees, sometimes leaps around, while also taking the opportunity to kill a few small prey animals to gain some skill EXP for major skills. As for these small animals that were killed, even Little Bro wouldn't eat them, let alone Tsang. There is plenty of meat back home waiting to be eaten, and it's the highest quality skill evolution meat they've encountered so far, so why eat small animals? Skill evolution not only increases nutritional density but also enhances flavor and taste. After getting used to skill evolution meat, especially the highly evolved kind, eating other meats makes them taste bland. After a round of patrol, it was already noon. And this round of patrol left Tiger Dad quite satisfied. Aside from a family of wild boars, there was no other creature within a 15-kilometer radius that could threaten his family. On the way, the only large carnivores spotted were 2 lynxes. However, this is quite normal after all. The herbivores here are proliferating too abundantly. If there were other large carnivores, it wouldn't look like this. Only animals like wild boars primarily eat plants. Even if they're large, they won't have much impact on a region's herbivores. Similarly, when they grow to a sufficient size, they can threaten apex predators like tigers. Although lynxes are classified as large carnivores, they're actually much smaller than tigers, weighing only around 20 to 30 kilograms. Currently, Little Bro is just slightly larger than those 2 lynxes. What's even more exciting is that the herbivores here are growing quite well. Various deer species are both fat and large, and there are quite a few of them. In such an environment, even if Song and Little Bro grow up, the family of 4 can still meet their food needs together. After one round of patrolling, Little Bro was already completely exhausted. There's nothing to be done as an adult male Siberian tiger. Tiger Dad's patrol route exceeds 100 kilometers a day. This is trivial for Song, who possesses sprinting skills and exceptional endurance. But for Little Bro, a little chunker, it's quite a challenge. However, Little Bro is already over 20 kilograms, and the benefits of skill evolution meat to the body are obvious. A road that used to take 3 days to traverse now feels manageable in half a day. However, when they got home, Little Bro caught the scent of the mouth-watering skill evolution meat, ignoring his exhaustion and rushing towards it, tearing into it hungrily. Song consumed quite a bit as well and began to eat too. On the 36th day after birth. Early in the morning, Tiger Dad took the 2 little ones out for a patrol. Patrolling the territory is a daily task for tigers. Otherwise, without marking the territory with their scent, unknowing peers might wander into their domain. Whether it's to steal a mate or harm their cubs, such actions are unacceptable to any male tiger. Little Bro is still complaining non-stop. Song, on the other hand, remains dedicated to his training. But at that moment, Song suddenly froze. This seems to be where I threw a prey yesterday. Song looked at the traces of something heavy pressed into the ground, his gaze becoming serious. Because the time was recent, he remembered quite clearly. At that time, he killed a 3-kilogram fat rabbit and just left it here. But now, the fat rabbit is gone, and all that remains is a 30-centimeter wide indentation. This brought back memories from a month and a half ago. Chapter 80, Fishing Enforcement. This should be a mark left by a snake, 30 centimeters wide. A snake that thick must be at least 10 meters long, right? Could it be the same snake I noticed in the habitat earlier? Seeing this scene, Song was filled with suspicion. Half a month ago, even before Tiger Dad and the others were captured by poachers, Song had seen a distinct mark left by a snake. However, the snake trail he saw then was only 10 centimeters wide. Though large, it wasn't astonishing. But now, this snake trail is 30 centimeters wide, unquestionably belonging to an enormous skill evolution snake. Moreover, what is even more frightening is if this snake is indeed the same one from before. That would mean this snake has followed them from their original habitat, traveling hundreds of kilometers. During this process, it may have picked up prey that he had killed for skill EXP but couldn't finish. Or perhaps, it hunted other prey on its own. In any case, this snake has grown from 10 centimeters wide to 30 centimeters wide. This is a tremendous threat. Furthermore, it's a threat aiming at his family. You have to understand that Song family didn't come over in a straight line. Instead, they went wherever it was easiest to travel and headed towards wherever the environment was better. So, why did this snake appear in their new habitat? Just passing by? Absolutely impossible. It must have followed the Song family all the way to get here. But what is its purpose? Song has always been cautious about the current situation, speculating the worst possible outcomes. Perhaps, when this snake was still relatively small, it was just picking up leftover food along the Song family's migration path. But now that it's grown so large, and the Song family has been in this new habitat for a while, it still hasn't left. That undoubtedly means it has bad intentions towards the Song family. The snake has excellent muscle and skin flexibility. At 30 centimeters wide, it doesn't even seem half as thick as Tiger Dad's bulging biceps. But the snake's extensibility is exceptional. When it swallows prey, it can force down something 3 times wider than its own diameter. It certainly can't swallow Tiger Dad, but devouring itself and little bro poses no problem at all. Ow oh! At this point, little bro saw Tsang standing still, not moving, so he approached, curiously tilting his head to see what Tsang was looking at on the ground. Tiger Dad also came over to check what Tsang had discovered. If little bro had stopped halfway through a territory patrol, Tiger Dad would think he was slacking off. But since it's Tsang, Tiger Dad had nothing to worry about. Tsang has been disciplined since childhood, unlike little bro, who is such a slacker. Oh whoa! Seeing that Tiger Dad and little bro had both gathered around, Tsang recounted his discovery. After listening to Tsang's description, little bro looked completely bewildered. He had never seen a snake before. In little bro's small mind, an animal without legs, isn't that disabled? How can it walk without legs? Such an animal must be very pitiful without legs. It can't run, can't catch prey, and can only go hungry, which is why it follows behind the Tsang family to scavenge prey discarded by its brother. Little bro thought. Compared to little bro's wild imaginings, Tiger Dad was far more experienced. After hearing Tsang's description, Tiger Dad instantly realized there was a very large snake. Most animals have a natural fear of snakes. It's a warning engraved in their genes from long-term evolution for survival. Especially in this northeast snowy mountain area, most snakes encountered are venomous. When Tiger Dad was a teenager, he was bitten by a snake. However, that snake's venom wasn't strong, and it only left half of his body numb for a while, without killing him. However, that strange and powerful method left an indelible memory for Dad Tiger. In Dad Tiger's eyes, snakes are extremely dangerous. Though they don't have a massive size, the toxicity that disregards size differences is truly terrifying. And the snake trail that Tsang discovered is so wide, it must belong to a big snake. Although Dad Tiger had never seen a snake that large, since he could grow quite a bit after adulthood and become this big, it's not hard to understand that a wild boar could also grow to over a ton, so it makes sense for a snake to grow larger. Roar! Immediately, Dad Tiger let out a roar toward Tsang, baby roar skill. No more patrolling the territory. We must find that snake. Dad Tiger is very clear about the dangers of snakes and doesn't want such a creature lurking around in his family's territory, potentially posing a threat. If it's a venomous snake, perhaps he could rely on his massive size and strong physical qualities to withstand it. But if it were Tsang or little bro, those young tigers might just have to wait for death if bitten. Tsang nodded in agreement with Dad Tiger's concerns. How do we find this snake? There is no special scent left behind. It said that venomous snakes typically smell bad? If we rely on the snake trail to search, who knows when we would find it? Let me think. Got it. Since we need to catch the snake, Tsang began to think. Suddenly, a plan popped into his mind. Ah! Tsang first called out to Dad Tiger and little bro, then quickly left. Stay put here, don't move. Seeing this, Dad Tiger and little bro were puzzled but obediently remained in place. In just a while, Tsang returned. And when he came back, he was holding a fresh groundhog carcass in his mouth. The small herbivores of the northeastern snow mountains are actually not as numerous as the larger herbivores, just wild chickens, rabbits, and groundhogs like these. Seeing this, Dad Tiger's eyes lit up, instantly realizing Tsang's intention. That's fishing. Since that snake likes to follow Tsang and eat the prey he discards, it surely wouldn't refuse a fresh groundhog. Immediately, Tsang found a sturdier tree and placed the groundhog's carcass in a relatively open spot under the tree. Ah! After doing all this, Tsang called out to Dad Tiger and little bro. Climb the tree. So, one big and two small tigers quickly climbed up the tree. The family of 3 didn't climb too high. They stopped at about 5 meters to observe. Thus, they quietly waited for nearly half an hour. Whirring. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes beside him, drawing Tsang's attention immediately. But then, a familiar figure appeared in Tsang's sight. It was a large cat with patterned fur and spots, thick fur, pointed ears, a round face, and a very short tail. It was one of the 2 lynxes discovered during yesterday's territory patrol. He stealthily moved towards the dead groundhog, cautiously approaching with his big ears twitching from side to side, as if on guard against something. Chapter 81: The Big Snake Who Knows Military Strategy. Damn it, you've come to mess with me. Seeing this, Song was utterly speechless. What I want to catch is a giant snake, not a big cat. However, the groundhog is also right on the lynx's menu. If there is food without the need for hard hunting, all animals would never refuse. Song couldn't take it anymore and immediately jumped down from the tree. And indeed, the lynx's ears are no joke. As soon as Song started moving, he heard a noise. But while its reaction speed is sufficient, its absolute speed still can't keep up. In less than a second, Song arrived in front of the lynx, startling it. But seeing just this tiny little tiger cub made the lynx feel relieved again. Luckily, it's not a big tiger, otherwise, I would be done for today. Bang! Ding! Scratch once, scratching skill EXP +1, 1000 10,000. But in the next moment, it thought otherwise. Although Song is significantly smaller in size, being the pinnacle of felines and among the top 3 terrestrial carnivores, it has considerable innate advantages. Although small in stature, Song's claws are actually larger than those of a lynx. With one slap, the lynx, weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, was struck and crashed into the tree trunk behind it. This impact made the lynx feel as if it had been hit by a heavy blow, filling it with anger and making it hard to breathe, nearly causing it to spit blood. At this moment, the ease in its eyes turned into panic. What the hell? How does this little bro have such great strength? The lynx that struggled to get up saw Song raising its paw again and fled in a panic, almost colliding with a tree trunk. But Song didn't chase after. In fact, with his current strength, killing a lynx much larger than himself is not difficult at all. But this guy just inadvertently disturbed my plan to catch a big snake. There's no need to kill him. It's neither prey nor an irreconcilable contradiction. Song 1t kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, what just happened wouldn't be a paw held back by retracted claws, but rather a claw that shot out. With such crispy defense from the lynx, it would instantly draw blood. After driving away the unexpected, Song climbed back up the tree. Roar! Seeing Song return, little bro excitedly called out. Brother is so amazing. That was a big cat, much larger than his brother, and it was chased away by a single swipe from his brother. However, thinking about how Song recently hunted a wild boar with Tiger Dad, little bro felt it was no big deal. Compared to a wild boar, this lynx is too small. Even the wild boar was killed by my brother. Scaring away a big cat, there's nothing to be proud of. Little bro was thinking about something, but Song didn't know what. He just pressed his paw over little bro's mouth to keep it quiet. Song couldn't quite remember what the hearing ability of snakes was. But be a little careful, it's always better not to make a fuss. And so, half an hour passed. Sizzle! At that moment, a rustling sound came from beneath the bushes. I hope it's not here to cause trouble. Song perked up, quickly looking over. And this time, he was not disappointed. A slightly pointed, broadly flattened, entirely jet black, rather large head emerged from the bushes. Then, behind that head, a thick, uniformly robust body was pulled out, slowly crawling towards the big tree where the groundhog's corpse lay. Arriving in front of the groundhog's corpse, the creature flicked its tongue like a snake, seemingly judging the size, and took a while before opening its mouth. Its mouth opened a full 120 degrees, swallowing the groundhog's corpse starting from the head. Whoa, so handsome, isn't this a black king snake? It's huge, right? Seeing the large snake finally revealed, Song couldn't help but marvel. In his past life, being an orphan with few friends, he had always been quite interested in various pets. Besides the more common cats and dogs, birds, fish, and turtles, he had also been interested in some reptiles. Among them, the one he liked the most was the black king snake. This type of snake is non-venomous but has an immunity to the venom of other snake species. And its entirely jet black, stylish appearance is a dream snake for many reptile enthusiasts. Of course, someone like Song, who was poor and couldn't even afford cats and dogs, naturally had no means to raise such exotic pets, only able to satisfy himself with videos online. However, this type of snake is actually a pet snake introduced from abroad. There shouldn't be any wild varieties in Long Nation. I guess some wealthy dog owner didn't close the breeding box properly and let it escape. Having figured out what species the snake was, Sung felt a lot more relaxed. After all, what scares people most about snakes is their venom. Non-venomous snakes pose much less of a threat. Don't be fooled by this guy's 30 cm width. Its length can reach close to 10 meters. But its actual weight 1t exceed 200 kilograms. Compared to the tiger dad, it's not weak by just a small margin. But its speed might not be slow, so to ensure we deal with it in one go, I'll go down first to divert its attention. At my speed, as long as I'm careful, I shouldn't be in danger. Then, when it's not paying attention, I'll let Tiger Dad take it down. With this, a specific plan had already formed in Song's mind. Immediately, Sang gave a glance to Tiger Dad and Little Bro before running down from the tree. Swish! Noticing the movement around, the Black King snake reacted, retracting its head away from the groundhog it was swallowing. Then, its eyes, as black as the night sky, turned to look at Song. Next, the motion of swallowing stopped, its front half rose up, and it hung its head low, spitting out the groundhog. Seeing this, Song's muscles tensed all over, ready to jump away at any moment. This guy is very clear-headed, knowing that his strongest weapon is his mouth, and also aware that swallowing the prey forcefully would affect the upcoming battle. This is a Black King snake that is no less intelligent than a wild boar. Faced with such an enemy, Song dared not be the slightest bit careless. However, after spitting out the groundhog, the Black King snake used its large head to nudge the groundhog's corpse toward Song. It was as if it thought Song wanted to eat the groundhog, so it was letting go of the prey. What is this? Showing weakness to the enemy? Trying to make me let down my guard, only to deliver a fatal blow? Seeing this, Sang became even more vigilant. Hey Turtle, have these skill evolution beasts become this smart now? The 36 stratagems of war can be used flexibly without the need for others to point them out? Realizing the Black King snake's intentions, Song remained motionless, adapting to changes by remaining unchanged. At this moment, the Black King snake noticed that Song was not coming to eat the groundhog, so it nudged the groundhog's corpse with its large head, pushing it all the way to Song's feet. Humph. By letting the prey come to me, do you think I don't notice you getting closer? Seeing this, Song couldn't help but smile coldly. Chapter 82, Snake Night. Ding! Ding! Scratch once, scratch skill EXP +1, 1001 10,000. Sensing the intentions of the Black King snake, Sang struck out a paw towards its large head without a second thought. Song didn't expect to inflict any damage, considering the size difference. But relying on his own speed to test the opponent's strength was still feasible. However, this guy's head was really hard when he struck it. It felt like hitting a blue stone, not at all as pleasant as the soft padded paws of Little Bro, leaving Song's claws aching. With one hit, Sang immediately jumped back, not giving the opponent a chance to counterattack. But after being slapped by Song, the Black King snake immediately retracted its head, coiling its body while staring at Song with its pitch-black eyes like the night sky. Song surprisingly saw confusion and grievance in its eyes. I must be hallucinating. It must be my fondness for the Black King snake affecting my perception. Song shook his head, pushing this strange thought out of his mind. Although Song had never owned a Black King snake in his previous life, its extreme beauty had fascinated Song immensely. But the one in front of him was a character trailing behind him with ill intentions. No matter how much he liked this type of snake, he couldn't joke with the safety of his family. Humph. Since you're playing the victim with me, don't blame me for being rude. Song coldly snorted in his heart. Immediately, he stepped forward again and struck the Black King snake on its head with a paw. What surprised him was that the creature didn't dodge at all and took his attack head-on. This made Song feel a bit disrespected, so his assault became increasingly fierce. Ding ding ding. Again and again, Song's paw struck the Black King snake's head, like a drum. But the Black King snake didn't flinch at all. Roar! Watching Song overpower the large Black King snake, Little Bro in the tree forgot Song's warning to remain silent and excitedly shouted. As if sensing Little Bro's voice, the black king snake lifted its head and looked toward the tree. Seeing this, Sung cursed little bro in his heart while attacking the black king snake to prevent it from attacking little bro. However, after striking a few more times, Sung noticed that this creature remained completely motionless on the ground, showing no signs of moving. Little bro's shout made Tiger Dad realize he was exposed as well, so he climbed down from the tree. Upon seeing this, the black king snake slightly shrank its neck in fear, but when it saw Sung's paw coming, it unexpectedly stretched its head out to take the hit. Now, even Tiger Dad, who had just come down, was stunned. How could there be an animal voluntarily taking a beating? What's going on with this creature? If its previous actions were all just to lure and deceive me, then now that Tiger Dad has appeared, it should feel fear and want to escape, right? It's not poisonous, and it definitely can't compete with Tiger Dad of that size. Now, Sung was also puzzled. However, upon closer observation, Sang suddenly noticed that the black king snake's body was trembling. It doesn't have the confidence to face Tiger Dad. It is still very fearful of Tiger Dad, but why doesn't it run? Realizing this, more doubts arose in Sung's mind. Then, a ridiculous guess suddenly appeared in Sung's mind. No way. This guess was outrageous, but all the phenomena pointed towards it. Then, Sung tentatively raised his paw. This time, his paw didn't fall directly but hung in the air. Noticing that Sung hadn't swatted down his paw, the black king snake stretched its head forward, as if accommodating Sung. This made Sung's heart skip a beat, and he grew bolder, slowly moving his paw towards the black king snake's head. Roar! Seeing Sung's action, Tiger Dad quickly reminded him. Snakes are very scary. You could die if bitten. Tiger Dad, unaware that the black king snake is non-venomous, was very worried about Sung. Regarding the worries of Tiger Dad, Sang expressed that he knows his limits. His paws slowly approached the black king snake's head. The black king snake, sensing Sung's movements, remained still and waited. However, when Sung's paw got close, it couldn't help but eagerly extend forward. Hiss! The black king snake's tongue flicked rapidly over Sung's paw, as if memorizing his scent. Yet it never opened its mouth to attack Sung. Seeing this, Sang grew bolder. His paw landed gently on top of the black king snake's head. But this time, it wasn't a quick strike followed by a swift withdrawal. Instead, it was placed gently on top. Hiss! Sensing Sung's kind gesture, the black king snake's large head moved slightly, rubbing its scales against Sung's paw, much like a cat or dog getting petted by its owner. I wasn't wrong after all, it has a liking for me, perhaps even a sense of gratitude. Could it be aware that the food we found along the way was all hunted by me? By the way, the black king snake isn't a native species. It's definitely a pet raised by humans, perhaps lacking the ability to hunt in the wild. So, it's possible that as it grew larger due to skill evolution, its owner either abandoned it out of fear or because they couldn't provide suitable live food? In the wild, the black king snake without self-hunting abilities might have gone a long time without food. Only after encountering me did it have its first meal since being abandoned, and later it followed our family to this new habitat. All along the way, I kept hunting small prey, so it just followed and ate continuously. So, in a way, I kept it alive when it should have starved, which is why it feels grateful to me. Thus, its first reaction upon seeing me wasn't to attack or flee, but to spit out the groundhog it had caught and push it towards me. It thought this prey was something I still wanted, not discarded. So no matter how I hit it, it wouldn't retaliate, even stretching its neck to make it easier for me to hit? Having confirmed the black king snake's friendliness, Sung connected all the peculiar situations. Wow! Meanwhile, Tiger Dad was utterly amazed. The little one actually used its paw to touch this large snake. Moreover, this large snake didn't bite the little one at all. At that moment, little bro also climbed down from the tree, but being timid, he was a bit scared of the black king snake, hiding behind Tiger Dad and observing curiously. After being over 90% sure of the black king snake's friendliness, Sung became even bolder. He climbed directly onto the broad back of the black king snake. And the black king snake remained still, even controlling its ribs to expand, making itself a bit wider. Ah! Sung excitedly shouted, commanding the black king snake to crawl still. Sizzle. In reality, Song was just fantasizing and didn't expect the Black King Snake to understand his call. But unexpectedly, with his command, the Black King Snake actually began to slither on the jungle floor. Chapter 83, Taming the Black King Snake. The Black King Snake's crawl skill is naturally its serpentine movement, with its long body twisting along the ground. Fortunately, during its crawl skill, the front part remains relatively stable, so it doesn't make Song sway too much. And due to Song's long-term training, his sense of balance is quite good, allowing him to quickly adapt and stand steadily on the Black King Snake's back, which is about 30 centimeters wide. From the contact between his paw and the snake's back, Sang could feel the resilient muscles contracting and relaxing, extremely rhythmic. Moreover, the Black King Snake's speed is not slow carrying Song, it could reach about 15 kilometers per hour. This might not seem like much, but it clearly isn't the Black King Snake's instantaneous burst speed. Maintaining such speed over a period is quite impressive. Song discovered that this Black King Snake is quite intelligent. Although it doesn't maneuver through strategies as he previously misunderstood. It actively observes the path ahead and chooses routes that ensure Song won't get caught by bushes or branches, requiring no dodging from Song at all. Clearly, it not only strives to make Song's ride as comfortable as possible, but its spatial awareness is also outstanding, enabling it to accurately determine where it can pass without bumping into Song. Roar! Just as Song was enjoying riding the snake, a voice from behind called out Little Bro. There, Tiger Dad and Little Bro were chasing from the back. Tiger Dad had no issues, his speed was already quite good, and with the evolution of his skills, even though his stamina wasn't that strong, keeping up with the Black King Snake was no problem at all. But it was tough for Little Bro. Seeing this, Song quickly shouted to make the Black King Snake stop. Ah! Sure enough, this big fellow could understand the meaning behind his shout, and gradually slowed down and came to a halt at Song's command. Phew! Phew! After a while, Little Bro finally caught up behind Tiger Dad. Once he caught his breath, Little Bro's eyes sparkled as he looked at the Black King Snake. This is great! With this big fellow, he could patrol the territory alongside his brother and dad without having to walk. Although he felt quite scared seeing the Black King Snake's nearly 10-meter long, 30-centimeter wide body at first. But since his brother had tamed it, there was nothing to be afraid of. Little Bro believed that the Black King Snake was scared of being beaten by Song, which was why it allowed him to ride. In this, Little Bro felt somewhat relatable. He himself was also frightened by his brother. Thinking of this, Little Bro excitedly called out to Song, expressing that he also wanted to ride the Black King Snake. Roar! But before Song could respond, the Black King Snake coiled its body and raised its head. Clearly, it didn't want Little Bro to ride. Song had fed the creature with the hunted prey, that's why it felt gratitude toward Song and was willing to let Song ride. Little Bro hadn't done anything, so why should it let him ride? And since the Black King Snake couldn't express its intention with a call, seeing the Black King Snake's posture, Tiger Dad assumed this big fellow was going to attack Little Bro. He immediately stepped forward, his claws already raised, ready to slap down at this dark fellow and show its might. Seeing this, Song quickly stepped in to explain the situation to Tiger Dad. Oh whoa! After a while, Tiger Dad finally understood that this big fellow had followed them from their original territory. Because Song kept hunting small prey, unable to eat it all and discarding the leftover, this big fellow developed a strong goodwill toward Song. At the same time, Song also told Tiger Dad that he wanted to keep this Black King Snake. On one hand, he needed to occasionally grind his massacre skills for skill EXP, but the appetite of their little tiger family was so large that hunting and not eating was a waste. Keeping the Black King Snake could serve as a garbage can. And the result of casually discarding was having nurtured such a big fellow. This made Song vigilant. This got Song alert. With skill evolution already in place, sufficient food will accelerate growth in size. In its own family, because tigers have noticeable size limitations, growth may not seem significant. In contrast, wild boars and Black King Snakes have no obvious size limitations. As long as there is plenty of food, they can grow large. Skill evolution makes this effect even more pronounced, to the point that when the Black King Snake was in Song's original territory, it was only 10 centimeters wide, but after more than half a month, it has now grown to 30 centimeters. He has no idea whether there are any other skill evolution creatures lurking in this jungle, like the black king snake. If there are, doesn't his hunting behavior while patrolling the territory and discarding prey inadvertently nurture other skill evolution creatures? And now, this black king snake can be said to be completely obedient to him, making for a rather ideal little brother. Of course, Song isn't a professional, so he can't determine whether a black king snake is male or female. But in any case, a black king snake like this is undoubtedly a much more ideal subordinate compared to a cunning and ruthless male wild boar. Moreover, its strength is likely not weak in an environment where all creatures could potentially undergo skill evolution. It is quite a useful asset. By the way, it also fulfills his small wish from his previous life to have a black king snake. A black king snake nearly 10 meters long is infinitely cooler than those thin little spicy strips. Roar! Listening patiently to Song's explanation, Tiger Dad nodded. With such a smart little cub, there must be a reason why he is doing this. However, Tiger Dad did not forget to remind Song to be careful of this big fellow. After all, based purely on hard strength, Song is clearly no match for a creature as large as the black king snake. If this guy earns the little cub's trust and decides to ambush, it could be very dangerous. After hearing Tiger Dad's warning, Song nodded seriously. He certainly hasn't let the allure of this dream creature make him careless. Vigilance is still necessary. But compared to the risks involved, the benefits of winning the other party over are clearly greater. Hiss! And the black king snake understood what Song's call meant. It was overjoyed, lifting its head to gently rub against Song's body. Its movements were very gentle, and compared to its massive body, it was undoubtedly a sign of caution. I've found a new master. I won't go hungry anymore. It understands Song quite well, knowing that Song has exceptional hunting abilities, always hitting the target. Keeping snakes is great, it's just that their intelligence is too low and there's not much interaction. But now, skill evolution has significantly boosted its IQ, with the most handsome appearance paired with perfect interactivity. What could be better than this as a pet? Feeling the affectionate actions of the black king snake, Song rubbed against it too, enjoying the cool, scaly texture. Chapter 84, The Crisis of the Little Ferret. Even with a snake mount, Sang did not ride it during the subsequent territory patrol. After all, riding it wouldn't enhance the skill EXP of the sprinting skill. Sang isn't as lazy as little bro, so naturally, having a mount doesn't mean he stops using his legs. Little bro indeed wanted to sit on the black king snake to slack off, but on one hand, Sang and Tiger Dad would never allow it, and on the other hand, the black king snake didn't want little bro to ride it. So, little bro still had to run on the ground, patrolling the territory together with the three of them and the black king snake Song had tamed. Knowing that the black king snake grows stronger with food, Song was even more proactive in hunting during his patrol. With a high probability of ensuring loyalty, it's natural to spare no effort in training. Moreover, hunting prey can also enhance his slaughtering skill EXP. And so, by noon, the territory patrol ended, and Song's slaughtering skill EXP had increased by nearly 50 levels. Along with the hunting sessions yesterday and the fish killing segment mixed in while honing various skills in the afternoon, the slaughtering skill EXP had already reached 1,300 levels. The most outrageous thing is the black king snake's appetite. No matter what prey Song hunts, it can swallow it immediately. Song calculated that the total weight of the prey it consumed might exceed 200 kilograms. That's nearly equivalent to its own body weight. Even a glutton like little bro can only consume food equivalent to half of its body weight. One can only say that it's due to racial talent. Oh whoa! Seeing Tiger Mom approaching with a wary expression toward the black king snake beside her, Song quickly explained. After understanding Song's intentions, although Tiger Mom didn't fully grasp it, she supported Song's decision. The little cub definitely won't do anything that has no benefits. Just like when Song was just born, crawling all over the place, it seemed like a waste of energy, but in fact, it was training itself. Ah! Then, Song lifted his head and called out to the little purple ferret on the skill evolution pine tree. Hearing Song's call, a drowsy little marten poked its head out from the branches, but upon seeing a long black king snake on the ground, it jumped back in fright. Squeak! The little marten's fur bristled up, arching its back and raising its tail, seemingly to appear larger and intimidate the enemy. Seeing this, Sang suddenly remembered that snakes are indeed on the marten's menu, but most snakes in the northeast snowy mountains are venomous, so a lot of martens likely fall prey to snakes. It's no wonder that the little marten would be so frightened upon seeing a black king snake. These two species are essentially natural enemies. But now, the black king snake next to Song was as large as a maximum-sized python. If the little marten still thinks it's a match for its enemy, it truly has no sense of the situation. Seeing how scared the little sable was, Song could only start by reassuring the black king snake. "Awah!" Song looked at the black king snake and indicated that the little purple marten on the tree was his friend, and that it absolutely must not harm it if it wanted to stay by his side in the future. Hearing Song's explanation, the black king snake raised its head to look at the little purple marten, then lowered its body and nodded its large head. Clearly, it had been following Song's family for at least half a month and could understand the meaning of nodding and shaking its head, and had become skilled at it. No matter what command Song had, it would execute it without hesitation. As for the little purple marten on the tree, it had been with Song for an even longer time and naturally understood what Song was explaining to the black king snake. Immediately, its back was no longer arched, and its fur was no longer bristled. But its gaze towards the black king snake shifted from being cautious to being alert. The original caution was about the dangerous creature. Now, the alertness was about the threat to its own status. Thus, the little purple marten suddenly overcame its fear and with a whoosh, it ran down from the skill evolution pine tree, arriving by Song's side in the blink of an eye. The little purple marten squatted on the ground, its upper body upright, with its little paws clutching Song's leg. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Woo, woo, woo. Is it because I am too useless that the boss found a new little brother? Boss, don't abandon me. I can keep watch. I can be a lookout. What is this all about? The little purple marten's tearful plea left Sang at a loss. Ah. However, after thinking for a moment, Song understood that the little purple marten had developed a sense of crisis upon seeing him accept a non-related animal. So, he could only helplessly explain it again. Taming the black king snake is not about replacing you, little purple marten. Besides, you are my friend. How could I possibly abandon you? Squeak? Upon hearing Song's explanation, the little sable calmed down, but still called out anxiously. Really? Song helplessly nodded, signifying that everything he said was true. At this moment, the little sable was instantly happy. Squeak! In fact, staying true to its nature, it unexpectedly made faces at the black king snake, wagging its tail and shaking its rear, starting to provoke. Ha ha ha! I am a friend of the king. You are the king's little brother. Don't be fooled by your size, I am way above you in status. Hiss! Just when Song thought the black king snake would be enraged, it instead came close to Song, rubbing its big head against him with a bit more strength, as if stubbornly seeking acknowledgement. Ah! Seeing this, Sang quickly comforted it. I consider you a friend too. You two have equal status. Upon hearing Song's explanation, the black king snake obediently coiled up, swaying its head as if very content and in a good mood. When Song turned around, the little sable had already hidden up on the skill evolution pine tree. Just a moment ago, it thought that when the black king snake stretched its head out to rub against Song, it was going to eat him. Ah! Then, Sang climbed up the tree in a few quick strides, reaching the little sable, and gently tapped its head with a paw. Don't you have any idea how much you weigh? Provoking such a large creature, if I weren't here, you'd have been swallowed whole. Song reprimanded the little sable irritably. It was the same way back in its original habitat. When he and little bro were still weak and hadn't learned to climb trees, the little sable would casually provoke the two of them. Now, daring to challenge the black king snake. You must really be tired of living. Squeak! Being scolded like this by Song, the little sable realized how foolish its recent behavior was, lowering its head weakly and quietly calling out, admitting its mistake. Chapter 85, Anomaly. Returning home, after having a meal to replenish the energy spent during the morning territory patrol, Sang began to work on various skill EXP. First, at the skill evolution pine tree, he went up and down 25 times to farm a layer of climbing skill EXP. Next, he went to the waterfall and started killing the fish falling in the water. After killing 10 fish, he went downstream for a sprint of 10 kilometers to farm a layer of swimming skill EXP. Then, he returned to the shore, running wildly back home on the grassy area along the river bank, which had hardly any cover, rested momentarily, and repeated the previous routine. In this way, the important skills of climbing, jumping, killing, swimming, and sprinting would all be honed. During rest periods, Sang would also practice his scratching skill on a few beast skins. Although most of the skill EXP from scratching skills was gained from Little Bro. But Sang is not a monster apart from Little Bro, he doesn't use this skill elsewhere. In summary, the entire training process is very fulfilling and allows him to hone almost all of his important skills, boosting skill EXP. Now, the family of 4 has started working out together, benefiting from ample food. However, to guard the food, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom take turns exercising with swimming and running. Little Bro, on the other hand, is practicing swimming, hunting, and running nearby at home, so at least one of the adult tigers is watching, ensuring safety. The Black King Snake approached for the first time to watch Sang train and eagerly tried to follow him. The tree climbing skill of the Black King Snake is also quite good, although it can't match Sang's speed, it's still much faster than Little Bro. As for catching fish, Sang will hit them while it simply eats beside him. In swimming, it can keep up the entire time since a snake's body is naturally suited for swimming. But when it comes to running, it can't keep up at all. Even when Sang runs up to 10 kilometers at a stretch, he can maintain a speed above 30 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the Black King Snake can only reach a maximum of 20 kilometers per hour. It can't sustain that speed for long, so it gets left far behind by Sang. Now, it has learned to stick to climbing trees and catching fish workouts with Sang. Of course, its main job is eating fish. The longer it stays with this big guy, the more Sang likes it. There's no helping it, it's midsummer, and even after deliberately avoiding the hottest noon hour, the afternoons are still very hot. And in the blazing sun, even the surface of the river water isn't that cool. Only the deeper areas are icy cold. And as an ectothermic animal, the Black King Snake needs external heat to maintain body temperature and carry out vital functions. Therefore, compared to Sang's family hiding under tree shade, the Black King Snake much prefers basking in the sun. After an exhausting workout, Sang pressed his whole body against the Black King Snake. The cool sensation was simply refreshing, like a glass of iced soda on a scorching summer day. In a bid to cool down quickly and feel comfortable, Sang rolled around on the Black King Snake as if it were a worm. The Black King Snake noticed Sang's actions and carefully coiled its body to wrap Sang within its circular form, allowing its cool scales to make full contact with Sang's hot fur. So refreshing. Feeling the icy sensation wrapping around his body, Sang glided from his head down his spine, feeling thrilled all the way to the tip of his tail. Roar! Seeing this scene, Tiger Dad, who was swapping roles with Tiger Mom nearby, was startled and hurried over. The little cub has been wrapped up like a dumpling by the big snake. Tiger Dad knows that larger snakes attack by constricting. But seeing only Sang's little head peeking out from amongst the coils of the Black King Snake, looking quite content, and noticing that the Black King Snake's body wasn't constricting at all, Tiger Dad realized it was just a false alarm. Seeing Sang looking so comfortable, Tiger Dad was very curious and reached out with his paw to touch the Black King Snake. This startled the Black King Snake, which quickly released Sang and darted several meters away across the grass. At that moment, Sang, who had been squinting his eyes in enjoyment, suddenly opened his eyes in confusion, looked at Tiger Dad's actions, and then glanced at the Black King Snake not far away, finally understanding what was going on. Ah! So, Sang called out to the Black King Snake. Come back. Don't be afraid of Tiger Dad, he won't harm you. Ah! Hearing Sang's explanation, Tiger Dad called out in agreement. I just wanted to touch you, not to hurt you. Due to his absolute trust in Sang, the Black King Snake hesitated for 2 seconds and then obediently slithered back. Seeing this, Tiger Dad's large ears twitched as he carefully lifted his paw to reach towards the Black King Snake's body. In fact, due to his experiences as a juvenile, Tiger Dad still had some fear of snakes. But since the Black King Snake had already been tamed by the little cub, there was no need to be too afraid. After all, he is the cub's dad, how could he show fear in front of his child? His paw lightened, pressed against the smooth, scale-covered body of the black king snake, and immediately, Tiger Dad's eyes lit up. So refreshing. Tigers do not have sweat glands. Their main way of cooling off, besides opening their mouths and panting, is through the uncovered parts of their body that are not covered by fur, the bear pads on their forepaws. When his paw pad touched the body of the black king snake, Tiger Dad felt an incredible coolness, as if the accumulated heat within him had dissipated significantly. The small river next to them was fine in every way, except that there were no shaded areas. It was either soaking in the cool river water under the sun or hiding under the trees. You could only choose one. And once the black king snake confirmed that Tiger Dad wouldn't harm him, it stopped trembling. The time for self-discipline always seems to pass in the blink of an eye. Soon, the sun tilted to the west, and the whole day was about to pass. However, Sang is no longer the weak and small cub. He can even train in the deep of night now. He didn't know how many times he had sprinted to the waterfall and gone up and down the skill evolution pine before arriving at the base of the waterfall, preparing to wade in and hunt for fish. But at that moment, he suddenly froze. Did something happen upstream? Why has the river turned so murky? Looking at the grayish, murky river water, Sang frowned. He had just been running and hadn't noticed the changes in the river. Then, he looked down at the river, realizing that the color of the reflected sky seemed off. Then he looked up at the sky and discovered it was blood red. This wasn't the sunset casting fiery clouds, but rather blood splattered across the sky. Roar! At that moment, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom also stopped their exercise and sensed the uncanny phenomenon that had appeared without notice, calling out to Sang anxiously. Boom! Just then, the blood-red sky suddenly erupted. Streaks of crimson lightning flashed across the blood-colored sky, weaving into a web of thunder, flickering incessantly. Immediately, Sang felt a flow of air rising from beneath him. No! It was something that covered this new territory, a sort of airflow blowing upwards from underground. Sang sensed a strange element in this airflow that made every cell in his body cheer and feel exhilarated. Boom! Then, Sang felt unsteady on his feet as the ground produced a completely different kind of explosion from the thunder in the sky. Earthquake. Chapter 86, The Tide of Reawakening Spirit Energy. Feeling the ground shake, Sang initially felt a surge of panic. But then he remembered he was on flat ground, with no mountains or slopes nearby, so there was no risk of being buried by an earthquake. At that moment, Tiger Dad and the others were extremely anxious, hurriedly lying flat on the ground. Even the little pine marten on the skill evolution tree quickly scrambled down, trembling all over. In the same location, even in earthquake-prone zones, it's rare to experience two strong earthquakes within 3 or 4 years. And the Northeast Snow Mountains are actually not located in an earthquake zone. Therefore, even Tiger Dad, who has grown up, has never experienced the terrifying natural disaster of an earthquake. Fortunately, Tiger Dad had the foresight to migrate to safer places. Otherwise, with an earthquake like this, if we were still in our original habitat, we should have already returned to the cave to prepare for sleep. If it were even slightly more intense, we could be instantly buried alive by collapsing rocks and soil. Feeling the terror of the earthquake, Sang was incredibly relieved. But what struck Sang as very strange was that the duration of this earthquake seemed excessively long, right? Even an 8.0 magnitude earthquake usually lasts only 1 or 2 minutes. There may be sporadic aftershocks following that, but they won't be too severe. Sang estimated that the intensity of this earthquake likely didn't reach the level of 8.0 that causes massive ruptures, but it had lasted at least 15 minutes. Could it be that we are still very far from the epicenter of the earthquake? Is the actual earthquake at the epicenter far above magnitude 8.0? With this thought, a chilling speculation emerged in Sang's mind. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, Sang felt the tremors from the earthquake becoming increasingly faint. The first wave of the quake finally came to an end. But Sang did not fully relax. Instead, he hurried during this moment to run to where Tiger Dad and the others were. Roar! Seeing Sang approach, Tiger Mom, who had barely managed to move under the recent violent tremors, rubbed against Sang gratefully. They had never experienced such a natural disaster and had no idea how to respond, so they could only lie in place, praying for the earthquake to stop. Ah! Sung also rubbed against Tiger Mom, and by then, the family of 4 had already reunited with Little Weasel and Black King Snake. But Sung knew this wasn't the end, so he reminded Tiger Dad and the others that they still needed to stay in the open, otherwise, they might fall into danger. Tiger Dad and the others didn't fully understand, but since Tsang said so, he must have his reasons, so they gathered together in the center of the open space. There were no high mountains, no giant rocks, and no towering trees here. Even if more aftershocks occurred, there was nothing around that could fall down and pose a risk to them. Unless the ground cracks open from here. Although it was already dark, according to Tsung's family's habit, it was time to sleep. But with the 4 of them, along with Little Weasel and Black King Snake, none dared to close their eyes. Not even the usually most lazy little bro. What was that current surging up from the ground before? Why does my body involuntarily generate a craving? Could it be that this is the revival of spiritual energy? No, actually skill evolution has already begun. It was just very subtle before. Perhaps what should be called this now is the tide of spiritual energy revival, short and intense, making the entire air filled with spiritual power. With the danger past, Sung had the energy to think, his thoughts scattering. But at that moment, he saw little bro yawning wide and then lying down, closing his eyes. You can sleep at a time like this? Truly spoiled this guy. Seeing this, Sang became furious, his claws already raised and aimed at little bro. However, before his claws could land on little bro, an unexpected wave of drowsiness surged into his mind. What's going on? Sang felt his consciousness quickly blur before the puzzled thoughts could fully express themselves in his mind. His eyelids became heavy and closed. Cricket! Cricket! The sound of insects chirping in the early morning echoed in his ears, and Sang slowly opened his eyes. But at that moment, he felt his eyes becoming exceptionally clear, as if all the grime in front of his vision had been washed away. What is going on? Why did the long-distance vision skill change? This strange occurrence made Sang quickly open his skill panel. He saw that the original long-distance vision skill had now changed to the word's insight. Checking the skill level, it seemed to be the upgraded version of the long-distance vision skill, which is indeed a level 3 skill. It had risen by an entire major tier. Is this the benefit brought by the surge of spiritual energy? A sense of joy from turning misfortune into fortune arose in Sang's heart. Then, he took another look at the levels of other skills and their skill EXP. What excited Sang the most was that all the skills, as long as they hadn't yet reached level 3, were directly elevated to level 3. The skills that had already been upgraded to level 3 have each increased by a bit of skill EXP. However, unfortunately, there has been no change at all for skills that have already been upgraded to level 4 or above. Among these, the most typical is the sprint skill. The skill EXP has not increased at all. This is quite good. One shouldn't be too greedy as a tiger. Sang nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Host detected gaining a special ability numerical master. Integrating into the system. Please wait. At that moment, a sound from the system that Sang had never heard before suddenly echoed in his mind. Special ability? Numerical master? Sang's heart skipped a beat, and he was immediately overjoyed. In his previous life, he was quite a bookworm, having read many novels about spiritual energy revival. Spiritual energy revival paired with special ability awakening is as standard as rebirth paired with the system. Although he already had the system, who would complain about having more of it? Even though this numerical master sounds a bit strange, having a special ability is better than nothing, right? Ding! Special ability numerical master has been integrated into the system. Please check. Just as Sang was excited, another alert sound from the system came. Then, Sang saw a new independent section appear on the system. This section seemed a bit rough, containing only a few lines of text. Strength, 10. Speed, 50. Defense, 10. Stamina, 20. Mental, 10. Maximum free attribute points, 10%. The entire panel was just a simple few lines of text, leaving Sang somewhat puzzled. Maximum free attribute points? Numerical master? Could it be that I can freely allocate my various attributes? Thinking this, Song used his consciousness to move 5 attribute points from the speed section to the strength section. Chapter 87, Changes in the Family. As Song's intention fell, the numerical master panel immediately underwent a change. Strength, 15. Speed, 45. Defense, 10. Stamina, 20. Mental, 10. The other attributes did not change at all, while the speed attribute points decreased by 5, and the strength attribute points increased by 5. As Song finished this operation, he immediately felt his muscles surging dramatically. 5 attribute points, for Tsong's speed attribute, were only 1/10. But for Tsong's strength attribute, it equated to a 50% increase. Such an increase was akin to transforming an ordinary person into a muscular man in the blink of an eye. Immediately, Tsang slammed down a hard paw onto the grass. Bang! Ding! Scratch once, scratch skill EXP +1, 4500 10,000. The weeds on the ground were suddenly snapped off, leaving a rather clear paw print on the soil. Due to the earlier surge of spiritual energy, Song had already reached level 3 for the scratching skill, and the skill EXP had increased significantly. Hiss, that hurts a bit, but this superpower is really great. Its practicality is quite high. The power that originally didn't belong to him, combined with striking the ground, felt more painful than little bro's soft and plump body. Song felt quite a bit of pain. But such results were already enough to make him feel excited. Currently, the numerical master can only move 10% of the maximum attribute points. Then, in the future, as he becomes stronger, there should be improvements, right? By shifting his strengths to weaknesses when needed, he can significantly raise his upper limits. Although there is a huge discrepancy compared to his imagination of flashy effects, making it look cool and spectacular. But pure numbers hold a unique charm as well. Moreover, this means that once the ratio of freely allocated points rises, he will have no weaknesses. Weak in strength? Move all the speed attributes to strength, instantly turning into an invincible muscle powerhouse. Weak in defense? Shift all speed attributes to defense, instantly becoming tougher than a turtle. Hey! Since I have superpowers, shouldn't T-Dad Tiger and the others also have them? After figuring out his own superpower, Sang began to let his thoughts wander. So, he immediately stood up, only to find that the weeds around him were several times taller. Hey! I seem to have grown quite a bit. At that moment, Sang felt that his height of vision had increased significantly after getting up, which prompted further speculation. Roar! Suddenly, a familiar yet slightly different voice echoed in Song's ears. Turning around, a tall and large figure appeared in front of Song. What the hell? How did you grow so big? Recognizing the voice as Little Bro's, Song was almost unable to recognize him upon seeing his current appearance. Originally, Little Bro was about 20 kilograms by estimation. But now, Little Bro is suddenly several times larger, making Song wonder if he had eaten something extraordinary. Is he 50 kilograms now? How did he grow so much? Roar! At that moment, a call from Tiger Dad reached Song's ears. Song turned to look, and Tiger Dad's changes were also significant. Tiger Dad was already quite large, but now he was even taller and sturdier, probably weighing around 500 kilograms. However, compared to Tiger Mom's changes, it was negligible. Tiger Mom's size change wasn't as drastic, likely growing from 200 kilograms to 280 kilograms. But most strangely, the orange parts of Tiger Mom's fur had completely vanished, turning into black and white. Tiger Mom has transformed into a white tiger. In fact, today's white tigers are all genetically mutated from Bengal tigers. There has never been a white tiger mutated from a northeast tiger. If an expert in tiger biology were to see this, they would probably want to capture it for study. Roar! Song wanted to ask Tiger Dad and the others if they noticed anything new about them. But Little Bro called out first. He is very hungry. He wants to eat meat. Gurgle. Having been interrupted by Little Bro, Song finally realized that his stomach was empty, and every cell in his body was urging him to eat quickly. So, even though the tiger family still didn't understand what was happening, they headed in the direction where the remains of the wild boar's blood and meat had been placed before. But with this change in perspective, Song was left in shock. Wow! So tall! So big! Originally over 50 meters tall, the skill evolution pine tree had suddenly shot up significantly, and while Song couldn't tell for sure, it seemed to have doubled in height. At this moment, Song looked around and discovered that the entire jungle was transformed. Everything was different. The northeastern snow ridge originally didn't have many very thick and tall trees, so it didn't resemble the atmosphere of a primitive forest as seen in documentaries. But now, everything felt much larger, making Song feel like he had truly stepped into the kind of untamed tropical jungle seen in documentaries. Oh whoa! Oh whoa! While Song was marveling at this astonishing scene, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were also in a daze, and little bro had already run to the remains of the wild boar's blood and meat, gobbling it down. Seeing this, Song no longer stressed over the changes in the environment. The surge of spiritual energy was irreversible. Whatever changes arose, their family would have to face them head-on. For now, it was best to eat to their fill first. Ding! Ate 10 kilograms of skill evolution meat, skill and meat eating skill EXP plus 70, 105 10,000. It was only after consuming a full 10 kilograms of skill evolution meat that Song felt completely satiated. Phew! I guess the previous skill evolution process directly consumed the energy stored in our bodies, and once that was used up, it depleted fat directly. I estimate that I have more than 20 kilograms. Such a conversion wouldn't be manageable even with all this fat. No wonder little bro was so eager to eat meat. Now fully fed, Song finally regained his composure and understood why his family had been so hungry. Hiss! At that moment, Sang felt something gently bumping into him. Holy cow! Song didn't know how many times he had exclaimed wow since waking up today. Why? Because everything he had seen today was just too astonishing for him. The only one that would remind him like this was, of course, the black king snake. At this moment, the size of the black king snake had dramatically increased, growing from a thickness of 30 centimeters to 40 centimeters. As for the length, Sang found it hard to judge. Seeing Song looking at him, the black king snake coiled its body, raised its head, and opened its mouth. Ah, so you were hungry. Song instantly understood such simple body language. Turning to look, after consuming the wild boar in a whirlwind, all that was left of its body, which originally had about 200 kilograms of pure meat, was just a skeleton. Originally, based on the consumption of Song's family, it should take several days to finish it slowly. However, the sudden onset of the aura resurgence tide left Song's family starving, making them clear the food in an instant. Chapter 88, Their Unique Abilities. Ah! Once the wild boar meat on the ground was finished, Song told the black king snake to wait for a moment while he went up a tree to fetch the jerky. Although skill evolution meat is quite precious, Song knew that things were no longer the same. Previously, there weren't many skill evolution creatures, and after finishing the wild boar meat, it was hard to tell when they might hunt another skill evolution creature. But after the previous aura resurgence tide, even if not all creatures had undergone skill evolution, the proportion of skill evolution creatures would certainly increase significantly. In the future, skill evolution creatures will not be so difficult to encounter. With their own family's hunting skills, even if the prey has undergone skill evolution, hunting won't be a difficult task. Song is confident about this. Originally a predator at the top of the food chain, and it evolved much earlier than most other creatures. If they can be pushed down from the top of the food chain by creatures from the bottom, that would be quite shameful. Hiss! However, when Song mentioned going to get some dried meat, the black king snake shook its head. It then slowly swam over to the corpse of a wild boar, which had been reduced to only bones by Song's family. Then, it opened its mouth wide, creating an exaggerated width, and swallowed the scattered wild boar bones. However, while the 40-centimeter width is considerable, it's still wishful thinking to try to swallow the entire wild boar's corpse whole. Dad Tiger looked at this scene curiously, then casually raised a paw and struck the wild boar's skeleton fiercely. However, the wild boar's skeleton was too tough even with Dad Tiger's 500-kilogram body, it was hard to budge under such terrifying force. Seeing this, Dad Tiger felt a bit embarrassed, and then became serious, with muscles all over his body swelling up. Phew! In the next second, Dad Tiger's black, white, and orange striped fur suddenly ignited from his paws, with a mass of black flames rising up quickly, wrapping around him. Swish! Nearby, the black king snake, which was swallowing the bones of a wild boar, was startled, hurriedly spitting out the bones and retreating. Tiger Mom and little bro were also thrown into a panic. What the heck is that? Seeing this scene, Sung thought that Tiger Dad was being attacked by something. But upon closer inspection, Tiger Dad's pitch-black face showed no sign of pain or fear, as if he was prepared. Is this Tiger Dad's special ability? Immediately, a bold hypothesis sprang up in Sung's mind. Meanwhile, Tiger Dad raised his paw again and struck down on the wild boar's skeleton. Snap! This time, the thick and hard bones couldn't withstand Tiger Dad's fierce blow and broke. Slap, slap, slap. Feeling his immense strength, Tiger Dad became joyful, continuing to excitedly strike the skeleton of the wild boar, one paw after another. In just a short while, the massive skeleton of the wild boar was smashed into manageable pieces that wouldn't be difficult to swallow. Phew! Then, the dark flames surrounding Tiger Dad quickly diminished, returning him to his original black, white, and orange appearance. However, it was evident that Tiger Dad was noticeably more fatigued. Clearly, that earlier state had taken quite a toll on him. Is Tiger Dad's special ability a type of state-based ability? In that state, his strength saw a significant increase. Could there be other properties enhanced? Having watched the entire process, Sung quickly summarized the effects based on the phenomena. Although his summary was not complete, with just the significant increase in strength, this special ability was already quite powerful. Roar! After doing all this, Tiger Dad pointed at the scattered wild boar skeletons with his paw and called out, "Hurry up and eat!" Though Tiger Dad didn't understand why the Black King Snake would need to eat bones while having skill evolution meat, he thought, since it wanted to eat, let it eat. Seeing this, the Black King Snake was equally unreserved, opening its massive mouth wide and starting to swallow. Compared to before the surge of spiritual energy, the Black King Snake's swallowing speed had increased significantly. In no time, all the skeletons on the ground had been consumed by the Black King Snake. Just when Sung was worried about whether a bone shard might cut the Black King Snake's belly, the snake's previously swollen body began to squirm. Before long, the parts that looked bloated began to smooth out. After a little while more, the Black King Snake returned to its original size. No, it hasn't returned to its original size. It seems to have grown a size. But at that moment, Sung, gazing at the snake that had skillfully undergone skill evolution to understand its abilities, though not to the point of measuring it precisely, was still quite sensitive to the slight changes in size. He would never be mistaken. The Black King Snake's body has thickened a notch. Although the change isn't drastic, there's definitely a change. Could it be that the Black King Snake's special ability is to digest things that have no nutritional value, and as long as they've digested, they can grow in size? Seeing this scene, Sung instinctively began to analyze and summarize. Oh whoa! Then, Sung looked at Tiger Mom and called out, "Mom, do you feel any other changes besides your size? Do you have any peculiar techniques?" Perhaps due to another skill evolution, Tiger Mom became smarter and instantly understood Sung's meaning. Then, it fell into deep thought. Before long, it closed its eyes and raised a paw. A few seconds later, something miraculous happened. On the ground in front of Tiger Mom, a small tiger appeared. Wait, is this not me? And it's me from before. Seeing this, Sung was stunned for a moment. Through Tiger Mom's eyes, along with the calm river downstream, he could clearly see what he looked like. The small tiger created by Tiger Mom was just like him. Moreover, it was still when he weighed several kilograms. Upon seeing this, Sung couldn't help but poke the small tiger with his paw. But as a result, his paw passed right through the small tiger and touched nothing. So that's how it is, Tiger Mom's power can release phantoms, to the point where they are indistinguishable from reality. Although not harmful, in certain specific situations, it could definitely be effective. Now, Song roughly understood what Tiger Mom's ability was. Oh, whoa! Then, Song looked over at little bro, who was eating away. Its current size compared to his own was even bigger than before the surge of spiritual energy. Aside from the change in size, have you had any other changes? Since I, Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and the Black King Snake all gained powers from the previous surge of spiritual energy, little bro shouldn't be without any. Hearing Song's call, little bro contemplated for a moment, then its eyes lit up. Roar! Immediately, it perked up its rear and dashed toward Song. Come! Hit me! Song raised his paws and rubbed his face, doubting he hadn't woken up yet. Chapter 89, Little Bro Looking for a Beatdown. Seeing little bro's actions, a phrase strangely floated into Song's mind. I've never seen such a demand in my life. Well, little bro, since you took the initiative to let me hit, it must mean your defensive powers have awakened, right? In that case, I definitely need to cooperate well. Immediately, Song's lips curled into a smirk. Bang! In the next second, Sang raised his claws high and then struck down heavily, landing directly on little bro's behind. Ding! After one scratching skill EXP +1, 4501 10,000. As Song's claws landed on little bro's backside, he felt a touch he had never experienced before. So elastic. Originally, although little bro was fat, there was still a feeling of muscle and bone beneath the fat. But now, Sang feels like he is tapping on a soft rubber, full of elasticity. However, with that one paw down, there was no other change, it seemed purely elastic. But when Song observed little bro's expression, there was no sign of pain. Though I'm significantly smaller than little bro, my strength is much greater due to regular exercise. The encounter with the lynx before, when I swatted it away with one paw, is proof of that. And during this surge of spiritual energy, the growth ratio of little bro and me is actually quite similar. I should weigh about 25 kilograms now, while little bro weighs about 50 kilograms. So, in essence, my attacks on little bro should have the same damage effect as before the spiritual energy surge. Could it be that little bro's special ability allows it to take hits without feeling pain? Did I hit it too much before, that the effect of its awakened ability is this pitiful? Looking at little bro, who was presenting its rear and begging to be hit, Sang felt a twinge of guilt. Roar! And when Song gave little bro a slap, it didn't feel any pain, instantly thrilled with twitching ears and turning to call out. Keep going! Don't stop! Hearing such unreasonable requests from little bro, Song twitched his mouth. The fact that little bro could withstand my full strength hit without any injury or pain made Song feel a lot more at ease. So, he controlled the system in his mind, transferring 5 attribute points from speed to strength using the numeric master. Bang! This time, the claw strike, increased to half of its original strength, heavily slapped down on little bro's rear. Roar! Now, little bro was no longer leisurely, it let out a pitiful scream. It indeed has a limit of endurance. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Song's face. If I couldn't do anything to little bro, wouldn't it go out of control in the future? Then, following little bro's recent request, he raised his paw and began to slap hard on little bro's rear. Slap, slap, slap. With a series of crisp sounds exploding on little bro's bottom, it cried out a baby roar skill and tried to escape. However, how could its speed possibly compare to Song's? Even with a tribute shifter moving 5 points from speed to strength, Sang still had 45 points of speed left. It was just a mere 10% slower than its original self, not slower than little bro. Roar! Before it could bask in the moment, little bro, who was smacked back to reality by Song, dashed away for a bit, finally understanding he couldn't escape, and started crying for mercy. Seeing this, Song immediately stopped. He was just testing little bro's unique ability. Since little bro wasn't trying anymore, he wasn't going to push it. However, little bro's ability was indeed somewhat lackluster compared to the abilities of the Black King Snake and Tiger Dad. Compared to Tiger Mom's ability that could only create illusions, it was on even ground. But still, in this way, little bro could have a certain degree of survival capability even when faced with danger. Being tough, how can that not be considered a means of survival? Although after boosting his strength, little bro cried out in pain, he should have actually resisted most of the damage. It's just that after boosting his strength, some of the overflowed damage made little bro feel pain. Roar! Just as Song was summarizing the effects of little bro's ability, little bro suddenly let out a roar towards Song with the baby roar skill. Follow me. Is there any effect that hasn't been displayed yet? Seeing little bro lead him along, Song couldn't help but speculate in his heart. However, since there are other effects, Song is naturally pleased. If little bro's abilities are stronger than his own, he would feel a twinge of envy. But the stronger little bro's abilities become, the better his self-defense will be, which is a good thing. Before long, little bro led Song to a section of withered wood lying on the ground. Roar! Then, little bro pointed at the dead wood with his paw, prompting Song to give it a strong hit. Although Song had no idea what little bro was up to, he still exerted 15 points of strength to strike that piece of dead wood with all his might. Bang! Ding! Scratching once, scratching skill EXP +1, 45-43 10,000. As his paw landed, a deep claw mark was left on the dead wood, and Song felt a bit of pain. It would be great if I could add some defense attributes while increasing my attack. Song made a brief summary. Upon seeing the claw-marked Song made, little bro wore a proud smile. Then, it lifted its paw and struck down hard on the dead wood. Snap! With just this strike, the withered wood, which had a diameter of around 30 centimeters, broke with a loud snap, sending wood chips flying. Although the dead wood had been corroded by various insects and microorganisms over time, its strength obviously couldn't be compared to that of normal logs. Yet, for little bro, a small tiger weighing 50 kilograms, to break such a thick piece of dead wood was still quite astonishing. What the hell? It's not just a pure tanking ability, but it's a stored energy release. In an instant, Song understood what effect little bro was demonstrating. Little bro, who had been ruthlessly beaten by him before, seemed to just be taking hits, but in reality, it was accumulating all the power from the repeated strikes within. And now, releasing it all at once had destructive power far beyond Song's. In the short term, little bro's ability is much stronger than his own data manipulator. In fact, it even feels stronger than Tiger Dad's ability, which enhances combat power with flames burning all over his body, and Black King Snake's ability to grow in size through the digest skill. That explosive moment was just too intense, wasn't it? Ow! But just as Song envied and felt jealous of little bro's freakish abilities, a heart-wrenching roar from the baby roar skill echoed in his ears. Ah! Turning around, I saw little bro already lying on the ground, his right paw elevated in an exaggerated curve, rolling in pain. Chapter 90, Joy Turns to Sorrow. Did he break his bone? Damn, how can I have such a foolish brother? He just had to show off without considering if he could handle it. Seeing little bro howling on the ground, Song couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Little bro's abilities have become quite clear now. Essentially, they can be categorized into 3 types of effects. The first type is to make his body elastic, with an excellent energy absorption effect, which enhances his defensive power and makes him more resilient. The second type is to store the damage he receives internally while taking hits. The third type is to release the energy stored from previously sustained damage, resulting in destructive power far beyond his own. However, the force is mutual. The more energy little bro releases at once, the more backlash he receives. So, even with the first effect boosting his physical defense, he still couldn't withstand Song's multiple claw strikes, which generated a terrifying explosive force. Although Song's strength isn't that great, the energy accumulated in those dozens of strikes should be comparable to a full-force hit from an adult female Siberian tiger like Tiger Mom. What would happen when such an attack lands on a small tiger weighing around 50 kilograms is easy to imagine. Fortunately, little bro only had his right paw endure this horrific devastation, resulting in a fracture. If such force had been evenly struck on little bro's body, he would undoubtedly be dead. Little bro's agonized cries naturally attracted Tiger Mom. Seeing the exaggerated curve of little bro's bent right paw, Tiger Mom was instantly at a loss. They had never experienced such a severe injury from infancy to adulthood and didn't know how to handle it. All they could do was fret. In fact, wild tigers, regardless of size, would be sentenced to death if they suffered such a level of injury. We must adjust little bro's bones and stabilize them, otherwise, even if he can heal through the biological traits of skill evolution, he will end up deformed. Seeing this, Sung hurriedly thought of a way. He wanted to use his claws to help little bro realign his bones, but a tiger's claws are too clumsy, making such delicate work very difficult. Wait! Little Purple's claws are much more agile than a tiger's. They should be able to handle this task. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Sung's mind, reminding him of the little marten that had been overlooked. Ah! So, he hurriedly shouted the baby roar skill to call for the little marten. Squeak! Before long, the little marten jumped down from the tree. It turned out it had woken up a bit later. After waking up, it climbed the tree due to hunger to eat the dried meat hanging from the branches. Hearing Sung's call, it immediately ran to Sung's side. Awah! Upon seeing the little marten, Sung quickly explained the situation and asked it to help little bro with his fracture. Next, Sung rummaged through the recently broken dry wood by little bro, finding 2 pieces of wood that were appropriately shaped. Then, he dove into the jungle and quickly pulled over a thin vine. Ah! After doing all this, Sung looked at Tiger Mom, asking it to hold down little bro's body so he wouldn't move around. Upon hearing this, although Tiger Mom didn't understand what Sung meant to do, she complied with Sung's instructions, gently pinning down little bro and exposing only her right paw. Little bro struggled in pain, but ultimately, being just a 50-kilogram cub in front of an adult tiger like Tiger Mom, he had no strength to resist. Immediately, Sung instructed the little marten to begin. At first, the little marten carefully exposed little bro with its 2 small paws, gently placing the exaggeratedly bent right paw in the correct position. Then, under Sung's command, it used 2 thin wooden strips to clamp little bro's paw above and below. Finally, after some effort, it secured little bro's right paw firmly in place with vine strips. The little marten tried shaking it twice, and when the 2 thin wooden strips didn't shift, Sung relaxed. There were no medical facilities in the wild, so the only thing they could do was reposition little bro's paw and then secure it with a splint. Given the self-healing abilities exhibited by his dad before, with the skill evolution creature's recovery capabilities, this treatment should be sufficient to ensure little bro's fracture doesn't leave any lasting effects. Ah! After finishing all this, Sung called out to Tiger Mom. You can let go now. Hearing Sung's call, Tiger Mom carefully released little bro. At this moment, little bro was already exhausted from the pain. This is akin to undergoing orthopedic surgery without anesthesia. The level of pain is quite imaginable. However, after experiencing the surgery without anesthesia, little bro temporarily raised his pain threshold significantly. So, the fractured area was realigned and fixed properly, and it hurt far less than during the operation without anesthesia, causing little bro's howls of sorrow to gradually cease. Ow-oh! Seeing this, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom inquired with concern about how little bro was feeling and whether it still hurt. Upon hearing this question, little bro nodded and then shook his head. It still hurts, but not as much as before. Seeing little bro's reaction, Sang understood that there shouldn't be any problems. Next comes the assurance of recovery. However, with 2 wooden strips added to his previously flexible right paw, restricting him, little bro felt quite uneasy and instinctively tried to walk normally. Ow! But the next moment, a blood-curdling scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoed once more. Little bro's action of placing his right paw on the ground triggered the injury, making him feel the old pain of the fracture again. Ah! Seeing this, Sung hurriedly lifted little bro's right paw from beneath his armpit to keep it off the ground. After a moment's pause, little bro understood that his right paw couldn't touch the ground now. If it did, it would hurt, so he had to support himself with 3 paws while keeping the right one elevated. But after a short while like this, little bro felt fatigue in his right paw, causing it to droop slightly. Realizing this, Sung remembered that after human beings undergo orthopedic surgeries for fractures, they need not just splints but also bandages to hold them up. So, Sang immediately dashed into the dense forest and soon returned with a longer, thicker vine. Ah! Then, Sung directed the little sable to wrap up this all-natural bandage around little bro. Little bro also knew this was to help him and cooperated carefully. Before long, after the little sable's flurry of activity, the splint around little bro was fastened with vines looping around his neck, winding several times. This way, the weight of little bro's right paw was partially borne by his neck, preventing it from hanging in the air to the point of weakness, causing the injured paw to touch the ground and hurt again. Huff, finally done. Little bro really doesn't let me rest easy. Now it's good. Despite having awakened a top-tier ability, I ended up injuring myself instead. Watching little bro, who could only walk on 3 legs, Song wiped the non-existent sweat off his brow, feeling utterly worn out. Chapter 91, The Little Marnot's Godly Powers. After letting little bro rest properly on the ground to recover, Song finally had time to focus on the little marten. Have you experienced any other changes besides just growing in size? After the spiritual energy revival tide last night, the little marten naturally experienced growth. Originally, the little marten was estimated to weigh just over 1 kilogram. Now it weighs about 2.5 kilograms. Squeak! Upon hearing Song's question, the little marten paused for a moment and then thought for a few seconds. Then, it climbed up Skill Evolution's pine tree and shortly returned with a small strip of meat in its mouth. Buzz! Just when Song thought the little marten was about to showcase a power similar to the Black King Snake's ability to expand by swallowing, a flicker of silver-white light suddenly appeared in front of the little marten. Next, within just 3 short seconds, that silvery white light quickly expanded, ultimately transforming into a luminous wheel with a diameter of 10 centimeters. This silvery white will seemed to have no thickness, as it was completely invisible from the side. No way! It wasn't visible from the back either. Song circled around this silvery white wheel and then discovered something surprising. Meanwhile, the little ferret wore a smug smile and immediately tossed a piece of meat towards the wheel. Then, the strip of meat vanished into the wheel. And at the back of the wheel, the meat didn't come out either. Immediately, the wheel rapidly shrank, disappearing without a trace 3 seconds later, as if it had never existed. Roar! At this moment, the little bro, still restless beside him, was dissatisfied upon seeing the little ferret make a strip of meat disappear, and began to whine. That's wasting food. The quite gluttonous little bro was extremely unhappy about the behavior of wasting food. The little ferret, however, turned around with a smile on its face. Buzz! The next second, another luminous wheel expanded in front of the little ferret. Thud! Then, a piece of meat fell from the wheel. Ow-oh! This scene instantly stunned little bro's little head. How did the little ferret make the meat disappear and then suddenly make it reappear? At this moment, Song was extremely excited. It's space. It's a storage space. The little ferret has awakened spatial abilities. Seeing this, how could Song not understand? Putting things inside and being able to release them, isn't that a storage space? If we say that my value master, Tiger Dad's Black Flame State, Tiger Mom's Illusion, Black King Snake's Devouring Growth, and Little Bro's Energy Release all belong to conventional physical methods, then the little ferret has completely become mystical. Space. This is one of the top methods, no matter where it is placed. Unexpectedly, the most unassuming little ferret awakened such a peculiar top ability. Thinking of this, Song hurriedly asked the little ferret. Do you have any other abilities? Teleportation? Transport? Space slicing? A number of space-related skills flashed through Song's mind. This speed required little bro to run at nearly full capacity to keep up. Squeak! But the little sable honestly shook its head. It's gone. Just this one skill. Alright, it's only just the beginning of the spiritual revival. Having only a storage space is quite normal. Maybe once it becomes stronger, it will unlock more skills. Such a result poured a bucket of cold water over Song, but upon rational reflection, he felt more at ease. If the little sable had such advanced abilities right after awakening, wouldn't that be over the top? But since it has awakened space powers, we can still look forward to even more powerful space skills. The little sable's potential is immense. Ow! Then, Song remembered that since the little sable currently only has the storage space skill, he needs to find out how large this storage space is. Logically, his numerical master could only move 10% of its attribute points freely. Little bro's energy release also has its limits. The storage space of that little sable must also have its size. Otherwise, relying solely on an infinite volume of space, the little sable would be ridiculously strategic even without unlocking any other skills. However, the concept of size is still too difficult for the little sable to comprehend. So, Song took the little sable to the riverbank. At this moment, the water of the river, which had been murky due to the earthquake yesterday, had become clear again. However, perhaps due to the confluence with other rivers upstream, the width of the river here had also widened considerably, reaching about 50 meters. Ah! Then, with a shout of baby roar skill, Song instructed the little sable to open the entrance to its storage space in the river, so it could fill the storage space. This command was very easy to understand. Upon hearing Song's call, the little sable followed the order without hesitation. Moments later, a silvery light circle appeared in the clear river water. Squeak! After a while, the little sable squeaked. It's full. It seems that the size of the storage space is not very large. Seeing this, Song was already able to estimate that the volume of the little sable's storage space was not big. After instructing the little sable to close the light circle, Song took it to a large rock beneath the waterfall. Above this large rock, there was a concave area with a volume of about half a cubic meter. Then, Sang began to repeatedly use the water just filled in the little sable's storage space to fill the concave area in the large rock, and then repeatedly take the water out. Finally, after about 16 attempts, there was not a single drop of water left in the little sable's storage space. I can almost accurately estimate it now. It's roughly an 8 cubic meter volume, which is a space of 2 meters in length, width, and height. Actually, that is quite large already, equivalent to being able to hold 8 tons of water. When it comes to fresh meat, it should be able to contain several large prey. The practicality is extremely high. Having figured out how large the little sable's storage space is, Sang felt a sense of admiration. Oh! By the way, since it's a storage space, it should have a preservation function, right? Thinking about storing fresh meat, Sang's mind began to race. The preservation function is a standard feature of storage spaces in many novels. Upon this thought, Sang became even more excited, eager to verify it. What decays quickly in the wilderness can quickly test whether the storage space has a preservation function. It would be best if results could be seen within a few hours. Right. Mushrooms. Sang thought for a moment and quickly had a target. Mushrooms, as long as they are moved away from where they originally grew and without any means of preservation, wilt quickly and become dried and crispy within a few hours. This is definitely an excellent organism to test preservation capabilities. So, Sang hurriedly searched the dense forest. In the dense forest environment, with ample humus, mushrooms are virtually everywhere. Soon, Sang spotted a cluster of mushrooms that didn't look vibrant and should be non-toxic, so he reached out with his claws to pull them. Of course, he wouldn't eat these mushrooms, so whether they were poisonous or not didn't matter. What he feared was that these mushrooms had also undergone skill evolution, and their toxicity could spread through touch. However, the moment Sang's claws grazed that cluster of mushrooms, bang! The mushrooms exploded. Chapter 92, Reflections After the Mushroom Bomb. Tisk. Tisk. With the explosion of the mushrooms, a cloud of powder instantly filled the surrounding space. Sang, still unable to react, had just inhaled the exploding powder when he felt a tickle in his lungs, sneezing one after another. Damn! Have these mushrooms also undergone skill evolution? Thinking he was unlucky, Sang rushed toward the river. Holding his breath, Sang burst forth with unprecedented speed and jumped into the river with a splash. Washing his nose with clean water to remove the powder from the mushroom explosion, Sang felt a bit better. But then, an indescribable feeling came from the skin beneath his fur. So itchy, damn it, it's driving me crazy. In just a few seconds, Sang felt unbearably itchy all over. Then, Sang quickly got out of the water, but the itching on his body showed no signs of easing. Ow! 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 Sang couldn't help but use the baby roar skill, as if this could relieve his itch. Hearing Song's wails, Tiger Dad and the others rushed over to check on him. Upon seeing this, little Violet Weasel seemed to realize something and immediately climbed onto Song's body, using her paws to scratch his itch. This provided Song with some relief. However, wherever little Violet Weasel scratched, the unbearable itchiness returned after a while. After several minutes, the itchy sensation gradually faded. Who? It seems the revival tide of spiritual energy has caused all creatures to undergo skill evolution. Even the usually inconspicuous mushrooms can exhibit remarkable abilities due to skill evolution. Even though I am a tiger, and despite having started my skill evolution long before the revival of spiritual energy, I must not be careless. Who knows what kind of creature might undergo skill evolution, what formidable means they might possess, and what tortures I might face. Having nearly been exhausted by the incredibly itchy mushroom explosion powder, Song couldn't shake off the lingering fear. Now, he can no longer feel that his family can traverse the wild with impunity like before. In the future world, skill evolution and abilities will gradually take the lead. The food chain will undergo earth-shattering changes. Powerful beings in the past may not necessarily dominate the pinnacle of skill evolution based on their original race alone. And previously weak beings may no longer be harmless mascots. Just like the little sable. Before the spiritual revival, who would have thought that a little sable could pose any threat? But now, the little sable has awakened its space power. Although it currently only has the storage space skill, will it still be so weak after developing new skills? Clearly not. Thinking of this, Song couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. The spiritual revival will overturn everything previously. There was nothing in this territory that could threaten our family. But that doesn't mean there is none now, so although we are now full and have plenty of supplies, we still need to patrol the territory again. We must make sure if there are any beings with exceptionally strong skill evolution in our territory. If there are potential threats to our family, we need to take them out early. Also, we need to check if there are any very dangerous skill evolution plants nearby. If we find them, we either need to eradicate them or at least remember those places to avoid stumbling into them during future hunts and getting attacked. Because being blasted by a mushroom taught him a lesson due to his carelessness, thoughts kept flooding into Song's mind. Whether it was Song's cautiousness as a human or the territorial instincts of a top predator like a tiger, he could not tolerate any threat to his domain. Just like the wild boar family before. At first, he didn't intend to do anything to the wild boar family. But when the male wild boar came to take revenge on his family, Song was determined to eliminate this threat. Having had such an experience, Song was not willing to repeat the same mistakes. Immediately, Song lifted his head and looked at Father Tiger. Let's go. Go patrol the territory. Hearing Song's call, Father Tiger paused slightly, then turned to look at Little Bro, who had a broken paw. Clearly, Little Bro's three-legged state meant he was unable to patrol the territory. Roar! Then, Father Tiger called out to Tiger Mom. Take care of the big cub. I'll go patrol the mountain with the little cub. Upon hearing this, Tiger Mom nodded. Meanwhile, Little Bro, who was lying on the ground recovering, paused for a moment, his chubby face lighting up with excitement. It seems, being injured isn't necessarily a bad thing? Whirring. As they moved through the dense forest, Song was more cautious than ever. This time, the speed of surveying the territory was much slower compared to the previous 2 times. After all, having learned from the incident with the explosive mushroom, Song was extremely wary of any creature. Moreover, after the surge of spiritual energy, Tiger Dad seemed to have become even smarter. Even without Song's reminder, Tiger Dad had a deep understanding of the dangers in the wild after the surge in spiritual energy, based on Song's previous experiences. This time, Little Bro couldn't come along due to his injury, but the Black King Snake and the Little Purple Weasel joined. The Black King Snake wanted to stick close to Song. Meanwhile, the Little Purple Weasel was there because of its special abilities. A storage space of 8 cubic meters. Forget about whether it can preserve freshness, just the ability to transport supplies is already incredibly useful. Just a few days ago, Tiger Dad hunted down a female wild boar in the dense forest and dragged it home, completely exhausting himself. Now, with the little purple weasel, let's just say, not only one pig, but even 10 could fit. After all, the density of meat is about the same as water, and a female wild boar weighs only around 400 to 500 kilograms. 10 female wild boars would weigh roughly 4 to 5 tons. Even though irregular solids take up more space for the same weight, a storage space that can hold 8 tons of water is definitely sufficient. What if you don't carry such a mobile space when you go out, and then you need to transport something? However, the little purple weasel is small and can't match Song, Tiger Dad, or the black king snake in terms of stamina. Surveying the territory that stretches over hundreds of kilometers is quite a challenge for the little purple weasel. But should I let the little purple weasel sit on me? That's not very appropriate. Should I let the little purple weasel sit on Tiger Dad? Even less appropriate. So after thinking it over, I decided to let the little purple weasel sit on the black king snake. After all, the black king snake is strong enough to carry a little 2.5 kilogram purple weasel without any issue. But this terrified the little purple weasel. He had previously mocked the black king snake. However, the black king snake scoffed at the little purple weasel's small-minded thoughts. As long as it's something Song asked it to do, it will definitely take it seriously. At that moment, Song had already evolved his skills to a level of insight, keenly sensing that there was a wild rabbit ahead. The wild rabbit weighed definitely more than 10 kilograms. With this in mind, Song prepared to hunt it down to feed the black king snake. But in the next moment, a blur rushed toward the wild rabbit. Chapter 93, You let it go just like that? Then why did you catch me? Whoosh! In a blink of an eye, the prey Song had just spotted was hunted. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be that lynx from before. The one that caused him trouble when he was luring the black king snake. However, even though the lynx's fur coloration had not changed, Song could recognize it at a glance. Its size, however, was markedly different. The original lynx weighed around 20 to 30 kilograms, comparable to him now. But the current lynx must weigh over 40 kilograms. Although it was not as large as Little Bro, it was still quite impressive. Its speed has increased significantly. Could it have awakened a speed-related ability? And Song had only noticed the abnormality due to the speed at which the lynx had pounced on the hare. At that moment, the lynx sharply turned its head and sought Song. Since Song had been walking at the front and the temporary wind direction was blowing towards him, the lynx hadn't detected Father Tiger and the others just a few dozen meters behind Song. Upon seeing Song, the lynx clearly froze for a moment, then it ran away, clutching the hare in its mouth without looking back. Clearly, it still remembered the pawing from before and was somewhat afraid of Song. Hey! Trying to run away? Seeing the lynx's decisive escape, Song's heart stirred, and he immediately followed. To be honest, ever since his running skill evolved to a sprint, all the creatures in this habitat had been left far behind in terms of speed. And now, a lynx that seemed to have awakened a speed-related ability sparked Song's competitive spirit. Whoosh! In an instant, two figures darted through the jungle brush. And Song's speed was incredibly fast. Although he started later, the distance between him and the lynx was closing rapidly. The lynx was startled as it sensed Song's pursuit behind it. After suddenly falling asleep yesterday, didn't I wake up especially quickly today? How can I not shake off that little tiger? The lynx was utterly confused. Seeing Song getting closer and closer, the lynx gritted its teeth and dropped the wild rabbit it had just hunted. Last night's skill evolution left it extremely hungry. Having eaten a wild chicken before was still not enough, hence it was hunting rabbits again. In its previous hunt, it had noticed that its speed had increased significantly. The result was unexpected. This little tiger was even faster than I was. But now, in order to survive, some sacrifices must be made. Anyway, I have become very fast now, and even if I drop this wild rabbit, I can still successfully hunt other prey. As the wild rabbit was dropped, the lynx suddenly sped up. But what it didn't expect was that even like this, Song was still relentlessly pursuing it. The most important thing is that Song is still able to close the distance. Right? Aren't you here to steal my prey? I've already dropped the prey, why are you still chasing me? Bang! At this moment, Song had already caught up behind the lynx and pounced on it. This caused the lynx to lose its balance instantly, and the two felines tumbled in a circle, rolling several times. However, Sang's body was strong enough, the ground was not too hard, and it hadn't collided with anything, so it was only a bit awkward and wasn't injured. Being tackled by Sang, the lynx was utterly desperate. Oh no! Having dropped the wild rabbit, this little tiger was still relentlessly pursuing me. Could this little tiger really be here to kill me? The lynx thought to itself, trembling. But Sang's paw was still pressing down on it, the force coming from above made it unable to resist. Before long, Tiger Dad and the others followed the scent and came over. Seeing the massive figure of Tiger Dad, the lynx's soul felt like it had left its body. Huh, that's refreshing. It seems that even without using my special abilities, my speed is still stronger than that of the lynx that has awakened its speed-related powers. However, if it's just about speed-related abilities, this guy will never pose a threat to our family. Moreover, it seems terrified of me, so it can't possibly harbor any revenge mentality. In that case, it's better to let it go. Just relying on the sprinting skills he cultivated, he managed to outpace the lynx with awakened speed-related abilities, leaving Sang feeling quite accomplished. Although it's because of the system, one cannot deny the effort and hard training put in. Then, Sang released the lynx and called out to Tiger Dad. Continue patrolling the mountains. Tiger Dad never refuses Sang's decisions. Furthermore, although the meat of carnivores becomes delicious after skill evolution, Tiger Dad had never tried it. For food that's not on the menu, Tiger Dad shows no interest. More importantly, the lynx is so small that there's hardly any need to eat. Watching Sang let it go like this, the lynx felt a sense of survival after disaster, as if it were in a different world. Did he just let me go? What was the point of grabbing me then? Confused, the lynx could only get up and run in the direction away from Sang and the others. Just after releasing the lynx, Sang felt a slight bump coming from behind. Turning around, he saw the black king snake nudging him with its head. Thud! Next, a drooling rabbit fell from the black king snake's mouth. Then, the black king snake pushed the rabbit's corpse with its large head, but the contrast between its gigantic head and the rabbit's body was extreme. So you brought back a rabbit. Sang realized. He then shook his head and called out, letting the black king snake eat it. The black king snake had understood the meaning of Sang's call before, and now, after the surge of spiritual energy, it was even smarter. With Sang's consent, it swallowed the rabbit whole. Even though it had evolved into over 10 kilograms, the rabbit was still just a mini snack for the black king snake. If I eat it, I can grow bigger. This kind of devouring ability should help me raise a giant, right? Looking at the incredibly obedient black king snake, Sang felt a surge of expectation. After a little interlude, Sang and the group continued forward, patrolling their territory. During this time, they would occasionally encounter some small animals causing them trouble. For example, a stink bug, which after skill evolution, had its stench amplified many times over, spreading widely, forcing Sang to take a detour. There was also a vine, which looked harmless from a distance, but as soon as it got close, it quickly wrapped around its target, with thorns that seemed to carry a paralyzing neurotoxin, causing Tiger Dad to lose sensation in one leg for quite a while. In any case, various skill evolution creatures continue to emerge. Although none have posed a threat to Sang's family yet, one careless moment could lead to trouble. Splashing sound. At this moment, Sang heard the sound of splashing water ahead. Unknowingly, they had already patrolled to the riverside. As they passed through the dense forest, Sang spotted a herd of elk, each one tall and strong. Among them, there was one particularly tall elk, with a pair of huge antlers curving sharply. Including the antlers, it stood about 3 meters high, looking quite formidable. Chapter 94, The Challenge from Food. At this moment, since they were simply patrolling their territory, neither Sang nor Tiger Dad had any intention of hiding their tracks, and the herd of elk drinking by the river immediately noticed these two unexpected guests. Upon seeing Tiger Dad for the first time, the elk instinctively wanted to flee. Yo! But then, the tallest elk let out a long call. Immediately, the herd of elk that was about to flee stopped in their tracks, yet their eyes remained fixed on Tiger Dad, staying vigilant. As Tsang felt puzzled, the tallest elk unexpectedly approached Tiger Dad. There was not a trace of fear on its face, instead, it was filled with intense excitement. It was as if someone who had been bullied for a long time had gained powerful strength and was ready to show those who once bullied them just how strong they had become. It thinks it has undergone skill evolution, and the powers it has gained are very strong, so it's very confident and wants to challenge Tiger Dad? Seeing this, Tsang interpreted some things. He had thought that skill evolution would become the mainstream in the future, that skill evolution and superpowers would dominate the future, and that the food chain would be disrupted. But he did not expect that the challenge from lower-tier creatures would come so quickly. Roar! Noticing this, Tiger Dad tilted his head slightly, signaling Tsang to be careful and protect himself. Then, Tiger Dad also slowly walked toward the elk. In Tiger Dad's eyes, there was a hint of battle intent mixed with some anger. The battle intent came from curiosity about the other side's superpower. The anger was directed at the audacity of the other side to challenge him. After all, elk had always been just food for Tiger Dad. Now, the food believes it has become formidable, challenges Tiger Dad the predator, and this makes Tiger Dad feel a sense of absurdity and anger. Food challenging oneself is something no one can tolerate. Yo! In the next moment, that elk accelerated its pace, charging heavily towards Tiger Dad. However, Tiger Dad refused to back down, his muscles exaggeratedly rippling beneath his fur as he charged forward. Just when the distance between them was less than 10 meters, a silvery metallic sheen shimmered on the giant antlers atop the elk's head. Boom! With a tremendous jolt, the elk's antlers, glistening with metallic luster, aimed at Tiger Dad, as if they wanted to impale him. Yet, after witnessing so many bizarre powers from skill evolution creatures, Tiger Dad, though furious at the challenge for food, did not lose his composure. Caution is still a must. Therefore, as the opponent charged, Tiger Dad was already observing its movements and, noticing the tendency to ram with its antlers, he sidestepped. As Tiger Dad dodged, the elk's massive antlers smashed into the ground, creating 2 deep craters. Clearly, these giant antlers, shimmering with metallic luster, packed a tremendous power,